trying to stay alive at the moment. Rescue on Sam to get a fear on the flame. Rosita gets interrupted. Fire breath channel by Zito, and that's going to close it.
Hammer of Justice lands, and that's going to be game 1 to Luminosity.
The Drac will succumb to the temptation. And unleash the aspect's darkest nightmares.
Control sends the damage. Huge damage coming in. Double kill. That's it. Good night. A lot of devastation right now. Full blind onto Asgraf. Z-Bike could easily go down. Can they purge the blessing of protection? They do manage to. There's the kidney shot. Are they going to be able to take him down at the same time, though? Waz gets disarmed. He's down to 1% health. Can he survive? No, not this time, Waz.
Well, Drake, I don't think he survives the next crowd control on Brain. He's trying to run away. He's just dying. Jellybeans is absolutely blasting, and he's got the Sentinel out. He's shooting through the fence line right now. His entire team can shoot through pillars. Insane usage of that spell right there, and they managed to close it out. Here comes the Spear Bastion onto Wallace. He's got no evasion. He's caught in this. Bladestorm is cutting him down here. Here's the double stun. They need to keep the Massive Stone. Can they take Drake down in the scatter shot? They can!
It is Championship Sunday for the second cup of the second season of AWC. So excited to get started here after today's games. We will be halfway through the first qualifying cups to make it into the top 3 for the grand finals. My name is Aya. I'm going to be your host today. We've got Zico, Venruki, and Azael joining us today. Super Tees will be on just a little bit later, but today's games are very important, Azael, because like I said, this is where the teams really have to get those points in for the standings.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, there's been some surprises already, you know, in these first couple of weeks, like Luminosity and NA, not dominating like they normally do. Getting the points obviously extremely important here if you want to avoid the gauntlet. So it'll be exciting to see how things are going to go. Thus far in Europe, it has been Echo looking really, really strong. So I'm kind of excited to see today if anyone's going to be able to bring out something new to maybe, force Echo to change up what they've been doing.
Yeah, I'm excited to see as well. They're going to be facing off against the second place team currently with standings against Admiral Esports in that upper final. That's going to be the second match of the day, but a team that's been doing really well, Zico, for their first time making it into the top 8 for this season. NICEBEAM will be up against the Fiends for the first match.
Yeah, you can see on the standings already that NICEBEAM and the Fiends are tied right now. So it's going to be very important game right there. Whoever wins that one is going to be able to knock the other out and continue to kind of try to get as many points as possible. And that's the kind of situation that you want to be in, because we are starting to see, some of those we're starting to see the top form just a little bit right now. Echo looking as dominant as ever. We got Admiral Esports trying to make it through as well. And a team that has been doing actually kind of poorly so far for their own standards is, of course, the Agents, who got already knocked out from the tournament. So, you can definitely count on, the Agents probably making some changes and looking to come back strong in the next cup. So if you are the Fiend, if you are NICEBEAM, you want to try to get as many points as possible right now that you kind of have them out of the tournament. So this is really a chance for them to try to grab a bit of a lead here.
Yeah, and that's also, we got kind of the same thing going on over on the side of NA, which we can talk about in just a little bit here. But here's a look at the bracket for the EU region. We'll be moving into NA in the afternoon, but like we talked about, first match of the day is that one on the lower half of your screen in that elimination bracket, NICEBEAM and the Fiends. What is your take on this matchup, Ben? Who do you think is going to make it out of that lower bracket?
I mean, it is curious. I feel like the Fiends right now, they're looking really good in that lower bracket. They had a difficult matchup earlier on in the tournament that sent them to the lower bracket, obviously, but they've been cruising. They got through the casual dads. They're the ones that eliminated the Agents in a 3-0, I might add. So they've kind of been on fire. They've looked good with Zenilin on the Holy Priest. You have the Subtlety Rogue, which looks strong. And then, of course, Big Mix on that Hunter. So their roster is really, really solid. I feel like Rat has done such a good job on that Rogue. Controlling, and I feel like a big theme of these tournaments is how are teams going to kind of deal with the Subtlety Rogue, because you have Echo in that upper bracket, playing things like the Moonkin in Cup number 1, but in this Cup number 2, we've seen them primarily play that Rogue Mage Priest. They've been looking basically unbeatable with that. And now you have the Fiends in the lower bracket, playing the Subtlety Rogue Thug Cleave. So those are kind of the two teams to beat in my mind. So for both Admiral Esports as well as NICEBEAM, they need to try to find an answer for that Rogue. I don't know exactly what that is. It seems like Demonology Warlock is a pretty solid pick. Like bringing a Demonology Warlock with some different wizard setups is definitely a solid option. So if NICEBEAM has that available, it'd be something that we see them pull out.
Yeah, certainly could. I mean, there's kind of a lot of specs that are sort of emerging that are doing really strong. Like Ben mentioned with the sub-row, we've got the Boomkin as well. We've got Zenlin Azael playing his Holy Priest also. I mean, what is your favorite kind of new spec that's shining at the moment?
Well, I mean, it's interesting because even last season, they were still playing the same thing with Holy Priest and whatnot when no one else was playing it, and now more people seem to be popping up with the Holy Priest. We've seen more healers actually jumping on that train. It seems to be gaining some popularity. So it's been kind of interesting to see that. But it's when a spec that you're playing when it's not meta, it comes into meta, it just makes your team that much stronger, right? So if Holy Priest and sub rogues are good, well, the Fiends are going to be really good because they've been playing that, even when they're garbage. So they have so much practice on it, and they really are, I think, kind of the masters of this comp, which is what's making them so fun for me to watch, right? Every little thing that they're doing, even in these situations that seem like they would be almost impossible, whether it's Rat staying alive with a defensive shadowy duel, or finding these ways to actually force cooldowns even when it feels like they're out of everything and their opponents still have every single cooldown remaining. They're able to get so much in these perfectly set up goes. So I think it's just really fun to watch.
Yeah, I think so too. And if you're playing one of these specs that all of a sudden is super strong, you want to check out the builds that these players are running, you can go to awc.gcd.tv, or you can check out the extension on the stream courtesy of Wowhead for all that good information in there. But I think these players are going to be ready to go. I mean, this competition, Zico, certainly going to be ramping up in intensity a little bit just because we're nearing that halfway mark. I mean, how do you think these players have been feeling, knowing that is kind of an impending timeline?
Well, I mean, you ideally want to be in that top 3 position, and I think at this point nobody is feeling quite safe. I think Echo is starting to pull ahead a little bit, but in general, I feel like nobody can really be 100% certain because anything can happen, right? The Fiends, they could have a dream run. NICEBEAM could have a dream run. The Agents could come back next cup as well and just take the whole thing. So there's a lot of strong teams, I would say, in both regions. So I wouldn't say that anybody's feeling too confident right now. They probably just want to get as many points as possible here, try to make sure that they can put themselves in as good of a spot as possible. And we are going to have some new changes as well coming in on Tuesday. So, next week, who knows? Maybe your composition is good this week, but then next week there's going to be something else that pops off and that's really strong in the meta. So you really just got to take it day by day right now. And I think if you are maybe Echo, you can feel a little bit, good because so far you've had such a great run. But I would say for all the other teams, they're probably still kind of watching their back.
Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I think also when you're one of these teams that is having a better performance rate off the get-go, like you talked about earlier, the Agents aren't doing as well as you would normally expect. Luminosity and NA not doing as well as you would normally expect. Normally Team Liquid is losing Luminosity every time. They beat them 3 times now across 2 cups, right? You have to take advantage of when some of these top teams are struggling to really build, I think, a points lead, because you can't count on the Agents and Luminosity and some of these teams that are always perennially at the top to continue to struggle. So I do think, the early cups are really, really important. If you have a better read on the meta, if you're able to adapt more quickly, you can get a points advantage, right? And that could maybe, save you if in a later patch your team is struggling more.
Yeah. We've definitely seen it, time and time again. We see teams get all of the points kind of in the beginning in one cup, and then it's able to carry them out through maybe them having a underperforming in the, second, third, and fourth cup. But the game is ready, so that's enough of that conversation. We're going to get going here with this elimination round. First up, the Fiends versus NICEBEAM.
All right, here we go. We got 2 Mechanomes for this side of NICEBEAM. Numla's on that. Mistweaver Monk has been looking really solid. Let's see how he can defend against this opener. The Fiend's getting aggressive very early on, but Rat's getting feared up. Now able to land a stun here on Eritros. A lot of incoming pressure, but looks like he will be able to survive. An early dispersion does get traded out, which is a good opener here for the Fiends.
Yeah, they're swapping over onto Numlis there, though. The kidney shot comes in. It's all about this cross CC from the Fiends. You know, every time they're looking for goes, the scatter comes out, the chastise comes out. But there's the axe toss onto Rat. He's going to have to get gripped back behind the pillar there, as Zenlin wants to pick him back up. You know, Aerotross trying to keep that pressure on. Big Mac's getting incredibly low there, almost actually going down immediately, and Rat now getting crushed. They're putting out so much damage here with this Shadow Priest Warlock. Now that here comes another go from Rat. There's the kidney shot over onto Aerotross. They're going to try to get that cross CC. The trap is over onto that Monk, and you can see a full fear onto PMake. So they have this 3v1 set up right now. There's a sap out of it, but is super DR'd onto this Monk. So going to be looking for another opening, not going to be able to get it. Their leg sweep comes in onto Rat, so they are getting this peeling out. You can see a coil there to follow it up, going to get MD'd actually, but they're just trying to pressure Rat very heavily, who does still have his cloak remaining, is trying to get the damage going, but he's getting peeled very, very well on this go by the Warlock.
And Big Mix, in the meantime, is just outright dying, down to 20% health. Zen only going to be trying to top him off here, casting some flash heals. Looks like he will be able to land them and top off Big Mix, but yeah, a bit of a close call there. And so far, NICEBEAM, they've been looking really solid. I feel like this Demonology Warlock is putting in work. Aerotross on that Shadow Priest. He almost has a Dispersion available once again. There's just so many defensive cooldowns that they really can rotate through. We have a cheap shot on Numlis. Here's a setup into a scatter. Do they have a trap to follow it up? Where's the damage? Aerotross looking like he's going to be totally fine. He gets the double fear. He gets the silence on Zenolin, deflecting that attack quite nicely. And the Fiends, they've really struggled to kind of get anything going at this point. They're just forced back to the pillar consistently. This is looking like a really good comp option here for NICEBEAM.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you talked about the strength of the Demo Warlock against these kind of comps. You know, you do have so much disruption. You have the coil, you have the axe toss, you have spam fears. You can have, you know, so many ways to break up these goes. Big Mac's now coming off that pillar once again, but there's the Shadow Fury coming through. The smoke bomb's going to get dropped onto Aerotross. The coil is actually going to be thrown out to protect Numlis from that trap. Really good peels here from PMake. Shadow Fury on one, coil onto Big Max. They're just stopping this cross CC from coming out, and without the cross CC, this Ugly really cannot get things going. There's an axe toss onto Big Max as well. Rat now in some trouble here, as you can see them connecting heavily onto him. Aerotross now free casting as they're trying to retreat back to the pillar, but PMake's making it difficult. Great Ring of Peace going to knock Big Max off that pillar once again, and there's the Turtle Force. Cloak has been forced, Turtle has been forced. They are really getting pressured heavily here, and Zenlin has no trinket. Rat may just go down, dips down to about 5% HP. Rat now coming off that pillar, did get back into stealth, but it's the spam fears connecting on them every time they come out. They're just getting destroyed. Zenlin into a fear. Now he's going to use that angel form as Big Max was into the axe toss that he has to actually trinket out of. You can see that life cocoon coming out onto Aerotross, trying to keep them aggressive here. Numla's doing a great job of keeping his team topped off and allowing them to keep going very offensively. And he still has his trinket. The Shadow Priest still has his trinket. So there's a lot of tools here remaining for NICEBEAM to try to close this one out.
Yeah, they did overlap the Void Shift and the Life Cocoon, though, so that's a bit of a 2-for-1 combo there for the Fiends. They're going to be happy to take it at this point, but they are really struggling, making a push here onto the Warlock. Can they take him down? They get the Dark Pack, but I don't know if they do have the damage. Finally, a little bit of burst. The trap's about to subside here for Numlis. He does get sapped. He may be able to portal away, but the pressure is still mounting here for the side of the Fiends. Numlis is able to get the heals out, and I think once he can free cast just a little bit, he will be able to stabilize. But that was the Unending Resolve also, so slowly getting cooldowns, but Rat at the same time, he's in trouble. Forced back to the pillar. Zenolin almost completely tapped on mana. NICEBEAM is looking bulletproof right now, but there are a few holes in the armor that the Fiends could potentially capitalize on right here. I feel like PMake is probably going to be the best target they can go for.
Yeah.
There's no Void Shift, and of course he doesn't have that dispersion like Aerotross, so let's see what he can get done. Big kidney shot here, but the axe toss on Rat's going to slow down the damage. Fear onto Zenolin into a Psychic Core. Aerotross trying to close out the game, but Rat does have the Cloak of Shadows, so there is a little bit of safety here by the Fiends, but yeah, the NICEBEAM so far is looking good to win this one.
Yeah, and Tyrant just came out, so this is going to be difficult. Axe toss now onto Big Max. Big Max's positioning was really good on that last go. Zenlin got CC'd up, so Big Max just pulled back to the pillar to give Rat a target to actually step to, so we can actually prevent having to use that cloak. But you can see that the Life Cocoon is back up. There's a full trap, you know, coming out onto Numlis. We'll see if they can get anything rolling here on a PMake, but he's just going to port right out of there to safety. Zenlin is on top of where that port was, but he's going to gate away. Now the Life Grip gets used. I'm not sure if that was, oh, it was the AoE Life Grip they were trying to actually prevent, you know, pulling in Numlis, who was into the blind, but again, he has not been forced to trinket this whole game and does still have Life Cocoon, so he is really sitting pretty at this point. Zenlin again into the angel form, just trying to keep his team topped off, trying to keep them offensive. There's the kidney over on a Numlis, but the port comes through. There's a smoke bomb though, and Numlis has got to get in. He does. He rolls on in, drops the Life Cocoon, so they do get that cooldown out. But again, they still have not gotten that trinket. and PMake is going to have his trinket back, so he's going to have trinket port on the next go. They're going to have trinket from the monk. They have trinket available as well, still from the Shadow Priest. So there's a lot of tools remaining here. Maybe in this deeper dampening, the Fiends are going to be able to force something, but it has been really all NICEBEAM, it feels like, so far this game.
Yeah, I mean, so far, NICEBEAM. They just have so many cooldowns that they can rotate through. Trap here on Anomalies with the Fear on Aerotross, a bit of a 3v1 setup, but it does fade. Do they have the burst damage to just take down PMake? You can never count these teams out. Nice interrupt there on Anomalies. PMake still getting a little bit low, but in the middle of the map, Aerotross looking like he will be able to top him off with a Flash Heal, as well as that Vampiric Embrace. And Rat, in the meantime, just getting absolutely crushed in that Shadow Fury. Does get the Cloak of Shadows out in the nick of time in order to survive, but Zenlin really doesn't have many tools left. I feel like the Fiends have a few good setups left here. They can close it out. They could potentially win the game, but it is not looking easy. Rat is getting blasted. He's caught in the middle of the map, and I don't think there's any way they're going to be able to reset this game once again. There's a trap on Numless right now. PMake once again just going to portal away. There is the Life Cocoon almost available. This is kind of like a do or die moment, I feel like, for the Fiends. I don't think Zenlin's going to be able to recover after this setup.
Yeah, and Unending Resolve is up in about 3 seconds. Rat may just go down right here, right now. He's getting hit by that crackling beam behind the pillar. He's trying to pull back. Aerotross into the scatter. Zen trying to pick them up one more time, and it looks like he will be able to for a little bit. The offensive turtle is just going to be dropped here from Big Max. He's going in. They know they have to make something happen here onto PMake, but he has the Unending Resolve, doesn't even have to use it. And I think surely this is going to be the end for the Fiends. NICEBEAM trying to push in. Rat is just so low. They've got really nothing left. Zenlin completely tapped at this point. Rat is going to continue pulling back, and the Angel Form does come back up, so maybe going to be able to top his team off one more time. Numless is getting low on mana, and he is back there drinking, so they're going to try to go offensive. They're in on to PMake here once again. Can they get the cross CC? Yes, the trap is there on to Numless. Now the Unending Resolve is going to be popped here. There's the Death Coil coming out. Do they have any more CC to follow that up? The Axe Toss comes through. It's a defensive bomb used by Rat, but they have to get aggressive. They just can't survive very much longer. Zenlin into the Fear. The Silence is there to follow it up, and they're starting to try to pressure him again, as Rat does have that cloak back. The Fiends are just hanging on for so long against the odds here. The Step Kidney comes in over on a Numless. There's the cheap shot onto PMake, and they get the Trinket and the Life Cocoon, so they're getting all the cooldowns out of nowhere from NICEBEAM. They've got almost nothing left now. If they can get one more go on a PMake, they can actually maybe make this happen. This is ridiculous. NICEBEAM has had the pressure all game long, but they have been unable to finish them off. Can they do it right here, right now, though? Rat going to try to go in onto PMake. He's still so incredibly low into the coil. I think this surely has to be it. The life swap comes through from Zen, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Now, Rat trying to get aggressive here, but a great Ring of Peace is going to knock him off of PMake. He cannot connect to that target. The trap is there on a Numless, but it's ticking away, and now the gate is there available. Big Mex and Rat in the middle of the map, just getting lower and lower and lower. There's the Silence coming in onto Zenlin. Shadow Fury on a Big Mex. They're trying to keep this pressure rolling. They're trying to finish them off. The leg sweep is there. I don't know how Zenlin is healing through this. We're at 44% dampening. He's been for like 5 minutes, but it just doesn't seem to matter. This Holy Priest healing has just been incredible.
That Lightwell's paying dividends behind the pillar there for Zen, keeping the Fiends alive, but I just don't know how much longer they can sustain this. There is a Void Shift available for Aerotross as well. They need triple crowd control. Is this it? There's no way. They get a Fear on Aerotross, trap on Numless. This is going to be potentially their last setup of the game, and they might be able to actually close it out. PMake, there is no way they get the Void Shift. Whew. That was a close call there on a PMake, but he does get topped off. But do they have the healing? A nice interrupt there on the Numless. He's got the Life Cocoon. He's going to greet it out. Just go for some channeled heals. And it looks like he will be able to survive. And Zen, I mean, he's a miracle worker at this point on that Holy Priest. But, I mean, even he has got to have limits here on this Holy Priest. Everyone's just down to 30% health. They're all behind the pillar. Beautiful Ring of Peace there by Numless. You say you are going nowhere. But Rat does manage to get behind the pillar. A nice gouge on that Felguard is going to keep them alive. It's just like, why won't you die? Why won't you die? How are they still alive? They're all 10% health, just running and hiding behind the pillar. The cooldowns are rotating back up here for NICEBEAM, and that is a slow, painful loss there for the Fiends. But they definitely kept that one interesting. But I have to say, this composition that NICEBEAM has crafted is very good. Like, they thought this one out a lot. The Shadow Priest, Demonology, Warlock, Mistweaver. It seems like they have kind of endless cooldowns they can rotate through for the setups, and that looked really solid.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredibly difficult, right? Because The Fiends need to set up this triple CC, but there's a lot of tools as you're talking about. You know, there's Paralyze, there's Leg Sweep, there's Ring of Peace, there's, you know, Life Grip from the Shadow Priest, there's Life Swap, there's, you know, Psychic Scream from him, there's Coil, there's Axe Toss, there's Shadow Fear, there's Spam Pierce from the Warlock. There's so many different tools. You know, in the earlier stages, it looked like the Fiends were trying to go, you know, on other targets, like trying to go on the Shadow Priest, trying to go onto Numliz a little bit. But PMake, you know, on this Demon Warlock has so many peels to be able to shut that down. So it became just this game of only going for the Warlock, but you still need to be able to get all that cross CC. And most of the time when you're going in, there's going to be some sort of CC available to really interrupt that, you know, which did make it really difficult. Like, it looked for the first 5 minutes or so that it was going to be a really one-sided game. But by the end, I mean, they had forced out, you know, all the cooldowns. Like on that one go, you know, they did get Trinket, they did get the Life Cocoon, they got a lot out of NICEBEAM, and they survived like way longer than I thought they were going to. Zenlin hit 0 mana like at least 3-4 minutes before they died, so was able to sustain on really low HP. And that is one of the things that is really a big strength of Holy Priest, is it seems like they're very good at healing through any sort of spread pressure, any sort of AoE. And when you have the Shadow Priest, you know, dotting up multiple people, when you have Demo Warlock pets hitting multiple people, you know, prayer mendings are bouncing everywhere, and as you say, the light well healing is really, really high. So there's just like a lot of AoE healing that Zen was able to kind of keep them running on for a very long time.
Yeah, definitely really impressive, but it's just tough because the thing, I mean, I don't even think they actually did on PMake. So NICEBEAM has actually done something as well. They've gone Mechanome, so they actually have emergency failsafe, which is when you fall below 20% health, heal for 15% of your maximum health, and this can occur every 2.5 minutes. So another really good defensive that they can kind of rotate through. The Fiends, they have to fit a lot of burst damage into a very short period of time if they want to win. It's basically everything they can do to deny that burst damage and survive it. It just makes it so they're going to be okay. And every time they can force Zen, Rat, and Big Mix back to the pillar, it is time they're abiding for, you know, things like the Revival, the Life Cocoon, the Dark Pact to come off cooldown, and then you just kind of always have an answer, which is really nice. So it's a really difficult balancing act here for the Fiends, because if they play too defensive for too long, there just never are openings in the match. But I feel like overall they did a pretty good job. And give a shout out to Big Mix Wow if you want to check out his stream. He's streaming his point of view, and you can check out the Survival Hunter and how they're pulling off these miracles with this composition, because this is definitely not easy. But we are going to be going to a small map, which should hopefully be helpful for them.
Yeah, absolutely. It is their map choice, and it's going to be an important one for them. And yeah, I think that Mechanome is actually a really smart tech choice. You know, it is interesting. One of the nice things as well with the Holy Priest set is the 4-piece is when prayer mending jumps or expires, it increases the damage and healing of your next Holy Word by 4%, and this stacks up to 15 times. So when you're playing against, you know, AoE teams, you are just getting that stacking up constantly, and then your big Holy Word heals are going to be coming out, you know, and being able to top people off. And I think that's one of the reasons that Zen was able to kind of keep that going for so long. But when you're playing a comp like the Shadow Priest Demo Warlock, I don't think there's any way you can just like only single target. Like, you kind of do need that spread pressure. So I don't think there's anything they can really do to kind of circumvent that. But it'll be interesting to see, as you say, you know, the Fiend's going to have to try to walk that line of staying aggressive, but not staying in too long and exposing themselves to too much pressure, because sub-rogues aren't really known for that sustained damage. Aerotross trying to push in immediately here, trying to get combat. There's a scatter over into him, sap onto Numliz, and now a cheap shot on Numliz as Aerotross is into the fear here. Numliz into the kidney. They're trying to get aggressive onto this monk right off the get-go. And now a cheap shot over onto Aerotross, a trap over onto Numliz. They're trying to swap that pressure around here onto this Shadow Priest, getting him pretty low. They got the disperse immediately there. That is kind of surprising.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're just trading it out. It's like, hey, we don't want to fall behind. I'll just use my button. They just have so many buttons that rotate, right? Like, so Numliz is still going to have that Life Cocoon, and Aerotross, I think, just wants to get aggressive and never really be on the back foot. So we'll see if it works out. It can be a risky play, but it can also be quite nice against setup compositions like this. But there's the full trap. If he has to trigger Cocoon, then it's going to be really scary. Aerotross trading out the dispersion. It could be trouble, but there's the Life Cocoon, and now Aerotross can get aggressive into the match once again. If Zenlin in that priest mode, the Guardian mode, he's going to be able to cast out some heals uninterruptible, and that's going to keep his team aggressive. Numliz portals away as he gets swapped to. Nicely done there. Just trying to position on the small map to be as far away as possible and just allow his team to start building up a lead. But the Fiends have been unrelenting in their setups. Another beautiful setup here.
Yeah, another full trap there, and there's the cheap shot over on Aerotross. So they're going back again on the Shadow Priest, not kind of the later game strategy that they had where they're going on a PMake. There's a Kidney now over on a Numbless. They're trying to swap the pressure onto him. The defensive coil coming out there from PMake, and Numbless is going to be able to roll away to safety. He's trying to hold on to his trinket for dear life. Numbless does not want to have to give that up. And that is why the Fiends are trying to pressure him. They're trying to go on him to get that trinket so then they can CC him potentially and actually burst down someone else. They're swapping this pressure around very, very well, and they have been able to rotate through some of those cooldowns, but haven't been able to get the big PvP trinkets. And Disperse is now back up. There's the Intim Stun over on a Numbless. Nothing to follow that up just yet as the Kidney Shot was there onto Aerotross. But Aerotross sitting pretty. You can see the Psychic Core onto Zenlin. Fear to come in off of that. And Big Max was in the Axe Toss. He's getting pressured here pretty heavily. Leg sweep there over onto Rat, who's getting rocked right now. The Mind Games comes in. That's going to actually make him use that cloak here defensively. These Rings of Peace have been really nice, though, from Numbless, trying to prevent the Fiends from actually getting to full reset on this pillar, trying to keep them aggressive here as Big Max is moving out onto the middle of the map, but another Axe Toss does come in onto him, and Aerotross is going to have to try to push in, see if he can pressure Zenlin, try to close this one out a little bit faster. Scatter now over on a PMake. His Rat's out in the middle of the map. There was a Shadow Fury over onto him. The Paralyzed to follow that up. Now Step Kidney over onto Aerotross. They have the cross CC. Yes, they do. There is that trap over on a Numbless, but the pressure is not really mounting because, again, they have that Disperse back up. The sap comes off of the trap. That is now going to expire. Aerotross still sitting pretty low. They're trying to force that second cooldown, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to do it. Now a cheap shot, though, over on a Numbless. Could this mean another cooldown coming out here? No, he's just able to sit through it once again. Numbless has just been so patient with these cooldowns, has really been unfazed in these high-pressure situations.
Yeah, definitely. Aerotross looking good to push in and actually get some pressure rolling. Mana still in favor of NICEBEAM, but it's a lot closer than I thought. Smoke Bomb comes in. Aerotross is going to trinket out of that immediately to try to stay alive, but they might need more. They get the overlap on the trinket. Aerotross is forced to trinket. Numbless is forced to trinket and trade out the Life Cocoon. So the Fiend's doing a great job, but Big Pix has to hold on. Trade out the aspect of the turtle. Rat at the same time taking quite a bit of damage. Zenlin, the Miracle Worker, is going to have to top everybody off and get them stable for another push, but the smaller map is really looking good here for the Fiends. They're getting these consistent setups. Aerotross has been under a lot of pressure. Not too many cooldowns left. Nobody has a trinket. They have about 20 seconds until Dispersion's available again, so got to try to make a play before that and potentially get out that Void Shift. Here it is, a big setup coming in from Rat, and he is deleted. Are you kidding me? Big Mix and Rat, they managed to pull it off. There's just such a short window. You could actually win that. You can see Dispersion's coming up in just 4 seconds, so if they even delayed that, another 10 seconds, that could have been a completely different result, but it all comes down to that overlap, right? Like Aerotross using his trinket at the same time as Numbless. They just had no more answers, and Fiends looked really good in this one.
Yeah, that one was really well played by the Fiends. And it is interesting, they spent so much time on that Warlock, and I don't know if that was more of like a dampening strat, because a lot of teams like to go on Warlocks once the dampening starts to ramp up. They feel that they're more effective targets then. But the early game here was all about pressuring the Shadow Priest, bouncing around, trying to either go Numbless with CC, and then out of that CC they try to pressure him with stuns, try to keep that pressure rolling. But as you say, that one mistake with this overlap, and it did come right there. It is that double trinket. If Aerotross had just trinket and swapped, you probably don't need that trinket at all from Numbless, or if it just had been Numbless trinket cocoon, you don't need that trinket coming out from Aerotross. But this was the window right here where they know they have to get the kill before this verse is up. You can see 25 seconds at this point in the game on that cooldown, and it's not a window that they're going to miss. There's the Step Kidney, the Intim comes in onto Numbless, and right off of that there is the Chastise. The coil came out actually to peel,
so close,
but it just didn't matter, right? He couldn't actually get through it. Numbless never even really got CC'd that much. It was just the Intim into that Chastise. If the coil had come through from PMake a split second earlier, if he had actually been able to peel Zenlin there, potentially they live. I don't know if Numbless would have had enough healing without Cocoon available, but just barely. He wasn't able to get that coil down in time to stop CC chain.
The other was Restoral. That is a massive heal, so I'm kind of wondering if he was just out of range, because it seemed like he had a second to potentially get it off. Let's see. He
did have a global.
Yeah, let's see.
Right here. Potentially. Or was he out of range, do you think?
He's out of range, yeah. If he was in range for that Restoral, he would have lived 100% guarantee. It's a really strong heal. So that's a bit of a misplay there, because it happened to be... He was actually playing the Restoral, which means you can use that Revival or Restoral in stuns. So he actually got crowd controlled by 2 stuns. Yeah, so he would have been able to use it. So a little bit too separated there, but it's a balancing act, right? Because you don't want to be too close, then it's too easy to get crowd control by the subtlety rogue. But if you're too far, you can't use your buttons. So it's a tough spot to be in.
That's tough because he got Intim stunned, right? And then he used his Eminence, I think it's called, to actually be able to port while he's stunned, right? So he ported LOS, which I think his thought process was that's going to be able to avoid, the follow-up trap or whatever comes through. But yeah, that got him, I guess, maybe slightly out of range. That's a tough one, right? It's hard to blame someone in that situation because potentially if you don't actually port, then maybe you just get trapped off that before you're able to get it off anyway. But yeah, I mean, the overlaps are obviously really, really important. You have when you're playing against these burst comps, it's like it's always such a fine line, right? You can't be too precious with your cooldowns because if you're holding them too long, then all of a sudden you have to use everything at once. But you also can't be too proactive with them and dropping them too early, or they'll get through your cooldowns too quickly. So you have to be making sure that you're kind of playing on a script. I always think that's the most important thing when you're playing against these type of competitions. Is Eritros and Numliz in particular need to be talking about like who's going to stop the next go, right? Who's going to be able to use the next cooldown, and that is something that really has to be, I think, preemptively decided on a lot of the time to try to avoid that overlap, because when it happens, that can be the end of the game.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt about it. And a lot of time, you're right. Like those split-second decisions are really tough to make when you don't have it kind of figured out right away. That's when you're going to see overlaps, because the burst damage can be really overwhelming, especially against a composition like what the Fiends is bringing. They open on Numliz, and looks like he is trying to get away. He has another portal. Is he going to use it? Getting kind of destroyed here by BigMix. Looks like he will portal away, looking for a soothing miss. Very patient plays there by Numliz. Doesn't have to overlap too much. Big damage on Eritros, and he's just going to make the trade with the smoke bomb. And I think that is more than fair. Use the dispersion on the smoke bomb. I don't think he was too greedy there. They get the full blind on Numliz. I mean, the Fiends, they are all over the map right now. If you have any more crowd control, looks like Numliz will be able to get the life cocoon, but that's a lot of cooldowns they've already got down, and they're still going after Numliz. I mean, this is absolutely insane. God. These setups are just never ending. The Fiends is looking so good right now.
Yeah, Numliz was just getting rocked there. I thought that they were playing it out very well, but the Fiends so aggressive, just swapping it back and forth, utilizing this cross CC, utilizing those chastises as well as the scatters coming out for that cross CC. There's an axe toss, and now the Fiends will finally pull back. But this is the best opening it feels like they've had. They got the trinket, they got the disperse, they got that life cocoon. They are going to be both back up, about 30-40 seconds though, so they're going to go in onto Eritros now. There's the Intim stun. The trap going to follow it up there onto Numliz. They had the chastise to actually bridge that gap. Axe toss coming in now onto Rat. There's the coil coming off of it. Rat could be in some trouble. He's gonna have to trade out the trinket and the cloak. So NICEBEAM getting a punish there, as Zenlin, I believe, was in some CC himself. He's gonna have to be pulling back now to this pillar, but the Ring of Peace is gonna say no to that. P-Make is pushing in on the side here, trying to harass them. Zenlin can't actually LOS him because that Ring of Peace was still down. Now trying to get these flashlights off. Will be able to top his team back off here finally, but that has brought them precious time, because the life cocoon is back up here in 2 seconds. Disperse is back up in 5. Look how far back Numliz and Eritros are playing, as the Void Crash is going to come down and try to keep the Fiends pinned here.
Yep, there. And get off the pillar, and it looks like they will do that. Kitty shot on Numliz. They're going for the Mistweaver, but he portals away. Can he get in position? Portals away once again, and Mistweavers are just so evasive, but if you can catch them, they're going to die instantaneously. But Numliz has been doing a really good job with his Transcendence. Good backup there by Eritros as well with that grip, and to reposition Numliz. Now it's going to be Zenlin, BigMix, and Rat back to the pillar, but they have been doing a good job pushing the pace. It's not an easy thing to do on a large map like this, but it's just so much easier. Like, NICEBEAM gets such a moment to breathe on this map. There's just a lot more distance they have to cover. If Zenlin wants to get there for cross, he has to cross the map. Big setup on Numliz once again. They might be able to just take him down. He's got the Trinket Cocoon. Is he going to have to make the trade? Looks like he will Trinket into a stun. Is that going to be enough? Looks like he has the healing in order to live, but they did manage to get the trinket. At the same time, BigMix is getting blasted, and that is the risk you take if you are the Fiends. It's a risk you kind of have to take if you want to get anything done in the game, but when you're pulled so far off the pillar, it's really easy for NICEBEAM to punish.
I mean, they just have such a good understanding of when to make their goes, though. In that last push where they got the trinket off Numliz, Rat was leaving the pillar at 20% HP. They're not even waiting until they're fully top, because they know if they wait too long, those cooldowns will be back up, so they have to go now. There's a silence, though, over on a Zenlin. Rat's in a lot of trouble here. The Axe Toss is there. He has Cloak. He will get out of the Axe Toss and will be able to survive without using the Cloak. The Blind going to get thrown down there onto Numliz. They're trying to get this pressure rolling, but the peels were too strong from P-Make. He shuts that down. easily. And now the Step Kidney coming in there on a Numbless. They're trying to rock Rat here, though. Step over onto Aerotross. There's the cheap shot coming out on him. Remember, he does have the Disperse. He does have the Trinket remaining, but they're trying to get that cross CC. The Grip trying to avoid the trap. Wasn't able to do it. Numbless is going to get pulled back, but he's trapped anyway. Again, though, they're having to pull back. Triple Shadow Fury comes in. P-Make going to push in on one side. Aerotross trying to rock them on the other side with that Mind Flay Insanity. Rat now, though, off the pillar once again here. Here he comes, charging in onto Numbless. Not able to get anything down on him, though, and the Spam Fear is coming out. The coil there to follow it. The silence over on a Zenlin. Can they actually force something out here? Zenlin has already used his Trinket, and Rat is just still staying in the middle. It was defended by that Ring of Peace, so nicely done again by Numbless, trying to shut down these goes.
Definitely. Zenlin's mana is not looking solid at this point, though. This is difficult. We saw him get to, 50% dampening on Fumes in game number 1 on the Grand Arena. Let's see if he can do it again. Big stun here on Zenlin. He's getting absolutely rocked here by Aerotross. Good Shadow Step kick there by Rat. Trying to shut down that Shadow Priest damage just a little bit. This is the power infusion, but Rat now caught into the open. He's going to use Vanish once again. He gets the gouge on Numbless. Look at his setup here on the Mystery Remote. Portal's behind the pillar once again. Portal back to the midfield, but they might just take him down. Forced to trade out the Trinket and Cocoon. These pushes here from Rat and BigMix, they can be very devastating. But look at Rat. He's so far away from his team right now. Zenlin just getting spam feared. Rat luckily gets into stealth and is not really going to be a good target here for NICEBEAM to go after. But you do not want to be this isolated from your team. They go after Numbless once again. They get the kitty shot. He's got no portal this time. He gets gripped away. Aerotross is going to have to be a hero. He's got his Trinket and his Void Shift. Beautiful Fear, though, and a counter setup. And now Zenlin, he's got nothing at this point.
Yeah, we'll see if he's going to be able to make a miracle happen like he did on the Grand. He kept them going for so long, but they're so split on this map. Again, Rat, over to the side, you can see he's all dotted up. P-Make going to be pushing in. Aerotross is pushing in onto those Priests and Hunters over on the other side. BigMax now trying to actually regroup with his team. Zenlin going to go into the Angel form, trying to keep his team top, but that's going to pull Rat into the middle of the map here. Rat does have the Cloak, may have to trade it out. Instead, he's going to go into the Vanish here, trying to look for another opener. There's the Intim over on a Numbless. Can they get anything to follow it? No, they cannot just yet. Now the trap comes down. There's the Kidney Bomb coming out onto Aerotross. He does have the Disperse, but will he even have to use it? Cheap shot to follow it up, and there is the Disperse now being forced out. Zenlin trying to keep things rolling for his team. Rat getting pressured very heavily, but he does have that Cloak available. Now the Incap going to come out. Aerotross in the middle of the map does fake a kick and just going to be spamming out that damage. Void Torrent coming out. Rat getting incredibly low. There is the Cloak now traded. That could be the last line of defense for them. Rat is in so much trouble. The AoE grip coming down from Aerotross, trying to keep them safe. BigMax going to be put into the Shadow Fury. Aerotross now into a cheap shot. There's a sap over on a Numbless, and he is getting hit really hard here. His Cocoon is back up. His Trinket's not up for 15, but it feels like the Fiends just can't stay in any longer, and this is going to buy the time for NICEBEAM to get those cooldowns back. There's a scatter over on a P-Make as the coil came through onto Rat. They're trying to step in the middle of the map. The step kick does come out on a Numbless, but it's a leg sweep traded back onto Rat, and he has no Cloak for such a long time. Zenlin into the Fear, and this could potentially just be the end here for the Fiends. BigMax is into the Psychic Scream. There's a cheap shot over onto Aerotross. BigMax going to go into that Turtle. Had to use that defensively, as there's Zen trying to push on Numbless, trying to look for that Fear. Is not going to be able to get it, and it is Rat that will fall here. NICEBEAM did a great job of shutting down those goes, harassing the DPS every single time they tried to push in. And unlike Nagrand, they were not able to really kind of reconvene behind the pillar and just kind of keep going on Fumes. If all 3 targets are getting hit, you just cannot survive on 0 mana. It's just way too hard. And this time, I think NICEBEAM did a much better job than they did on Nagrand of actually getting Zenlin involved and putting more damage into him, making sure everyone is getting split up and being a target.
I mean, certainly they did a really good job. It's just so difficult on this map. You have such small pillars, unlike Nagrand, which you have a lot more free reign to kind of LOS. But on this map, there's a lot less of a margin for error. And it's also a bigger map, too. So when you do have, Rat being forced to chase Numbless, when they're doing these setups on Numbless, and he's portaling behind the pillar, and Rat has to, get there, then he portals back, and then he has to Shadow Step again. Rat commits a lot of his mobility and actually gets stuck in the open. There's a few close calls here on the Numbless. He trinkets out some flash heals from Aerotross, but honestly, the Fiends, all things considered, even though they lost this one, I feel like they had a pretty good game. They did manage to find these consistent setups. You see Numbless right now, these constant setups on him. If he fumbles even a little bit, he could just explode on the Mistweaver Monk. So I think he played it calm, cool, and collected, but ultimately P-Make and Aerotross, they did a really good job, and that's the difficulty if you are going after that Mistweaver Monk. You basically have 2 free casting wizards that and really assist him with, you know, stuns and fears and shadow furies and just all these tools available. You can see Rat just getting spam feared, axe toss on Big Mix, leg sweep on Rat as he makes the push. But it's at this point where Zenlin, he just gets feared on his trinket, and Rat, I mean, you have a lot of lives as a subtlety rogue. There's lots of ways to survive with that. You know, the vanish is in the cloaks, but eventually even Rat is going to run out, and he's not able to scurry away behind the pillar, and he does get taken down.
Yep, does eventually go down. And it's difficult, right? Like, it is difficult on this map. You know, you said it, as they're pushing in, you know, Zenlin also is having to get pulled off the pillar. And so much of it is about, you know, the cross CC, right? Because if you allow the Shadow Priest and the Warlock to be free casting, you're just not going to make anything happen. But there's not enough CC to lock everything down at the same time, right? You're looking for cross scatters, you're looking for cross chastises, and Zenlin's trying to push in and get AoE fears to actually, you know, open up his DPS. But at the same time, when you're going on to Numliz and he's like double porting back and forth, you're having to use multiple stuns that you're not connecting on him during that time. The scatter and so on is going to actually expire. You know, the cross CC is going to expire while he's buying all this time with his ports. Then you have to deal with the grip, then you have to deal with cocoon, and then disperse, and all these things that are relatively short cooldowns, I think is really the challenge for the Fiends, because it's not even that they're forcing cooldown and that stops their go that's like a 3-minute cooldown, right? You know, cocoon is a very short cooldown, so it is difficult if you can't stay in there and keep that pressure rolling. So we'll see. This is a much smaller map, and I do think that they're going to have a better time of getting those goes at the times that they want, just like they did on their previous map pick. This will give them an opportunity to try to tie things up, but you know, even if they're able to do that here, they'll still have to win one more time on a big map.
Yep, that is the advantage of winning that game number 1. Let's see if the Fiends can battle it back here on Dalaran Sewers. NICEBEAM, they've been looking really solid with their composition pick. P-Make on that Demonology. Warlock has been doing a really good job with the peels. Numbless gets swapped to in the opener. He's going to portal away. He can portal back. It looks like he's just going for the Thunder Focus Tea or Zen Focus Tea, just trying to get some heals up. He gets trapped on it. Big setup here on Eritros. He's forced to make the trade immediately. Now an interrupt on Numliz. The Fiends once again with a very aggressive start here, trying to get it done. They get a stun here onto Rat, but looks like the Fiends, they're perfectly happy with what they got in the opener. They got the dispersion, likely a setup here onto Numliz shortly, or get some crowd control on Numliz, and another attempt onto Eritros to capitalize on that early dispersion.
Yep, there it goes. There's the scatter over on a P-Make. You can see that Chastise coming out on him, as well as the stun comes down onto Numliz, the trap to follow that up. They're going to get the life cocoon out here on this push with Eritros being that target. The Fiends able to get something rolling there. They are getting through these early cooldowns again pretty well. They got the disperse, they got the cocoon, but again, this is now their window where they need to force PvP trinkets. They need to force some of those longer cooldowns, or they're just going to rotate right back up. There's a step kidney over on a Numliz. If they're going to try to use this to pressure him, they are in fact doing just that. Numliz going to port out of there as there's a defensive coil coming in from P-Make. Chastise to cross CC him. Now the Shadow Fury is coming back out, but as soon as you chase Numliz down, he ports right back up, so able to deflect that go very easily. And this is the problem. You have one failed go that doesn't get a cooldown, and Eritros now has that disperse here in 20 seconds. So Rat gonna push back in. There's a cheap shot. Do they have the CC to follow it up? Yep, Kidney comes in now onto Eritros. The trap is gonna be there onto Numliz. They need to get something from him right here, right now. They do get that trinket. They don't get the swap. The sap there to follow it up onto Numliz. Can they get something else? They need to keep pushing for another cooldown, but it doesn't look like they're gonna be able to do it just yet as the Psychic Core comes in defensively there onto Big Max. Now another Kidney though onto Numliz. This could actually be problems here for NICEBEAM, as that pressure is really starting to mount, it feels like. But P-Make doing a great job spam peeling. The smoke bomb gonna come out there. Eritros desperately trying to get out as the axe toss was there onto Rat. Another coil to follow that up after the axe toss. It's gonna be MD'd though by Zenlin. Nicely done by him. And Big Max again pushing in. There's a trap gonna be able to land again onto this monk here. The Fear is coming out defensively. Do they have anything to follow it up? They do. There's the DR Sap. There's a cheap shot off the scatter here onto the Warlock. And Eritros in a lot of trouble. There is the disperse once again being forced.
Yeah, nicely done there. And now a setup here on Numliz. If they can get more, if they can get his Trinket or Life Cocoon, that would be absolutely massive. They need to try to cause the defensive cooldown overlaps if they can. The Fiends now caught into a stun. Rat is in trouble. Triple leg sweep. Can they close it out? It's got Touch of Death. Rat's just going to be hiding. He trades up the Feint and the Cloak of Shadows, just trying to recover here behind the pillar. That was a really good offensive push there by NICEBEAM. They needed that. They've been on the defense for so long in this match. This offensive pressure right now, kind of just biding themselves a little bit of time, letting those cooldowns rotate back up, is exactly what they need.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're in such a good position, it feels like now. Numliz way ahead on mana as usual here. And it's been a while since the Fiends have been able to push back out. They're going to try to do just that right here, right now. But Big Mex is just getting crushed as he actually leaves the pillar. There's the kidney shot coming in. The coil there defensively on a Big Mex to try to peel him up. Cheap shot over on a Numbless off of that trinket. So he actually triggered it into the cheap shot, but he's going to be able to pour it away. Can they reconnect onto this Monk? Because he has no cocoon now and no trinket. So Numbless could potentially be a good target here if they can get back to him, because he also just used that port. This is the window that I think the Fiends are going to have to try to capitalize on. We'll see if they can find a setup. We'll see if they can find a go. Big Mex out in the middle of the map, trying to butter him up, trying to get this setup rolling here. The Axos comes in defensively, but that was actually DR. There is now a gouge over on a Numbless. They're trying to get the go right onto him right here, right now. They're going to try to look for the one shot. The gouge into the smoke bomb. The kidney is there to follow it up. Cheap shot to follow that. The grip comes through. They still have a swap available for Aerotross. Not even going to need it. Numbless able to sit through all of that CC as the cross scatter again coming in on PMake, but he has the offensive port now. He has dropped it on the enemy team. He's going to port right in there, trying to delay them from being able to get this reset. You can see the triple Shadow Fury coming across, and the cooldowns again rotating back up here shortly. It's 15 seconds until that life cocoon. So the Fiends are coming out. They're going to look for a go here one more time. This time it's onto Aerotross. The kidney is there. The trap is there for the cross CC. The coil comes out of the stun here onto Rat, and Rat is just getting rocked. The Angel form going to have to come out from Zenlin. The MD as well, trying to keep him alive, and they're going to have to use the cloak here from Rat. So all of the defensives are getting traded through from the Fiends very, very quickly.
Aerotross used a Void Shift in the meantime, so that was a decent push. Then they're still getting the cooldowns out of the way. It is so scary, though. I mean, that's one of the things that makes Fiends an expert. You know, even when they are on the back foot, they're making the defensive trades so they can still try to find a win condition in this match, which is not an easy thing to do. I mean, they were playing this very impressively. You have a scatter shot right now onto the Warlock, a full trap onto Numbless. Rat, though, gets caught into a stun. He's forced to make the trinket so he can get aggressive, gets a follow-up zap here onto Numbless. Do they have the damage to take down Aerotross? He's got no defensive cooldowns. It's going to be Numbless that has to save the day. Aerotross, he has to hold on just a little bit longer. Looks like they won't even trade out the life cocoon. Bit of a disaster, because now Numbless does have his trinket available, so NICEBEAM, they have the tools that they need to survive. Zenlin still has a little bit of mana left, but Rat is just in so much trouble. Gets back to the pillar, and once they're at the pillar, they're going to be feeling relatively safe. Paramedic bouncing, like you mentioned, it's a lot of healing. Triple Shadow Fury comes in, and they're just trying to stall. They know their win condition is the late game. If they can get Zenlin out of mana. Big setup, though. Rat right now getting crazy, but he's just getting blasted. Leg sweep on a Zenlin. A good denial here. That life cocoon from Numbless paying dividends on that smoke bomb, and that just allows NICEBEAM to get aggressive here.
Yeah, absolutely. The pre-cocoon, beautiful there from Numbless. I mean, on the previous go, he's able to sit through everything. This time, at least, they got his trinket. You know, on that previous go, they had the Intim stun and the trap and the sap and the blind. He sat everything, didn't even have to use the cocoon. This time, it is that trinket coming out. And now it is, again, PMake just pushing in aggressively. He knows he has all his defensive, so he wants to get in there, and Rat may just go down as the cross CC is there. Psychic Core over on a Zenlin. Now the Axos comes in off that. A full fear on a Zenlin. He's definitely in some trouble here, but Rat's trying to get aggressive, trying to stay in on the enemy team. He does have his cloak available. He does have that cheat death, and Zenlin now out of the CC. There's a cheap shot there over onto Numbless into the trap. Cheap shot comes out onto Aerotross. Can they get the pressure rolling? It just doesn't look like they have any damage coming out at all. The DR sap comes out again. Zenlin in the angel form trying to keep Rat aggressive. He has that cloak, and they do force it to spur, so they get something there, as well as both the trinkets. So there's no trinkets, there's no life swap, there's no cocoon for about 10 more seconds, but I don't think they're going to be able to capitalize on this window, because it is them on the defensive here. Once again, Axos into the coil coming out from PMake. PMake is just pushing in time and time again. Every time the Fiends try to run back to this pillar, the Warlock is there to make their lives really difficult.
I mean, he has done such a good job. That Demonology Warlock just makes it really difficult for Rogues to actually get the resets that they want. They are on a time limit, and this could be, you know, their time has expired. Rat gets caught into the stun. He's trying to make an aggressive play. He's got the Cloak of Shadows available. Zenlin is feared up. Rat is in so much trouble. He's just going for a hero play onto Numbless, but I don't think he's got the time. 1 second on Vanish. Can he actually get it? He does have the Vanish available, but would like to hold on to it if he can. Zenlin completely tapped on mana. Topping off his team is going to be a nightmare. Does he recover just a little bit there? So not too bad. At 38% dampening, we've seen him last longer than this in these matchups. So let's see how much longer they can hold on. It's do or die here for the Fiends, though. They need to try to make something happen. Big Mix is getting absolutely blasted in the midfield. A little bit of a setup here, but they get deflected away. Nicely done there by PMake. And Aerotross doesn't really have to make any trades during that setup. NICEBEAM, their cooldowns are rotating back up, and they're looking good for a win here on Dalaran.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Numbless has been so good with these pre-cocoons on the CC. There's the double leg sweep across both these DPS, and now the second core comes out on Zen. He has to trigger it immediately to try to keep his team topped off. It's a trap, though, over on Airtross, and they're going offensive here onto Numbless. Numbless does port back, but they're right onto the back of him. The step cheap shot comes through, but it's not going to be enough to finish him off. So again, back to the pillar go the Fiends. They're trying to retreat. They're trying to make things happen. But the pushes have been so difficult with all of the CC coming out. The Turtle is going to be forced now from Big Max. You can see the Axe Toss again in onto Rat. There's a Fear off of that. Shadow Fury to follow that up. Aerotross now pushing in aggressively as well. The Ring of Peace is going to pull Rat out in the middle of the map. The Coil is there. The Smoke Bomb is down defensively, but will it even be enough? He's down to about 1% HP. He will survive with that cheat death, but the Psychic Fear is going to come across pretty much everyone. A trap now, though, on a Numbless. It's going to be MD'd. That is devastating for the Fiends, as that was potentially their last shot at the go here, but all of the defensives are coming back up anyway. There's Trinket, there's Disperse for the Shadow Priest, there's Trinket, there's Cocoon for this Monk. They're trying to swap it over on a P-Make, see if they can make anything happen on this Warlock deep into dampening here. There's a cheap shot there now over onto Numbless. P-Make is getting pretty low here, and he's being very greedy with his shield wall. Is he not even going to use it? The Life Cocoon comes out at about 1% HP, and P-Make still didn't even use the Unending Resolve. That is way too greedy from the Warlock, almost threw the game right there. But Rat now does have to cloak. Again, they're all incredibly low here back behind the pillar.
I mean, 1%. I mean, that's the greed from P-Make. Absolutely unbelievable. I mean, maybe Numbless says, I got you, don't worry, you gotta trust, but that is way too close of a call. 50% dampening right now. Big Mix, keep in mind, there is no aspect of the Turtle. If they can get pressure rolling on him, they could win. P-Make just gonna trade out the Dark Pack and Unending Resolve. Can they push through it? There's no way. Can they actually take P-Make down? Death Coil here onto Rat, the Mortal Coil. Can they take him down to 10% health? He's used, I mean, he's like a cat. He's got 9 lives in this game. He's got 1,000 lives in this game. He just won't die. NICEBEAM probably can't believe that the Fiends are still alive at this point, but I mean, Zenilin, 52% dampening, no mana left, doing what he can with the Light Well, as well as that Prayer of Mending, but I don't know how much longer they can last. Everyone is dead. They need to try to make a setup. They know they're going for it. Kitty Shot, this is potentially the last setup of the game. Can they close it out? P-Make being very evasive, and Big Mix gets stunned. He gets dropped, but I mean, NICEBEAM won this one, but you have to give a shout out to the Fiends, because I'm telling you, like, if this was a matchup that you saw on the ladder, I feel like the Thug Cleave gets absolutely smashed by this composition, but they made this extremely close, and I think it speaks volumes just how good they are.
Yeah, I agree. The matchup looked really one-sided. Like, as far as like compositionally, it felt like NICEBEAM, they played it really well. They did everything they had to do, but definitely impressive showing from the Fiends as well to make it competitive, because I agree, it looked really hard to actually be able to get through those defensive cooldowns. They're just always up, right? And I think, as you're saying, it's like if you're playing against Thug Cleave on live, I don't even think they would be able to make any of these setups kind of happen, right? Like, there's so much RCC that's actually required, and in a lot of situations they're having to push in when they're 10, 20, 30% HP, because you just can't sit back and wait, right? Like look at this. Rat is running off the pillar, and he was initially 10%, because you have to be able to get in and constantly force those defensives to have any chance in the series. But P-Make, Aerotross, Numbless really, really solid. There was some clutch defensive cocoons, pre-cocoons on goes. There was one on the bomb from Numbless in this one. There was another right before he was able to get trapped, and we saw that the Intim Sun and everything was going to come through. You got a pre-cocoon on that. So some really nice plays from Numbless, making sure to keep his team safe. And I think P-Make did a really good job, actually, of just disrupting a lot of the goes, saving his Axe Tosses, saving his Coils and his Shadow Furies for those correct moments to really kind of disrupt those goes when the Fiends were trying to look for a push. It definitely got a little bit dicey here. I could not believe he was not show walling here. Like, that actually blew my mind. That was really, really greedy. And they almost did go down, but the Fiends at the end of the day will lose 1-3, and NICEBEAM will continue this really nice run that they've had here in Cup number 2.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking solid. They're going to be advancing here, and I feel like Numbless on the Mistweaver Monk, he's just been so impressive, really big playmaker for their team. I mean, on that Mistweaver Monk, a lot of people consider the Mistweaver a very passive healer, and it is in a lot of ways, but you can really help your team offensively with, even things like Ring of Peace, like not allowing teams to get back to the pillar, getting really good counter leg sweeps or pushing in for big leg sweeps. Like, you can be the hero for your team. So that was really nicely done there. I'm curious to see if they can continue the success, because, I mean, the top 3 finish at this point, very, very impressive. Let's see how far they can take it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, sky's kind of the limit.
Yeah, sky's definitely the limit for this team. NICEBEAM have had an incredible weekend so far. Here's a look at the bracket, how far they have made it. There's that series that we just finished off right now. The Fiends losing 3-1, unfortunately. That is the end of the road for them. Hopefully we will see them return for Cup number 3. But NICEBEAM, they're going to be waiting for the loser of this next series we've got coming up here. Azale, it's going to be Echo and ADMIRALS Esports.
Yeah, going to be a really good one. Some of the heavy hitters here in Europe are going to be going up against each other. I think Echo, everyone always kind of has them circled as one of the big favorites and one of the teams really to beat. And especially, after how dominant it felt like they looked in Cup number 1, I think everyone would have in Europe been going, back to the drawing board, trying to figure out, what exactly the plan is to try to be able to take down Echo. So we'll have to see if Admirals have been able to figure out anything out, if they're going to, change up compositions, change up strategies, races, gear, whatever. It's those adjustments that you kind of have to make week over week if you want to be able to stand a chance against Echo, who's been looking incredible and has already, as Ben and people were saying, have made some adjustments of their own, right? They're playing, this mage rogue comp, and last week it was much more about Shan on the Demo Warlock. So like we know that they have a lot of comps that are kind of tier 1 level right now.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're gonna go to a break and then we're gonna see what these guys are capable of. Echo versus ADMIRALS Esports coming up next. Everybody, and welcome back. We are into the second series of the day. If you're just now tuning in, NICEBEAM beat the Fiends, knocking them out of the tournament, and now we're moving on to a pretty big one here. Zico, we are seeing Echo face off against ADMIRALS Esports.
Yeah, Echo versus Admiral Esports. These are currently the two top point earners in the region. So whoever takes this is gonna, start to solidify themselves, as a team that could potentially, get that qualification spot, or at least, start at least getting those points and make their way towards that. Last time they faced off last weekend. Admiral Esports won a single game, but then after that, it was just Echo domination. So I wonder what Admiral Esports are going to be bringing in. They have a lot of comps. We saw actually Echo basically relying on Moonkin and Warlock last weekend, but we did see, I think it was the agents running Demon Hunter, Ellie to kind of beat that, and it actually looked pretty good. Now that's something that Admiral Esports have available. So I'm wondering, is Echo just going to be running that Rogue Mage from the start? Is Admiral Esports going to be running that Demon Hunter? Because I think that's going to be very important here in the blind pick. Whoever kind of predicts what the other team is going to do is going to have a massive advantage.
Yeah, definitely. I'm sure a lot of conversations happening behind the scenes here, Super Tees. I mean, like Zico mentioned, there's such a deep pool of compositions that we could be seeing from both sides. Here's a look as well at the win rate and some of the compositions that we've seen from Echo in the past, and these are some impressive numbers, Sid.
Yeah, I mean, their Demonology Warlock Boomkin last week just absolutely owning. And then this week, they're 3-0 on the day with the Rogue Mage Priest against the Shadow Priest Rogue Shaman. So that was the composition that we saw the agents bring, and they just weren't up to par with how much experience Waz and Raikou and Meh have of this composition. It just wasn't going to happen. ADMIRALS Esports, I'm not aware that they could run any sort of composition like a Shadow Priest Rogue Shaman. So they have two kind of options. Like they could run the Demon Hunter Ellie. It won a couple of games, but if we see Echo lock Rogue Mage Priest, then they're going to lose really fast as that composition. So honestly, if I'm Echo, I'd probably just play Rogue Mage Priest. I think with the Holy Priest that you can still do well into the Wizard comps that ADMIRALS Esports might play. But if they play any sort of melee DPS, like they played a lot of Moonkin Warrior throughout the competition up to this point, I think you can win. Even if they play Ellie Locke, I think you could still win. I think the Rogue Mage Holy Priest is probably the most well-rounded comp right now for Echo.
Yeah, definitely could be. I mean, whatever Echo has been doing up to this point has certainly been working. ADMIRALS Esports, though, has also had an incredible weekend. This is the upper final as well, so winner of this one gets to move on to that grand finals, and they're going to have to go. The loser has to go down to face off down in that lower bracket. Who do you think is more prepared for that, Zico, in your mind?
I think they both would be. Yeah, I think both of these teams are pretty strong. So for NICEBEAM, it's going to be tough for them either way, which one of these teams end up dropping down there. But NICEBEAM has had a great performance in this tournament. It's the first top 8, on broadcast, and they've been able to actually make it all the way to that top 3 position. So we'll see. They could definitely surprise us. You can't count those guys out. But we are loading into game number 1 here between Echo and Admiral Esports, and it's going to be a remake. But we did see the compositions here. I did see, we saw half of the composition here. So at least we saw Echo's comp playing that RMP. And did you catch a glimpse of what Admirals was running?
I think it was a Dragon Healer and an Ellie, but I don't know what the third was. So I'm guessing it was a Moonkin. I would assume it's a Moonkin with those classes. So Ellie, Moonkin, Evoker Healer. I think they're going to get decimated by Rogue Mage Priest. I mean, we saw Sidu really struggling yesterday with Calvish's Rogue Mage Priest as Moonkin Ellie. It looked literally unwinnable.
He was a Holy Priest.
Yeah, but I think it's even less winnable with an Evoker Healer because you just die as the Evoker against Subtlety Rogue. I don't know. I'm wondering what they were thinking the first blind pick was going to be. It must have been Demo Boomy, I think, because maybe Ellie Moonkin can out-wizard them, drag the game into dampening, and just out-damage them overall. I could see that, but Ellie Moonkin into Rogue Mage is just... I mean, maybe they're on a different level, right? Like, it's possible that that Swapsy and Jamie, I believe, playing Boomkin and the Ellie are at a different level than what we saw from Mez and Sam-I-Am. It's entirely possible. We'll get to see it at least, right? If this matchup is good or bad, because I would imagine in North America, if this goes well for Admirals Esports, that C2's team's like, oh, okay, Evoker Healer actually is better, even though I think it's worse in this matchup. And yeah, it is the Ellie Moonkin and the Evoker Healer.
All right, so we are going to get to see this matchup, but I actually think this is the matchup that Admiral Esports wanted
Really?
because, their alternative is to play Demon Hunter Ellie into Boomkin Warlock. I think that's, not an ideal matchup if you get the Rogue Mage, so I think maybe this is actually what they wanted, but we'll have to wait and see. Maybe Admiral Esports has something else as well up their sleeve, and they just wanted to play a wizard game. But right now we are going to get the opener. Double Ring of Frost. Ooh, next is so finished. Immediately Trinket, and he might just go down through it. They're trying to push for those extra cooldowns there, but next just staying strong here. Doesn't want to use his rewind. Doesn't want to use any obsidian scales or anything like that. Now caught up in a full blind. Swapsy taking huge damage here. He's going to check out the bark skin. And now we need to see some aggression here from Admiral Esports, because so far it's Echo's aggression just running them over. Now again on to Next here. Next might just die here. Emerald Communion will trade. Jamie spamming out the heals, almost dying through that Emerald Communion. The setup is just absolutely insane. They get the blind, they get the sap, they reset the DRs, and now Next is already in checkmate. The next time they send the kidney shot onto Next, he probably just will go down. If they can set up with a gouge, there it is. Full gouge, and this could be lights up. He actually manages to get away there. Nicely done there by Swapsy, getting those cyclones, but they're swapping Swapsy here. No bark skin. He might just die in the smoke bomb. He trinkets out at the last second. Gets the frenzied regen. Next has those buffs right now, so he is going to be a little bit hard to go after. But as I say that, they do dispel that, and now Next is going to be in massive trouble, Sid.
He tried to pre-deep breath, but I think Waz was still CC'd, so he's not going to hit the immunity. He has to immune the stun, and now with deep breath on cooldown, I don't think he has a way to do it. Raikou is taking a bit of damage. Maybe there's some possibilities here. Waz down at half. Next is in midfield. Waz getting even lower now as Mez jumping into that Spirit of the Redeemer, but Swapsy is just getting roasted right now, just getting toasted. Just, oh my god, that's a deep-fried Moonkin right there on Admirals Esports. Echo just looking so clean.
Jeez, that's a game. I mean, what an opener. I like the opener, double cheap shot into double ring. They sap up the Evoker. They go after the Evoker. They take him down. They force the trinkets. And then after that, I mean, we can see here is towards the end. So next, he's got those stacks right now, making it impossible to crowd control him. So they're just sending a smoke bomb attempt here onto Swapsy. They get his trinket. He doesn't have bark skin. Next, trying to pre-immune some of those crowd controls, but Waz was still in a cyclone there, so a little bit of miscommunication there. But at this point, they're kind of in checkmate. Swapsy has no trinket. Next has no trinket as well, and they're just setting him up here for crowd control. So at this point, Next might go down, or Swapsy might go down. The cheap shot sheep, full kidney shot, shadow dance. Big damage coming in here from Raikou with that combustion, and they get the kidney shot into. He actually gets the bark skin there at the last second, but just not enough. And I mean, the damage coming out from Echo's RMP. This is why we continuously hype this team. And when they do play that Rogue Mage, it's just insane. How aggressive they are. We talk about how a lot of teams are like hit and run when they play Rogue Mage. Like they go for their little setup and then they run back to the pillar and wait for their DRs. Echo doesn't really play like that. The whole game is just one big go.
Yeah, I mean, if you slip away like we saw Next did with the hover across the map, like, oh, okay, we'll just kill your Boomkin in a bomb. Like, they can just, on a dime, it's like, we'll get the dragon if that's the good strat, but if he makes a way that it's not, we immediately have a plan B, a plan C, and then we can rotate back to plan A if that becomes presentable. Like, just always aware of the situation and min-maxing every single moment of the game. And that matchup went pretty much as I was expected, maybe even slightly better for Echo than I would have imagined. Like killing the Boomkin so easily like that in the swaps, and Raikou's damage was just so high. And that's the thing, is you need a comp that can run on top of the mage. If the mage is free casting from 40 yards away, he does the most unhealable damage you can ever see in the game. It's obscene. Like, he's doing the combined damage of a Moonkin and Ellie, and Moonkin and Ellie do obscene damage. So like, you've got to have something that can get on top of the mage. Admirals Esports are going for Empyrean Domain, which doesn't immediately trigger to me that they're going to play something that can run the mage down. And they also just don't really have a lot of comps that can. I'm somewhat wondering how good like a Turbo might be able to do. in a matchup like this, just thinking of like all the possible options that they have, maybe some type of durable melee cleave, maybe even a Death Knight Warrior, just trying something that's totally different because they can't, there's no way they can keep running the matchup with the Ellie Moonkin.
Yeah, that did not look ideal for them. I'm not sure what Admiral Esports here is going to do, but Echo, they're going to be locking in the Rogue Mage immediately, and they are going to be bringing in Swapsy on the Warlock. So they're going to get the Moonkin out of there. They're going to be bringing in next on the Restoration Druid as well. So they are making some changes here, bringing in their second Wizard Cleave. Is it going to be enough, though, is the question. I feel like as long as Echo has multiple targets that they can take down, they're happy to play these matchups. And I feel like they do have that in this matchup. But if Nex can pre-bear form a lot of those goals, he's going to be in pretty good shape. But even in dampening, like if they can drag the game on, they could definitely just send Swapsy as well.
Yeah, just another Wizard Cleave swapped in here. Demonology Warlock's definitely a better pick into the Subtlety Rogue. I will say that. I think that this comp is looking like it has a lot more potential. Also a bit more difficult to kill a Resto Druid than an Evoker if they're able to get into bear form. Evoker doesn't have that ability to shapeshift and get extra armor and health on a swap. So I think the Resto Druid is a better pick. And this is a good map to set up drinks. So I could see this composition working. It's just a matter of, can Echo win in dampening is another thing. Like maybe they can just dampen. Sometimes they'll do that against Wizard Cleaves. They'll just play really defensive, conserve their mana, and win the game in dampening. Or if they're just going to run them over with aggression and make the swaps that we saw. I think it'll be more difficult to play aggressive, though, against this composition than the last one.
Absolutely. That's the thing about Echo as well. Like they have, this insane aggression. They have this, they're really pushing the pace of the game when they play that Rogue Mage. But they also have the meh factor, which is they just win late game as well because he just seems to, out-oom every healer. So it's gonna be interesting to see if they can at least force Echo off of this pick with what Admiral Esports are running. We'll just have to wait and see here as we load into the game. But I think Jamie is going to need to play an extremely good game defensively. And for Echo, if they can kind of get those super clean setups, they could definitely take down Jamie. They could definitely take down Next. They have some good targets here on the side of Admirals Esports. So we'll see what they decide to do here. But usually it is really hard for Jamie to actually avoid a lot of these setups because of that gouge. I feel like the gouge is such a great tool now that rogues have. That they used to have as well in the past. They got kind of re-added in Dragonflight, where they just gouge the kill target, and it just gives them so much time to. It gives Matt time to get the Shastas, to get the Fear. It gives Raikou time to get the Dragon's Breath, to get the Poly. It just gives everybody time to actually land their CC and connect the damage in the stuns. So we'll see if Jamie can kind of out-position and out-kite Waz, because if not, he is definitely going to be looking like a good target for them.
All right, this composition, I feel like this has to work. Otherwise, they're going to start pulling out some weird stuff to be able to try and deal with Echo. And I mean, Echo is trying to maybe pull off a Golden Guardians this cup and go undefeated on broadcast, at least against all of these teams. Because man, this Rogue Mage Priest is just bulldozing teams over. They're getting ready to construct their empire on top of the ruins of all of the other teams. They're just absolutely owning. Meh is able to back their team up for so long in these games. Like I want to say he's the best mana management of any healer right now. I swear this guy can't run out of mana. It doesn't matter what class he's on or what he's doing. Like, it's just impossible to run him out of mana. And Admirals Esports, like their comp, that's the main win condition, is running the healer out of mana. So if you're fighting against Meh, like this could be really dangerous. We can see Swapsy sending in the pet to try and Bladestorm the Rogue out. Was going to sap the pet right after that Bladestorm. No one's got popped out of stealth, so they should be able to get a clean opener. Swapsy's just pre-casting Vilefiend, trying to send that in to guarantee combat. And Jamie and Swapsy are combat now, so there isn't going to be a sap. Next is still in Cat, but if they find him in Cat, they might be able to sap him before he's able to grab combat. They're just going to open right with an interrupt onto Swapsy. Raikou takes a huge hit of damage from Jamie in the initial exchange. Swapsy ports behind the pillar. Waz Shadow steps in. He gets Frost Shock Root for a moment into a coil. He's going to vanish away from sight, though. Get a cheap shot. Looks like he's swapping to Jamie, maybe trying to bait some hots. He's going to get Axe Toss. Now a big swap onto Next out in the middle of the map with that kidney shot. He's getting spam feared at the moment, but Next is still dying. Big heal comes through.
Some nice support from Jamie. Next is trying to reposition in bear form. Waz is getting punished for this aggressive play. He's already used his medallion. He's getting low. I love the hexes on Raikou. That's going to be really important. There's no way to decurse that crowd control. So every time Jamie finds a hex, it's going to enable them to get a lot of pressure. But a sap onto next. Swapsy ports back behind the pillar. Casting out the Foul Fiend at half health. Pressure still on Raikou. Another setup on next. He's out of bear form. Is he just going to drop right now? Double Shadow Fury. Spam Fierce from Swapsy. And he's protecting him. But now they just switch over to the Warlock, who is already low. Cutting him down at the moment. Fireball after fireball. Waz is just owning Swapsy in this position. Next is struggling so much to keep up the pressure, but has now managed to recover.
Such great swaps here from Echo, really pushing the pace, making next kind of second guess who they're going to go after. But right now, Waz could be in a little bit of trouble here. Jamie's done a good job kind of deflecting the situation here with Swapsy. Swapsy is taking quite a bit of damage here from Raikou. Full Fear connects onto next, but no cover onto Jamie, and Jamie will be able to Tremor Totem that one. They're pulling Waz over onto next here, maybe looking to set up something here onto next, or just trying to buy some time for that next go. Here's the next go coming onto Swapsy. There's a full kidney shot, but no damage really to follow it up. And now they're going to go after next. Here comes big damage. He trades out the bark skin. Is it going to be enough? Look at Jamie shutting it down immediately with a nice lightning lasso, shutting down that combustion damage, but next still taking a lot of extra damage there. He's going to duck into bear form, activate the frenzied regen, and he should be completely fine with that. Now Waz could be in trouble. He has the Cloak of Shadows, might need to use it here. Meh actually getting swapped to as well, taking a lot of damage in that axe toss, but Waz being greedy here with his Cloak of Shadows, and he is going to be able to hold on to it, I do believe, here as they go back to the pillar, kind of trying to just recover here for a moment. Meh's mana is actually still really good compared to next, and now they're going to go after Swapsy here. They don't want to give next any openings here where he could go for drinks, and the Tremor Totem is back for Jamie, so Meh chasing next here. They need to get some crowd control onto Jamie, otherwise that Fear is going to get tremored. Meh is not even going to go for the Fear there, as he knows that it will just be Tremor there in the back line. Raikou getting cycloned here actually on the swap. Really nicely done there by next, and that's going to shut down a lot of that control. And Waz dropping super low here behind the pillar. Does catch a couple of heals here from Meh, but Meh now also getting blasted. Ducks back into Guardian form here. Spam healing his whole team. Raikou might be forced to trade out the Ice Block here. Meh, how is he going to stay alive? But after this, Waz actually in so much trouble as well. No Cloak of Shadows. Meh now getting swapped to out of that. Meh could just go down here. He's getting cleaved. Waz vanished on 1% HP there. And so far, Admiral Esports are looking absolutely bulletproof.
What is it with 1% survival rates right now? A big setup onto next. Barkskin going to trade for him. Good crowd control onto Waz is denying his assault here as next is repositioning, dragging Waz into the middle of the map, knowing he's an exposed target. Cyclone cast here onto Meh. Hex on Raikou. They've isolated Waz. He's on the run, trying to get back behind the pillar. Star Surge lobbed in from next. Next is probably going to drink in this position to build an advantage. Waz is pinned. He steps out in the middle of the map, but he gets gripped back over towards next. They want to stop that drink as soon as possible. Waz is just so low. Bash onto Meh. He's got Void Shift, but he can't use it in a bash. He's trying to be greedy behind the pillar. Next repositions to drink behind that one, and Meh looks like he's pushing forward at him with that Angelic Feather, but not able to. Next is not drinking, so they're not going to overextend just yet. They're setting up damage onto Jamie, but Raikou is hexed once again. These hexes are so important. Waz caught in a coil. Can they drop him with 1 second left? Raikou gets sheared on his peel. He's trying to polymorph 1% again on Waz. Miracle recovery with that Guardian Spirit. Meh connecting some big heals, going after Swapsy. Shadow Fiend out for a moment as they're trying to cut him down in a kidney shot. Can they take him out here? No Iron Bark. He ports back over to next, but Waz is just going to Shadow Step and get a cheap shot. Ring of Frost gets interrupted. Good shapeshift by next, anticipating that stun so that he could avoid crowd control in that position. Lightning Lasso on Raikou. Jamie doing what he can to stall. Next is repositioning across the map. Meh is chasing him, but he has to heal Waz at the same time that he's chasing the Druid. He gets fully hexed. Stun on Raikou to cross the Dispel. He gets Dispelled. Gouge to set up next, out of form, but Raikou is getting blasted. Is he going to be able to push? Ray of Hope pauses the damage. They need to make sure this Ray of Hope is positive. It looks like it will be. Big setup on the next, but Tranquility and Trinket will enable him to survive in this position. But now with no Trinket and no Barkskin, next is a target. He knows it. He's going to need to get into stealth, but we've seen Waz in the past. Like, he'll pick that Shadow Sight Eye up before their go to make sure that these Druids can't get into stealth.
Oh. Yeah, and Waz, once again, another close call there, but Meh is there to save the day with that Spirit of Redemption. Now, Cheap Shot onto Swapsy, and they want to set up Swap onto Next. Next knows it. Look at him trying to duck around here, making sure that he tries to avoid it. Meh tries to fear him, actually, try to get him out of form, but nice pre-bear form there by Next. He knows he is absolutely dead if he goes out of that bear form. Jamie's there to shut down the setup here with that Lightning Lasso. Raikou looking for the Ring of Frost, finds it onto Jamie. If Next dispels it, he could get swapped to. He does manage to get sheeped here. This could be enough here. They're trying to buy time, and there it is. Big damage here onto Next. They cheap shot swaps it to avoid the peels. Mind Games connect. So much damage, and that is going to be it, surely. No, Next manages to stay alive here. He gets the Iron Bark. He gets a huge heal with the Swiftman, and Next with a miraculous recovery there. Echo almost closing it out there, and now with Next being able to stay alive with that, Mess mana is dwindling. Waz could be in a lot of trouble here. Once again, goes for the blind out of form. He's buying time for his team to get over there. He has the gouge to follow it up. Kidney shot onto Jamie, and here comes the next push. Big damage. Cheap shot coming out. Jamie with a nice knock there. Gets the fear and makes sure that Matt doesn't actually make it there in time, and Raiku's not able to connect with the damage, despite Waz buying them so much time to actually get over there. And now Next has survived two extremely close calls right there, and Waz is going to recover once again. Raikou still has his ice block in his back pocket. Mess mana not doing too good. Next has a little bit more to work with, but also not looking too great for him. And Echo realizing here they need to try to take down Next right now. It's do or die here for them. Raikou ice blocks offensively, and they try to get going, but Next once again with just a beautiful recovery goes for the innervates here. Is going to allow him to actually spam out those heals, and Waz also dropping dangerously low. Void Shift comes out there for Meh, as Meh trying to keep his rogue alive here. Waz with a defensive shadowy duel onto Jamie, cheap shots him into a gouge, but Waz not looking too good. Meh is not looking too good, and I think Admiral Esports has got it. They've weathered the storm at this point.
Oh, Smoke Bomb comes down, and Hail Mary, everything on the line. Can they get it? They trick it out of the Cyclone. They fade the CC. A pre-Tranquility from Next, anticipating Waz's setup. He needs to get into Bear form out of this Tranquility. He goes into Bear form, and he shouldn't die in Bear with Barkskin. Met is going to duck into that Spirit of the Redeemer. His healing is free, and he's spamming heals. Raikou is trying to carry the game. Look at this damage from Raikou right now. Just owning Swapsy, owning Jamie, almost killing both of them by himself in this position, doing whatever they can in this situation. They don't want to drop their perfect streak. They're looking to go undefeated in Cup number 2 on broadcast, and they're actually pretty close to a kill on Swapsy. This is all off the back of Raikou's pressure. He is doing so much damage right now. Is he just going to solo Swapsy? Waz is next to Next. He gets the crowd control. He's going in for the kill. Ring of Frost around the corner. Raikou snipes it, and Swapsy is so exposed, but so is Waz. Man needs to keep Waz alive just a little bit longer. Can he do it? Ray of Hope is up. It's looking positive right now. He's going to Crimson Vial to boost the healing into it as well. He's going to bounce back up to about 80%. They need to stay on target. They need to win the game right now, but Waz gets intercepted in a stun and might just drop. He's got Cheat Death. Will it proc? He steps behind the Lava Burst. He's trying to get back behind the pillar. He's facing the pets with the evasion to dodge the pet hits at 10% health just to buy time for Men now to get the Guardian Angel. He's going to use that onto him and get a huge heal and recover him into the fight. Absolute min-max madness by Echo at the moment, but Raikou, that offensive ice block might come back to bite him. Met is caught into a stun. Raikou into a fear. Back behind the pillar. Swapsy, Next, and Jamie cannot believe that they are still alive at this point. What an insane game, too.
Yeah, and Next actually managed to sit down for a drink right there. They're trying to pull the trigger here on another kill. Waz, though, getting absolutely blasted here, getting caught up in those stuns there with the Axtos. And Raikou now, Kodra is going to proc for Raikou. How is he going to stay alive? I don't think he will here. Meh is trying to work some miracles, but Jamie comes in and manages to dent him. And that is going to be a beautiful game here for Admiral Esports, especially from Next. That was absolutely insane. I don't know, man. How repeatable is that? That was way too many close calls.
Yeah, I mean, if this is on a smaller map where it's easier to get to Next. Also, I mean, Waz's team don't even need to play Rogue Mage in this matchup. They were playing Moonkin Warlock and dominating this matchup, so we might see that out from them in the future. But like, this was insane recovery from Meh time and time again. This is when they set up onto him earlier on in the game, and he actually survived. He walks into that Fell Lord, and I'm thinking, oh, this is over. Like, he's stacked up. He's getting stunned over and over. Waz is across the map at 1%, lives with a vanish, clutches out a huge heal at the last possible second. Like, insane recovery through this. The fact that his mana was even with a Resto Druid in a matchup like this is also quite crazy. What I like that Next did was he didn't fall into the bait of, like, he was trying to drink, but he was never greedy with it. It was like, I'm going to get a couple sips, but I'm not going to go all the way. I'm going to come back, make sure I have hots, make sure I'm in form, and not throw the game. So a really good positioning and awareness on his part to not super greed those situations. I like this pre-Tranquility from Next as well. He's like anticipating that he's going to get attacked as soon as Met trinkets, so he just tranks to immune any CC and then sprints away in Bear form, and that gives him distance. Then Jamie Swapsy can get in front of him, and if Waz pushes forward, like, he's going to take a lot of damage. This is where I was thinking, like, Raikou is just going to win the game for his team with that combustion, and Waz with the plays here, right? Like, he shadow steps behind Jamie to stop the next global so he doesn't die. And then with evasion up, he turns around to face the pet. So he shadow steps Jamie, gets behind him, faces the pets while moving back towards the pillar. So they're all dodging their attacks with evasion. Enough time to get Guardian Spirit. It's like, okay,
Look at
it's up.
Next.
I can heal you. But Next is just across the field, just always cutting away.
Yeah, Next was actually sitting down there for a drink as soon as Waz went for that defensive play, and he was completely tapped. And I think that's what actually enabled them to get the win here, because Next, he was before Meh. So really, really nicely done there by Next to actually get that drink there at the end. And then here, you can see these setups as well from Admiral Esports. They get the coil into the axe toss, perfectly chaining them. Waz goes for the banish. Cheat Def procs for him. He's behind the pillar. And Waz has the Cloak of Shadows here, but I mean, there's so much pressure. They get the triple Shadow Fury here, I do believe, from Swapsy, and that just makes such a big difference here. They get the triple root into the triple Shadow Fury into the Elemental Shaman of Jamie coming in there and actually getting some work done. So another crazy thing about this game was Meh. Did you see his healing? He had like 70k consistent HPS the entire game. I mean, look at his healing done. 32 million healing done. This is something, man. I feel like this is actually a winnable matchup for sure. Think about it. It's the best map for Admiral Esports, and it was so close. It just came down to getting that one drink. Came down to a couple of really close calls where the Druid easily could have gone down as well. So I feel like they could comp swap, or they could just stick with the same thing and just lock it in here on hook point. Admiral Esports definitely going to have a tough choice ahead of them.
Yeah, on the small map here, I feel like they're going to pick the same comp. I mean, that's like looked like the best game for them overall, but no, really big curveball bringing in this comp. Honestly, this comp has a pretty good win rate for them, surprisingly. It's not very common you play Moonkin and Warrior together in tournament play, and they're like the only team doing it, especially with the Arms Warrior. So on a small map, Blizz is going to provide a lot of protection, which is super important for the Moonkin and the Evoker, because those classes by themselves isolated against Rogue Mage are not very good. I'm imagining Echo still goes Rogue Mage Priest here. It's if they get triple CC and remove the Warrior on the goes, I think Next is still vulnerable. Swapsy is still vulnerable, so as long as they play clean offense, that this comp might not work for them. But Admirals Esports just want to try something different, I suppose, in this situation. As a Wizard Cleave on hook point is just not going to be super favorable.
Yeah, we'll see what the Echo decides to do. It's a scary team. The thing about Echo as well is that they have somebody named Chanimal on the bench. So, probably not going to be tagged in here, or he will not be tagged in here, obviously, because it is hook point as well. But they have so much versatility. They could play a Rogue Shadow Priest with Raikon the Shadow Priest. They could play a Mage Lock. They could play Rogue Warlock. They could play Boomkin Warlock. And having Meh as well, being able to play multiple healers like the Evoker, it just gives them so many different options. So even if you do end up kind of beating the RMP, that's just kind of the first step, So if you want to dismantle Echo, you really need to come in with multiple comps. And I do like this from Admiral Esports, bringing in Lizzo on the Warrior. This is a comp, like you mentioned, they've had great success with. And I think if you're going to be playing on hook point, you're going to be playing with the rest of Druid. It's going to be a tough matchup, It's going to be really, really tough. So get, Blizzo in there instead, and see if this comp actually has a shot here on hook point. And if it does, well, you just won the swing match. And then on the large maps, you can always just default back to your Wizard Cleave.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting. I don't think it's a guaranteed win. I think it's still going to be a really tough matchup, but it makes more sense to me if Blizzo can run down the Mage. They can play more aggressive with this composition, but surviving the setups from Echo, because the main problem is as long as Meh changes to a Gnome Holy Priest, not having Solar Beam as a Boomkin against pretty much every healer except an Evoker it's just really tough to actually CC the healer for any amount of time that feels like it has impact. So as long as he makes that shift and he's playing Gnome, I think this is still really tough for Admirals Esports. Likely try and focus just on defense, try and get like pre-bear form on swap, pre-cyclones to stop goes. So like if they see Waz crossing the map, clone the Mage while they're pushing in, so they have to wait for Raikou to come onto the clone before they go, switch that clone around a lot to try and make it difficult, get the high winds debuff up as much as possible for the 30% damage reduction. If they play like a really defensive Moonkin Warrior, they might be able to win this. And because it's a small map, it'll be difficult for Raikou to get like max range. for Flame Cannon to be as min-maxed as possible. So that's a bonus there as well. And Blizzo is probably one of the best players for dismantling like Rogue Mage. Like, how many years has Blizzo been fighting against the Rogue Mages as an arms warrior? So like, he knows how the setups work. He's played against Waz at how many events at this point. So bringing him in as an individual player makes a lot of sense, even if potentially the composition isn't that great in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the same thing could be said about Swapsy as well. It's always, you know, the EU meta has always been Rogue Mage teams and Swapsy trying to kind of hold down his ground against them, trying to dismantle them. We used to call him the anti-Rogue Mage is the nickname we gave him a few years back. And it kind of holds true even in 2023. Swapsy finding himself trying to find ways to beat this composition. And we'll see here what ends up happening. I do think Next is going to definitely be tested in this one. I mean, we saw in game number 1, if they can get setups like that, if they can start the game with a sap onto Next, get a cheap shot into, you know, a crowd control onto Blizzo, it's just going to be really tough for Next. The damage is absolutely overwhelming. Man is also doing a lot of work with those mind games. Anytime they have a swap or a setup where Mac actually connects with that ability, it just makes it so much more deadly. So definitely need to keep an eye out for those mind games. If Mac can connect there, it's going to be, you know, those are the setups where you can get multiple cooldowns. And that's really what you want. If you are Echo, you want to be able to force out, you know, the Trinket, you want to be able to force out the Emerald Communion, you know, as close as possible to each other, because that'll give you a bigger window to land the kills later. If someone on Admiral Esports end up blocking the kill, you will still have more time to kind of go for it before those cooldowns are back up.
I'm just really worried about the CC for Admirals Esports, like, because it's a Holy Priest, they get that extra guaranteed crowd control that can prevent the targets from, you know, moving away or pre-bearing or getting a disarm off or something. Like, if Echo are on point with their crowd control, I don't even know if Blizzo is going to be enough. And this is an important game because they do not want to play Ellie Locke into Boomkin Warlock, I can't imagine, with how bad that record has gone for them against Echo, at least throughout last week. So they really need this win here. They need this curveball. Their Moonkin Warrior composition, the only team in the tournament to be running this consistently. But let's see what they can do here when the gates are going to open in just a moment. Can they take down Echo? They beat them one game. They took away their undefeated streak, which is already impressive.
Oh, their undefeated streak this week. They lost last week as well to Admiral Esports, one game. So Admiral Esports, they have been the team that's been able to test Echo the most, but you know, last week they won the first game and then they got absolutely steamrolled the rest of the tournament. So we'll see here. They made them bleed, but now can they win the swing match here? They've tagged in Blizzo to try to get the job done. And already crowd control is coming out here. Blizzo immediately just blade storming here to make sure that he stays out of crowd control during that setup. And Blizzo is going to connect here onto Raikou with the shockwave. And Next doing a decent job here trying to avoid the crowd control. But there it is, full fear onto Next. And Swapsy, actually, they're going to Ring of Frost Next here, trying to buy themselves some time here. Who are they actually going to go after? I think they're going to be setting up onto Next potentially here.
These prees.
Doesn't look like, there it is. Now finally full kidney coming out here onto Next. But Blizzo is actually free and still they get the Emerald Communion.
So Next pre-walled, so they couldn't attack him, so they tried to figure out what they wanted to do. Then Blizzo pre-parried, so they're like, okay, we can't attack him, what do we do? And they just went Next out of the ring and got his Communion, which really important cooldown to get. Now, on the opposite side, they've got Cloak of Shadows from Waz. They've got the Spirit of the Redeemer from Met as well, that immunity angel form. So definitely some cooldowns being forced from both sides. But I think it's all about Next. He's got to be in a good spot. Can Swapsy save him? Kidney shot's got him locked down, but it actually looks like they're going after Swapsy instead. They force his Barkskin. They can even switch to Blizzo. He's got no parry. They're trying to stay on the Moonkin. Blizzo charges over to try and assist. Swapsy fakes the interrupt there. He might be able to go for a precog Cyclone. He's trying to get it, but Raikou max ranges it. They stun Waz. He gets gripped away back behind the pillar. Swapsy's chasing him down. Big damage. All three players of Admirals Esports going after Waz. They will force his evasion on top of that Ray of Hope, as well as Mez Trinket. And the Stormbolt swaps on Waz. If they can catch him and 100-0 him in that stun, it's definitely going to be win condition, but they're setting up again on the Next. Bash on Mez, stopping the mind games. Blizzo intervenes over, and intervenes, such an important ability in this matchup, redirecting those attacks to the Warrior rather than the Evoker. Nullifying Shrouds up. Waz is taking a huge hit
of damage. Met is trying to heal through it, going for those Holy Word Sanctifies. He's procced his Naru. He's got a lot of bonus healing, but Blizzo is Blade Storming. Blade Storm's over. They swap to Blizzo in the bomb. He gets rescued by Next. A big rewind, and it will save him, but it was Blizzo's trinket, even despite that play from Next. So if he gets crowd control, he won't be able to trinket and assist his team in the future. Chastise onto Next. Met is getting in position for a fear. Who are they going to attack? Swapsy's in bear form. Disarm on Waz, stopping him from his stun, but Swapsy's just getting owned by Raikou, and Met at the moment, he's just getting destroyed with spells. Big Blade Storm damage coming up, but another kidney shot onto Next. Waz can't stun the warrior. He's trying to run away. Ring of Frost. Oh, it misses by just an inch. That Ring of Frost just misses by a slight amount, but Next runs into it anyways. And now Blizzo is going to have to use the Die by the Sword, parrying the attacks and providing damage reduction, but they are still looking decently stable on the side of Admirals Esports. I was not expecting them to be in as good of a shape at this point in the game.
Yeah, they still have Trinket on Swaps. They still have Trinket on Next, so definitely a decent amount of defense left. But Blizzo's got nothing, and he's going to definitely be the target here of choice. Raikou right now doing a lot of work here. He's got the Power Infusion already trying to soften up the target here. But Waz, look at him getting absolutely blasted right now, and he will be able to stay alive. And there it is, full fear onto Next. Kidney shot onto Blizzo, and that's going to be Next's Trinket immediately. And now they have that opening. No Emerald Communion for another 38 seconds. No Trinket, but they might just kill him outright here. They continue to chain, and Blizzo will get absolutely blasted here in game number 3. Really nice chain there, and I think Raikou did a lot of work here making sure that he got that damage off on that mage, and he had that Power Infusion as well from Meh, and Blizzo just couldn't really recover.
I mean, I was, maybe I cursed them or something. I was like, I didn't expect them to see it as good of shape as they're in, and then 10 seconds later, every single cooldown and dead through it. At that point, it seems like they just hard committed to the warrior at that point in the game. Maybe they didn't think that he was going to be a great target, but after they started committing to him, I mean, you can't intervene yourself, right? It started looking really good for them. So it seems like the warrior is just a soft target in this matchup, and when they're able to set up on him, Blizzo is just getting destroyed. Like, they got his parry here. He's got no medallion from the smoke bomb earlier. Both Swapsy and Next, I think, trinket on the next crowd control chain, and even with both of them trinketing out, Blizzo dies just a few moments after that point. So really tough to deal with this offense. They continued to try and get these like double stuns, stun the healer, stun the rogue, and they were getting close to a kill, but close is not close enough when trying to eradicate a rogue. And right here, this kidney shot. Next trinkets on this go. Swapsy trinkets, he gets stunned in his trinket. They kill him through time dilation. So time dilation staggers damage into a dot, and it stacks up. So like this time dilation is ticking for a huge dot. Like Raikou and Waz just continued to attack into it, and even time dilation was not enough to thwart the push there. And man, Raikou is just carrying, man. He is just straight up carrying every game, man. He's the combined damage of the opposing team. Like, oh my god, I mean, like, Fire Mage damage is up there, but like this is like another level to try and get to. Raikou is having a lot of fun with these new Fire Mage talents.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look at those numbers. It's just crazy to see how much damage he was actually able to put out there during that moment. And again, it was Waz as well. They managed to get that fear. Next trinket, next trinket is the fear, and then Waz instantly cheap shots the trinket. You know, it was a DR cheap shot, but that allows Raikou to sneak in the polymorph and continue the chain. And then they continued it, I think, with a gouge there at the end. So just killing him through basically every single cooldown. And I think a lot of it also came down to that parry earlier. Next, the Ring of Frost that missed onto Next, he actually walked into that to DR himself, and I think Blizzo maybe didn't trust that he was fine, so he popped that parry a little bit early maybe, and it is, you know, one of those cooldowns that you kind of have to use on high HP, so he did pop it there, and that kind of gave them that opening, because if you had parry there at the end, I feel like he would have lived. It was really close, but still, like, your healer trinket plus parry, time dilation, it is a lot just to survive that setup, but that might have actually been enough to stall for them a little bit. But now we're going to Maldraxxus Coliseum. So is Echo gonna lock in the Rogue Mage again? It was an extremely close game, or did it just tag in Chanimal and go Boomkin, Warlock?
I think they do Boomkin Warlock on the blind. It seemed like they had to really work to be able to get the win as Rogue Mage, and I feel like Boomkin Lock will not have to work nearly as hard in any of the matchups that Admirals Esports has for them, unless there's some sleeper counter, and that's why Echo didn't pick it in game 1 that they're expecting. Maybe the Ellie Moonkin is actually hard for them. It's possible. But I don't know if they want to play like a 10-minute grueling match like they just did as Rogue Mage, trying to set up these swaps on next, or if they just want to go into a Wizard Mirror, bring Chanimal, who's fresh also off the bench, as opposed to Admirals Esports, who might be a little bit more demoralized, and you know, more exhausted with how long the series might be for their players overall in those types of matchups. So I think it would be a good idea to get Chanimal in at this point.
The clock is ticking. We'll see what they decide to do. I think they're gonna go with RMP again. I feel like I feel like they will. Yeah, there it is. Echo gonna be locking it in. I wonder what. I feel like Echo is the kind of team that they just want to be able to play only RMP and beat everyone, or do you want to be able to play like Boomkin demo and just beat everyone? You know, I just want to be able to play one comp, kind of like Luminosity. You know, last season, like they had a lot of options, but they just stick with the RPS and try to make it work into everything. And I think that it's going to be interesting to see if Admiral Esports can replicate what we saw on Empyrean Domain, because probably we're going to see that same matchup once again here. And I do wonder if there is something that they're scared of. I wonder if it is the DH Ellie from Admiral Esports, because Blizzard does play DH. We have seen it before, you know, and obviously Jamie on the Ellie. So I wonder if that is, you know, just a counter, or if they just want to play the Rogue Mage.
Admirals Esports, that Moonkin Warrior perfect record's gone now. After that last game, it was looking really good for them. It's match point. They got to take all their options into consideration. The Demo Ellie did look the best so far for them, winning them one game here on Empyrean Domain. It's the perfect location to set that game up again for them, to try and take it to a game number 5. But maybe they want to discuss any potential future options in a matchup like this. I don't think you can run the Demon Hunter. Looks like the Warrior isn't durable enough either. So having a Demonology Warlock, I think, is going to be really important for Admirals Esports, no matter what they decide to do. And they're going to bring a Shadow Priest in for Jamie instead of the Elemental Shaman. And we saw how strong Shadow play was earlier from NICEBEAM, and specifically the Mechanome selection. So if you run Mechanome, you get a big shield when you dip low on health, and you can pair that with the embellishment, the Spore Cloak embellishment, which provides you another shield when you're low health, and it provides you a lot of mitigation to save you from Subtlety Rogue Burst. And that's why we saw the Fiends not able to take down really almost any target. It gives you a lot of extra time to react, and it's a super durable composition. So honestly, I think we're going to end up seeing more and more of this composition popping up, especially as an answer for the Subtlety Rogues.
Yeah, it has been pretty effective, you know. You have kind of just 3 brick walls. So I do wonder, with NICEBEAM, we saw the Mechanomes coming out. I wonder if we're going to see the same thing here from Admiral Esports. Maybe they're just like kind of copy-pasting the composition here in a way. I mean, it worked well against the Fiends. And the Fiends, you know, Thug Cleave, Rogue Mage, they have similar win conditions. You know, it's a little bit different because the Fire Mage is obviously going to be able to get a lot more work done in the damage department right now. But I do think that this could actually be very heads up, and that could be something that actually gives them, you know, another answer here. This is an upper bracket game, so if Admiral Esports loses here, they will be dropping down to that lower bracket to face off against NICEBEAM. So this could be an opportunity for them as well to kind of just experiment a little bit here, and then try to beat NICEBEAM and then come back for the finals with kind of more data points. So I actually don't mind that they locked this in, because the Ellie Warlock was really close, and they at least know, okay, well, worst case, we could always run this Ellie Warlock. So now they're going to tag in Jamie here on the Shadow Priest, and we'll see if it gets done here. It is match point upper bracket final right now between Echo and Admiral Esports. Jamie on the Shadow Priest right now, getting blasted here next already, trying to pre-bear the setup here. The Sheep Jamie, they go for the Fear onto Swapsy. They're looking to set up here a 3v1, and Next knows if he ducks out a Bear Form to dispel anything, he is going to be in absolutely massive trouble, and already connecting here with the damage. Nice Fear though onto Raikou, and nice Fell Lord actually to deny, you know, the swap here onto Next, and he manages to stay alive here through the combustion, through the Shadow Blades without using his trinket. So really good opener so far for Admirals Esports.
Yeah, now they're mixing it up. They're going after Jamie, trying to test his experience on the Shadow Priest. Is he ready for this attack? Vampiric Embrace at 40% health, trying to get some extra healing and support for his team, and it looks like it's enough. Waz is stunned behind the pillar, taking huge hits of damage. He's got a lot of answers. They're going to use the Ray of Hope, and big heals incoming from Mess. Swapsy gets gripped out of the bomb. Nice life grip there from Jamie, pulling him out of that line of sight effect, but Next gets polymorphed anyways, and they're going to force the unending resolve. Can they kill him through it at this point? Waz is being pressured at the same time. Swapsy ports into midfield. Next jumps towards him. They're going
going to switch over to Jamie so they can use that pillar to line of sight Swapsy and not get spam feared. They're just hitting the closest target, not overextending their position, and waiting for their opportunity right now as the side of Echo.
Man, look at Raiku's damage right now. 80k consistent DPS. He is just blasting off right now. Man's caught up in a fear, though. Waz caught up in a stun into another stun. Trades out the Cloak of Shadows in a bash right now. And here we go. Kitty shot onto next. Cheap shot onto Swapsy. They don't have any follow-up. Man is there for the fear potentially. Gets the Chastise. Waz dropping dangerously low, though. Gets the Guardian Angel. Catches a couple of big heals there. Swapsy was in trouble. And that was next Trinket and Iron Bark. So they managed to get the objective, and they managed to stay alive without proccing the Cheat Theft. They didn't proc the Guardian either, so this was a big win for Echo, and now they have themselves in a great situation. They could take down Swapsy. He's got no unending resolve, or they could take down Next right now. Was looking to swap here potentially, but Next not taking any damage whatsoever. They don't even get the Bark Skin right there. They gouge Next into a triple DR Sheep Shot, trying to set up some time here to get the crowd control going. Man, pushing in for the mind control. Riker gets feared, though. Swapsy doing a great job here, shutting down the crowd control before it even gets going, and they managed to survive that without using anything, and that's exactly what they want on the side of Admiral Esports. They just want to wait, and stall it out right now to try to get their cooldowns back. Next, trying to pre-bear the setup here from Steph. Was actually getting feared, and Next now pre-bears, so he's going to not be a target. They get the Chastise, they grip him before he can get feared there. Nicely done there by Jamie, and now once again, Next is going to be able to buy himself a little bit of time, but anytime they pull the trigger on those stuns, it could be lights out for Swapsy. Tries to deny the area here with that Demon Lord, and he's doing a great job here. Tyrant is out now as well. Waz could be in trouble. There's a kidney shot. Here comes the setup. Cheap shot onto Swapsy. They sheep him, and it looks like Riker and Waz are actually not on the same page right there. They're swapping over to Jamie, but he still has his dispersion, and it looks like Admiral Esports have managed to stall even more.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they're not super certain in this matchup, or it's just entirely possible that these classes are really hard to kill between a Shadow Priest, a Demonology Warlock, and a Resto Druid. Echo just not finding their pace. They pull the trigger at the wrong time and almost go down as a result. They need to clean up their place here if they want to take down this curveball composition from Admirals Esports. I don't know if anybody was anticipating a Shadow Priest from Jamie in this matchup. They've got Chastise on Next, Polymorphs onto Jamie into another Polymorph, but an Iron Bark comes through onto the Smoke Bomb. They're switching to Next instead, but Waz immediately gets coiled. Can they drop him down even with the coil into a fear? I don't think so. Waz is just peeled by Swapsy so well. Look at him just feared into the corner, snared with that Curse of Exhaustion. Look how slow Waz is walking. Like, he's got to walk a marathon, right? He's walking across Canada to try and get back to his target. He manages to shadow step in here onto Swapsy. He gets a cheap shot. They're going to pre-grip the setup here on the blind to try and break the blind. So I really like these life grips from Jamie. The shields, the timing have been really key in this game, protecting his team. And Waz is in trouble. He's stunned. He cloaks. He trinket cloaks right away to recover in this position, but still not the best time to recover. Next is really far ahead on mana at this point, getting a little bit of extra damage with that Nature's Vigil as well to rot down the team, and Waz is getting cleaved. Look at the damage. They could easily proc Cheat Death here. Guardian Spirit comes through for Meh. Meh is in the midfield trying to get crowd control, but he's going to be exposed as well to fears possibly from Swapsy. Swapsy pre-ports away from Waz. Raiku's still on top of the port, has Combustion. They have Shadow Dance. They have Secret Technique. They could just flare out a huge amount of damage here. They're sending it. They might drop him through on any resolve, but Swapsy again with great peels. Coil into Axe Toss, into Fear on the Mage. Beautiful control from Swapsy in this position to shut down that push.
Yeah, and Swapsy definitely respecting the situation there. Next has his Trinket and his Barkskin back here, so Next not going to really be a target. He's actually sitting down for a drink right now. Riker is there, though, to shut it down with the Arcane Explosion. West could be in a little bit of trouble here. He comes out with the Shadowy Duel, and the Fel Lord has been summoned here for Swapsy. I really like these Fel Lords, just dropping it on top of himself anytime he's in danger. It buys them time. It denies one of those goes, and I got to say, Jamie has been playing a phenomenal game so far, shutting down Raikou, making sure that he doesn't actually get those setups. Anytime they do those setups, Jamie is there fearing Raikou, getting those life grips, getting the silences, just being as annoying as possible. Raikou trinkets out, though, to get aggressive here with the Smoke Bomb. Pre-Tranquility comes out from Next. Matt is sitting in that Spirit of Redemption as well, spamming out the heals. Next now could be getting crowd control here. He's trying to duck away from Matt. Matt manages to catch him, but look at Jamie there, shutting it down once again there. Beautifully done there by Jamie. Gets the silence as well. Getting counter pressure as well, actually. Jamie hard carrying right now for Admiral Esports. Waz dropping dangerously low. The Ray of Hope is positive, though, and Waz will be able to recover, but Mass mana is not looking too good. Riker dropping dangerously low here as well behind the pillar. Next trying to sit down for a drink, and now they finally caught him out of form. Big damage potential here, but it is going to be the Barkskin deflecting it, and Jamie once again with that life grip, making sure that Next is going to be able to stay alive here for another setup.
All right, let's see if they can keep it going. Jamie getting swapped to for a moment. Going to go for that Vampiric Embrace. Big healing for him and his team. Desperate Prayer as well. Just super powerful heal at the moment. Really tough to take down a Shadow Priest. They're going to go for Kidney Shot on a Swapsy. Next pre-Ironbark's the stun. Ironbark needs to be enough, but dampening is high. Is it going to be? Waz is in trouble. Vanishes up in 1. He gets feared. He gets coiled. He's got Trinket. Trinket vanishes right away. He is not messing around with the situation. And they're actually just setting up on next. They've got him with no Bark Skin. He's being greedy by not Trinketing, but Jamie's going to respect it with a Void Shift. Can they kill him through 2 life bars? Next gets a Health Stone and a renewal, and even with the Healthstone renewal, he's still at half health. Is he going to go down in bear form, trying to retreat away from the pillar? And Echo, they don't want to stay on him. They don't think they can take him out right now. They're going to swap onto Swapsy instead. He's low health. That Dark Pack's not going to be too big. They cut through that immediately. Adaptive Swarm in the sky needs to connect onto Swapsy to boost those heal over time effects as soon as possible. They're going to force his Healthstone. Waz stunned with no Trinket. Admirals Esports looking to try and take this to a game 5. Demonic Tyrant gets gouged. They need to CC that Demonic Tyrant as long as possible. It's free, but it doesn't look like it's casting spells right now. It's just kind of waddling around uselessly. It really needs to be casting on Waz at the moment. Jamie down in habit. Raikou is cauterized his prog. This could be a double kill. Ice Block forced Met into a full fear. Waz is rotting MD on the block, and this is a double kill in just a matter of seconds for Admirals Esports. Huge pressure, great composition, amazing execution, and that's going to be a game 5. We may have lost our Mage Lord here on the desk, but what an insane game. I didn't know what to expect if Jamie was ready to step up to the plate here on a different class from the Shaman onto the Shadow Priest, but in this match it looked so good. This composition seems like such a great answer for Subtlety Rogues. It's just Shadow Priest is a brick wall, Demo Warlock's pretty much a brick wall, and swapping to the Druid with a Priest and a Warlock supporting him, probably not going to happen. So this well-crafted composition is going to get Admirals Esports to a game 5, but now it needs to win with the counter pick. And Echo isn't a team that can, only play Rogue Mage. They can play other things, so they probably have a Wizard Cleave of their own. And can they out-wizard them? Like that Boomkin Demonology Warlock from Waz and Chanimal was just so menacing in week 1, and that's just a constant lingering threat. What a crazy game here towards the end. I was thinking like Waz might just be dead at this moment in time, but with the crowd control onto the Tyrant and with it running around kind of uselessly at the moment, it didn't get as much damage as it needed to. Then the swap onto Jamie from Raikou. Raikou just went for everything that he's got at that moment, but Jamie Desperate Prayers, it's not going down. And I mean, as Met in this position, there's not really much you can do. Like, he got 2 people at like 1% health. You can't save one, let alone both of them at 36% dampening. So really insane recovery. Really awesome to see in this game from Admirals Esports. The preparation was definitely there, because playing an alt or an alt composition into Echo, like we've seen what happens, it just does not work out for them. And even despite Raikou doing so much damage, I mean, we've been looking at it on the details every game pretty much. He's just an absolute beast, like facing down that damage. Stay alive this long against that threat, always stopping the swaps, repositioning around the map, using gateways and life grips to pull their allies into better locations. Like, this is the first time we've really seen a Warlock do this. So you can use Soulburn and Gateway to relay your gateway anywhere on the map. So Swapsy's just actively like, oh, I'm in a bad spot, I'm putting a gateway somewhere else to get into a good spot. And with the ability and knowledge to consistently relay those ports and use life grips to reposition the team, they can just outmaneuver Echo time and time again to be able to survive this long. But it was such a nail biter. Like, this is one of the best series I think we've seen so far for season 2. If you missed that Empyrean Domain game, it's probably one of the best games we've had in AWC. Just so evenly matched, back and forth, just absolutely down to the wire. Plays made from both sides. Really well done. And we're going to get a game 5. And I don't know if Zico is back yet. I can't see him
here
on our production side. Okay, we've got Aya coming in.
I'm replacing him for a bit.
All right,
Until he comes back.
Zico's getting benched at the moment. We're subbing in our 4th. We're bringing in Aya here for game number 5.
Yep. Yeah, sure am. Which it's funny. I was looking at our production feed with Zico disconnecting, and he disconnected like mid scream because when you disconnect from this program, it freezes at the last frame, and he definitely looked very excited, and that was kind of my face too, because that was definitely a very intense game. That was a great breakdown as well. And now we're going to Dalaran Sewers, and Echo's gonna have to pick their composition, Sid. Admirals
Esports picked a small map again, so I mean, do they shadow play? I guess maybe a shadow play could beat Moonkin Warlock on a small map. Like the shadow play looks so good. Yeah, I would have been surprised if they didn't. Like this comp just looks so good, so tanky. This is maybe the hardest composition in the game to kill. I thought Subtlety Rogue was the hardest class in the game to kill, but I think Shadow Priest might actually be more difficult to kill than Subtlety Rogue, and coupled with these other classes. And Echo's going to Wizard Mirror them. It's Dalaran, though. It's a small map.
I was going to say.
Is it going to work for them? This isn't like... I can't believe it's a small map. Normally, you don't see the Wizards picking the small maps. They're always going for Maldraxxus. They're going for Tolvaron. They're going for the big locations. So how does a Wizard Mirror play out on a small map? Because this never happens, which is what we're going to get to see. And Admirals Esports, they want that kind of like confusion value of, yeah, we don't play this matchup on small maps, so maybe this can give us an edge.
Yeah, is it going to confuse them, though, Admirals?
I mean,
is it going to backfire on them?
The thing is it's not a huge pressure comp. Like, there's not a lot of interrupts from the side of Echo. Demonology Warlocks don't have an interrupt anymore. Boomkin has a 1 minute cooldown Solar Beam. Meh has a 1 minute cooldown interrupt. So, like, as a Shadow Priest, the only scary situation can be is if you're getting interrupted a lot and then you're getting bursted. So Echo doesn't have a lot of interrupts. Honestly, doesn't really have a lot of burst either. So this should be like the most comfortable situation for Jamie, even on an alt, to kind of excel.
Yeah, I think so too. All right, well, I mean, we're going to see here very tight quarters. I mean, if you're playing two caster classes in such a small map, this is definitely going to be a bit chaotic. I mean, if you're watching from home, what do you want to be kind of looking out for, Sid, when we have so many caster classes in such a small space?
I mean, the big moment for the Warlocks is still the Demonic Tyrants. So whenever you see that being casted, you know that that team is really trying to set up a lot of damage. And then the opposing side's control of the Tyrants. So Echo have a balanced druid, so the control for the Tyrant's going to be Solar Beam, which is that giant beam of light that comes down from the sky, or Cyclone. They can Cyclone and Solar Beam the Tyrant. For Admirals Esports, they have a lot of AoE fears. So Jamie using Psychic Scream to try and control the Tyrant, or gripping his allies to a pillar so they can run back behind the pillar, are kind of the main differences in tools for both teams. And then if they navigate around those Tyrants really effectively, this is a game that could go for a while, one of the longer games, which then means that mana management becomes really important for each of the healers. So Next is going to need to drink a lot, and Meh is going to need to make sure he's disintegrating a lot with the mana return talents that he's likely running on that specialization. So look to see how many disintegrates that Meh can get off successfully, because this is going to be important for the longevity of their team in a matchup like this.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in a perfect vacuum, who do you think runs out of mana first in this situation, Sid?
I want to say the Druid if he doesn't drink. And honestly, this map is kind of hard to drink.
Yeah.
But if the Druid drinks, then it's probably the Evoker is going to run out of mana. So that could be like the key important point of this game is, can Echo stay on top of Next and stop him from drinking throughout this game?
Yeah, so definitely be keeping an eye out. There's not a lot of room to run as well. So Next is I'm sure gonna be trying to get some sips as many times as possible here. It sounds like we may be having a delay timer being used, just given that we've had both compositions in the map locked in for quite some time, which frankly, I don't blame them. I mean, we've taken this game all the way to a game 5. They're not facing elimination, but they're getting knocked down to that lower bracket. And we've got I'll quote Sid here, some sharks in the water down there, that being NICEBEAM, which is a team that's been doing incredibly well this weekend. Echo or Admirals Esports, I mean, which team do you think is more prepared to face NICEBEAM, Sid?
I think it's the question really is NICEBEAM prepared to fight either of these teams? Because, like, I mean, they've been looking solid throughout this tournament, but like these are two different animals right now between Admirals Esports and Echo. I'm sure both of them are more than ready to take on NICEBEAM down in that lower side bracket. They got so much experience in these Wizard Mirrors. I mean, they're going to be warmed up after this game, regardless of which one ends up losing. The only thing could be is that they've been playing for a while, so maybe they're a little bit more exhausted moving into the lower side bracket. And it's really important in games like this where they go for a long period of time that you're not impatient, that you're calculated, you're only picking the good moments to make a push. Don't just run blindly into the Tyrant or the incarnation of the Boomkin without proper defensives or proper control, because that's basically the main thing that can lose you a matchup like this, is just impatience.
Yep, but both of these teams got a lot of tournament experience on the line, so hopefully they don't overstep. We're going to be getting it started here in just a second. Gates are opening, taking us all the way to a game 5. Who will be moving on to the grand finals? Who drops down to face off against NICEBEAM?
All right, Jamie on the Shadow Priest might be key to their team. Can they take out Echo, the first team to beat them in the cup stages in a series? They're the closest anybody has come. Swapsy's ducking down behind the corner, line of sighting Chanimal's Observer, but it is Chanimal, and I always call it the Chanimal factor, especially in these Wizard mirrors. It's just the hardest player to be able to beat in a matchup like this. So you're going to have to go toe-to-toe. Next, getting Cycloned, which has isolated Jamie and Swapsy on the bottom side. Swapsy's going to port back to the ramp and avoid those incoming attacks as long as possible. They're setting up damage on Waz. They force his Skin, they get his Nature's Vigil, they get Time Dilation. Really good push right now from Admirals Esports. Fear onto Meh, they get Dark Pact on Channel, but here comes the Incarnation activated by Waz. These Star Surges need to be connecting onto the right target. I think he wants to go after Swapsy. He gets rescued, he's looking for a clone, he gets feared on it. Star Surge is incoming, they've broken through the absorption effects, so Waz gets stunned, he can't get any follow-up damage, and the burst is honestly not looking as impressive as I would have expected in this point for Waz with that Incarn. He's going to Cyclone Swapsy instead, start running on top of Next, and start getting that triple pressure. That is super important. Switching to the Resto Druid as they are right now, forcing him to hot himself is really key. He gets Cyclone, he decides to Trinket and Tranquility, so actually using two very powerful spells in that combo, even though he was Cycloned at a pretty high health margin, so a bit surprising, but they seem to be just running down Next on that Druid.
They certainly are. You can see him ducking behind that pillar over there here. He's going to try and top himself up a little bit. He does have Bark Skin available that came up just recently, but we're going to see that Echo team definitely start to pressure him a little bit. He's vulnerable, not having that Trinket. Caught in the stun for just a moment there. You can see he's still trying to get some regrowths off, kind of ducking behind that pillar, trying to run away on the other side of the map, but Echo definitely being a bit relentless in the pressure against Admirals Esports. Waz trying to get some Cyclones off in the middle of the field here, still continuing to chase after Next around that pillar. Next doing a really good job of keeping as much distance away from them as possible, even though there's really not much room to move away from. He's kind of Cyclone right now. He is going to sit that for the moment, but Team Admirals Esports pretty safe for now, except Swapsy. As I say that, about 20% health. Unending Resolve is available to him if he wants to use it. Next got quite a bit of mana as at the moment. But things are a little choppy right now for Admirals Esports. This is a game that could definitely be pushing late into dampening, just given the state of both of these healers for the moment. But we'll see how far this team can push it.
All right, we can see them on top of the pillar at the moment. Tyrant is out for Swapsy, but they've knocked it down out of line of sight. It's not able to connect to anybody at the moment, and there's an Observer. It looks like it's faded at this point. Chanimal not able to navigate around that Fel Lord. He's going to move to the right side of the pillar. Next repositions. Waz immediately chasing him down, and this is just a game of cat and mouse where Echo is just going to be just chasing Next around the map the entire game, trying to set up damage on him. We see a bash. Big setup by Waz here with that Incarnation. He's going to get gripped back to the pillar and try and recover. Jamie going for a Mass Dispel there to remove off some of the damage over time effects, but it does seem like Next is beginning to struggle, and we're only at the 12% dampening mark as Unending Resolve has been forced from Swapsy, and they are really having a tough time. He gets knocked off to the bottom side. Is he just going to die at this point in the game? Unending Resolve is over. He's on the run. He ports back, but he gets cloned low health, and now Chanimal taking some damage in exchange from Jamie here as he's going to go into that Void form and try and get pressure, but Dark Pact from Chanimal absorbs all that damage. Next is going to bash Chanimal, reposition away, try and escape from their pursuit and their assault as Next and Swapsy move towards the ramp side. Met is chasing them down. Chanimal is pushing forward. Hanagul'dan after Hanagul'dan. Swapsy's interrupted. Next is stunned. Everybody getting owned at the moment. Met is caught in a coil. Maybe some swaps to him could be an option with how aggressive he's playing. They stun him. Is he going to go for a fear? He gets the Psychic Scream out of the stun, controlling Meh for a moment, but it's going to break to dots. Swapsy gates back to the pillar. Next is on the opposite side of the map. Looks like he might be in stealth, actually successfully drinking. How much mana is Next going to get right now? Waz couldn't find him, and he gets full mana.
Yeah, that was a very good drink from Next. I mean, this dude is definitely getting his cardio. I hope there's like Gatorade stops behind these pillars as he's just running all over the map, keeping his distance, getting those drinks in. That's going to be really important for them this late into the game. Echo is definitely starting to kind of turn this into their favor, but that is definitely going to be very, very good for Admirals Esports. About 5 minutes into this game, looks like Admirals Esports has for sure stabilized, and now the pressure just might be going back onto Echo. Waz on a stun over there on the other side of the map, trying to get a Cyclone off, does manage to get it off onto Next, so that's going to leave Jamie and Swapsy a little bit vulnerable for just a second here, but they're going to be mitigating that pressure pretty good for now. We're just continuing on into this game, just deeper and deeper, but Looks like Admirals Esports definitely holding their own. Swapsy a little bit low, doesn't have that ending result, had to use it just a moment ago, doesn't have it available to him. Does manage to force a couple defensives off, but next is going to hopefully keep him alive, but this is looking just a little bit scary despite that drink that they were managed to get off Super T's.
Oh, Swapsy tried to set up some damage on Meh. It's still lingering at the moment. Now he's finally recovered it. Swapsy is the main pain point at the moment for the side of Admirals Esports. They've just been constantly targeting him down. Jamie finds a Mind Games. Big hit onto Chanimal. Meh manages to pick him up without using too much at this point in time. He's been spam dispelling, trying to stay ahead of the vampiric touches throughout this match. He's using the Nullifying Shroud to immune the dispel crowd control from the Shadow Priest dots. So he gets 3 free dispels basically without getting that VT punishment. And he can also use the Dream Projection. So he's really limiting his damage. Now getting aggressive. We set Deep Breath across the entire team, forcing Next's Trinket in this push. Actually, Jamie's Trinket as well, but he is taking a lot of damage, collateral damage, while he's pushing in and being aggressive like this. As he's down at half, he's going to Renewing Blaze, turn all that incoming damage into a hot on himself, and begin to recover with that Obsidian Scales. But every time he makes a push, he is getting punished for it, and eventually it might cost him his life, maybe his team the entire series as well. But they need to be aggressive, because if Next keeps drinking, they are not going to win on mana. Cyclone, no Trinket on Next. Swapsy is alone on match point. Unending Resolve comes out from him with Hellstone. He ducks around the corner, trying to line a sight on the bottom side, but Met is blasting. He gets caught in a fear. Big punish by Jamie with the turnaround. Double Psychic Scream. Chanimal is now alone in this position. Is he going to go down on match point? He's going to Unending Resolve, get rescued back to the pillar, but Next is in position to look for Cyclones. Cyclones Chanimal low. He trinkets out. He's trying to recover, but he's taking so much damage. Did he line of sight that Dream Breath? I don't think the Dream Breath connected onto Chanimal, but Swapsy's on the back foot now. He might just die. He gets gripped on the bottom side. They void shift him, but I think Swapsy wanted to go onto the pillar there. He's going to get Cyclone. That life swap key for Jamie right there to keep Swapsy alive. Close call after close call.
Yeah, this is getting so scary. Everybody pulling out all the stops to keep their team alive for now, but this is quickly just getting so chaotic. 7 minutes into this game, Swapsy incredibly close to dying here, but he is going to get saved at the last minute, so he's okay for now. Both of these healers very quickly running out of mana. Waz vulnerable on the other side of the map. He could be going down in that stun, but he's alive for the moment. Meh, half health himself. I mean, this is looking incredibly scary. Anybody could drop at the moment here on the side of Echo. Admirals Esports is really putting on the pressure here in the potentially the final moments of this game. What are they going to do? Is Echo going to turn this around, or are they going to drop right here, Sid?
The mana is even at this point. Not what you want as the side of Echo. Such a close call for Waz. He's under so much pressure right now. He can't stay on top of Next. He's going to get pushed back. Emerald Communion from Meh. He's trying to support his team to stay aggressive. They know they can't let Next drink. He's so low on mana at this point, but they don't have a lot of defensives to keep pushing with. Chanimal is down at half. They're trying to set up damage onto Swapsy. Cross stun onto Next. Stun onto Swapsy. Jamie needs to support. He gets a Fury. Silences the Warlock, denying tremendous amounts of pressure. And if they can do this, they'll be the first team to beat Echo in a series in Cup stage. Are they going to do it? They're so close. Waz dips dangerously low, ducks around the corner in Bear Farm. Frenzied Regen trying to find a Cyclone, but Jamie's on top of him, gets a Fear. Med breaks free. He's got Time Dilation available now and can activate this. He likely needs to, and at aim second right now. He's trying to be greedy. He dispels VT. He takes that Horrify from dispelling it, putting him a little bit behind. They go for an Innervate onto May, get some big free healing at the moment. They're pushing in. He's getting aggressive. Tip the scales. Fire Breath. Massive damage into Swapsy. Met is using his healing abilities to do damage instead. He's taking a huge gamble right now. He's betting that Swapsy will die on this push, and if he doesn't, it could cost him the game. Swapsy's holding on. Waz is in trouble. Deep Breath through from Met into a full clone on Next. No Trinket available, but Swapsy just defying death. He's still healthy. Waz is so critically low in this position. Met is trying to get back to help him out. He rescue shields him back behind the pillar. Jamie, no dispersion, setting up damage onto him. Regross coming out from Waz in desperation. Meh stabilizes the team, but if they're stacked up, they're getting triple cleave, triple void volley, triple blade storm from the Fell Guard. They cannot stay stacked up behind the pillar like this for much longer. Waz gets coiled downstairs. He can't swap. Next is Innervate. He's loading hots onto the team before his mana hits absolutely zero. Cross crowd control on Met. Cross crowd control on Waz. Chanimal is rotting down. He ports behind the pillar. Double Fear. Waz trinkets out. Met is being greedy. He trinkets late. He's got Rewind. They're cutting through Dark Pact. Big Verdant Embrace. Dream Projection hits the whole team. Met dispels every single dot off with that Dream Projection right when his mana hits zero, but the momentum, it's still in favor of Admirals Esports.
Yeah, it definitely is. We're hitting almost the 10-minute mark here. Next is managing to get his mana just a little bit up here, which is definitely good, especially considering where Matt is in terms of mana. He just used the last sliver of it. This might be the final moments for Echo here. This would be a huge victory for Admirals Esports if they can pull it off. They just might, and we're seeing so much damage, so much pressure going on, just piling on top of Echo right now. Mech caught in a stun. Can he keep his team alive? Can Chan survive through this? He's summoning that demonic tyrant, trying to get some pressure out onto Admirals Esports to just take some of the scariness away from them, but this is just crumbling in front of them. Their winning streak may just come to an end in just a couple seconds here, but is Echo going to be able to stabilize it? I don't know. Everybody's at half health at the moment.
Swapsy!
Here. They've been in this position before, but Swapsy, they turn it around and he dies!
I can't believe they pulled that off, man. I can't believe they just pulled that off. They were just getting destroyed, but they hung on, they hung on, they hung on. They slipped through by the skin of their teeth. Jamie is still playing this out. I mean, Meh has absolutely zero mana. I think he's trying to drink right now. They're going to tap out at that point. 10 minute and 30 mark here, but this was the closest Echo has come to a defeat in a series. Honestly, feel like they got robbed there. That was absolutely crazy that they were able to pull that off with so much pressure onto Swapsy. And when we catch the replay, was it a mistake on his part? Like, is there a way that he could have avoided that? Because like they were so far ahead. He only needed a few more seconds, man. Like, look, this is much earlier in the game. 6 minutes. This is like halfway through the game. Like, at this point, I'm not too worried about what was going on. It was like in that last 2 minutes. I think they feared the tyrant that you called, and then, but did it come out of the fear and Swapsy didn't line it? Is that what happened at that point? I mean, this is the most pressure we've seen Echo like be under, I feel like, in a series. Like, it's not often Chanimal in a Wizard mirror is sweating. Like that was definitely some sweating for their side. And is this where he gets it off? He's got Tyrant, so I think he casts it here, and then I think it gets feared. Jamie sprints in and fears it. And now it's feared around the corner. So you're thinking Tyrant's feared, they're all at full HP, Echo is dead. Like, you win. Like, how do you lose Admirals Esports? Everybody is dead. How do you lose? And Swapsy here, what, he banishes the Tyrant. He doesn't even take any Tyrant. Oh, Observer. He casts into Observer a few times. He gets stunned with no trinket. Oh, and he gets grip, but he just needed a port, man. He just needed a port out of line of sight. If he had a port anywhere out of line of sight, he could have just ported out of line of sight. Their whole team would have died to dots, I think, at that point. It's just the port wasn't in a good spot for him to be able to escape.
Wow, so they just got, like, overzealous or something. Wow.
I think, like, where was he got gripped on top of his port? It's hard to tell whose port is whose port. Like, is Swapsy's port that one on the ramp, or is that Chanimal's port on the ramp? And is this port behind the pillar Swapsy's? I think the one behind the pillar is Swapsy's because Nex is standing there, but maybe it's not. He just needed a port somewhere out of line of sight. If he could have just got completely out of the game at that point, they would have won, like right here. So is his port the one next to Waz? Because if it is, that's bad. He should go relay his port if it is, but like on the bottom behind the ramp there, if it is, if this is his port, because he gets gripped there by Jamie, because he banishes the Tyrant, and then Fury of Elune, massive damage comes in from Waz and Chanimal right here on the stun, and he just gets taken down through it. I mean, there's no cooldowns for him. He just needed to be in a different position if it was at all possible at that point. Man. Surprising amount of damage. You're not expecting to lose right there. That's what I mean by, like, you got to be patient. You got to constantly be taking stock. It's like, oh, we don't have Iron Bark. We don't have Wall. Like, we don't actually have cooldowns right now. If I'm in a bad spot, like, we can definitely lose. And they snipped right there at that second and got the win. So Echo's in the finals, and Admirals Esports will have to battle against NICEBEAM.
Yeah, I mean, that is the good news, I guess, for Admirals Esports. If anyone was rooting for them, they do have another chance. They are going to have to get through NICEBEAM, which is a team that's also been performing incredibly well. So if they want to have a rematch, Sid, it's going to be a grueling couple of games to get back there.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's also gonna be a warm up. They're gonna have to fight Wizard Mirrors because, like, that shadow play that's a blind lock. Like, whether it's NICEBEAM or Admirals Esports, like, you play shadow play in this matchup 100%. That looked so hard for Echo to deal with as both of their main compositions. But now in a mirror against each other, who wins the mirror? I don't really know, honestly. Like, this next series is a pretty tough one to call.
It's like circuit training, you know, where you like do a sprint and they're like, oh, you can, or like, you know, you do some weightlifting and they're like, just rest on the jogging part or something, and that's what NICEBEAM is.
Just got to keep going at this point.
Yeah. Oh man. Well, this is I mean, NICEBEAM, they've been waiting here for a while for that series to conclude. So I'm definitely looking forward to this one. Looking forward to seeing how NICEBEAM will be doing. I mean, they've got so it sounds like you think that they're going to be a mirror, Supatees?
I mean, it's possible. I don't know if NICEBEAM have a better answer. I mean, we just saw Moonkin Warlock not look very good, and I mean, NICEBEAM can play that. It didn't look very good, and their shadow play did look really good. So I would imagine that they're going to lead with the comp that looked the best for them on the side of NICEBEAM, and then Admirals Esports. Like, I mean, shadow play just looks like a really good comp. Like that looks really tanky, can get you late in the game. And it seems like it would fit the bill for Swapsy's team and their desired playstyle.
Absolutely. Okay, well, we are going to head to a break before we go to that lower finals, so definitely stick around here. It's Admirals Esports versus NICEBEAM up next. Welcome back, everyone. If you are just now tuning in, we just saw the upper finals conclude, and now we are moving on to the lower finals. It's going to be NICEBEAM facing off against ADMIRALS Esports. Azale, what was your take on this last series, and what do you think that's going to do to NICEBEAM?
I mean, it was incredibly close, right? Like it was a really, really tight series between ADMIRALS Esports and Echo. I mean, my biggest question is just like, are we going to have, similar compositions, or ADMIRALS Esports, only running Shadow Priest Warlock because of the kind of compositions that Echo had been bringing out? Was that their answer that they're going to bring into NICEBEAM? Because we saw NICEBEAM earlier also playing Shadow Priest Demo, so we could potentially have like a Shadow Priest Demo mirror with different healers. We could potentially have ADMIRALS going, a completely different direction and playing like Ellie or something different like they played earlier. So that's kind of what I'm really wondering. But I do think for NICEBEAM, when you see someone go 5 games against Echo, it's pretty intimidating regardless of what they're going to bring out, because Echo's a beast.
Yeah, they definitely are. I mean, Super Tees, before we went into the break, you were kind of saying that this might be a warm-up for ADMIRALS Esports. I mean, if you're NICEBEAM, what are you up against? What do you want to do if you want to, be a good competition here for ADMIRALS Esports? It's definitely not easy being in this position as kind of a newer team for this season.
I mean, just play into your strengths. They're a team that I think pretty much is only Wizard Cleaves. From what we've seen, with Erytros playing Demo and playing Shadow Priest, and Corki coming in on Balanced Druid. I just don't know if the Boomkin is going to be a good pick for them, or if they should keep the Shadow Priest in or keep an Ellie in, because Ellie is normally like, the #1 wizard. And I think the only reason that we didn't see it from Echo is because they don't really have an Ellie Shaman, because I think Ellie could be good into Shadow play. So that it is possible maybe both teams play an Ellie in game 1, anticipating a Shadow play from each side. It would be quite a treat to see them go head to head. I think no matter what, it's a wizard battle, at least for NICEBEAM. ADMIRALS Esports has also played other comps to try and beat wizards, like Demon Hunter Boomkin or Warrior Boomkin. Last week they tried that when Mercy was using the Affliction lock. It didn't work out for them, but maybe Demo is different. Maybe it does work into Demo as opposed to Affliction.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be really interesting, right? Like, how do you feel? What do you think is like the best wizard comp for Wizard Mirrors then, Super Tees? Like, do you think that they should have a Moonkin in there? Like, obviously you talked about Ellie's being incredibly strong. Do you think it's Moonkin Ellie? Do you think it's Ellie Warlock, Ellie Shadow Priest? Like, there's so many different variations that these teams can run.
So I thought Ellie Warlock was the top wizard, but then Echo was beating it as Moonkin Warlock. So I was like, okay, maybe it isn't. But now Shadow play looks like it might be.
Is that player gap too, right?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Is it comp as a player? It's hard.
Which is having more of an impact, or maybe the matchup isn't that big of a deal as opposed to how you play it. Maybe all of them are within like 5% of each other if there's a difference. And there's going to be an Ellie Shaman. Jamie's coming in. And NICEBEAM are playing a comp that we have not seen from them. They brought a mage. Now, it is not normal, I think, to bring a mage into an Ellie Shaman fight. This has not normally been the case. But Fire Mage, when it can keep a distance, does so much damage that I could see it working in this patch.
Well, I'm not as familiar with these players, so I'm not sure how comfortable they are, because P-Make was the Warlock earlier, right? Like, P-Make was playing Warlock and Erytros was playing Shadow Priest, so now I have Erytros on the Warlock, P-Make on the Mage, so, how comfortable these players are going to be on these classes is going to play a really big part of it as well. You can see, though, Jamie Swapsy taking midfield, that Banish comes out early, and they're going to be focusing onto Erytros as much as they can early on here. Swapsy pushed back, though, pretty quickly, and Jamie now retreating as it is. P-Make now trying to take midfield, throwing out those Pyroblast, and Jamie is just getting rocked. You can see the damage done in that bottom left. The Fire Mage is really pumping right now.
Yeah, this type of matchup with casters on both teams is kind of like trench warfare. You're just peeking your head up, lobbing out a couple of shots of lava burst, and then going back behind the pillar and trying to line of sight. That's why I see Jamie playing so close to the pillar. Swapsy can portal out as well. But you really would need to pay attention to the damage details in the bottom left. I think that is going to tell the momentum of this game by a large margin. And P-Make, keeping his distance like he is just absolutely blasting. Next is going to have to drink basically every second of this game. I think he just stood up from a drink in that position, and if he's not monitoring his mana, it's gonna get spent real fast against this type of damage.
Yeah, and you can see Aerotross is actually struggling to get his damage rolling. You know, I kind of had that question of how comfortable is he, you know, on this type of spec. So far, he's doing about half the damage of the other Demo Lock of Swapsy, right? You know, he's been getting interrupted a lot by Jamie here. He's been struggling to kind of get those pets rolling. Now trying to push out a little bit as the Axe Toss comes in there onto Jamie. Good to see what he can get done. Swapsy pushing in pretty aggressively, does get a fear down onto Numbliz, and Aerotross is just going to pour out of there immediately. I much prefer the positioning the Admirals have right now. If you can have your Wizards playing on top of the enemy healer and your healer is playing, you know, 40 yards away, spam drinking, you know, not really pressured, it's so advantageous. So Nex is really sitting pretty right now, where you can see again, Numbliz now in a lot of trouble. Axe Toss into the coil, he trinkets out of that, but he's in the lightning lasso. Will he just go down? He barely survives to get the cocoon off. But this is what I'm talking about. When you can get that third target involved here, it's so advantageous. And Aerotross now trying to get out that Tyrant, but he's going to get sheared on it. Then he's going to get feared on it. He's struggling to get this rolling, has not been able to get it out. And again, Nex has just not been pressured whatsoever. So if Admirals Esports can continue pushing in here, continue pressuring, they can set themselves up really, really well. As Numbliz, you know, is not going to have that trinket, is not going to have that portal. The Tyrant does come out, but there's a stun over onto Aerotross, and Jamie's just going to be pulling back. Swapsy likely will as well, as you don't want to be midfield against this Tyrant.
Yeah, they're trying to pull out, but it's pretty tough. Swapsy's just taking so much. Is he just going to die? Why didn't he just port right there at that moment in time? It took a huge amount of damage. Next had to spend a lot of mana to heal through that push, with him just kind of backpedaling away from the engagement. Jamie at the pillar here. I'd like to see like an Earth Grab Totem or a Mass Entanglement on all these Demo pets. There's the root onto the pets. Between Ring of Frost, Frost Nova, and Tangling Roots, like these mechanics need to be hitting the Demonology pets whenever they're empowered on their Blade Storm, or just at any point in the game, really, just to limit the damage of the Demo Warlock as much as possible. Pressure incoming out of Swapsy. He's back behind the pillar. Jamie's pinned at the pillar. But in the meantime, Numbliz, Aerotross, PMake, they're struggling. Like, he had just Revival with no CC going out from the side of Admirals Esports. So it's a big cooldown to have to spend at that moment in time. But with that recovery, they can stay aggressive. And PMake's doing so much damage with that max distance. He's actually blinking in aggressively. Goes for a Dragon's Breath. That Observer does so much damage to Fire Mage because your globals are so much faster on your Fire Blast. He's got to be careful not spam cast. Aerotross is taking a huge hit as well. And any resolve force from his hand as it gets knocked away from his portal. That was a big push for Admirals Esports. Good punish on the aggressiveness from NICEBEAM in that position.
Yeah, absolutely. But Aerotross needs to be able to just soul burn out a gateway. Like if you over push and you don't have port, you just soul burn out a gate and get to safety, right? You can't be stuck in mid map like that. PMake getting a lot of pressure down onto Jamie, and PMake being pressured himself here as well. You've got to be really careful about your positioning in the middle of the map. You can see the alter time there, popped by PMake, trying to keep that pressure rolling on a Swapsy, who does use the Dark Pack, and now it's getting swapped over onto Jamie. There's that Shadow Fury coming in, allowing them to get all the damage down onto him, but the Iron Bark has come out to answer, and it looks like they have stabilized again. You can see Jamie, had been targeting the enemy Felguard quite a lot. Again, tapping over to that. You can see the Felguard now is his main target, down to about 30% HP. The health funnels need to come through. Aerotross is starting to look for those health funnels, but if you can be pressuring the pet, that can be really draining Numbliz's mana as well. As Numbliz is back in the entrance here, looking to sit down for that drink, Jamie's just going to take the gateway in, is going to be able to interrupt it with that Earthquake stun, and Aerotross now under some pressure here. We'll see if they can keep this rolling as they want to push in. They want to get on top of Numbliz once again, because that can really spell good things for them. We saw earlier they almost burst them down, but now it's PMake in trouble here as the Axe Toss is going to connect. PMake's going to actually trinket out of there very late. I think it had already even expired, but does have to use that trinket, and they are scared to get through these cooldowns.
Yeah, PMake needs to rotate around. I think whenever they get on top of him, they need to go to the opposite side of the map, because it's really important that he gets distance. The closer he is, the less damage he does, and he's actually just taking more. Numbliz is really struggling. Another revival comes through, trying to stabilize the team. Numbliz gets bashed as Nex jumps into the fight, trying to crowd control the healer a little bit for his team to send them out of this game number one. Swapsy still has a lot of cooldowns. Jamie looking a little bit exposed. No Astral Shift for 30 seconds, but they're just staying aggressive anyways. Dark Pack force from Aerotross. PMake's getting blasted, and they really need to rotate around the map. They need to just kite away from the Ellie, kite away from the Warlock. I think if they stay on the same side of the map, it's going to lose them the game. Numbliz gets swapped again. He's trying to recover behind the pillar with the Soothing Mist, doing what he can. He's actually playing Gnome. He anticipated a Boomkin, I think, and being Gnome and not going to be super effective in this type of matchup either. He loses the extra crowd control breaks from stuns. He rolls in though, goes for a Paralyze, dispels out the dots before getting feared, trying to min-max his globals before the impending crowd control, but Aerotross is just dying. He's got no support with PMake. There's no off healing from that Fire Mage, unlike like the Ellie. Life Cocoon will come in, but now Numbless is exposed. He's just in the middle of the map right now. He's got to get out of here, man. He's tanking damage out in midfield. I'm not sure if he's purposely tanking damage because he knows he can recover it behind the pillar, but in that position, he's going to spend a huge amount of mana. Now Erytros under fire as he's back in the middle of the map, and it does feel like Admirals Esports have momentum, and it's just up to them to make sure they're blocking these combustions.
Yeah, absolutely. It just doesn't feel worth it for Numbless to push in. Like, he pushes in, gets an in-cap on the Druid, but then gets full feared, and then he's going to get stunned. He's taking so much damage. Like, the trade is just not worth it for him to really get out into that middle of the map, and it feels like they are being a little bit slow to port back and to retreat back towards their pillar. PMake now trying to get some pressure rolling here himself over onto on the other team, but it's Erytros who's getting kind of rocked, and Erytros is pretty split up right now from PMake and Numbless. They're playing opposite pillars, and Jamie's just kind of parked forward on that enemy pillar, popping out, just hitting whoever is open to be targeted. Next now, still midfield here, not really being pressured whatsoever. Swapsy going to start to move to push in here. They really want to get something done, and Next has just sat down and drank even more. So he's back to like 90% mana, and Erytros in a lot of trouble. The ending resolve is going to come in across the map there into the bash. The Axos comes out on the Next, but there's no cross CC. It's just used defensively there. PMake low, Erytros low, and Numbless is actually getting CC'd up into the fear, and Erytros is just going to fall down. And this one did not feel close. It took some time, but Admirals Esports dominating start to finish.
Yeah, this is looking grim here. The Fire Mage pick, they tried to take advantage of that max range, but they could never get good enough positioning, I think, to have it actually be enabled to that extent. And even Zeepa actually caught up to the Mage by the end of the game, despite the like huge early lead that he had in this match. So Jamie flexing and multi-classing at this tournament, doing a great job here in game number 1. Their team looking almost bulletproof. There's maybe like one point where I thought Jamie might go down in this game, and then aside from that, it was 7 minutes and 8 seconds of NICEBEAM getting rocked, just at 10% health, just kind of like, oh, I need to port, I guess, and then almost dying at 10%, and not able to really get anything going in terms of crowd control or pressure, which is tough against a Druid, because if he's just keeping Life Bloom on the DPS in the middle of the map and you never hit him and you never do anything to him, it's super easy to heal in that position as a Druid. So I don't think the Fire Mage will work.
Involved,
right? Like or you be a Druid yourself, and it's just.
But even then, if you're going to be a Druid yourself, you can't position like this. You need to be playing like this is like worst possible positioning, right? Where enemy wizards are playing on top of you and like are being able to throw CCs and do swaps. Like multiple times, Numbless almost even died. Right? Was Next ever below 100% HP at like any point in this game? I don't think so. He was never hit. He was never pressured. He was never CC'd. Right? Like there's just nothing that was being put on him. So like even if they swap to a Druid, I don't know that would really make the difference. Like you have to either play very differently or swap up the comp if that's going to be the big issue. If they can't push in with Fire Mage Warlock, then I think it is just kind of like a losing battle. Because if the Ellie Warlock can play in on top of you and play on top of your healer, it is just going to be a nightmare for Numbless, start to finish. I do think though that there was a few times where it did feel like NICEBEAM were really kind of messing up with their positioning, where Erytros is in the middle of the map and he's stuck, and I felt like he had port available and he definitely had gateway available, but it just took so much damage that was really draining Numbless, and then Numbless pushing out for CC when his team is not pushing out to protect him, and he was getting really punished very heavily by that. Like if the monk is going to come off the pillar and actually try to push in on the Druid, then basically it's the mage and warlock's jobs to CC the DPS, right? Like there needs to be cross CC. The monk can't run out mid map if there's not going to be like an axe toss and a coil or a ring of frost or like something that's actually going to stop the CC from coming out on him, because he's just going to get punished so heavily for it.
Yeah, it looks like a really tough matchup for Numbless. Yeah. They're going to Blades Edge Arena, which is not a very common pick. Trying to get some Z-axis, maybe expose the Druid more, because it's tough as a healer on this map. If both teams are playing in the middle, you don't get the same type of like pillar line of sight, keep your hots up, you get exposed a lot more. Oftentimes it's just both teams end up on top of each other, which is definitely going to be tougher for the Druid. So this could work for NICEBEAM. Do they have a surprise composition? Is there something that we haven't seen from them? Like Corky's been on the bench since day one in terms of Boomkin. So maybe they play Boomkin Warlock, because that's what Echo was using into this Demo Ellie in the past. But I feel like if you're not playing to Echo's level, that it might not even work. Maybe you just play Shadow Play and try that.
Shadow Play. Yeah, I think there's some options, right? Like we've seen some different stuff. We've seen like the Affliction was played some last week. So obviously they could try Shadow Play, they could try Affliction Shadow Play, Demo Shadow Play, they could try Moonkin Ellie. Like there are definitely some options here. I did not like how that last game looked from the
Yeah.
position of the Mage Lock at all. That looked pretty doomed. I mean, if you think that you can survive while pushing in and playing on top of them, then hey, maybe that can work out. But like, there's no way you're winning, I think, with any consistency if you're playing that far back and you have to position that way. So, you know, that I think is going to be the big kind of thing that they have to take away from that first matchup is, can we actually change our positioning and run it back with the same comp and fix it in that way? Or is the comp just kind of doomed and we need to change it up?
I think that whoa.
Oh, Affliction. Okay, so they're just playing the same comp, but it's gonna be Affliction. So this maybe you'll have enough kind of spread pressure that potentially you can just kind of like sit back and play dampening. But like, I still think you're gonna need to get the Druid involved. I think if you're not dotting the Druid, it's still not really going to work, because Affliction can be pressured very, very heavily if you're put into stuns, if you're locked down. That can get rough, especially as dampening ramps up. Because a lot of the survivability from Affliction is from your Jane Lives, is from the Dark Packs. All that stuff is actually affected by dampening, you know, your self-healing and whatnot. So dampening kind of like almost double dips on Affliction Warlocks, because your heals are getting reduced, your heals are getting reduced. So it can be, you know, I think a lot more difficult to survive later on in dampening. So I think they still need to play more aggressive. I think they need to be playing on top of the Druid. And if they could do that and dot 3, maybe even 4 targets, like get the Felguard involved, then potentially you could really drain their mana and make it hard.
This is a really big experiment from NICEBEAM here. Fire Mage Affliction Lock. I mean, this is a lot of dot damage. Just a lot of damage in general. Possibly, I want to say maybe higher damage than Ellie even, in terms of peak damage for this comp if they get good positioning and can keep their dots out.
If you can keep a bunch of UAs up, you can definitely out damage, yeah.
Yeah, so this, I wonder if Nex is ready for this type of healing. If they get dots on the Druid, that's when it starts to become really tough, I think. So like PMeg maybe getting an altar and then blinking at the Druid and tossing a combustion and just hitting him with a full row of dots, altar back in, and then hit the DPS for a bit. Some type of play like that might work well for them. But if they can't, I mean, the advantage here is that Numbless, if Aerytros doesn't get interrupted, Numbless can pretty much ignore him. He doesn't even really need to heal him, I think, in this type of matchup, because there's not really like a warrior training him down or something like that. He can pretty much self-sustain as long as he's not getting interrupted on the key drains that are stacked up. He can just keep his statue on the mage the whole game, and then maybe stay back out of line of sight. So it should be easier for him to kind of heal similarly to how a Druid would in this type of matchup. And maybe that will enable them to win on mana possibly later in the game.
Yeah. I think to me it's just going to be all about like which wizards can kind of like take control of midfield, right? Because I think if you are controlling midfield and your healer is playing 40 yards and getting drinks, you're just not going to lose, right? So to me, that's like a lot of what the matchup is going to be. And generally, like controlling midfield can be compositional, but it can also be based on like how well you're interrupting and how well you're cross-CCing and, you know, timing kind of your abilities to shut down what the other wizards are trying to do to you. Because when you walk midfield, they're going to be trying to CC you, they're going to be trying to harass you and burst you. So you have to be doing a really good job of actually shutting that down, keep the damage rolling. You know, obviously demo can be pretty disruptive, but again, if you can be dotting up the pet, that can be fairly effective as long as you're not allowing the demo to actually just be getting like spam health funnels out and healing that back up when it gets low. So it'll be interesting to see what they get done. We didn't see the Fire Mage even really attempt any CC, it felt like, last time around. So we'll have to see if he wants to play more of like a CC style, or if it is just going to be full max damage, try to rot him down. Because Blade's Edge is definitely going to be a lot of people stacked in on top of each other. Ring of Peace can also be, you know, very effective on this map, knocking people off. You know, you talked about the additional kind of like Z access benefits. So both teams can do that, though. Obviously, like Thunderstorm can be knocking you off. Warlocks can use ports on both sides. So we'll see, you know, what they can actually get done with it.
All right, and the Ring of Peace also from the Mistweaver. If Jamie and Swaps here in a bad position, knock them off the side and then push in on the Druid, could be a really good point for them in this type of matchup. This is a really chaotic map. They really want this just to be about who can do more damage, who can avoid more interrupts, is going to ultimately come out ahead, because there's not really any points to line of sight here if they play on top. Numbless has his port on the bottom, actually, which is kind of the reverse of what you'd expect with this map. Aerytros looks like he might be moving his port down there. His guy's port on the top. He's just playing on the bottom side, moving towards the center ramp, trying to get towards the middle of the bridge so he can get dots up, and he actually just decides to port back immediately away from the Observer. Really hard to kill Observer, actually, as Affliction. And that's going to be really powerful for Swapsy if he gets those in a good position, because Fire Mage doesn't have a lot of hard-hitting instant globals either, so it could take a while to kill those and get a lot of damage out.
But look at the positioning already, though. Like, I just like it so much more for Admirals. Again, look at Jamie. He's playing literally in the middle of all three. Numbers is getting spam feared. Swapsy is playing bodyguard mid-map. Aerotro's now trying to push out a little bit. Does get a soul swap there over on a next. That is what they need to get done. And Numla's pushing in off that pillar. P-Make's just trying to let those pyros rip in the background here. But it's Aerotros who's really getting crushed. Numla's going to get knocked off, but he rolls quickly back up. Going to get knocked back once again. Swapsy getting pressured a bit, but again, if Next is just max ranging here, there's not really much danger of Jamie going down, of Swapsy going down, and Jamie is just crushing them in the background, swapping between P-Make, swapping between Numlas, you know, getting max damage out here on this Ellie, has access to really all the targets, but you can see in the damage meters, the Affliction Warlock doing much more than the Demo right now. So if they can keep this rolling, but it's P-Make already almost going down there, gets crushed down to about 10-20% HP, and Numlas has got to pick him back up.
Combustion comes out, Jamie grounds it. And the other thing, too, is that Fluorescence. If Next is running Verdancy, he can get a Mushroom and basically heal the whole team on this bridge. He used it earlier, but I don't see one down right now. I'd really like to see him just give Fluorescence to Jamie so he can continue to stand in that aggressive position and get a lot of extra healing. We see everybody jumping off the side of the bridge, getting knocked around and trying to reposition back up top. Occasionally, we see Aerotross using the Soul Swap to swap a full row of dots onto the Druid. And when he does that, I really want to see P-Make make some type of play with his altar time and use it aggressively so that he gets a couple of seconds where either they need to purge it or he can get a couple globals and hit the Druid. Because if they're not ignoring the Druid like this, I don't think they're going to be able to win. Aerotross is finally in a better position. He's got that Observer, but it was instantly killed by Jamie. They Ring of Peace, but it doesn't knock him off the side. That's really unfortunate for Numliz here. If that Ring of Peace knocked him off, they could have made a push. And now it's actually Aerotross in trouble. He gets knocked off the side, and then he resolves up. A Tyrant is out. He's just dying through it. You're going to have to use Life Cocoon on top of it. Now they're stacked up for a double Shadow Fury for Swapsy behind the pillar. Numliz into a fear at the moment, unable to heal. Jamie actually gets knocked off the side from a Blast Wave, trying to take him out on the bottom side. Next repositions to center ramp, and P-Make is the one just losing the exchange. He's getting destroyed, even though, you know, Details is saying they're doing more damage. It doesn't feel like it.
No, not at all. And I mean, I just think it's because Nex is not really being pressured. There has been the occasional soul swap on him, but you know, even in the midst of that, he sat down and drank again, and he is very far ahead on mana now. Aerotross really starting to kind of really struggle here. Has already used the Ending Resolve. He's going to have his Dark back up pretty shortly. May have to use it immediately as P-Make now going to be put into the fear. That does get dispelled off. Nex just in a great spot, very far away. Jamie going to get immediately dispelled out of that ring of Frost. Ring of Frost there that was connecting on a lot of Swapsy's pets as well. Swapsy just jumps down to the bottom as Numlis ported down. He gets a fear onto him. Shadow Fury now coming out. They're trying to keep this pressure rolling. Jamie trying to push in, continually playing on top of them. Gets a nice knock. Aerotross going to port right back up though, trying to cast those UAs out. Just gets punched. Dark Iron Dwarf punch looked like knocked him down as well. So playing for additional knock there. Swapsy onto the bottom though, continuing to try to pressure Numlis. As long as they're on top of him, I mean, just look at the mana. It's like 20-30%. The Druid is like 90% mana and Innervate active here. They've got to change something up. It's just a losing battle that NICEBEAM are playing.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to get the chance to do it, though. They're still just really hesitant. They've got Swapsy on the bottom paralyzed, but P-Make's just going to have to block. And Numlis is playing around with the Warlock while his mage is dying. This is not going to go out well for them. He has to Trinket now on top of it. He gets knocked off the side. P-Make might just die to dots. Aerotross portals back to his side, but Numlis is still crowd controlled. P-Make has nothing. Jamie's going for the kill. Aerotross could fall over. Everybody is dead. Numlis is struggling in this position. I can't believe that if he actually gets his team back from that position. He was so far just pushed in, and he actually gets P-Make back to full health, himself back to full health, and looks like he should. No, a full hex is going to get dispelled, but Aerotross still just might die. Massive pressure incoming. That Tyrant doing so much work from Swapsy here, and Aerotross will just get crushed. And this composition, at least with the way that they're playing it, is not going to work.
Yeah, I mean, they did a lot of damage. You look at Details, they did a lot of damage, but it did not feel threatening at any point. This one felt even more one-sided than the last one. Admirals Esports is going to take a pretty easy one. There was just a little bit of pressure put on Next. You know, Soul Swaps came out a couple times, but that's about it. And P-Make is not willing or not able to push in. You know, doesn't feel comfortable to do so. And if he's just going to play max range like this, there's just so much more pressure being put on by Swapsy and Jamie because they're getting Numlis involved. They're harassing him. You can see Numlis was pushing in at this point, but this was like really awkward. He completely crossed the map. P-Make's on the other side of the map. You know, Cauterize gets procced. He has to go into the block. He was completely separated from his healer. Aerotross is getting crushed here by Jamie. Numlis is stuck on the bottom, you know, trying to get back to his team. And there were so many knocks. I think I said Dark Iron Dwarf, but I know it's not that. It's the Haymaker racial that, you know, Jamie was playing. So for an additional knock, You know, there's so many knocks here, you know, with the Ellie, with the Ring of Peace, but it didn't feel like Nautilus was able to really get any knocks with the Ring of Peace. Didn't really feel like they got anything from this map pick. Next was never really pressured, you know, was drinking whatever he wanted. I don't know, this just looks very, very one-sided. I think they have to completely revamp their strategy. If they don't want to change comp, they have to change their strat, right? Like, you have to play on top of the Druid, and even though it's going to be more difficult, I think it's better to play a short game where you have a chance to win than to play a long game that's just like an inevitable loss.
Yeah, it looks miserable to play out the way that they were playing this game. Just inevitable death incoming. Jamie can kill Observers way easier than Erytros or PMake. I think Observer actually from Swapsy is what actually really secured the game right there. It's just you cannot kill it as Affliction. It's possible you could maybe banish it as a way to deal with it, but then you have to cast and you could get interrupted and then it just kind of destroys you. And they couldn't avoid this Tyrant. Tyrant's just doing so much damage. Erytros couldn't get out of position or out of line of sight. He's just tanking Tyrant right now. Just bolt after bolt after bolt after bolt. And then Observer comes up here for Swapsy after, I think, a stun or something. He throws up the eyeball, which every spell his opponent's cast will shoot a laser. That Drain Soul is just, he's just hurting himself with the Drain Soul at that point in time. And even though the details said they were higher, actually on scoreboard, not including pet damage, they were even. So if you're even without pad damage, yeah, it's not going to work. There's no way. Something else needs to change here. That Blade's Edge pick didn't work at all. Jamie was just like, "Oh, you picked Blade's Edge? I'm an Ellie, bro. Like, what are you? You pick this into me? Like,
yeah. I mean,
I'm Nox City, baby."
I mean, imp damage doesn't matter. Felguard damage can matter. It can drain your mana a bit. So, like, it's hard to know how much that was put into the Felguard and whatnot. But, you know, either way, as you say, you know, details does show pet damage. The scoreboard at the end does not. So, at least damage to players was basically the same. But it looked rough. The other thing that you have to deal with against the Demon Warlock on Blade's Edge is it's super easy to drop the Fel Obelisks on the bottom, right? Like, and do things like that where you can put that in places where it's more difficult to actually get hit. We saw the Observer being really problematic as well that you talked about. Affliction really sucks at killing things like that. You don't really have any good kind of burst to actually knock it down. So can be difficult. Looks like we are going to get... Is this right? Are we getting double?
Yeah, I know. I made a really weird face when I looked down and saw that. I was like, is Corky not here or something? Like, do they legitimately think this is good?
This feels like a for fun comp to me.
I don't think there's right now.
I don't think there's any way this works. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe they'll prove me wrong and they'll really showcase something. But to me, there's just actually like no way that this works. I don't see how this is better than playing with the Moon conversion of the comp or something different, or even trying the Shadow play. I mean, I guess they think the Shadow play is completely hopeless, but I don't know, man. You could try to like rotate your Tyrants and have them out at different times and stuff to try to like keep them pressured more heavily. You are playing on sewers, so you could do like double Fel Lord and try to really pressure them on the box with that, right? Like you try to do. There's some shenanigans that you could definitely try to do, but I do think that Demo really struggles to finish people, right? That is one of the big problems, and it's kind of circumvented because of the classes that you play with, right? Classes that are good at locking people down and really kind of like having enough like burst that comes out and actually gets you that kill. Because Demo has really great control, has pretty solid consistent pressure. You have that Mortal Strike. There's a lot of big strengths to it, but it's very hard to finish someone on Demo, I think, if you don't have anyone else there with you. You can see that Erytros is playing Nether Portal, so they're gonna have one Nether Portal. Gonna be interested to see if he's like fully spec'd into that or not, if he's trying to get like a really fat Pit Lord or something and win that way, and just kind of like overwhelm them with pets on the pillar. But I think for sure, regardless of what comp they're playing, if they're not playing on next, they're not winning.
I don't know if they're trying to open up a Demon Zoo or compete with the Cincinnati one in this game, but there's going to be a lot of pets in this game between Erytros and PMake. This just reeks of desperation. The Mage Lock didn't work. Maybe Corky's not here. Not too sure. But Erytros almost dead, just not even seconds into the game before even casting a spell. Hannah Gul'dan, but he's still getting blasted. Double Shadow Fury. Nether Portal. Here it comes. Let's see what Erytros can get done with this window. He's trying to call out the Dreadstalkers, get as many pets out as possible here. For that impending Pit Lord, but that Pit Lord is so easily crowd controlled by both a Shaman and a Druid, so as long as they're ready to time a root on it, I can't see it getting too much value. Tyrants are out for both Warlocks. Swapsy's around the corner banishing one of them. Jamie's at the waterfall in midfield, not able to line of sight the Tyrant too effectively, getting quite a bit of damage onto Jamie, but Astral Shift reduces the pressure. And where's the Pit Lord? I don't see it.
It's on him right now. It did just get knocked back, but I think it's expiring now. So, you know, he knocked it back, you know, then it got rooted, and then it got back to him finally, but it was basically basically timing out at that point, and PMake under a lot of pressure. And that was double Tyrant and Nether Portal, everything used all at once. So they weren't trying to, kind of like spread that out or do anything with that. They didn't even get Ironbark, right? So they really didn't force anything from the Druid. They didn't get an S, they didn't get Ironbark. So not able to create much pressure here. We'll see if they can get anything done in these next couple minutes before that Tyrant comes back up, because I do think it is going to be now up to Jamie, up to Swapsy to really start getting aggressive. There's an Axe Toss coming in onto Swapsy, leg sweep in over onto Jamie as Numla's trying to get involved in this CC. But it's Jamie again pushing in aggressively, and it is Next playing max range. This time though, PMake is trying to be that more aggressive player here. You can see the Ring of Peace knocking Next off of that wall, and PMake trying to push in, potentially get some CC, get some damage down on him. Not able to do it just yet. There is that paralyze on the Next from Numlas, but Numlas pushing in is going to expose himself to that fear, and it's Eritros that could get it turned around on him. Axe Toss comes out onto Jamie as they're trying to prevent this damage. And Eritros though, in the unending resolve, down to about 20-30% HP. That's going to expire now, so Numlas is going to have to get back to his team and has quite a bit of healing to get done here to pick them back up.
Yeah, let's see if he can recover. I feel like this matchup is literally just Eritros is dying and there's nothing else going on. It's like he's just at 20% health the entire game, not able to get anything going. A full Hex finally subsides and Numlas can get a heal out with that life cocoon. Now some pressure onto Swapsy finally. As he portals back to the staircase though, he's going to immediately recover. They stun Jamie. They're trying to take him out. Tyrants are out on the battlefield for both sides. Observers as well in the skies. There's a lot to deal with on the side of Admirals Esports in terms of dealing with pets and AI on the opposite side. You gotta knock Root, kill off the Observer. You gotta have a lot of Mythic Plus mechanics in a matchup like this to be able to take out all those pets.
I figured it out. I figured out their strategy. They're trying to lag out their PCs. Just fill their computer with 10,000 imps and Felguards and observers and vile fiends, and just hope they have a bad PC and lag out, and that's when you get your kill. So I think that's the window the NICEBEAM are going to look for in this one.
It's a good thing Zico's not in this series after his disconnect. I don't know if he would have been able to handle it here. There's a lot. Oh, big swap on a Numlas. Lightning lasso. He's not trinketing. He's not. Are you kidding me right now, Numlas? He trinkets at the last possible second. Is he just going to die? Lava burst in the sky. Jamie's looking to snipe him, but he's finally back behind the pillar. Super greed in that position on Numlas's part. Now, for this double demo to actually start ripping in some damage, I think it's going to require dampening, but I don't know if they're going to be able to make it. 3 seconds away from Life Cocoon. Eritros in so much trouble. 1 second away. Ports back behind the pillar, going for another portal, trying to pressure them away, but there's an Earthquake on that pillar, ticking away, and likely could proc some stuns on them in the near future as well. Eritros is going to position out of the Earthquake. Doesn't want to take too much damage. That Nether portal is calling in demon after demon. They really need this Pit Lord to connect. Observer is down into Jamie. He's got a Pit Lord and an Observer to deal with. He kills off the Observer. There's the Pit Lord. Where's the Root onto the Pit Lord? It's not even doing that much damage. Honestly, Pit Lord's kind of pathetic. I feel like at the moment it's swapped over to Swapsy. It's doing basically nothing to him. He's fine. Eritros is still just down at half health the entire game. Dark Pact has to activate for him, and they've cut through that already, just seconds into it. Numlas is half mana. Next is jumping in cat form, goes for a bash. Does he get the clone? He gets a full Cyclone, and Eritros could be dead. Jamie's right on top of him. He coils him desperately in defiance, but he's sheared, and Jamie's pushing in. He can tell. He senses weakness. Numlas barely gets the life cocoon between the crowd control effects and Eritros to keep him alive. Jamie's just going to switch targets onto PMake. Lava burst after lava burst. He ports back behind the pillar, trying to get back to Numlas's line of sight, and they're just holding on, praying for a miracle right now as the Burning Legion is called in. Like, Kill Jaden could not rival this Legion at the moment.
Yeah, they're trying to get something done, but the pressure has not really been there from NICEBEAM whatsoever. Axe Toss now on Eritros, and he is again in trouble. The Unending Resolve is going to be up in 5. He has the Dark Pack now, may need to use it, as Numlas is not really having enough healing coming out to actually top him back off. You can see Numlas has Trinket coming back up in 15, has Cocoon in 30. We'll see if they can actually make it there. Admirals Esports, though, is winning pretty heavily in mana, seems to have double the mana right now. Jamie does get coiled. You can see all the imps kind of firing away. We'll see when those tyrants do come back up. If they can get a double tyrant, get some real pressure. Rolling arrow shots, though, may not even make it there. The Unending Resolve comes out, but it is far too little. It is far too late. Down at about 10% HP, does pop it, but ends up going down. The series, I felt like it started out more competitive. It got less and less competitive. It felt like as it went on over time. Admirals Esports, a pretty dominant 3-0, and they are ready to go right back into the grand finals here and have a rematch against Echo.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like it's kind of sad. I was hoping for more out of that. I mean, NICEBEAM made it all the way to 3rd place. The Asians weren't up here on this in this lower side of the bracket. Like, I was really expecting them to bring out like some really serious threats here, and just nothing that they had looked like it could even come close to scratching Admirals Esports. Every game just looked like an inevitability for Erytros to go down. I don't know if Corky maybe wasn't available to play, and that's why they couldn't use the Moonkin Warlock comp, and they were just trying to come up with something else. And if they don't have that, they just didn't have an answer or something. But it did feel like it was getting memeier and memeier as the series progressed for them here today. So really unfortunate that we couldn't see like their full potential of their possibilities. But Admirals Esports are certainly happy to just kind of, you know, more or less quickly, maybe not quickly, but easily get back into the grand finals for a rematch.
Yeah, we'll have to see. You know, I was expecting to see Moonkin come out or maybe Shadow play, which they had played earlier and looked pretty strong, but potentially, you know, having either not the Moonkin available, or maybe they had already played those matchups and they didn't work out, so they wanted to try something different. So either way, NICEBEAM, really good run. You know, they are going to finish top 3 here in Cup number 2. Admirals Esports will move up to the grand finals, though. Once again, that last series against Echo was really, really close, went all 5 games. So the question is going to be about the adjustments. You know, will Echo or Admirals be able to change things up? You know, we saw how competitive that series was, because that's going to be, I think, a really exciting grand finals.
Yeah, this is the first team to really challenge Echo, and I feel like the shadow play is something that Echo doesn't have, something that's like a 100% certainty as a response. It feels like Rogue Mage and Moonkin Warlock are their main comps, and both of those comps were struggling against them. So right now in Cup number 2, this is looking the most likely that somebody could actually defeat Echo, which none of us predicted. You know, it was almost an easy sell that Echo is going to be winning these cups, but now it's definitely not so certain.
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, I think it's not certain at all. And I mean, I think it's going to raise the importance in a series like that of that blind pick, right? Of actually seeing like just how close it's going to be. Because if you can win that blind pick, you know, maybe get some sort of advantage. But Echo also has had a bit of time to think about this, right? You know, they had an hour or 45 minutes or whatever it was, you know, since their series did end, to be able to kind of think about, okay, what would we want to change? Do we want to bring out different comps? Do we want to play different specs? Would we change up the gear, the races? You know, what is it that we're going to be able to do to get maybe a little bit more of an edge against Admirals? Whereas Admirals Esports obviously didn't have that luxury because they had to go straight down a lower bracket. They had to be focused on this match that they had to play right here against NICEBEAM. So we'll see if that gave Echo any sort of an advantage.
Yeah, we certainly will. Admirals Esports going to hopefully not be getting too tired, too frustrated from having to play multiple series in a row. So NICEBEAM, that is the end of the line for them, finishing in 3rd place. However, pretty solid considering where they came from. So well done to them. And like you guys have already stated, we are going to be moving on to the grand finals for the European region. It's Echo and it's Admirals Esports. Both of these teams in 1st and 2nd place respectively so far for standings. So they're only solidifying that even further. So I feel like at the end of this weekend, at least the European region is definitely going to start to be getting very top heavy in terms of points. So we are going to head to a break before we see that series kick off. So up next, we've got the grand finals for EU Cup number 2, Echo Admirals Esports up next. Welcome back, everyone. We are about to witness the second European finals of Season 2 of the AWC, and it is Echo versus Admirals Esports. This is a rematch as well from a match that we saw, Ven, earlier on today.
Yeah, it definitely is, and it was a long series. We saw both teams experimenting with compositions, and Echo was forced off of their Rogue Mage Priest, which is very interesting to me. They had to go back to the Wizard composition, bring in Chanimal, but that shows you the flexibility of this roster, and also the flexibility of Admiral Esports. I mean, that was the closest series we've seen so far with Echo. They battled it back through the lower bracket, made quick work of NICEBEAM, and now we get a rematch, like you said, of the upper bracket finals for this grand finals. And I think this is going to be a long one. I really think this is going to be one of those series that goes to a game 7.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you take anything from the semifinals that we saw with Echo versus Admiral Esports, that's definitely a good prediction. These two teams are very, very evenly matched at the moment. Echo's been kind of dominating for a while, but Admirals Esports for sure has been stepping it up this weekend, Zale.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they played it out really well. They're already doing pretty darn well in championship points, and it feels like Echo and Admirals are going to be massively ahead now, having made it to the finals here. Going to be guaranteed quite a few points, so putting themselves like way out ahead as far as the qualifying for the grand finals is concerned. But we're going to be starting off here, map number 1 of the grand finals, cup number 2, Admirals Esports versus Echo here on the Grand Arena, and we have to find out what is going to be the blind pick comps here. Are Echo going to bring out the Rogue Mage to start? Are they just going to start with Chan on Wizard Cleave? What are Admirals Esports going to kick off with? What's your expectations here, Ben? Oh,
I mean, we don't have to. I don't really have to guess at this point. It's a bit of cheating. But
just pretend you didn't see it, and then you had a perfect prediction.
I don't want to trick anyone watching. Oh, looks like we are going to be remaking this game. So. Looks like Admiral Esports are going to be tapping out. We'll get into the game very shortly, but we do have a bit of a prediction here of what is going to be going down. Looks like Shadow Play is going to be the composition of choice for Admiral Esports, and I think so far this composition has had a great showing overall. It's really well-rounded. I feel like the Demonology Warlock, as well as the Shadow Priest, that brings so much damage in this match. You have a lot of utility, setup potential. It just seems really solid overall.
Yeah. I mean, I do think it's really, really strong. Like the amount of disruption, especially against comps that are kind of like Go based, I think it's really, really good. Will be interesting to see. I mean, it looked really strong against Sub Rogue. To have it here against the Wizards, we'll see. How it is going to go. Obviously, Game 5. I think Game 5 was the only time we actually got this matchup right in the previous series. I believe it was, and that one did go to Echo. In this matchup. So. We'll see, if it continues to be that trend, because they had obviously won against the Rogue Mage with it in game number 4. In game number 3, I think they were playing with Blizzo. Yeah, it was the Warrior comp. So they did rotate through like a lot of different stuff. And then what was the blind pick? I'm trying to look back. Can't remember what the blind pick was actually for the series last time.
This matchup?
Yeah.
It was Rogue Mage Priest versus the Moonkin Elemental Shaman.
Yeah, so Admirals changed up a lot, and they did play those last 2 games with Shadow Play. They won against the Rogue Mage, and then they lost against the Wizard Cleave. So we'll see. Is it going to be a close one here against Echo? With that Shadow Play from the get-go. Because I do think, if Echo wins game number 1 against Shadow Play, they already beat them in game number 5 of the previous series. That would be back-to-back wins with that comp. That Admirals really has to kind of change it up and see, do they have anything else that can actually go head-to-head with this Wizard Cleave, right? Because I think a big reason that Admirals did so well was it felt like they had come up with an answer to the Rogue Mage, and that's where they were getting a lot of their wins, was against that Rogue Mage. So, if Echo cannot be cracked on this Wizard Cleave, then it's going to be a tough series, I think, for Admirals.
Definitely. We'll see how this one does play out. Both teams, obviously, lots of different compositions available, but it could come down to this. I mean, both these teams leading with their best foot forward here in the blind pick, and it could be one of those things where we just see these two compositions going head-to-head for, 7 games in a row, or maybe not. I mean, maybe Echo just completely blow Admiral Esports out of the water, or vice versa. I feel like for Admiral Esports, if they could win this, I mean, that would be quite a statement. Echo has looked completely dominant so far in Cup number 1 and Cup number 2. This is the first time I feel like they've really been tested by a team, and it's not a big surprise that it is Admiral Esports that is testing Echo. Let's see how far they can take it.
Yep, game number 1 going to be kicking off here any moment. Will be a really good one. This is that rematch again of what they played in game number 5 of their previous series, where Echo did come out on top. That one was, of course, a different map, was Dalaran Sewer, so we're on a larger, more open map. We'll see if that does play into the favor of Admirals Esports whatsoever here. Again, you know, so much of these matchups are about, can you push on the healer? Can you get that healer involved and really pressure them? And I think it's going to be critical for Admirals Esports. You know, Meh does have that shorter range, kind of has to be in the mix more. You know, they really want to be getting that Evoker involved as much as possible. And Channel playing that banish, as always, in these Demo Warlock matchups. They have that early banish onto Swapsy's pet. There is the stun into the coil. He's getting the Tyrant out, but he's going to get Axe tossed on that Tyrant. Swapsy trying to shut that down, trying to disrupt this combo from coming through. Now the coil comes out, but it was a little bit late. The Tyrant did actually get out either way. So who is he going to be looking for as that target? Is Jamie, in fact, in the middle of the map? He's going to have to be pulling back here, and that's going to have to be traded out by Next already, as the damage was ramping up very heavily, and Jamie is actually still getting pressured, still kind of in LOS of that Tyrant for quite some time. Then now into the fear, Chanimal getting pressured, Waz getting pressured, the Barkspin has to come out. Trinket has already been used by Waz. He's going to have to enrage regen into the bear form, and Meh has got some work to do picking him back up as he had been caught in the CC. Now a triple Shadow Fury comes through. Great job by Swapsy ramping up this pressure. Chan trying to push into the middle of the map, trying to get things going, but not really able to do it. It looked like the Shadow Fury got cloned. He was trying to Shadow Fury Jamie, but it did get cloned by Waz, so a little bit of miscommunication there. Now all three pushing in on top of Swapsy. Waz going to be chasing Next, as he did last series very, very effectively. Wants to stay on top of him, but it's double fears. It's a Warlock Fear on Chan. It's a Psychic Scream onto Mets, and Axos onto Waz, and there's the bash to follow it up. He doesn't have Barksin. He doesn't have the Trinket. Now this Dispel Fear onto Meh. Waz still in a lot of trouble here in the middle of the map. The Axos is going to be used on Jamie to try to shut some of that damage down. And now Mez going to have time to pick things back up. It looks like they will be catching back up, and it's time for Echo to get the pressure rolling, as it's Swapsy who's now low, but Meh again caught into the fear. They've had so much CC on this Evoker who is playing mid-map and is really getting punished for it.
Yeah, definitely mana lead in favor of Meh, though. That's something definitely to pay attention to as the game does go late. Waz has been under quite a bit of pressure. They did manage to get a good amount of damage out, though. Echo, that was for Echo and Waz, that was his major offensive cooldown. So using that Incarnation to really put out some pressure. But I feel like Admiral Esports, they weathered the storm well. They had good positioning at the pillar, and now it's their time to get aggressive. And it feels like when that Incarnation is not up, they have good pressure. At the same time, though, Swapsy taking a huge hit. Next is going to top him off, but this damage is just completely unrelenting. Big damage here onto Swapsy. He's caught into the middle of the map. Look at Meh playing incredibly aggressive, going for a deep breath. Manages to find it here onto Swapsy, looking for that damage to get a Cyclone onto Next. That is going to be, I believe, removed. So I don't know if Jamie Master spelled that, but it was removed. Now it's going to be Waz getting blasted. We have a silence onto Meh, as it looks like Admiral Esports is looking to strike back here.
Yeah, I mean, they got the Trinket and the Emerald Communion off of Meh there, as well as the Trinket, recently off of Waz. You can see the beam going to be thrown out there onto the Demonic Tyrant from Swapsy, trying to shut that down. But Channel in a lot of pressure here as well. He may actually have to use the Unending Resolve. Not going to have to do it, as he does get picked up by Meh. But there's the Axe Toss into the Psychic Scream onto Meh. They're trying to get this pressure rolling. Once again, Jamie is just teeing off on Channel. Channel in a lot of trouble, trying to retreat back to the pillar. There's a defensive clone coming out, but Chan's still holding on to the Unending Resolve as the coil comes out on the Meh. He's getting low. Waz is taking some pressure here as well. There's that Dispel coming out from Meh, though, strips the dots off. Channel should stabilize from this point. The Shadow Fury gets thrown down. It connects on Next. Can they follow up that with CC? They can. The clone comes down onto him, but it's going to get MD'd immediately off. It looked like there by Jamie. Is now a silence thrown out onto Meh. The Axe Toss onto Chan. They're trying to keep this pressure rolling. Admiral Esports is making this really difficult for Echo, pressuring them very heavily, and they've been doing such a good job defending Next. Next is actually pulled into the mana lead from that deficit he was at earlier.
Yeah, it looks like Swapsy gates into the middle of the map. This is a bit of a dangerous time. Next does manage to connect the Iron Bark, but he Cyclones. That means not only can he not heal, but when he gets out of the healing, or when he gets out of the crowd control, he's going to have that high winds to reduce that healing even further here onto Swapsy. Beautiful Cyclones here by Waz. Manages to find one on Swapsy, but being caught in the middle of the map, he is getting absolutely blasted by Jamie. We have a coil right now onto Meh. He's in crowd control. Waz doing what he can with Cyclones and Frenzied Regeneration, but needs to get there for the rescue. That is going to take him out of there to the safety of the pillar, channeling out a big Dream Breath, and that's going to put a huge heal over time effect on Waz, allowing him to now get aggressive, looking for Cyclones in the match. Finds it onto Jamie. It's going to be Swapsy on the back foot, and this matchup so far has been very back and forth.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to have to see, can Echo, find a good setup, because if they can get that CC out on the Druid, strip the Hots, using this Evoker Fire Breath, they can maybe make something happen. But there's a silence over on a Meds. Waz, again, in trouble here. He has to use the Trinket, has to use the Barkskin, is pulling back to that pillar. Jamie and Swapsy are making it very difficult for Chan and Waz to actually pressure Next, who's actually just sat down for a drink again. He's back to full mana at this point, and there's going to be no such luck here for Meh, who's not going to have that opportunity to sit down to look for that drink. He does top his team back off with that Spirit Bloom there. You can see the beam comes down, locks out Jamie at that point. Chan, though, trying to push into the middle of the map, going to get feared. Re-feared again immediately there by Swapsy, just always harassing these players when they do push out, when they try to get up on the Next. Swapsy and Jamie are there. They're the bodyguards. They're saying, no, you cannot pass. You cannot enter. There's the bash, though, over on a Swapsy. He's going to get pulled back to the pillar with that life grip. Waz now thrown into the coil. Waz trying to push in forward here. Again, he wants to be that guy that's positioning forward, that's positioning aggressively on the Next, getting him involved. But as he goes around the pillar, he's going to get bashed up here once again. And now the double fear comes out from the Priest over onto Chan and Waz. That's broken immediately, but Meh now caught into a fear from the Warlock. Can they get anything rolling here as the Psychic Horror comes down onto Waz? He's going to trade out the Barkskin immediately. Silence there to follow it up. Emerald Communion used by Meh, both for that healing and for the mana, to try to recover here. He's trying to be as efficient as possible. Swapsy does throw down the banish. It is going to land onto Chan's pet, but he's going to have a coil coming out on him, and Swapsy just getting rocked. The life swap has to come out there from Jamie, but now both are low here. Could they force out the disperse potentially from Jamie? Doesn't look like it, but Swapsy, they're just tunneling him. They're just going to try to ride him into the ground there as the Axe Toss comes through. Swapsy has to trinket. He has to port. He has to get out of there as his sleep is over onto Next. Now the Shadow Fear on the Next. Can they keep this CC rolling on him? He's got no trinket. Waz on the other end, though, is getting crushed as well. Swapsy is finally stabilized, and it's Waz that is going to have to get out of there. The Shadow Fear landing onto both Chan and Waz. The coil to follow it up. There's a full fear onto Meh. He does have his trinket, but he is sitting through it for now. Waz back behind the pillar, throwing down those regrowths. Going to get Psychic Horror, but not before the regrowth did land. It was a split second. Too late there for Jamie. Another fear there to follow on Meh. But Waz has been able to keep himself safe. Now a bash onto Jamie, a coil over onto Swapsy. Chan does get feared up, and he's feared way away from Meh, who finally is able to get him out of that with a Dispel. But again, they need to push in onto Next. They need to get that CC because he has no trinket available. There's the Axe Toss into the clone onto Swapsy. Will they get the CC over on the Next and try to go Swapsy out of this? I think that's what they're looking for. The clone is going to come down again here onto Swapsy. Can he swap it over onto that healer? Not just yet, but Jamie is going to be thrown into some CC, and Chan and Waz are being pressured again.
Yeah, beautiful innervate coming in from Waz. Meh just going to throw out as much healing as possible to get his team topped off and ready to go. 35% dampening. Beautiful deep breath coming in here by Meh as he's looking to set up his team. Next is forced to trade out his Iron Bark. He could be a target a little bit later on in the game. He's burning through a lot of his mana. This is looking really, really unstable, but at the same time, Admiral Esports, they have great pressure here on the Waz. He's forced to use his Vigil as well as his Bark Skin. Now Swapsy caught in the middle of the map. Chanimal looking to set up his team with a huge death coil here onto Swapsy. And they take him down. It looks like he will be fine. Next in the backline, throwing in an Iron Bark with good positioning. And I feel like at this point, if Admiral Esports can somehow buy themselves a drink, if Next can recover his mana just one more time, they're going to put themselves in a really ideal situation as we go into the late game.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if he can find it, because despite the fact that he's drank to full earlier, he's already behind mana, compared to Matt. But It's just going to be a kill coming down out of nowhere. The burst comes out from Chan and Waz. Next wasn't even CC'd. I did not expect Swapsy to just get dropped like that, but he got deleted out of nowhere. I have to see that happen one more time. I thought it was going to come down to man. I thought it was going to be that long game, but Echo just find the opportunity, find the kill here. The Warlocks are much more vulnerable as you get deeper into dampening. They were almost able to kill Swapsy off earlier, but we can watch it one more time. This was earlier on in the match when Waz, got very low here. You can see those regrowths always coming out, always trying to keep himself safe in those situations. It was a pretty back and forth game. I do feel like overall, Echo was closer to getting the kills earlier on, but Admirals have been doing a good job getting a lot of pressure out, and Jamie is absolutely pumping.
Yeah, it's one of those things, right? When Waz does have his incarnation available, he can just one-shot someone through heals. Yeah. So if they don't have like a big emergency button or they don't position well, then Waz is going to be able to drop someone. So I think that is one of the nice things about having the Moonkin on your team. Your big advantage is going to be, the Cyclones as well as that incarnation burst. Outside of that, that's when Jamie can really get aggressive on that Shadow Priest, just to talk about those two different roles. Shadow Priest do a ton of damage right now. If you're able to actually cast, you really can blast. But I am curious to see what happened to Swapsy. So you can see right now, there is no Dark Pact available. He's got no unending resolve. Next isn't in any crowd control, but like, where does the damage come from? Because he kind of dropped out of nowhere, a little bit unexpected.
About. I mean, double Shadow Fury comes out.
This is the incarnation.
Yeah,
so Waz just Incarn comes up, just and that's the enrage timer.
Oh my god. Like
It's a lot of damage.
He's fully hotted. And he just got
Yeah, you just die through.
one tap through full hots, yeah.
Yeah. See, that's the thing is like that's the main advantage of the Moonkin. You have your crowd control and then you have that burst. Like when you have that burst available with your incarnation, that's when you can just delete somebody, and that's exactly what we saw there. So that is the moment in the game that we need to see Admiral Esports kind of maneuver. If they can maneuver that burst coming in from the Moonkin, I feel like they make the trades very effectively outside of that cooldown, right? That's when I feel like they're actually winning. It's like for the majority of the game, it feels like Admiral Esports is winning, and then every time Echo has that cooldown, they can battle it back and force them really defensive, and if they don't respond appropriately, especially in dampening, the game's just over.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's really tough. I'm just trying to think, though. It's like, because I feel like you can't play too respectfully to the Incarn, right? Because if you just are too far back and doing nothing, then it's kind of just like buying time for the other team. And you have to be playing in their face. But they didn't have unending resolve, so maybe that's a moment where like they need to really be a little bit more scared. But the damage is just so fast. I'm not sure if Swapsy didn't have his port in position as well, you know, that there's an opportunity where it's like, hey, as soon as Incar gets popped, if you insta-port, then something like that could keep you safe, right? So I don't even know if it's like they shouldn't be playing offensive without defensive cooldowns, but maybe they just really need to pay respect to that and just make sure that you always have your port in range, you always have something available to try to get you out of there immediately, because he pretty much insta-died. It was what, like 1 second, 1.5 seconds maybe from full to dead through full hots. So that's tough. But when you don't have kind of an emergency cooldown, as you're saying, it seems like that's kind of just what can happen. And now, once again, we're going to see Echo just lock in the same comp. And this is that situation I was talking about before the series started, where, okay, Admirals already lost to them in this matchup on a small map, and now they just played them on a grand in the grand finals. They lost on a big map. Do you just keep running it back and say, hey, this is our best bet, we just keep trying this and hope we can actually win? Or do they change up their compositions again? Because Admirals is obviously pretty well known for having a lot of comps available.
Feels so good to be Echo, right? Like you have your RMP that's working against like most people, and then you get to play this comp too, which is like, seems like they have two comps that are like absolutely phenomenal, and everyone else is like scrambling. And I feel like in a situation like this, you would rather be the team that only has a few different comps that kind of does well into everything, as opposed to Admiral, who, you know, they have a lot of comp options, but how much do they have practiced on it, right? Like, because it's not an easy thing to do. I think it's one thing that, okay, so Swapsy is going to be going to the Moonkin. You can see here the win rate of Echo and the different compositions that they've played. I think this is just from this season. So a 75% win rate here with the Moonkin Demonology Evoker. It's been working out great for them. And then, of course, you have the Rogue Mage Priest as well. And I think these stats might not be including this weekend.
Today. Yeah, I think from before today at least. Maybe not this weekend, but before today for sure, because they did lose with the Rogue comp.
Start of day, yeah.
Yep, in their previous series. So either way, I mean, this team is obviously very dominant. I agree. I mean, the dream is that you have one comp that can just play into everything and you just master it, right? Because that I think is the best situation you can be in. But I do think generally, you know, it has moved more away from that, you know, in the last quite a few years. Unless something is like turbo OP, then you can maybe just play one comp. But generally speaking, you know, it's kind of an expectation these days to be able to multi-class to play at the AWC level. You know, you have to be able to play, especially the healers, it feels like, need to be able to swap around, you know, based on what the meta is. So we are going to have, you know, this Evoker Mirror. Meh has been so impressive to me, though. I do think it's very difficult to kind of like out mana this guy. It feels like he's so efficient. You know, he's able to play aggressive, really balance how he's doing his damage while still maintaining his mana. You know, pinching those cooldowns, you know, just right. So I think it's going to be a tough one for AWC Esports, but it is going to be Moonkin versus Moonkin. So a lot of it potentially going to come down to what they can get really done with those Incarns and how well they can actually shut down the opposing Moonkin during it. You know, do you save things like the Axos and the Coil and whatnot to really try to shut down the enemy Moonkin and just make it more about disabling their opponents?
Yeah, I mean, Meh is insane. I wish maybe sometime we could see, like, if we do get a long map, I would be curious to see mana returned on details for Meh, because I think there's a few things going on. One thing that's really nice is Innervate. So you have a really expensive heals on Preservation Evoker, and they do a lot of healing, like Dream Breath, for example, is one. And then, of course, you have a PvP talent as well. Dream Projection costs a lot of mana. But if you get Innervate early on in the game and you get those rolling, you have these really powerful heal over time effects that are basically free of charge, and you can keep your team aggressive. Another thing that he does consistently is he's always playing the talent energy loop. So whenever he channels his disintegrate, he's regenning mana, and you can use that disintegrate when you get essence burst. So he's actually getting enough of these disintegrates off in the match. He's actually just recovering mana consistently. And it takes an evoker that is willing to play aggressive and in their face and know those moments of when you need to play in and when you need to play out. And I know as a resto druid, it can be really difficult to fight against a good evoker, because if they have well-timed, flame breaths that are dispelling all of your heals, you can really spiral the game out of control. So I'm sure that I just want to give a shout out to Next, basically, because I know it's not easy to play against an evoker of this caliber, and it's a really difficult thing to do, to manage all your heal over time effects and your mana when you're constantly being dispelled, and the threat of crowd control. It's a really tough spot to be in.
Yeah, absolutely. It's also just kind of frustrating at times where it's like where you have those moments where you see Next able to sit down and drink to like full mana, and he's like 80% mana ahead, and Med never drinks, and then he's slowly falling behind, and now they're even, and then all of a sudden the druid's behind on mana. So it can be difficult. Definitely dealing with the flame breaths and all the hots that are going to get stripped is really, really tough, as you say. And resto druids, I think, struggle with recovery. They have great like maintenance, and if they're able to kind of like stabilize and stay at that level, then it's really, really effective. But when you fall behind, it can be really difficult. But it is going to be Next on this evoker now. So we have double evoker, double moonkin. The difference, of course, being Jamie on the Shadow Priest. Chan going to be playing the Demo Warlock as per usual here. And we'll see which one can get the advantage. Waz is just sprinting right on in there. There's a root beam immediately down on the Next. So who are they going to go for? It looks like it is going to be damage coming out potentially onto Swapsy, who's in the middle of the map. But there's Psychic Core over on the map, onto Waz, and the Med just pulls him back to safety here in the middle of the map. The Fire Breath coming out immediately, but Swapsy taking a lot of damage. Next going to have to use a rescue here early on. The Dream Breath did get dropped, but I think Swapsy actually stepped behind Next, unfortunately. So the Dream Breath did not connect on him, and it's going to require the Spirit Bloom to come out immediately.
Yep, looks like there's good crowd control here from Waz, playing aggressive in the match, looking for a Master Spell. Jamie manages to find it, freeing Next from the Cyclone, wanting to get some heals out. And it's very interesting right now. Next goes for a deep breath, looking to play aggressive here. Jamie and Swapsy just pushing in this match. Let's see if they can get crowd control here on demand. They need to find a Cyclone. There's a bash. Swapsy, can he get the follow-up Cyclone? We'll have to wait and see. Look for it. He gets Axe Toss. Great denial there by Chanimal, stopping Swapsy. Now a Quell. Great job, but it is Chanimal who's taking quite a bit of damage. That Dark Pact will trade. Swapsy, this is his offensive cooldowns. This is that incarnation, so this is their moment to get something done. I feel like they have to get more than just a Dark Pact, but it seems like that's all they're going to get during this push.
Yeah, the Dark Pact is really nothing. Med taking some damage there, though, but does use that self-shield there, playing a little bit defensively. Shadow Fury coming across multiple people. There's a clone over on a Swapsy. Coil on a Jamie. Jamie now being pressured here as the damage is starting to ramp up onto him. Now an Axe Toss onto Swapsy. Swapsy going to get turned around onto as they try to get the damage rolling on him. You can see the Shroud now popped here by Next. Med looking to do the same, trying to stay immune to that CC. Both of these evokers trying to stay aggressive as Waz's clone now will expire here. Swapsy repositioning, trying to pull back. It's going to be a clone coming down over onto Jamie as Swapsy going to throw a clone down on the Felguard. Both these guys trying to position pretty aggressively, but it's Waz who's actually getting crushed right now by Jamie. Jamie going to get cloned up again here as Jamie was trying to push in, trying to get CC there onto Men, not quite able to do it. Men falling behind a little bit there as the Quell is going to land onto Chanimal. He's going to get interrupted by that. And is going to be pushing out across the middle of the map. They're going to have to reposition the portal, reposition the gateway. Full Fear does land, though, onto Chanimal from Jamie. Going to be dispelled off by Meh. And Jamie is not actually with his healer right now. Jamie's going to get coiled. Chan saw that he was LOS, and they're looking to go aggressive on him. They do force the disperse there. Now the MD comes down, getting Next out of that clone. It's a bash, though, over on a Swapsy, and it's starting to feel like Echo is getting ahead here.
It definitely does. Big deep breath there by Meh, looking to set up the team. Rescue from Next, trying to get Swapsy out of there. Just by a little bit of distance, but you can see that Observer just blasting lasers from the sky. They need to kill that off if they can. It got a decent amount of value there. We have a Cyclone now onto Chanimal, but Swapsy is just dead, down to 20% health. An interrupt there onto Waz, a little bit defensive. A nice Cyclone, beautiful Cyclone set up here onto Mab, but it looks like he will be fine with that rescue. Do they have any crowd control here onto Next? Doesn't look like they're going to be able to find it. Swapsy might be okay. Still doesn't have much healing. He's just running behind the pillar. It's just a really devastating moment. Okay, he's going to go into bear form, and looks like he will be able to escape, but just so far on the back foot. Still, crowd control is landing here on the Next, but Swapsy buys some time with the regrowth. Nullifying Shroud's going to trade for Next, so he should be immune to crowd control for quite some time. In the meantime, Jamie getting a lot of pressure here onto Waz. he does get topped off, and it's Swapsy on the back foot once again. Any crowd control on next could be the game. Waz is moving forward. He gets the root solar beam. Can they take down Swapsy? He gets a nice counter bash there onto Waz to try and slow him down just a little bit, but the damage from Met is overwhelming. Can they drop him? Disintegrate after disintegrate. Next coming in with the rescue. Nicely done, but that was a close call.
And the double Shadow Fury is there. If Chan can get a Fear, this might not even be over. Jamie's in trouble here. He's going to throw out the silence. They're trying to turn some pressure around. They need to get Echo off of their backs, but they just can't do it. The beam comes in onto Waz. There's a clone to follow it up. So Swapsy buying himself a little bit of time, but it's a coil over onto Jamie there. And it is going to be the Emerald Communion now popped here by Met as he's putting the Psychic Scream, going to top his team back off. The clone comes out, but it is a little bit late. So he got that full channel, got all his mana back. And Chan is just positioning so aggressively here, trying to harass next, trying to find those opportunities to keep that pressure going here. Jamie now pulling back to the pillar, but he's pretty separated from next. And Swapsy, it has seemed to be the main target. He's the one that's potentially still in trouble here. Chan now pushing in, going to trigger it out of that clone, trying to play in on top of him, trying to look for those fears. He's going to get cloned up, though, by Swapsy. Another clone coming through, but it's going to be a Shadow Fear on Swapsy. Swapsy in a lot of trouble next, dropping the Emerald Community. He was in the road beam, but it didn't seem like those heals were actually connecting. The Deep Breath stun is going to come through, and next is stunned up by that. The Axe Toss is there to follow, and his teammate is already gone. Swapsy is down, and Echo just keep that pressure rolling, crushing through here in game number 2 of the Grand Finals. I don't know, like it didn't seem like that Emerald Communion did anything. I don't know if they just straight up killed him through it, or for some reason it was healing something else. But that looked weird because he got put into root beam on the other side. He was Emerald Communioning on the other side of the pillar, but he was pretty close to Swapsy, and it just felt like Swapsy's health was just not going up.
Doesn't go through line of sight, so if he was line of sighting him, it just wasn't healing him at all.
Yeah, then he was just LOS. Yep.
That's really unfortunate because it's one of the strongest heals in the game. Like, you're in line of sight,
your health per second, right?
Yeah, it's basically you can't die through it. It's that much healing. So we'll have to see exactly how this did play out. But seeing Clone City coming in here from Waz, they're getting some decent pressure on him. But let's see what happens here in these final moments. Next is able to get the pre-time dilation on Swapsy, so good amount of damage reduction there. He gets completely topped off. See what happens after this. Next, reconnects to Swapsy. They're getting some pressure here on the Chanimal. Chanimal look for a double Shadow Fury, but he gets caught into the Cyclone, and Swapsy is just dying. I mean, I don't know.
Oh, yeah, LOS. Yeah, he walked around the corner right there.
That is so unfortunate. Oh,
yeah.
No, he would have been completely full health.
Yeah,
instead,
yeah,
instead he's just gets pulled. That's so sad for Next. He just wants to use the Emerald Community to keep him alive so bad. And then when he finally gets there, he's met with a double, deep breath coming in from Mad just to really add insult to injury. But this is so tough. I mean, if you're Admiral Esports, your back is truly against the wall. I mean, they had such a close series in the upper finals, but I feel like it just put Echo in a position where they're like, okay, because this is the original comp that they were running. And as far as I know, there was nothing that actually really... What was it that forced them off this composition?
Nothing. They just started playing Rogue Mage, it felt like, at the start of this week.
Well, okay, so it was last week. The finals of last week, Waz played Rogue. Like, he was playing this comp the whole time. They lost one game, and then they played Rogue as just like a counter comp. And then they've just been playing RMP this week until they're back on this. Because I'm trying to remember what was the actual composition that forced them off of this in the finals last week.
Let me pull it up right now. Let's see.
Yeah.
It was Echo versus the Agents in the finals.
Was it Ellie?
They were playing against Ellie DH in game. Ellie Demon Hunter,
yeah.
Yeah. Brunhilde and Zebai and Asgrath was LEDH. That was the final game. I'm not sure if there was something prior to that made them bring it out, but I think that was the final game. And they lost that in the previous game. So they lost that in game 5, and then in game 6 they brought out the Rogue and just like insta-won, if I recall correctly.
And won instantaneously.
Killed the DH in a global. But I mean, so Rogues obviously really pound some of those comps, right? Like, it seems like DHs and Windwalkers and stuff really struggle against sub. But I don't know if it was just like, if they really got forced to it, this week, or it was just something that they wanted to play more of, or just wanted to, experiment or whatever. But Admirals wasn't the ones that even forced them to the Rogue. It was actually the Agents last week in the Grand Finals that were able to bring that out. So I do think it's time, though, Admirals have to change something up. Obviously, the way that game ended was really unfortunate. There was just Swapsy stepping just barely around the corner because they were both on the edge of the pillar, right? Like, they're both kind of like very on the side. So he would have been able to get that Emerald Communion, but he stepped just barely around the corner, and then there was CC coming through, and then Waz actually typhooned him back to keep him LOS. So And then the deep breath came through. It was like, I think he had already died even as the deep breath came through, but there was an axe toss to follow that. Like there was still a lot remaining as he was already dead. So it seemed like a tough one. I don't know. Like you could keep trying, and there have been moments where they've gotten some pressure, but at no point, I don't know how you feel, at no point in game 1 or 2 did I ever believe Admirals was about to win. Like I never thought they were close to actually getting a kill.
No, there's like a few times where maybe Waz was close to just dying, but they always had cooldowns. It was like, yeah, always had cooldowns. It would have been a fumble from Echo to actually lose. So that's why I think it's so difficult for Admiral Esports, because that composition didn't seem too bad. Like, it was kind of a blunder at the end that you lost, but you try it again. You don't really gather that much intel when you have a loss like that, where it's like, okay, well, we had the buttons, we could have lived, but it was just like a line of sight issue. So
yeah, but they've lost 3 in a row now in that exact matchup, because the final game of the previous series was that matchup. They lost on Sewers, then they lost on the Grand, and then so this makes more sense to me. You gotta change something up. Whether or not this will work is another question, but I do think it's worth trying something different, right? You lost 3 in a row in the same matchup, and you have to win 4 out of the next 6, right, to be able to actually win this finals. So I do think it makes sense swapping it up. It is going to be Blizzo, and he is going to be playing Fury. We've seen a little bit of Arms. We've seen some Fury as well over these last couple weeks. I think it's only really Blizzo that's been playing it, though, unless I'm misremembering. As far as so I think it's basically only been him, which is kind of fun to see. Like when someone is really just like that good at a specific class or specific spec, that they can keep kind of bringing it out against the meta a little bit. So we'll see if they can upset the apple cart, so to speak, take down the Demo, take down the Moonkin, who has been looking really, really strong. But of course, even if you win this one, if Admirals doesn't think that they can win the mirror against the Wizards, then it's really tough, right? Because you can come out with this, and then you win one game, and then it's like, maybe you just get sub-rogued in the next one, right? If you're
definitely just get sub-rogued.
So that's tough, right? Like they've got to. This is like a must-win. But even if they win this, they have to kind of come up with something different for the next game. Because if they do this blind, I think you're playing against Mage Rogue.
Maybe you could win. Like it is a possibility you could win. Like
it is possible.
You need CPTs has been saying it. Like if you want to beat a Fire Mage, you have to play on top of them. And we kind of saw it in the Wizard matchup in the previous series today, where you're seeing Jamie just literally run on top of the Fire Mage on his LA Shaman the entire time, right? Like you want to just remove that damage, you want to threaten him. Maybe a composition like this could do it, like the Elemental Shaman Fury Warrior. The only difficulty is you have a sub-rogue kind of controlling you. So that's what makes it really... Yeah, you have the sub-rogue stunning you on cooldown, makes it really hard. I know, but...
Oh, you want to play on my mage? Oh, that must be nice. Here's a cheap shot. Here's a gouge. Here's another cheap shot. Now you're kidney shot. Now you're blinded. Now you're in a smoke bomb. Oh, you're dueled. Oh,
Yeah, it's tough. It's really, really tough. But that's the thing. That's what makes Echo so dangerous, right? Like if they end up pulling ahead in a series, they have these two compositions that are completely different, right? Like the RMP and this Moonkin Warlock Evoker. The thing is, there's not going to be many compositions that beat both, right? Like you might be able to beat one of their compositions. Like maybe Admiral Esports is like, okay, we got this. We figured it out. We're going to bring in the Fury War. We're going to Runes of Lordaeron. They're not going to be able to kite. I'm still not 100% convinced they're going to win this one, but I do know even if they do win this one, I don't know what their blind pick is going to be, because I mean maybe they just have to run it down mid, right? Like just play this the whole way through, and hopefully you can beat the subtlety rogue as well.
I mean, if you can find comps that can beat both, then maybe it doesn't save you this week because you're already down 2. But for next week, then it would come down potentially to the blind pick, right? Is who got the advantage in the blind pick if you have those answers. But of course, if you can't beat that Wizard comp, it's going to be really, really tough. Even if they do have this as an answer to it, we don't know if they really have much of an answer to the rogue. So we'll have to see how exactly that will work. But this is step number 1. They've got to be able to take down this comp, and they're going to try to do it here with the Fury Warrior. It's game number 3 of the Grand Finals in Europe. It's AWC Cup number 2. Echo up 2-0 so far over Admirals Esports, and they are bringing out that Fury Warrior. Blizzo making his debut in this series. And it's going to have to be a good one if they want to be able to make anything happen in this. And as you say, it's if you're playing against the Fire Mage, it's about training the Fire Mage. In this one, though, it's obviously a different story. It is Moonkin and Demo Lock. What do you think the strategy is going to be here? Do you think it is going to be mostly Moonkin early, just trying to disrupt CC? Or do you think we're going to be seeing like Warlock start to finish? What are you kind of expecting?
I like... It is tough.
Closest Wizard,
I feel
maybe?
like what I really want to see they don't really have much crowd control, right? Like, it's very unlikely to me that we're going to see the Restoration Druid actually get a lot of crowd control out. So the main strength of like the Elemental Shaman and the Fury Warrior is kind of bouncing around a lot. So I actually want to see them go after Meh a decent amount. Like, obviously you can't train him, but I think they need to make consistent swaps in this match. Try to, you know, get Meh low, mess up his mastery a little bit. It can lower their overall healing, but I feel like for Jamie, it's just going to be about putting out as much pressure as possible in the match. You know, pressuring down the pet of Chanimal even just a little bit. Just force Meh to kind of burn through his mana, but I don't know if they can just train one person into the ground. Potentially just go after Waz, but I'm not sure if that'll work.
Yep. Yeah, we'll have to see exactly what the strategy is going to be. I agree, Jamie needs to keep them aggressive. You also need to really defend next, I think, from the CC. So you can't allow Waz or Chan to push in, but it's going to be Chan who is getting that pressure early on. The Stormbolt's there over onto Meh. You can see the shear onto Waz. They're trying to get that pressure rolling onto Chan, but now it's going to be turned around as there's a fear over onto Jamie. It's going to get dispelled by next. They're trying to get Waz, and Waz is taking a ton of damage right here as the Lightning Lasso comes through. Blizzo connecting to the back of him is crushing through with that Avatar. Waz sitting dangerously low still. You can see that Meh struggling to heal through this. The Fire Breath now going to come out, try to strip off some of those hots. We'll see if they can get the pressure rolling on the other side whatsoever. But the early minutes, at the very least, are really going Admirals Esports way.
Yeah, this is the incarnation, though. This is the moment Waz can get aggressive. He needs to push in. If they just deny this moment, really scary, but it doesn't look like anyone's really taking damage. Blizzo just doesn't care. He's going forward. Gets the Stormbolt here onto Waz, and has been putting out a lot of healing so far, but this pressure from Jamie and Blizzo has been great. This composition's looking solid. Waz finally finds a Cyclone there to slow down Blizzo for the time being, and they definitely needed to. I mean, he's just been on the absolute warpath in this game on the Fury Warrior. It's been looking good. There's really nowhere for Waz and Chanimal to kite to, so their best option, I suppose, is just try to drag Blizzo in the open, but when you are a warrior, you want like a Resto Druid healing you like this, right? Like, you want full hots. Like, you feel very safe in this situation. All those heal over time effects are really going to give you confidence to push forward and actually take down Waz, and you're not really at a threat of getting overextended as long as Next can keep those hots up.
Yeah, and we'll see if he's going to be able to do it. There's a nice reflected clone from Blizzo, and he took that time to get Meh low, and now they're back onto Waz as he comes out of the clone. He does fake an interrupt, though. Is able to actually get another clone there onto Blizzo, but he's right back onto the back of him coming out of it. Waz in a lot of trouble here. Does get a DR clone onto Blizzo, trying to create some space for himself. As Chan is pushing in, he's going to get the Tyrant out. Now is the time to run here for Blizzo. They're going to try to turn things around. We'll see if they can get that Tyrant free casting onto him and really create that pressure. Jamie going to get bashed up. He's into the clone. Now a counter bash there over onto Waz from Next, and Blizzo is rocking him. You can see the pummel comes through onto the clone. It's time to run. Waz got to get out of there and will be rescued up by Meh, who is going to land the Demon Breath onto Waz, and now a full clone. Now they can push in potentially here. Continue that CC onto Blizzo. Get in on top of this Resto Druid. Try to get some pressure rolling. The Fire Breath, though, going to come out from Meh. Strip the hots off of this warrior. He is hit both Stormbolts at the same time. Waz in on top, going to be taking a lot of damage. Still struggling to get to Next. Next is just LOSing them, and they are just getting crushed as they try to get forward. Waz down dangerously low, and he is LOSing Meh. He's got to pull back. Every time they're pushing forward onto this Resto Druid, it's the warrior in the alley right on the back of them, just clobbering them and keeping their healer safe.
I really like this. I mean, this is looking good for Admiral Esports. Mana relatively even here with Next, but in terms of pressure, I feel like Admiral Esports is way ahead in this one. These Cyclones are just so important for Waz, though. Every single time he can get Blizzo in a Cyclone, he can fake cast the interrupt. It's massive. Big setup here on to Next. Is he going to respect the damage? At the same time, Waz so incredibly low. Manages to connect the heals. In the meantime, Next has to channel out the Tranquility in order to stay alive. That was a great setup there by Chanimal and Waz. This is the incarnation, so they're not going to have that big hit of damage. Waz is going to have to hold on until that is available once again. I feel like Admiral Esports, they weathered the storm, but it did cost them quite a bit here from Next.
Yeah, they did get a lot of cooldowns out from him. You know, they got the NS, they got that Tranquility as well. Waz under a lot of pressure, though. Down dangerously low. The Shockwave going to connect on both the DPS. Meh has a lot of work to do if he wants to keep them safe. Now a big fear coming through from Blizzo, connecting on multiple members. As Meh trying to pick them back up, is finally able to do that. But Next is just drinking. He's right beside him in stealth, drinking back up. Gets about 60% mana now total, but Jamie's in trouble. He's into the coil. The Shadow Fury there to follow. Chan trying to tee off on him. Waz trying to reconnect, but he's going to get pummeled on that clone. Not able to follow up the CC. Now looking for another clone. He's going to be shockwaved on it. Again, Blizzo catching both the DPS, and Waz spikes dangerously low. You can see that Lightning Lasso coming through now. They're trying to stop these clones at all costs from Waz. He will land one onto Blizzo now, and Waz is going to just jump in with that wild charge, trying to get in on top of Next. The clone has been swapped over, so Next now fully in that clone. Going to get the damage rolling onto Jamie, who's out of LOS of his healer. He's going to get axe tossed. He's down about 50% HP. Another clone is going to land, but Waz is just getting crushed by Blizzo. Blizzo on a solo mission right now, trying to clean this one up. Not going to be able to do it through the Emerald Communion, though, as Mel once again is able to stabilize his team. There's so much pressure, though, on Echo this one. Admiral is doing the best job that they have so far in this series. The rescue, it looked like, got interrupted by a shockwave potentially there from Jamie, and Waz is going to get knocked back into the corner again. The clone will land now onto Blizzo. Waz trying to create that space. Chan pushing in. He's going to get lassoed, though, as he tries to land the fears onto Next. Next, again, just playing his pillar to perfection here, and Jamie is the bodyguard. He's playing between his Resto Druid and all that DPS. The clone now, though, does land from Waz onto Jamie, and this could buy some time for Chan to get something done. The Tyrant is out. The Fear does land. Next, trying to throw those Dispels down, and Blizzo is going to have to pull back to the pillar. There's the Shockwave onto the Tyrant, trying to CC it up, trying to actually LOS it to shut it down as much as possible, but Next is being pressured. He's down to 50% HP. You can see a lot of damage coming out on both sides. Meh, though, is really starting to struggle on mana as a clone does land on the Blizzo. They're targeting Next very heavily here, but it's Jamie now who's getting rocked. Jamie down about 20% HP. He's sitting steadily at about 20-30%. He's going to pop that move cast, but you can see the deep breath comes through across multiple members, and Jamie, this could just be the end. The beam is going to interrupt him, and Meh flies over the top, lands the Disintegrate, and finishes him off. Echo were on the back foot the whole damn time. But Admirals found the one window of opportunity to go aggressive here against Admirals and close it out.
I mean, Echo, that was just so beautiful. We're going to see exactly what happened there in those final moments. But I think at a certain point they realized, you know what, Jamie is going to be the main target here. Not an easy thing to do to take down the Elemental Shaman, but eventually they were able to find the crowd control. And I think what was smart is they decided they needed to push in. I mean, sitting back and just getting chopped up and eaten alive there by Blizzo was definitely not the strategy in the early game, but in the late game, they do manage to make this push here, and we can see exactly how it did all unfold. So this is a little bit earlier on when they made a nice swap to Next with the Incarnation, and now we're going to see that Incarnation almost back off cooldown. And one of the things that sealed the deal, once again, was a big tip the scales fire breath from Meh when they did take down Jamie. Right now, there's good pressure here on the Blizzo, so they're really just not making it easy. This is the Incarnation from Waz, trying to get the pressure rolling on Blizzo. They get the Frenzied Regen, they get the Iron Bark, but this means there's a perfect opportunity to make a swap here on to Jamie, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They're kind of pressuring down all three members. We look, Jamie doesn't have his Astral Shift for another 25 seconds. And they have basically a perfect window of opportunity with the stun to get any crowd control here on the Next, which they eventually do. It's just so tough. There's the tip the scales fire breath. All the heal overtime effects are gone. He actually does manage to overgrowth him, but it's just too little too late at this point in the game. Jamie gets interrupted by Waz. Really nicely done with that solar beam and kind of really assisting in that kill with not only the Cyclone, but the interrupt to close it out. So Echo, I feel like a lesser team would have lost that. That matchup was actually looking really good for Jamie, Blizzo, and Next. I thought they were going to win. I really was like, okay, this is it. This is where they're going to battle it back. But somehow, some way, Met, Animal, and Waz, they find a way.
Yeah, I mean, they just play so well to be able to actually adapt on the fly, right? I think with a lot of other teams, even at the AWC level, you're talking about, what can they adjust in between the games? Because, they come up with a certain strategy. Maybe they're saying, all right, we're going to play far back. We're going to just hit the warrior. We're going to kind of play it like this. You can see that even within the match, like within the one game, they're changing their strategy on the fly, and they're being able to adapt. They're being able to change, and they're being able to figure things out and kind of problem solve. Because it's like you said at the beginning, sitting back was not working, right? It seemed like the initial strategy was like, okay, Chan, you're going to play in on top of the Druid. Waz is going to pull the warrior back, and he's just going to have the warrior out in the open, and then you're going to get CC over on the Druid, and we're just going to kill the warrior, right? And like that seemed like that was their initial strategy. It was not working at all because Jamie was doing such a good job bodyguarding and really shutting down Chan's CC on the Next. So they needed the additional members pushing in. They needed Waz to get in there and get a clone on Jamie, and then all of a sudden now there's no shear, there's no granding, there's no tremor. Then you can get a fear or a coil or an axe toss or whatever to start things rolling. And once they all three pushed in, it really did start to go more and more in their favor. But that is, of course, a risky strategy. And if you push in and you kind of like misexecute, it can really get turned around on you. But very, very impressive stuff in those final moments. Meh, as you said, he had the fire breath, tip scales fire breath, instantly purges all the hots. Overgrowth comes through, but Resto Druids without Swiftman, without NS, without like some sort of big tool, they struggle to recover. They really are not good at picking you back up from low health. So those were all on cooldown. And it was about, Jamie being able to land some sort of a heal on himself to actually get that back up. But he strips the HOTS. He hits the Deep Breath on multiple people. Disintegrate's coming through. Beam comes in on the next heal. They know that Next can't really get anything done in that situation. So it was about interrupting Jamie, and they did an excellent job of it. It is going to be hook point, though. Admirals Esports running the back. Same composition. I will say it did look pretty good. It did look pretty good there, in that last game. It looked like they were really getting a lot of pressure going. But the question is, can they actually finish off kills? Can they actually really find their window to finish someone off and win a game here? Because, Waz was dipping pretty heavily, but I don't know. It's tough, right? You have to win 4 in a row.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tall ask. You got to win 4 in a row against Echo. I don't know. Definitely going to be difficult, but this composition has promise. We are going to a small map, so they do have that advantage of picking a map on potentially the last game of this series. I think the one adaptation from Echo, we did talk about it, it's them pushing in, and the reason why you really have to push in is against the Restoration Druid. Like, I have limited experience on my Resto Druid, but the one thing that I have learned playing Resto Druid is that if only 2 people are taking damage, it's not bad. Like, you have Life Blooms rolling on everybody, you have all your HOTS rolling on everyone, and you're kind of chilling. As soon as you get pressured, and then you have to like second guess, where the Life Blooms are going, who's going to be taking the most damage, that's when the game really spirals out of control. So I think if you can, against a Resto Druid, play on top of them. Not always the easiest thing to do, but on these smaller maps, I mean, that's one of the things that can backfire, right? Like, if you're not actually running away and giving Next a little bit of room to breathe in the match, to drink or recover his mana, whatever he needs to do, or just keep the HOTS rolling on just Blizzo and Jamie. And he's actually getting swarmed, which is exactly what we saw. That's when I feel like the Resto Druid could really, really backfire here, and the small map could even backfire potentially, because the more space Next had, the better the game was going on Ruins. So I wonder if this map is going to backfire on them.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to know, because you have to think that Echo are going to play this more aggressive from the start, right? And another thing, I'm pretty sure it's Budding Leaves as the talent, but basically, like, when you're having to swap your Life Blooms around, it's like you have this talent that is ramping up the healing on one target, right, with your Life Bloom, so it can ramp all the way up. Every time it ticks, it increases the healing by 6%, all the way up to 90%. So it needs time to actually stack up, and you want to keep those Life Blooms rolling, on those 2 targets that whole time. So if you're swapping your blooms around all the time, like, that is resetting. You're having to actually start to cast more. You're having to cast regrowths, which can let you get interrupted, and then you can really start to fall behind. When people are in on top of you, you get stunned up. Then you get your Fire Breath comes out, peels all the HOTS off. Now you have to re-hot that person, which is a bunch of globals to actually be re-hotting them, even if you want to like double rejuve, etc. And you just really start to fall behind. You really start to burn through your mana much more quickly. And as you say, it becomes very, very difficult. And if you can be pressured, sometimes you need to be then dealing with like getting into bear and doing all this other stuff. So it's definitely really important to put that Druid out of its comfort zone and really be pushing in on top of them. I do think Jamie did as good of a job as he could to actually defend Next. I think he did an excellent job of stopping Chan from really being able to destroy Next. But when all 3 are there and they're cross-CCing, that's when it's going to become a nightmare. So we will see. This is match point here. AWC Cup number 2. It is the EU Grand Finals. Echo up 3-0 over Admirals Esports. Their previous series went all 5 games. This one is a best of 7. And Echo are trying to close it out without even dropping a map. We'll see if Admirals can do anything about it, as Blizzo mounting straight in onto Waz. It looks like he's going to be the target already. Meadow getting into the middle of the map, and Chan here is setting up in midfield. Med just going to rescue Waz in offensively, so they really want to keep that pressure rolling. They really want to get in on top of their opponents. The static field totem going to try to peel them away. As you can see, the Tyrant coming out. Chan stacked in on top of Jamie. Looks like he's going to be that main target. Nice fake there from Waz, and he's going to be able to get cloned now down onto Blizzo. Next going to be cloned up as well as they swap that over. There's a stun over onto Chan. That's going to get out of that, though. And you can see the Fire Breath came out on Jamie. Jamie's HOTS have been peeled back off, and Next is really falling behind. The bash has come through. There's the burrow from Jamie. Jamie is getting kind of crushed right now. Next is falling behind. Blizzo's rotting down. Everyone is getting pounded by Echo. Chan at the same time, though, is in some trouble. He's in the lasso. He's sitting relatively low. Meadow able to land that Spirit Bloom, going to be able to keep him topped off, and Next may just go down right here, right now. The Tranquility comes out as he barely gets out of the beam, but the healing is not doing a lot. Next is still sitting low, and he's got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, definitely needs to play catch up at this point, but good pressure here onto Waz, and this is what I'm talking about. If you're that Resto Druid on the small map, you also have nowhere to run and go, but Waz might just get one shot down to 10% health. Man, trying to connect to Dream Breath. This is such a tense moment. Massive damage coming in from Blizzo and Jamie here. Good peels from Chanimal. We got a stun on Blizzo into a Cyclone, a good fear on Jamie, and looks like Echo is going to have a moment to breathe, but very back and forth. Next almost going down. Waz almost going down. Could potentially be the final game of the series. Big shockwave here coming in from Blizzo. Echo looking to close it out here and claim their second cup in a row. The team has just looked so dominant so far, but Admiral Esports not making it easy. They're trying to take down Waz, and if they can put a point on the board, they could potentially come back in this series.
Yeah, we'll see if they can do it. Waz, was a little bit risky there, trying to push in and actually stop the drink, but he does have to use the bark skin because he was getting cracked by Blizzo there at the same time. Now actually looking for the clone. It's going to get sheared, and he's in some trouble. The fear comes down from Blizzo 1-2, but there's the axe toss to peel Blizzo off, the coil to follow it up, and they clone him low. And now if they can get the cross CC over on the Nex, you can see Chan is trying to chase over after Nex. They're trying to get that CC down. Now Waz looking for the clone, not able to find it, but they're going to get that pressure rolling on the Nex. They're just going to throw an axe toss on him, but Waz is in trouble. The Spirit Bloom comes through, and is a massive heal there. Lasso to follow up that Storm Bolt from Blizzo. Waz was getting really low, but again has been topped back off. Next just constantly trying to reposition, trying to use that side area pretty effectively in the static field. Totem is actually holding Waz in place. He could go down here, potentially the Typhoon coming out to peel. The double shockwave though does land on the Matt and Chan, and that is big from Blizzo. Blizzo trying to get more done, does land a pummel now onto Waz, keeping that pressure rolling. We'll see if he can get anything else. Meadows stripping those hots off of Blizzo. Once again, the Shadow Fury comes through. They use that to guarantee the clone. And now here comes the push on the next. Step 1 is getting that CC down on a Blizz 2. And step 2 is getting that offensive CC onto next, trying to get that pressure rolling, trying to get those targets involved. You can see even the offensive rescue there again from Mad. Now the coil on the next. They're all trying to stack in on top of him. The axe toss is there. It's going to have to be triggered. The shear does land on Champ, but the deep breath comes across to the DR bash, and that is it. Echo have done it. They secure the kill on to Next with what a push onto him. He didn't use the bark skin though, or the iron bark. Thought he was going to be okay to sit through it. He did use the trinket, but all of the pressure coming through meant it was just not enough, and all these micro CCs came out. He got, full CC, and he's in a deep breath, a DR bash. All of his stuff lands, and Echo are able to find that small opportunity to burst him down.
Tip the scales. Fire Breath again is just such a nightmare for a Restoration Druid. I swear, like when a Resto Druid goes to bed at night and they have a nightmare, it's just mad running at them on this Evoker. It's just such an absolute beast. It's that first scary moment. If that Fire Breath landed, next was lights out. So that Tranquility once again, kind of saving the day here. But outside of these like healer swaps, I mean, there was really good pressure for Admiral Esports. I do have faith in this composition. It seems like maybe even they need to bring in an Evoker themselves. Like maybe they need the Evoker from Next, just like something else besides the Restoration Druid, because he does seem to be the main vulnerability in this matchup. If they can actually go after him, especially on these small maps. Maybe they just needed a bigger map. Maybe they got tricked into thinking that, they wanted a small map against the Wizards when in fact, it is Next getting ran down. You have the Mortal Coil here. All three members kind of dogpiling me. Trinkets out of the bash, or trinkets out of the axe toss, into a bash, into a deep breath. I did not actually have the bark skin, so
it was
just
up,
almost available.
Yeah, good catch.
That's tough.
Yeah, when I
The only-
looked,
the
it
only
was,
thing-
it was up right there, but yeah, you're right, it wasn't up.
You could have trinket Iron Bark. Maybe that saves you. Not even convinced that saves you, but that's the only thing. Like if you're gonna go and like really, nitpick what he was doing, if he trinket Iron Bark, maybe he lives. Still though, just such a good setup here from Echo. And they flipped this matchup. At first, this matchup looked like, this is not good for them. Like, this is really, really scary. But as soon as they just pressured the Druid consistently in the match, I mean, it looked a lot better.
I mean, I think their understanding of it looked like in the previous game was Chan CC's next, we kill Blizzo, and that was the basic strategy. And it evolved a lot from that to, getting this cross CC where they would start, there would be like an axe toss or a Shadow Fury or whatever on Blizzo. Blizzo would get cloned, then they'd use that to push in on top of Next and then get the CC over on him. And then they'd be pressuring the DPS. When Next comes out of that CC, he's getting pressured. So this was, really well done. I actually agree. I don't know that it would have even saved him. I mean, he did have NS, but if you don't Swiftman before the NS, it's not even going to do that much for you. So it's also just really tough when you're in those situations where you are getting trained like that, and especially when your hots get stripped, right? Like there's so many globals you need to press, right? And it's like, which one do you do and in which order? If you have overgrowth, then like you want to like try to trinket overgrowth, but like do you Ironbark before your overgrowth? Do you just like NS without swift mending? Do you try to overgrowth swift mend then NS? Like what in which order do you use it, right? It is really, really difficult. And you know, against a team like Echo, if you do not do it perfectly every single time, you're probably instantly dead. Like I don't know if he had overgrowth in that final moment, but you know, I think what you're saying is probably the only way he could have maybe lived, which is if you trinket, Ironbark, and then if you have overgrowth, then like you try to like overgrowth Swiftman and S or something. But that was a tough situation. And Druids, when you get in on top of them and you put them behind, by perching off those hots with Fire Breath, it can get really, really tough to deal with those spots. So Echo, again, congratulations to them. Back-to-back cup winners here, 4-0 in the finals. They really leveled up from the semifinals. Their strategy clearly was really improved against Admirals Esports, and they just felt, hey, we can just run this demo lock. We don't need Waz on the road. We just run the Boomkin demo lock. We just play that all the way through, and they are looking incredibly good at it.
Yeah, they certainly are. And what a difference. You can see it right here reflected in the bracket. You can see that semifinals, the first time that they played Admirals Esports, and just how close those games were, that series was, and then that 4-0 sweep in the finals. So absolutely well done to them. I mean, this just proves once again why Echo is on top, why they're such a good team at adapting in this situation so quickly within just one day, within basically one series, they came up with that strategy. So that is going to be Echo first, Admirals Esports in second, which is going to be a lot of points for both of those teams, and we can check in just a moment here. But I mean, what a region. I feel like I'm excited, the most excited to see how NICEBEAM does returning to cup number 3 Ven. I mean, they kind of broke out on the scene here. They finished in 3rd place, so really well done to them as well for this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. We saw P-Make, Eritros, Numless, Corky come in. They had lots of different compositions. The Shadow play especially looked really good to me. Playing the Demonology Warlock with the Shadow Priest was really solid. I think Numless had a great showing this weekend on his Mistweaver Monk. So hopefully we were able to see more of that. They just have to figure out some answers, right? Like it seems like Admiral Esports, kind of those matchups. I feel like this is one of those teams that has a lot of potential.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. There was a rough series against Admirals Esports, but other than that, solid weekend all around from the EU region, and that means we are going to now hop on over to and we're going to crown the winner of cup number 2 by the end of today. And how do you feel about the pool of teams that we've got over there, Zale?
I mean, it's going to be really exciting, right? I think there was kind of some surprising results. Again, we talked about it earlier. Luminosity losing to Liquid again. Luminosity's like already out completely, as far as I know. And it was both interesting to see. Liquid lost to DUKAMIFIED, I believe it was, in the upper bracket. They got kind of absolutely slapped by them. Then they slapped down Luminosity. So it's hard to judge the strength of some of these teams, I think. Golden Guardians still looking really, really good. I feel like they have to be the favorites right now. Compositionally, they're looking really strong. They look great last week's cup. So they're kind of my big favorites. But there's some other teams in there that I think could really throw a wrench in the gears if they can figure out the correct comps to run and really kind of try to challenge Golden Guardians potentially in like a way that we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll get to that in just a moment. But we do have Waz joining us, the winner of cup number 2. Hey, how you feeling?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yep.
We can.
All right. Awesome. Yeah, no, we're feeling great. I mean, actually crazy final. Every game was much closer than it looked. The score kind of doesn't really showcase how good Admiral Esports actually are. This was close, much closer than it looked.
How does it feel like when do you prefer winning on your Rogue versus your Moonkin, or do you actually not care? You just want to win? Because it's like, you came out this week, you guys were playing a lot of Rogue. It's looking like, okay, Echo's going to run the gauntlet on Rogue. But then some answers come out from the Rogue, right? Like teams were able to solve that a little bit, with the Shadow play, and now you end up on the Moonkin. But at the end of the day, 4-0 sweep, you win the grand finals.
I mean, for me personally, I don't mind. I actually prefer Boomkin, I think. But my teammates, they really want to play RMP. But yeah, honestly, I feel comfortable on my Boomkin, so it's super fun to play an ult, and taking it home only on the Boomkin now in the final was awesome.
Why do your teammates only want to play RMP? Is it just like they think that comp's more fun, or just?
Yeah, I mean, there's a comp we always play on ladder, right? And it's like me and Raikou, we like just always play RMP together, and that's usually I think that's what people like know us as, you know, the rogue mage players. So yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, no, I mean, it makes sense. And heading into next week, I mean, is this going to be like, is that the end of your development? Are we going to see more comps come out? What's the plan heading into Cup number 3?
I mean, we're going to practice more rogue mage because we don't feel like we're peaking on rogue mage yet. We do feel like we're playing well, much better this week than last week, but we want to get as good as we are in demo boomkin. So it's like a comfortable pick every game, because I do believe we could have won some of those games we lost to Admiral Esports today. And yeah, there's also going to be changes that also affects, you know, every matchup we're playing. So definitely going to prac RMP.
What do you think? Oh, go ahead.
I'm curious about what you just said, because you said you spend most of your time practicing RMP on the ladder, and that's the comp that, you know, obviously maybe Raikou and Met prefer, which is what you were saying. But you feel like you guys are actually better at Demonology Moonkin?
Yeah, I mean, our win rate on ladders demo boomkin is very nuts. I think we have like 90% win rate or something. Like, we're doing really well as it. It feels like the comp to beat in WoW right now is demo boomkin. But yeah, I think RMP is super, super strong. I think it's... I'm excited to see Calvi's team play RMP today. I think they're going to own as well as RMP.
It's interesting. So what is it about Demo Boomkin that you think it makes it so strong? Do you think it is more of like a you guys just playing it at a certain level that is making it the best comp? Or do you think it is actually just the best comp, period? Because I know a lot of people feel like Ellie's can really kind of reign supreme in Wizard Mirrors at times. But you guys obviously are going a bit of a different route.
Yeah, I mean, I would say Demo in general is just really, really strong because it has so much control. And then Boomkin is, again, just a lot of control and a lot of damage. And to be honest, it's the incarnation in dampening that's just like, it's really hard to deal with a 30-second uptime incarn. You just have too much damage, honestly. So like, if you make it to that last incarn in dampening when healers are you're just always going to win on that. And I think that's what makes any Boomkin comp really strong right now. So I'd say that's definitely what makes Boomkin Demo better than like Elle Demo, for example.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. You mentioned Calvish, I think I heard you say a little bit earlier. Are there any other teams from NA, any players you're going to be looking out for today?
I mean, Peekaboo's team, of course. It's going to be interesting to see them play RPS. But I'm just excited to see if Calvish team can beat the RPS, because we're not sure in EU what should actually win. So it's going to be exciting to see.
Yeah, I hope someday we can have the NA versus EU matchups again, because it's so fun. Like, you watch the two cups, right? All the fans obviously are talking trash in chat. The teams are obviously, you know, are going to have their opinions on like what region is better, what teams should beat what. But at the end of the day, it's like you never really know until you actually get to play, right? Because you don't have the exact same players to practice against. Like, even if you play against an RPS, it may not exactly be playing against Golden Guardians. And even if Golden Guardians plays against a Moonkin Demo, it's not like playing against Echo, right? So I think that is kind of the fun of it. But we're in this space right now where everyone just has to, I guess, like theory craft or make their arguments about who would win and why.
Yeah, no, of course. It's always like this. But it's fun. I actually like when there's this like, who's the best? Is it EU? Is it NA? But yeah, we'll never really be able to settle it because, yeah, I mean, it would be fun if there was a cross-region tournament again this year. I hope.
Yeah.
Wink, wink.
Wink,
No,
wink.
that was definitely...
Fingers crossed.
Well, do either of you have any more questions before we send Waz off?
No, I'm good. Just congrats, man.
Oh.
You guys played incredibly
Yeah.
well.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Any
thank
final
you.
words from you?
I don't know if I forgot to mention it or if I did mention it, but my sound card actually died. Wait, did my PC just turn off?
Nope.
Nope.
Hey, you're here.
You're good.
Yep.
Yeah, we can.
I think my PC might be dying right now, but my sound card crashed. And right now, all my monitors turned off. So I'm having
why you're
some
sitting
problems
in
with my
You're
PC.
still coming in loud and clear.
Yeah, no, okay, you guys can hear me. But all my monitors are turned off right now. My PC is having an attack or something. I don't know. My sound card died on the Runes game, so we actually played the whole game with no voice. And I was having like 80 ping every game. I don't know what's happening to my
God.
PC.
This is
Yeah,
the
I need
next
to turn this
level
thing
of difficulty for you. We'll see if you can win next
Wow.
week with no monitors on.
Yeah?
Yeah, just
Time
get
will tell.
worse every week. All right, well, we'll let you go before your whole computer shuts off. But thank you so much for
Thank
talking
you.
with us, and congrats once again.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
I was wondering why I was sitting in the dark. Just sitting there with no monitors, no sound, barely a computer. Goodness. All right. Well, that was Waz from Echo, and they're going to be ending the weekend in first. We're seeing Admirals Esports closely behind with 160 points, and we've got the Agents up there and the NICEBEAM closely closing in that gap with 80 points, and that's the halfway mark for those EU teams to make it into, once again, that top 3. And then if you don't make it there, you got to go into the gauntlet, which if you take anything from the last gauntlet that we saw, it's going to be a bit of a bloodbath. So EU competition certainly ramping up, but we have got to get to North America. They're fighting for the same thing over there. They've got 4 cups, 4 chances to make it into the top 3, Azale.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of crazy, right? We're almost done cup number 2 already. So, hitting that halfway point here, 4 teams trying to advance to those grand finals. The adjustments are going to be still coming in pretty hot and heavy. Teams are going to be trying to get as far as they can, get as many points as they can in this cup. And then we have more changes coming up, pretty soon here. So we'll have to see what teams are going to be able to adjust best to those. Again, we're going to be, in for a pretty exciting day. DUKAMIFIED, they crushed Liquid in the upper bracket. Then Liquid beat Luminosity, who's out again relatively early. And Super One Shot Frogs, did pretty well last week. Golden Guardians won last week. So a lot of really strong teams still left remaining here in the North American bracket. And I think quite a bit of comp diversity. And it's going to be, I think, a pretty different look from what we saw in EU, which is going to make it pretty interesting.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, we were even talking about it just in that interview with Waz, how the metas are kind of shaping themselves quite differently from EU to NA. We really don't know the full scope of, which team is better, which region is better. But one thing is for sure is that NA is very strong at the moment. We can take a look at the top 4 teams. Well, we got 3. We got Luminosity and Super One Shot Frogs tied for 3rd right now, but DUKAMIFIED in 5th, Ven. And that was actually your prediction for the 2nd place this weekend, I believe, right?
Yeah, I think they're going to be making it into the finals. I mean, obviously, there's some really solid teams left that they're going to have to get through. I mean, in the lower bracket, you have Super Frogs as well as, of course, Limit. So not an easy thing to do, but they do have the chance to just make it all the way to the grand finals if they can win their upper bracket game against the Golden Guardians. I just feel like their roster, although maybe a lot of players don't know them because they're not always in the AWC. They do play in the AWC and they do pretty well, but I feel like this is kind of their time to shine. It's been a few seasons, a few cups that they're able to play together. I feel like they're getting better and better every time we see them. And I feel like finally their composition is at a really good spot. So yeah, I have a lot of faith that they could do well here.
All right, well, let's see if they don't break that trust in you, Ven. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, it's going to be Team Liquid and Super One Shot Frogs up next. Stick around. Everybody, and welcome back. We just concluded the weekend for EU, and it was Echo that ended up in first place for the second cup of the season. Now we are moving on to North America. There are 4 teams left in the region. We're starting off this half of the day in an elimination round, and it's going to be Liquid versus Super One Shot Frogs. Team Liquid, they have had an incredible season so far. Super One Shot Frogs, newly formed roster to the AWC season, and they've been doing tremendously well. Also, Super Tees, do you think, however, that they are up to the challenge of Team Liquid?
I don't know what compositions that they can really use in this matchup unless they've got like shadow play prepared, because we've seen shadow play like more and more and more, but when I look at their roster, no one is jumping out as like a shadow priest player to me. And maybe that's something that they should seriously consider because of how strong it's looking in Europe. I think it could be a really good composition into Liquid's comps. Other than that, like Cubsy had an insane game yesterday, going down to a 1v1, and it looks like Cubsy's going to be coming in on the Warlock, and they're going to be using the Warlock Mage composition as well over in North America.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really curious to see how this one does play out. Wealthy Man on the Fire Mage is going to be able to bring the pain. The only problem is if Liquid can stay on top of them, they can really limit that damage. So Wealthy Man could be a vulnerable target here if they're able to get it done. If not, if Wealthy Man can sit back and just, get fireballs and pyros off, the Fire Mage can deal devastating amounts of damage and potentially even give Super One-Shot Frogs a bit of a mana lead. We have Fireball being channeled out. Big pressure here on Trill early on. See you in the backline right now. Going to be getting an Innervate, throwing in some free heals to really empower. And this is the combustion. This is a huge amount of damage. Trill has to cloak at 1% health. I mean, that was a close call.
Yeah, definitely. Now pressure onto Sam in a swap. Coil onto Trill. Dispelled out by Sea-Doo. This is a composition you don't see very much on the ladder, the Mage Warlock. And it's actually got Sam I Am and Trill posted up defensively at the pillar at the moment. And we'll have to wait and see if they can manage to restabilize and keep their aggressive stance moving forward. The dangers of this comp is that if you go after the Warlock, a free casting Fire Mage is just going to destroy your whole team, but vice versa is true as well. If you go after the Mage, the Warlock will destroy you. So risky gambles. They clone the Mage so they protect themselves. Sam I Am is ducking in for crowd control onto Flop. He secures the Cyclone. Cubsy gets low. I think that must have been a Hellstone in this position for him to recover during that crowd control on Flop. Another Cyclone. Sam I Am's keeping the chain going. Cubsy's still down at half. They switch some damage over to Wealthy Man. Now they may need to consider running away. Staying in midfield against a Warlock and a Mage is dangerous here. Sea-Doo tries to pre-immune the crowd control. Rescues Samion over, but he can't avoid the Polymorph much longer. He's caught into a Polymorph. Samion might die through Barkskin. Huge damage incoming. Sea-Doo finally free of crowd control. No, now into a full Fear. And man, those Fears and Polymorphs are going to be very dangerous for Sea-Doo. There's not a lot of ways to stop them, but Wealthy Man's just dying. He's just exploding. Huge damage onto him here from Samion in this position, but it looks like Flop was able to stabilize him with Iron Bark. Now Samion once again on the back foot. Sea-Doo gets counterspelled, goes for a Dream Projection, dispelling off the dots, trying to stay ahead of the damage. Offensive Disintegrates, incoming onto Cubsy. Trill's moving towards Flop. He gets the Gouge. What crowd control do they have out of this? They don't have a blind off cooldown. They're not going to chain it into anything. Wealthy Man gates back to the pillar. Cubsy is cloned. Trill vanishes over as Sea-Doo is polymorphed, but time dilation is up, and it should protect Sam. Maybe not. Full Fear. Sam I Am's interrupted. Has Renewal after the back of that. He's going to Frenzied Regen, I think, in a moment. Renewal comes out for him. He gets a Cyclone to Wealthy Man's Combustion, trying to shut down some of the damage. Flop is in stealth at the moment, sneaking across the map. He gets caught into a Sleepwalk by Sea-Doo. Nice catch by Sea-Doo. That is going to force Cubsy's hand as he has to trade his Unending Resolve and almost dies through it. Is he actually going to die through it? He ports back to safety here with full hots and should recover, but if Sea-Doo catches another Sleepwalk like that, I mean, it costs the Unending Resolve and a Trinket.
Yeah, I mean, this is really devastating at the same time, though. Trill getting blasted, and Liquid is going to have to play a little bit defensive here. I mean, this is a lot of pressure, but they're just going for it. Big heals incoming from Sea-Doo. Right now, he is immune to crowd control. They make a big swap here onto Flop. Can they just take him down? He actually goes down. I mean, I can't believe it. That was such a beautiful setup there by Liquid. They managed to catch him in the stun lock. He didn't have a trinket available, and they were able to burst him down. So despite the fact they didn't really go after him much in the game, they saw the opportunity with no trinket, had a really good all-in. Was that even an incarnation there?
I don't think so.
Wow.
I think it was just a secret technique, I would imagine. A lot of damage from Sea-Doo. I feel like Sea-Doo was flying around him, hovering around, just channeling Void Ray disintegrates into him the entire time. So Sea-Doo played really aggressively during this game, and it was key that he got his trinket earlier with a Sleepwalk so that they could swap to him later, and he wasn't able to break out of the stun lock. So
really good awareness here to see like the fastest line to victory. That's what here's Sidu's play. He hovers in, forces Flop to go in stealth, continues to stay aggressive, and finds a sleepwalk, which I believe Flop ends up trinketing at the end of it, or maybe trinkets the next CC off of it, but it definitely set the chain of events in motion. So now Flop is thinking like, oh, my Warlock has no ending resolve. I need to keep my big hots on the Warlock. Liquid know that Flop is thinking like that. He's trying to think it to protect Cubsy, and he's not thinking to protect himself because he just got CC'd. He's definitely not considering that he's going to be a target, really. So they just immediately start running towards him and Shadow Step Kidney him when he's not expecting to be the target. He's not really hotted up, and he's not in bear form, and it's just so much damage from both Sidu, Samayam, and Trill. Like, there's all three of them on top of him. Secret Technique, Shadow Blades in that push, and it looks like it was Incarnation.
It was, yeah. It was Incarn and Secret Technique, so... I mean, that's why he kind of evaporated. I didn't really think he was going to be in much trouble there. It was kind of a surprise kill to me, but I guess just not having that trinket out of the way. Like you mentioned, this is the setup that kind of set it up. You have a kidney shot on Flop. Sidu moves in, looking for a sleepwalk, manages to find it, and then Samayam gets into position to get a Cyclone too. So at this point, I mean, Cubsy just has no heal over time effects. That Fire Breath is devastating. Flop is forced to trade out his trinket. And if you look, Samayam has all his offensive cooldowns. Trill's almost ready with the Secret Technique, and they're able to just go after it. Actually, was it even the Secret Technique? Let's see.
It had to be. There's no way it wasn't.
Yeah, it was. Okay. So there's a cooldown reduction on it. So he managed to get there with the kidney shot. Flop just has no hots. Barkskin not even close to enough, and he just gets absolutely deleted. Cubsy gets interrupted. There's just no incoming peels. And that was a really nice setup there by Liquid.
Just getting on top of them, playing aggressive, playing together as a unit. That's what I really want to see from Liquid, is like how unified people can be as a team and with their strategy and their calls. And there's like no mismatch in plans where like somebody's getting left behind or didn't get the memo on what was the next move to be able to win the game. And just always finding that line to victory, the fastest one. They just saw, hey, Druid, no trinket. We have all of our cooldowns. We can kill him through Barkskin. He won't expect it. Warlock was the main target before, so we'll have surprise factor, and this is a faster line, so let's just force it, push in, and just chain it all together and make a swap. Super one-shot frogs, they're staying with the same composition even despite losing in game number 1. Liquid are obviously not going to be making any other changes. Now Empyrean Domain is a little bit more difficult to do what they did because it's so big. Flop can stay really far away, and it seems like if Sidu gets caught in the middle, he can be CC'd for a very long time, like full Polymorph, full Fears, chain those together, and I think you could kill Samayam or Trill in that time.
Yeah, one of the problems, so one thing I was paying attention to, and if you're at home watching, you pay attention to as well, is Samayam is always standing. So Samayam is like the main target in the match. I guess Trill was taking decent damage too, but both Sam and Trill taking a good amount of damage. And basically any single time that Sidu is getting put into a polymorph, Sam just runs on top of Sidu. The Felguard just cleaves it and is breaking him out of every polymorph. So they need to be really careful that doesn't happen, because I do agree if they can catch Sidu into, polymorph spam and fear spam, that's when they're going to get far ahead in the match. But if all the polymorphs are just breaking to the Felguard AoE, then it becomes really difficult for them to kind of have that type of control. So
what about that new talent? Isn't there a talent where polymorph doesn't break? Is it on? I could try to remember what it was. You would know better than me for the new honor talent for mage. I guess you
it definitely breaks on damage. It just doesn't heal anymore.
Oh, it doesn't
Master
heal
Shepherd.
anymore? Oh, okay.
You're not going to really get much value on Sidu. He's just full health anyways.
No. I was thinking of a wrong mechanic with that ability. But yeah, it's really tough for them to win with crowd control with all the AoE effects on these classes. There's going to be a lot of space though on this map to pull them into separated locations though, and maybe even just going after Trill more, like a stun coil set up on him when you get like a sheep onto Sidu at the same time. And then counter spells used on Sam to stop Cyclone, to stop him from peeling for the rogue. Could be one way for them to orient their setup to be a bit more coordinated. That, or they just need to blast damage and just attack Sidu and just hit whatever is like in the open or in the most opportune location. And they could probably win just blasting damage too in that sense, and then just keeping Flop really far away.
I'm curious to see what they can do. Obviously, the Super Frogs feel like this is their best chance in this match, despite going down in that first one. Maybe Flop can play a little bit more careful, but I don't feel like Flop really made a mistake. I mean, I guess the only thing is maybe it could have been in bear form, but he might have also thought it was fine. It can be really hard to track the cooldown of Secret Technique. Even I mean, it has to have a cooldown reduction mechanic on it. So maybe he thought he was going to be fine, and then boom, surprise, secret technique, and you're just gone. So Flop definitely have to play very, very careful. Needs to make sure that he's in bear form or pre-hotting himself or whatever, because it seems like swaps onto the Druid are going to be very threatening here.
They sap the Felguard so it can't axe toss the opener here, but a Dragon's Breath from Wealthy Man intercepts it anyways. They're still taking a lot of damage, though, just from Sam-I-Am, Sea-Doo, and Trill in the opener. Wealthy Man so far on the back foot. They're all over him. Incarnation comes through. Nature Swiftness forced from Flop. They hold onto their medallions at least, which is a really important cooldown in this matchup. Now Combustion rips out. Trill is suddenly dead. He's going to Cloak of Shadows immediate. Really fast reaction times here from Trill to trade that. Now another swap onto Flop. Is he going to drop? Do we need to call in the janitor for a mop, the cleanup crew? But he does manage to stay alive in bear form, pulling back behind the pillar. He needs to relocate, though. He's way too close to Trill right now.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what he can do. Cyclone now onto Flop, but there is good pressure on all three members of Liquid. Wealthy Man and Cubsy getting us some solid cleave damage here. This Fireball is going to hit hard. Trill needs to be careful. He's incredibly low on health. Shadow Fear on Sea-Doo, and they're all just burning down. Trill does not want to be behind the pillar and have that Ignite be spreading to everybody. It makes it really difficult for Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo's now caught into a full polymorph. Sam-I-Am gets interrupted. We got a smoke bomb dropped onto Cubsy, but it looks like he's going to be able to get out of that. Flop easily tops him off, and this is going a lot better here for the Super Frogs.
In terms of pressure, and they've got the medallions out of the way, but Flop is also pretty exposed. He gets caught by Sam-I-Am into a Cyclone. They stun Trill, but Sea-Doo is getting aggressive as well, adding damage into the mix onto Cubs here. Dream Projection, dispelling out the crowd control. Swap now into Floppy. Pre-bears this time. He shouldn't take any damage with this pre-bear form on the swap to himself. So as long as he's in bear, and definitely with skin, he's going to be good for those swaps. He's just got to be ready for them in a good position to be able to react. Trill doesn't have a lot of defensive options right now. He's trying to work towards that next Vanish and then reset a bunch of other cooldowns with it as well. Sam is taking quite a bit of damage just around the corner. Sea-Doo is still, his mana is great, even despite the pressure. I was expecting his mana to be a bit lower in this position, and it definitely isn't. So if he can maintain his mana and stop Flop from drinking, then they're going to be in a good spot. But they just haven't been able to leave the pillar for quite some time. They're still just kind of all dead. I don't know if Sea-Doo's just trying to heal as efficiently as possible, so it's taking longer than normal to top off. But if they're not stable to leave the pillar, like, I mean, Trill is still just dead. Maybe they're just waiting for Cloak.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, we got a few short seconds on that. There's a time dilation from Sea-Doo, slowing down some of that damage, buying the time that they need. Polymorph on Sea-Doo, Fear on Sam-I-Am. This is the Super Frogs control that we know and love, and I feel like this is what they need to do. Get the Fears onto Sam-I-Am, change the Fears onto Sea-Doo, really just isolate Trill in the match, and not make it easy here for Liquid to get these setups. Flop has burned through quite a bit of mana, is a little bit behind in terms of mana, but I don't know if it's actually going to get to that point with how much pressure we're seeing for both sides. Trill's low once again in the middle of the map. He has a Cloak of Shadows, might have to vanish. This damage is just absolutely insane. Rescue gets traded out by Sea-Doo just into the midfield to make sure that he can stay on target and stay aggressive here in this second game of this series. Big kidney shot here onto Cubsy. Is there any crowd control on Flop? Sam-I-Am moves forward, tries to get a bash, but he gets counter bashed, and now it's going to be Trill on the back foot. Another Fear on Sea-Doo. Trill might have to vanish out. This is really dangerous.
Yeah, let's see if he can stay alive. He's going to vanish. He should be all right in this position. They're opening on Flop, but he's in bear form, and I don't imagine he'll take a huge amount of damage. Sam-I-Am, on the other hand, might just fall over here. He's interrupted, stunned in midfield, trying to duck around the corner. Back to Sea-Doo's side. Mana is even, not where you want to be, though, against Arresto Jude. You want to be far ahead. Wealthy Man's taking some hits out in midfield. Frost Nova onto Trill, trying to get a little bit of distance. Procs a Bloodlust here, and big procs of damage incoming onto Trill with Combustion on top of that. Good combo by Wealthy Man, switching some damage onto Sea-Doo, and I really like that. I think if they just pressure all three targets, they could definitely tax his mana and just win on pressure, keep them pinned at the pillar and cleave them down with those Fell Storms. Trill trying to set up on Cubsy. Dark Pack can absorb the hits. He stuns Trill, preventing the restun, and should be able to port if he needs to. They go for a blind onto Flop. Needs to get in a position to port. He soul rips. He's got that Mortal Wounds effect onto Trill, and I don't think he's in position to pick up his soul. He ports back away from it. Trill looks like he's used, is it the Human Reach or Shadow Meld there to try and avoid an attack. Wealthy Man's falling behind as Trill switches over to him, but he's really zealous right now, almost going down, but it's worth it. Wealthy Man has to block in that pursuit. And now Trill's, is he actually going to keep staying in midfield? He's still below half. It looks like he's trying to stay in at the moment, but doesn't have a lot of options. Sea-Doo's into a full fear. Trill tries to retreat back to his side with Emerald Communion rolling, but now a full polymorph. Sea-Doo trinkets. He drops Smoke Bomb defensively, and Sea-Doo ducks in with Verdant Embrace. The last possible second. Double Shadow Fury, a swap onto Sam-I-Am. Sea-Doo gets caught into a fear. Sam-I-Am's just getting roasted by Wealthy Man. Insane damage incoming. Huge heal comes out, though. and SamIam will recover. And now Cubsy with not much left, Weltyman with not much left. They're both sitting ducks for Liquid.
Definitely. Trill right now, though, in a mortal coil. This is dangerous. Polymorph on Sea-Doo. Fear on SamIam. Great control from the Super Frogs. Trill is isolated. 5 seconds left on that Cloak of Shadows. He needs to buy some time. He manages to retreat to the pillar. Sea-Doo has rewind if he needs it, but opting not to use it just yet. Going to be using the Deep Breath defensively to get to the pillar. Nullifying Shroud is going to trade as well. Trill just getting killed. Still has the Cheat Death and Cloak, but might have to trade at 1% health. Greedy plays there by Trill. Could have easily just gone down. But now, I mean, Trill has no defensives. I feel like at this point, Liquid, it is do or die. They need to make a push. They need to try a win. They might be able to take down Wealthy Man. Crowd control on Flop. It gets Cyclone beautifully done there by SamIam. They're trying to make a push here onto Wealthy Man. A counter Cyclone. SamIam's going to be finding that Cyclone on Wealthy Man, pausing all the heals, pausing the Iron Bark. Question is, can Liquid make a push, or has Trill run out of time?
Time dilation should buy him more time. Wealthyman Cyclone low. They're switching damage to Cubsy. Flop has to heal 2 targets with 0 mana. He's got Nature Swiftness, and he needs to pick the right target. He goes for the Nature Swiftness, but he's got it up. He's not spending. He gets cloned on his Nature Swiftness and doesn't connect, but Sam is rotting down. Wealthyman's trying to carry, but he's so flimsy. He goes for it. He's going for it. Trill is so low. Is he going to be able to stay alive right now? Sea-Doo into a full pot of no trinket, and that is a case. Trill Shadow Melds at 0.5%. Is he actually still alive right now? No. He will go down, but Cauterize triggered. SamIam is going for the kill, looking for a 2v2 against the Super One-Shot Frogs. They're so close to it. He's down to 10%, 0 mana. Can they finish him? Sam is stunned. Sea-Doo has no mana. Desperation Solar Beam, not enough. Wealthyman stabilizes, but that was close.
Yeah, that's as close as it gets. Super Frogs, they battle it back. Wealthy Man holding on at 1% health. I can't help but feel like if they did go down... Actually, I'm not sure who would win that. The Evokers, I feel like, better than the Druid in the 2 versus 2 situation. You don't need to put too much thought into it. But, yeah, I mean, Trill, couple close calls in this game. He was definitely getting, dealt with in this matchup. Really, really close. And ultimately, it was him that went down. But, I mean, you see just moments like this where Trill's holding on at 5% health. He's able to vanish away, and Subtlety Rogues are right now super evasive, but it seems like the one specialization that can kind of test them and like keep them honest in this game is going to be that Demonology Warlock, with the amount of peels they have, with the Axe Toss and the Coil, as well as just not allowing them to pillar because you have all those pets that are just chasing them down. Be a nightmare for that Subtlety Rogue. In addition to that, you can put up your Curse of Weakness at a good time to reduce those incoming crits, which make their burst less sustained or susceptible. Makes them do less burst unless SamIam is immediately decursing it. But even if you get a few globals during that really important moment, you could save the day. But this is where, I mean, Wealthy Man has Cauterize. He does have his Greater Invis. He does a really good job with his positioning and managing to stay aggressive, but just such a close call. Trill going for a hero play. He gets the re-stealth somehow, some way. I don't even know how he held on for such a long time, but ultimately, he does go down. You can see just how close it was for Wealthy Man. This is the Cauterize. He's burning down. Flop has absolutely 0 mana left, but it's that Greater Invis to reduce that incoming damage that ultimately buys Wealthy Man enough time and buys Flop enough time to actually throw in some heals. But yeah, after almost 7 minutes, that was just too close for comfort, I feel like. I don't know how you feel, but I feel like we're just going to see these two comps go head-to-head.
You think so? Even on the small map?
What are they going to change to?
There's nothing jumping off the page. I literally looked at their roster again. I was like trying to think like there's no way.
Who's on their team? Chun-Li?
you can't play Windwalker Monk. You can't play Evoker Damage Dealer. I don't think you can play Evoker Healer. I don't think you're gonna play Double Mage. You could maybe play Rogue Mage on a small map. But you'd have to play Assassination. Double Mage? You want to see Double Mage?
No, I don't. But it was one of the comps you listed. See Cubsy Arcane. Arcane Fire.
Honestly, Rogue Mage on a small map doesn't sound bad. I wish if Wealthy Man had sub, then they should obviously play that.
Look at these stats.
Their win rate's good on it. 6-1. I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing a Rogue Mage on a small map.
Yeah, I feel like Cubsy brings such a unique flair on that Arcane Mage. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. They are going to be going... and I think they kind of have to be honest with you. Like, I'm pretty convinced so far, and we can take a look at the compositions that Liquid's been utilizing as well. That Subtlety Rogue Moonkin Preservation Evoker, it's been their most played composition, and in my humble opinion, it's also been their best composition. Like they look the most polished at it. It's just been really solid for them. They've tried some other things. You can see here the Holy Priest with the Ellie Moonkin. Unfortunately, not really doing too well for them, having, a 0% win rate with the Holy Priest and going, 1-4 with the Preservation Evoker. The Moonkin Ellie hasn't really been the most successful for them. I do like the fact that they are trying different compositions, but it really seems like that sub rogue with Trill and Samayam on the Moonkin is their comfort pick.
Yeah, I would say that's their main comp. To be fair, the Moonkin Ellie is something they've been running into teams that I really don't think it should have a good win rate. I'm sure there are comps where that comp could be good, but the situations they're playing it's not going to look good. I think they queued it into Rogue Mage, which is probably one of the worst matchups for it. But if they were fighting like Melee Cleaves, I could see it being a really good answer in those situations if that ever became a problem. Hook Point, Super One-Shot Frogs, Liquid, same matchup, smaller map, really more difficult for Super One-Shot Frogs to get distance. Like those swaps to flop are going to be way more frequent and a lot more deadly. So Cubsy needs to be on point here if they want to take this game away, have that swing match advantage so they can pick a big map on the final game 5. I'm trying to think would Liquid ever, if they needed to change, could they change and would it work for them? I guess we'll talk about that when we get to that point. This game is going to be a deciding point, honestly, if it does come to that. But they were looking good even on that map. Like they're so close to a cross kill, and they won't have that distance to kind of keep them at bay like they did in the last game.
Yeah, I'm curious what ends up going down. I mean, Super Frogs have been one of those team. They're like a dynasty Mage Lock at this point. They've been playing it for so many different expansions with so many different variants and specializations and different healers. And I feel like they just know how to navigate these situations. Even on the small map, you can't count them out with this Wizard setup, but it's going to be difficult. The Wealthy Man's going to have a lot less freedom in the match to actually kite away. I feel like Sea-Doo is going to be able to swarm flop. And there's going to be almost no opportunities to drink. It looks like they're getting aggressive on Cubsy. Beautiful Dragon's Breath there by Wealthy Man. Looking for an early Polymorph, but he gets interrupted by Samayam. Samayam might get aggressive here. He is. This is the Incarnation. They're trying to just go for it. And they take down Wealthy Man through the Iron Bark. It's not looking like they're going to be able to, but a really aggressive start here for Liquid.
I'll see if they can maintain the momentum and stay on top of them. It looks like not for now. As Trill's swapping to Cubsy and trying to get back behind the pillar away from Wealthy Man. They kill off the Fell Obelisk. They need to crowd control that Tyrant. We see a Deep Breath from Sea-Doo trying to immune some crowd control. Bash on a flop. Cheap shots on the Cubsy. They get the Cyclone. Big damage incoming on both Cubsy and Wealthy Man at this point in time. But here comes Combustion. Are they ready for the hit? They can't afford to lose this game and lose the swing match advantage. But Sea-Doo's in crowd control. It does fortunately break at the last second. Time dilation connects. And Samayam should have a moment to recover. He Cyclones Cubsy. They're staying aggressive on the Wealthy Man. Full Moon proc, massive damage incoming, gouge on the flop. He does not want to have to trinket a gouge. It would be devastating. Now into a kidney shot. They Cyclone Wealthy Man at low health. They switch their damage over to Cubsy, but Samayam's falling behind. Sea-Doo gets interrupted. Samayam going to fall over. He shadow melds to avoid a hit and gets rescued over behind the pillar. Trill now the target. He's got Cloak of Shadows. May have to trade it. He's getting critically low at the moment. Sea-Doo's being really aggressive. He's not even healing the team. He's just disintegrating. They killed his pet, I think, and they interrupt him here on the Resurrect. And if he doesn't have a way to fast summon the pet, no, I see the pet back in the game, so it doesn't seem like it's going to be too big of an issue for Cubsy at this point in time. Trill with a lot of damage available at the moment. Might pull a trigger. He goes for the blind, but he's feared. Samayam actually isolated right now, trying to break Sea-Doo out. He gets re-polymorphed, and unfortunately for their side, not breaking. Trill into a polymorph, stun out. Beautiful crowd control right now from the Super One-Shot Frogs. That forces Sea-Doo to use his Emerald Communion, one of his most vital cooldowns.
Yeah, really, really impressive play there, but here's a big push on to Cubsy. He is caught into the smoke bomb. Flop just going to channel the Tranquility to try to keep him alive, and they have the unending resolve either way. I mean, that is massive. This is good pressure here for Liquid. Wealthy Man did a lot of trouble. Might have to go to the ice block. He's got no hots. That's the cauterize. That's the block. Unending resolve. Liquid is getting everything. They're on an absolute tear right now, and the crowd control is not over. Gouge on flop into a kidney shot. Wealthy Man down to 10%.
Into the duel.
Might be able to drop him, and they do. I mean, that was crazy from Liquid. The last 20 seconds of that game were just all Liquid. Super Frogs, they had such a good push. They got the Emerald Communion out of the way with their fears and polymorphs. So just such disciplined control. But at the end of it all, Liquid, they were able to battle it back, and they just flipped the switch.
You can tell
go
that,
berserk there.
You can tell Trill has been studying, in
in the house of Peekaboo or Calvish or Waz and watching a few videos on like what to do in terms of setup, because at the end of the game he just single-handedly CC'd flop, and Sandman was like, all right, I'll do the damage, you do the CC. And just Sam ran Wealthy Man over while Trill did all of the work onto flop in that final moment. It was really nice the way that he chained all of that CC together, very well calculated and just enough to run them over the edge. What an insane push at the end of that one. I was thinking, like, Sam getting pressured. It's not looking too comfortable but then in that last 20 seconds just bowled them over where there was really no answer. Like, if you're flop, like, do you trinket a 1 second kidney? It feels really bad to do it, but it was just such crazy crowd control. I think this was a bit earlier on in the game where we saw pressure back and forth onto both sides, like Wealthy Man and Cubsy falling behind, but then look at Sidhu's team. Like, everybody is just dead. He clutches out a big heal. I think it must have been like a fully channeled Spirit Bloom, and then he gets interrupted. I'm like, oh no, Sam's actually going to die. Gets rescued by Sidhu back to the pillar away in bear form and stays alive. Then another moment where Sam almost dies with Sidhu in crowd control and Trill in crowd control. Like, you're thinking like Super One-Shot Frogs probably have this game with how well they're playing and how close they're getting to taking out Sam time and time again. But in that final push, maybe just a miscalculation. Like, if Flop had like a Trinket Iron Bark on that last CC before the duel, might have been able to save him. The Smoke Bomb forced Flop to use Tranquility onto Cubsy, so I couldn't use Tranquility to do immune CC. Almost dies through it with all three players, and then he gets bashed and he gets cloned, I think. And this is where Wealthy Man gets forced into caught, and he gets even lower, and I think gets forced into block. So one bash clone, another Cyclone. Trill gets in position, and this is where Trill just gouge. And if you're Flop, you're like, you don't want to Trinket a gouge. And then he gets 2 second kidneyed, and then he goes into a shadowy duel, and there's nothing he can do. He can't get in line of sight. He doesn't have Tranquility anymore, and Sam and Sidhu just blast him while he's not in line of sight and can't heal.
Hero. Trill making hero plays there. And I honestly, a lot of that comes down to the Fire Breath too. It's just a perfect storm. Sidhu managed to get a double fully channeled Fire Breath, so he hit Cubsy and Wealthy Man with it, and at that point you vacuum up.
Look at the spike of damage too. Like, you could see based on the line, like the purple line. Oh my
goodness!
The purple line is liquid. They're getting owned. They're getting owned. They're getting owned. They're getting owned, and then they're just like a full ascend, 200k damage peak, and just kill them right there in that moment of the game. So they're definitely like holding their moments, just enduring the hits and waiting for the perfect storm to make a push like that. And yeah, Super One-Shot Frogs couldn't deal with it. Now, they will get to go to a big map, but Game 5 is going to be played on like probably Dalaran, something that's maybe Runes. Would Runes be good? Could be okay. Maybe I think Dalaran might be a safer Game 5 pick, but Liquid could also blind lock something else here if they wanted to on a big map. They almost won, and so I kind of doubt it, and they probably want to keep warming up on this composition for the rest of the day because it seems like it's their best one, and they're just going to keep the same composition. Super One-Shot Frogs, I'm anticipating the same composition as well. And this could be over right now. So if you're a Super One-Shot Frogs fan, Cubsy had the spirit of Orange Marmalade yesterday as Arcane with the cross kills. If you want the Arcane Dream to stay alive and have some possibilities here, you're definitely going to need to cheer them on because Liquid definitely have their number, I think, for this series.
I don't know what they can do though. I do believe, believe me, nobody believes more in Cubsy's Arcane Mage than I. But the thing is, what do you play with it? Play Assassination Rogue? That just gets devastated by Subtlety Rogue, right? So they're actually just gonna tag the Fire Mage out and bring in the Elemental Shaman. I feel like I don't mind this. What are your thoughts on this? I feel like the Fire Mage is a liability. It does do a lot of damage. Maybe the Elemental Shaman is a liability as well, but
yeah. I mean, they're both kind of squishy. I mean, Healing Stream Totem and Earthshield is probably better passive mitigation than the Mage has at any point. But you can't really get out of stuns. As a Shaman, you could pre-burrow though. Pre-burrow is actually a really nice defensive mechanic against Rogue. You can see the CC coming and then just go underground and can't be stunned or CC'd or attacked. So I think I like it more. It also gives you another stun, which is really important when you're fighting these classes that need to die in stuns like Subtlety Rogue. And it gives you support to heal your teammates that the Fire Mage can't do. So if they do a go on Cubsy, the CC flop, Ultimate can off heal, and that's really crucial in a lot of situations.
Yeah, I think it's going to work out well for the Super One-Shot Frogs, and if they rotate well, I think Wealthy Man's going to be able to live a long time. But we'll see what they can actually get done. They're not going to have the spam polymorph anymore, but they will have the Hex. I think Sam will more than likely be playing D-Curse in this matchup, can get a lot of value. on not only the Hex, but also the Empowered Curses coming in from Cubsy. So I think that's probably a no-brainer for him. And Liquid's just one away from eliminating the super one-shot frogs. They're going to be bringing in Wealthy Man on the Elemental Shaman, making a little bit of an adjustment here for this larger map for Ashermane's Fall. See if they can get it done against Liquid, or if Liquid is going to be able to close this one out and move through that lower bracket.
All right, Liquid looking good today. Well prepared on this composition, and it's nice to see them back in form on it. Gates are about to open. It's match point. Super one-shot frogs could be sent home and out of the tournament here in just one game. Trill is sprinted in with that Stampede, looking to find a sap. And looks like he finds the sap on Wealthy Man, immediately opening up on Cubsy with a kidney shot. Cedu's in position. Here comes massive damage. Sam going to get stunned, though, by that Earth Elemental for a moment, trying to slow down the Incarnation, but they swapped Wealthy Man in the Smoke Bomb. Is he just going to die? It's match point. It's so much pressure. He trades out the Astral Shift. And with that, it appears to be enough to survive the opening strike with just the Astral Shift. And he's got Trinket Burrow for the future on another setup. Flop with Trinket Ironbark, so a decent exchange for that Incarnation initially. Now they need to get their pressure going. Lava Burst being channeled onto Trill, immediately just deflected. Kidney shot on Cubsy, gets knocked away for a moment. Shadow steps to reconnect, but they're just not finding any damage just yet. Sam I am CC'd. Trill steps over to Wealthy Man for a swap, trying to bait Hots on the Warlock and then do the go on the Shaman appears to be the strategy here for Liquid.
Yeah, let's see. Trill right now looking for crowd control. Manages to find a full sap on Flop, but where is the damage followed up? They get the crowd control, but do they have the damage? Bash on Flop out of the sap. In a potential full Cyclone here. Wealthy Man trying to shut it down, but look, it is Trill that's in trouble. He's getting blasted right now, but a huge amount of damage on Cubsy. Can they get the unending resolve? This is a massive pressure for the side of Liquid. Huge Nature Swiftness lands from Flop. That's going to top off Cubsy. He portals to safety. Now they're making a swap onto Wealthy Man, and Flop just can't catch a break. He's in crowd control. Cubsy's dying. He tops off Cubsy. Now Wealthy Man's dying. Definitely a bit of a struggle here for the Resto Druid, and Wealthy Man might just go down.
Gouge, Trill. Is he going to go for more crowd control? Kidney shot out of the Gouge. Cedu in position. Looking for a nullifying shot. They get the Cyclone out of the Kidney, but they're not connecting any damage, unfortunately. Looks like they may be going after Cubsy here. Trill's pushing forward. Time dilation up. Sleepwalk onto the Shaman, but Sam and Trill are getting blasted down at the moment on this push. Dream Projection removing the Flame Shocks, trying to stay ahead. Cubsy's falling behind. Is he going to use Unending Resolve or Ironbark? Super greedy. No trade. He ports back behind the pillar. I have Kilrog resetting the pet. Doesn't want it dying to any dot damage in midfield. Health funnel to keep it safe and at a healthy margin. Wealthy Man pulling Trill across the map out in the midfield, gets caught in a kidney shot, knocks Trill back on it. Doesn't look like he can reconnect just yet, so that Thunderstorm getting big value for Wealthy Man in this position. Ironbark still up for a moment. Sam I am no Trinket. I definitely want to see them set up damage onto him in the future. I think the Rogue can end up being a bait as a Wizard Cleave. He's got all of his options to survive. A swap to Sam with like a Fear on Rogue, Lightning Lasso could be a really good way to execute this match, but they're just bashing the Boomkin and trying to go for a clone, but Trill gets a step kick, and Flop's got to be careful. If he gets step kicked and swapped to, and he can't bark skin, like he could easily just die in that situation. Wealthy Man another kidney shot. Trill trying to stay connected. Thunderstorm peels him. Sam I am gets blasted, and that's the pressure that I want to see onto the Balance Druid from Super One-Shot Frogs.
Yeah, Trill as well, taking quite a bit of damage. He gets caught into the coil. I mean, Samayam is barely living during these setups. We have a smoke bomb drop down by Trill. Cubsy's going to Trinket to try to get out of that one. Portaling away to safety. Trill's going to shadow step over to Wealthy Man now, putting a kidney shot on him, and they're all over the place. But Trill may have ran out of time. Rescue coming in from Cedu, doing what he can to keep his team alive, but there is a lot of pressure here for the side of the Super One-Shot Frogs. Emerald Communion will trade, and that will top everyone, but that is one of Cedu's most powerful defensives, his most powerful heal. And now that that's out of the way, Super One-Shot Frogs are looking good. If they can find momentum another time in the match, they might be able to win. Soul Rip comes in from Cubsy, trying to slow him down as he is under pressure. Cheap shot on Flop. Is there any follow-up? No. Unfortunately, Samurai gets feared away. Good denial there by Cubsy.
Well, let's see if they can keep it going. Cubsy gets cloned. Big setup on Wealthy Man. Has Trinket. Flop's man is getting taxed heavily into a full blind. How's Wealthy Man going to respond here? It's match point. Trill's in stealth, looking for a sap. Gets a sap off the blind, forcing Burrow from Wealthy Man as he tries to escape back behind the pillar. Sam's chasing him down. Bash out of the sap, swapping damage onto Cubsy. Cedu and Trill tearing in. Sam looks for a clone. Tries to Cyclone Flop yet again, but Ironbark's already up. He should be fine. They're swapping off the Ironbark back to Wealthy Man, trying to force his Astral Shift. Do they have enough damage to do it in this position? Fire Breath connects. Flop gets the Nature Swiftness. Bouncy Wealthy Man back for a moment, but Star Surges are incoming. 1 Star Surge, 2, 3, or 4 at this point. And Wealthy Man hangs on with the Astral Shift. Actually gets Cycloned low on the Astral Shift. Buying time to reset Diminishing Returns. An Incarnation is available in 1 more second. Another low clone that could just finish him here. Are they going to be able to connect the stun? Flop, I think he's got Cenarian Ward up, but here comes Incarnation. They don't care. They're just sending damage. They're looking to run Wealthy Man down into the dirt. Can Flop heal through the pressure? He panics. He dispels off the dots and actually manages to recover, but it costs all of his mana to do so.
Yeah, he's got no mana left, potentially going for a drink. There's no Innervate for quite some time. Big Fire Breath purged by Sea-Doo as well. This is their opportunity, but Trill has to hold on. Big Verdant Embrace there by Sea-Doo to top him off. Spirit Bloom to follow it up. Can Trill find the sap? He's looking for Flop right now. He's in stealth. I don't know if he actually managed to get a drink there. No, not able to recover any mana. This is danger time for the super one-shot frogs. Liquid is looking to eliminate them. Can they do it? Cubsy is hanging on by a thread. He portals away at 40% health. Flop realizing, I have to drink. There's no other option. He's going to be sitting in stealth, but doesn't want to greet it for too long. Now connecting the heals, but at the same time, Liquid may have overextended themselves. They're at 50% health, caught in the middle of the map. Big damage coming in from Wealthy Man. Trill does trade out the Cloak of Shadows, so that does mean he will more than likely survive, but that was a great counter assault there by the Super Frogs.
Yeah, Sea-Doo is really struggling. That costs a lot of cooldowns to recover in this position, and Super One-Shot Frogs, their cooldowns are rotating back up. If they can keep their pressure here, they might still have a chance. Trill is just taking so much damage. I don't know if Sea-Doo can heal it. He's really having a hard time. He rescues Trill to get the shield, but now he's caught in a coil to cut through the shield. Sam needs to help out here with some off-heals, maybe some Cyclones, try and slow down the pressure, but he's just staying aggressive, trying to get back into Eclipse. Trill gets knocked away. He steps back in onto the Kidney Shot, looking to close out the game. The Cyclone Wealthy Man off the Kidney Shot, switching their damage now over to Cubsy. Fury of Elune, massive push from Sam I Am. He's jumping towards Flop, gets into cat form, lands the bash, needs to get the clone. Where's the grounding totem? No grounding totem. Wealthy Man full clone onto Flop. Trill is falling behind here. Lightning Lasso onto Sam I Am. Is Trill going to be able to stay alive? Verdant Embrace from Sea-Doo. He's got Emerald Communion in 1 more second. He's going to pop that immediately to keep his team offensive. This could be the final push for Liquid. Can they stay on target? But amidst all of that, Flop actually got some mana back. His Innervate is coming up. He's going to be able to keep this game going for quite some time with those tools, and Trill is running out of options. They drop the Smoke Bomb in desperation. They have to kill him through Unending Resolve. Can they kill him? Deep Breath flies through from Sea-Doo, and Cubsy gates away at 10%. A clone on the Trinket, a clone on the NS. Can they get another clone? Cubsy ports away. Flop gets a heal, but Cubsy's still rotted down. Trill dying at the same time. He just can't make his way to a target. Cubsy gets interrupted. Sam I Am is trying to solo Cubsy. Cubsy blocks it with an Axe Toss, but he's getting pressured so heavily. Dampening is so high. Sea-Doo's flying in. There's no pet. Instant Fire Breath. Massive damage onto Cubsy. Flop is using everything that he's got left to keep Cubsy in this game a little bit longer, but another full clump from Sam. Trill could fall at any moment. Is he going to be able to finish Cubsy before he goes down? He's on 1%, trying to stay on target, and he's actually pulling it off. Cubsy is solo Ironbark onto Cubsy. I think Cubsy's going to stay alive here. Flop into a Kidney Shot. Trill's the one in trouble. He goes for the blind on DR. He doesn't care. He's throwing caution to the wind, but everybody on the side of Liquid is just dying, just waiting to meet the Grim Reaper. But Cloak of Shadows comes up for Trill. He might have more time left in the bank. They're setting up on the Cubsy with pressure. Flop can't drink. Trill is just dying. He cloaks again at 10%. Can they close it out? They got time dilation. Sea-Doo needs to get that out as soon as possible, but who does he use it on? Everybody's dead. It's got to be Trill. He's not connecting it. Time dilation comes out at the last second. How are they still alive?
How is anyone still alive in this game? Cubsy, he portals away, but it's Trill at 10% health once again. Finally will go down. Is he going to be able to hold on? Sam I Am is there, but he gets caught into a stun. Unbelievable. I mean, I'm telling you, these two teams are playing out of their minds. This is a crazy series in the lower bracket. Super Frogs tie it up, but that is as close as it can possibly get, truly. Both teams just hanging on by a thread. Both Flop and Sea-Doo pulling out absolute miracles in order to bring the game to that point. Phenomenal healers, and I mean, this is just such a crazy game. Ultimately, Cubsy with really good positioning. I think he did a really good job. Here's one of the moments where it was a little bit scary, but he drops the instant gateway and he's able to kind of hightail it out of there, create a little bit of space. But I think Cubsy did a really good job with his port positioning as well. So he was able to portal away during the scariest times in the match, and he knows he has some of those heal over time effects. And if he can just stall every moment, he's line of sighting Sam I Am and Trill is a moment where those heal over time effects are actually topping him off, and Trill is kind of getting blasted. But just close call after close call. I can't believe it lasted this long.
It was such a good, this moment here. I'm thinking like, oh my god, they're actually going to kill him with Trill at 1%. It would have been the most epic clip ever if he actually pulled that off. But Flop denies that and pulls him back into the fight. And like Sidhu's just got no options left at this point. Like he's just spamming Living Flame, hoping that he can do damage to win the game. This almost reminds me of the BlizzCon you played at, where Sodes goes for offensive penance when everybody's dead and he's 0 mana, and Sidhu's just pressing Fire Breath on Cubsy, even though he knows his team's going to die. So may as well just do damage right now, and hopefully we can win before we're dead. Cubsy ports behind the pillar to avoid all of that damage, and like, look, Sidhu's still attacking. Like, he's still attacking, even with Trill at 1%. Just only attack coming from Sidhu in these final moments of the game to try and close it, but not enough to finish it. We're going to game 5, but we're going to go to a small map, and I'm gonna be real, this small map, I mean, once Liquid found their offense, looked really difficult for the Super One-Shot Frogs.
I don't know. You think they're gonna stick with the Ellie Shaman? Like, did the Ellie Shaman look better than the Fire Mage on the big map? I'm not sure.
I think it did. I just feel like polymorph doesn't really matter because there's too much stuff that breaks it. The duration is long enough and too much stuff breaks it right now, at least in that comp. The Ellie Shaman is just more suited. The Lightning Lassos look way more threatening. The off healing is probably a lot better. Like, I didn't see the scoreboard. How much healing did Wealthy Man do? I want to say it's probably easily 5 or 7 million in a game. You just don't get that healing from a mage. So like, yeah, that's a lot to buffer for Flop when he's out of mana, having Earthshield and Healing Stream Totem healing. Maybe they got some weird thing they're going to break out. I'd be surprised to see a weird thing. Dalaran Sewers, as expected. I wanted to see the main comp. Just play the Demo Ellie. It looks the most consistent for the Super One-Shot Frogs.
I'm scared. I mean, I'm not that scared. I'm not the one playing. Yeah, but like, I'm not the one, facing elimination here. I just get to watch, but still, like, these games are stressing me out. You know what I mean? If I put myself in the shoes of these players. So, Super One-Shot Frogs, they got a difficult decision ahead of them here. Are they going to stick with the Elemental Shaman? Are they going to bring in the Fire Mage? Are they going to do something completely different? I wonder if Frost Mage would be good. Like, not on this map. It's not going to happen on Dalaran, but I'm wondering on like the big maps if Frost Mage could actually be decent. Out here, it doesn't look like we're going to see that. Probably not. I'm going to be honest, but just spitballing here, just trying to come up with some ideas. Wealthy Man will be going with Ellie Shaman again. Makes a lot of sense to me. It has looked good, but on the small map, it's going to be a lot more difficult, I think. Cubsy did a really good job in terms of his positioning with his gateways, with his portals. And on this map, even though he's finding that good positioning, it's going to be a lot more difficult to stay away for long periods of time. In addition to that, I think the biggest thing is that Flop is just going to not have nearly as much space to navigate, which is not what you want. I mean, when you're fighting an Evoker, you want to be as far away as possible so you're not, being threatened with sleepwalks and purges and interrupts and everything like that. So I think the small map is going to really favor Liquid here.
Yeah, definitely. They're taking their time. Maybe do they have something else that's harder for them, and that's why they didn't want to play Ellie? I'm doubting it.
What have we seen them play? We've seen Ellie, Boomkin, and this, right? That's it.
And Windwalker DK miserably for one game, but
did we see that
in the finals? They tried it against Golden Guardians.
Yeah.
But it didn't look very good. It's kind of like,
it's just like a Hail Mary against Golden Guardians. That's like okay, we beat them, in the past with this.
Yeah.
Windwalker DK, I think, is not necessarily the best comp right now, so to speak, but maybe Liquid tries it. It is a small map.
There's no way they're gonna play the same comp. It's got to be the same comp. Like, are they really
I know that, you know that. Everyone at home watching knows that, but maybe
they're just taking their sweet time to lock in the same thing.
It's time to discuss strategy too, right? Like, you can talk about your open. This is a stall tactic. Just figure out what you want to do. I mean, the games are literally as close as they could possibly be. So just one better decision, a little bit better of a strategy can end up winning you the game.
Yeah, same compositions here going into the final round. I thought Liquid were going to take this maybe like 3-1. So the fact that this has even gotten to game 5 is very impressive from the Super One-Shot Frogs. I also believe Super One-Shot Frogs are tied right now. Is it with Luminosity for third? So if they get past this series, they would be taking Luminosity's spot in that top 3, which is also unprecedented. So this is kind of like a very important series for Super One-Shot Frogs to get far ahead of them, and also knock Liquid out of the competition and give themselves like maybe even a chance to pass them, possibly if they go all the way for this tournament. So this is a really important game, and I think they do have potential with this comp, with the way that they're playing. But this is going to be a nail biter. This is going to be a crazy way to end this. It's kind of feeling like today in NA is going to be like game 5s for almost every series with the remaining caliber of players left.
Yeah, I really do think NA is super close at this point. Golden Guardians is really the only team that has like a kind of a clear lead, but I mean, even this week things could change. Everyone is just so strong, lots of different compositions, lots of flexibility. And I feel like the fact that, we're not seeing Luminosity be as dominant as they normally are is just quite telling of how, solid a lot of these rosters are. But going into the game number 5 of this series between Liquid and the Super Frogs, Dalaran series, we got a nice small map. This was selected by Liquid. And this is just going to allow Trill on the Rogue, Cedo on the Evoker, Sam on the Moonkin to really kind of just swarm the Super Frogs, stay on target, stay on top of them, find that crowd control that they need. With the Super Frogs, it's going to be all about denial. They need to stop that at whatever cost.
All right, let's see if they can find the denial. Let's see if they can find their target here. Game number 5. They got to keep the level head, man, because the Super One-Shot Frogs could sneak away with this victory. They've definitely been proving themselves so far in this series. And Flop, it's going to be really important for him to make sure that he gets drinks. Immediate pressure onto Trill right out of the gates here. Cubs is going to get knocked off the side as they look to reposition and swap to Wealthy Man. They're going for a smoke bomb. Big power play by the side of Liquid. That's going to force Tranquility from Flop to try and heal through that smoke bomb and avoid crowd control. So they're going to cycle Wealthy Man, switch their damage over to Cubsy. Sam jumps over to Flop, looking for a bash, looking for a Cyclone, gets the Cyclone. Now Cubsy is alone, likely with no HOTS, as he was expecting Wealthy Man to be the target. They force Dark Pact. Do they have damage to crack through it? It doesn't look like it. That Absorb is looking really powerful. They switch back to Wealthy Man, just trying to maximize their diminishing returns. If somebody is off stun DR, they're going to stun it. If somebody's off clone DR, they're going to clone it. And if they can maximize these diminishing returns, it's going to be a nightmare for the Super One-Shot Frogs to deal with. But a double stun comes out. Trill's getting blasted. Rescue comes through for Cedo. A huge shield onto Trill to try and recover. Sam caught in the fear. Cedo goes for Dispel. Sam lobbing out the Star Surges, looking to get into Eclipse. Huge pressure potentially. Knocks off Wealthy Man, I believe, and now going after Cubsy. Star Surge is incoming, looking for a clone, potentially at low health, but Flop immediately snaps that Nature's Swiftness and tops Cubsy.
Yeah, good soul rip there by Cubsy, utilizing that new PP talent, but they're going after Wealthy Man. He's in a kidney shot. Do they have the damage to take him down? Big dream projection there by CD. That's going to be dispelling all of those flame shocks and basically forcing Wealthy Man to start from 0 in terms of getting his damage ramped up. Nicely done there. Trill has just been blasted so much in this series. He's done a great job defensively so far, but his health is definitely low. He needs to be careful. This was a shadowy duel, but Cubsy just completely escapes it, so really didn't get too much value there. It looks like he'll want to go after the pet, but Cubsy's there with the health funnel, and if you have fighting a Warlock that's actually actively using that health funnel, Pet is basically immortal, so it's really not going to happen as long as Cubsy is paying attention. Trill's still in a little bit of trouble, just kind of stuck here, looking to get to his target, but it's not been made easy. You can see Flop, though. He's used so much mana in this match already. Now into a full blind. This is a good setup here by Liquid, and they take him down. A beautiful denial, though, by Cubsy. He portals away, gets the Mortal Coil. Trill's just really struggling to find a target and actually get pressure rolling. Finally, a kidney shot lands. A beautiful knock, but a counter Shadow Step does allow Trill to reconnect, but Flop is just staying ahead of the damage, but burning through a lot of mana in the meantime.
Oh, huge damage on the Trill. Rewind comes through for Cedo, reversing all that immediate damage, enabling him to recover. They could swap to Flop. They're dotting him up as if they want to. He's in bear form. He's trying to retreat away. Doesn't want to get caught in a stun lock out of form, but now he gets cycloned on the bottom. Incarnation comes through. Cubsy gates away. Cedo is in pursuit. They're swapping back to Wealthy Man, forcing Trinket Astral. He's just dying through it. I cannot believe the pressure. He might just die through it in Burrow. Insane damage coming out from Liquid right there. Wealthy Man holds on by a thread. Flop manages to save the day. Now Cedo, he's fallen behind from that push. Emerald Communion has to come out from his side to recover from that. I can't believe it, man. Wealthy Man better be counting his stars right now with how close that was to a kill. They almost kill him through everything that he's got. Wealthy Man's pulling away from the engagement, but now he's caught in the open. Smoke Bomb gets dropped by Trill. They're going for the kill once again. Can they finish him? Flop gets cloned on his way in. He's refusing to trinket, but he trinkets, and it's too late. And Wealthy Man will go down, and Liquid, with overwhelming pressure in Game 5, are the menace in this lower bracket for North America.
And They definitely are. Liquid has just been so solid this season. They do manage to take down Super Frogs in this lower bracket elimination series. The small map really paid into their favor. I mean, there was a time during the game where it really felt like Trill was struggling to connect to target, but once he actually got onto Wealthy Man, they're able to get out these Fire Breath purges. I mean, it's just so devastating. It's something we've been talking about quite a bit. These aggressive evokers, we have Met in Europe, we have Sea-Doo in North America. It is an absolute menace for these restoration druids. A bit of a close call there by Sea-Doo, but he makes the trade with his Emerald Communion, and it's his final setup on Wealthy Man out of these Cyclones that is just too much. So we're going to see it. Wealthy Man going for a Lightning Lasso, and it's about at this point where he gets caught into the Sunlock, into a Smoke Bomb. Cheap shot, Smoke Bomb comes in. Trill able to reconnect. Sea-Doo just throwing in Living Flames. Here's the big Fire Breath Dispel. A lot of those heal over time effects are removed, and unfortunately Flop gets caught into a Cyclone, trying to get into the Smoke Bomb. So Sam just with a really good position, basically forcing Flop to get crowd control. There's really nothing he can do. It's if he stays back, he can't heal because of the Smoke Bomb, and if he pushes into the Smoke Bomb, he can't heal because he's going to get Cyclone. So just a really, really good situation there for Liquid. They set themselves up.
Beautiful execution here. They knew their win conditions. Super one-shots, Frogs, Wizard compositions are not going to be enough to send them out of the tournament, but they do finish, I believe, tied with Luminosity or ahead of them at this point in the tournament. So still a really good showing for the Super one-shot Frogs overall, but the Subtlety Rogue compositions, they're going to need to go back to the drawing board here moving into next week, or just polish up this composition a bit more. It seems like Nagrand is going to be an important game for them in a series like this. If they can win that and have the big maps on their advantage, then it's definitely going to do them more favors than not. But yeah, Sam I Am Chill, Sea-Doo definitely went back to practice here for the tournament today. They were going to move into the next round. They faced the loser of Golden Guardians versus DUKAMIFIED.
Yeah, they certainly do. That is the next series that we've got coming up here for that upper finals. And then winner of that series that Sid mentioned is going to be in the grand finals. So if Liquid, if Super One-Shot Frogs wants to, go back, hopefully for cup number 3, I'm excited to see what that team can do, because they're definitely very fun to watch. So grass to Liquid for moving on for that one. And let's talk about this next up series, Golden Guardians. I mean, this is a team that has been around. We talked about it a bit yesterday for NA's games. Golden Guardians, they've been around for so long. They've been playing RPS and have basically mastered at this point. And now they're in a great position, Ben, where this is a really strong comp just in general. We're seeing a lot of teams on the EU side adopt the composition as well, but Golden Guardians were kind of the team that, made it famous.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the upper bracket is really interesting to me. I mean, Waz mentioned it as well. You have these 2 Subtlety Rogue compositions. I mean, obviously the one Liquid is running is good too. So you have Subtlety Rogue Moonkin Evoker in that lower bracket. And now in the upper bracket, you have the RPS with Peekaboo, WizK, and Absturge. And they're going to be going up against the RMP. So you have DUKAMIFIED coming in. They're a really seasoned RMP. They're looking good. Waz mentioned it. Who wins? We don't actually know who is supposed to win this matchup. Is it the RPS? Is it the RMP? It kind of goes back and forth throughout time and throughout World of Warcraft. So I'm curious to see which one of these two, kind of tier 1 Subtlety Rogue comps does pull out ahead. Golden Guardians, they've only lost one round this entire season. So in Cup number 1 and Cup number 2, they've lost a single round, and it was one round to the Super One-Shot Frogs. But in terms of series, they're completely undefeated. They're looking solid. Can DUKAMIFIED slow them down, though? That is the question.
Yeah, that is definitely a big question, and we're going to find out soon enough. Winner of this next up series going to the grand finals. They'll be the winner of Cup number 2. If you get that, that is a lot of points that are going to be super valuable as we reach the end stages of these qualifying cups. So before we get to that, we are going to head to a break. When we come back, coming up next, it's Golden Guardians facing off against DUKAMIFIED in the upper finals. everybody? Welcome back. If you're just now tuning in, we are here in the North American region. We concluded EU earlier today, and now we're in the upper finals for NA. Golden Guardians versus DUKAMIFIED. Golden Guardians and DUKAMIFIED, we've got basically RPS versus RMP. This has been a big discussion, Azale. We heard Waz talking about it during his interview. Like, which composition in this situation is gonna come out on top?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the big question, right? You know, which one is going to be superior? You know, I do think, like, my expectations are that Golden Guardians would be the one, you know, with a bit of an advantage. Mages obviously bring a lot of table; they can do a tremendous amount of damage. But the utility from Shadow Priest, I think, is really what could potentially make the difference in this series. You know, the ability to actually save people on defensive, so the ability to shut down a lot of these goes and to set up a lot of your goes yourself. Shadow Priest, I think, are pretty unparalleled, and we've been seeing WizK do so much damage as well on this. So we are going to get into game number 1 here. It is the upper bracket semifinal, Golden Guardians versus DUKAMIFIED. And right out the gate, it's going to be up to this opener, Sid. Let's see who gets it.
So Tuna has been playing Resto Druid throughout all of the AWC history that I can remember. So this is the first time I've seen him on a balanced Druid. Kearney on Discipline Priest and Subtlety Rogue. So a bit of an unexpected pick from DUKAMIFIED, and already in the opener having to use Cloak of Shadows. That is a devastating start. They're trying to turn it around here as they're setting up on the Peekaboo. Cheap shot, no follow-up. Cheap shots on WizK now, switching some pressure over to him, but not nearly as impressive of a setup as they really needed in this position. Decent follow-up damage, but Desperate Prayer and Vampiric Embrace should keep WizK stable in this position. And now Peekaboo is just getting ready for the next attack. He gets pre-disarmed on his gouge by Calvish. Really good dismantle there, but he's just going to just Cloak of Shadows almost offensively here in this position. He's just going for the kill. His Calvish just going to fall over. Hex and a Kearney. Tuna's dying. Everybody is dead. WizK is doing so much damage as we see lightning bolts coming in from Absturge. Everybody's dead. Mind Control at low health. It gets purged at the last second, but they're just falling over. They're just toppling over like dominoes. Kearney is struggling to even keep them at half health at this point. Dismantle, step kick out from Peekaboo, and I think that step kick is going to seal the deal here into a kidney shot. Calvish gets destroyed. He duels at 1% health. Is he going to actually stay alive with that shadowy duel? He turns it around. Kidney shot onto Peekaboo. He's trying to go for a miracle kill right now onto Peekaboo. Is he going to be able to pull it off? Only getting him to half health. Not even close in this position. Absturge is free from crowd control, keeping up the heals in the back line with those heals. Oh, he gets locked on his healing surge. Maybe an opportunity to still finish Peekaboo in this position. WizK needs to be ready with the Void Shift. He gets Cycloned. He trinkets out offensively. Goes for the silence. Looking to take out Calvish. Fully channeled Void Torrent. Massive damage incoming from WizK, but not enough damage to close it. And Kearney, man, is working overtime to keep his team alive through this.
Yeah, but he's already kind of worked through all his cooldowns here. They do have a kidney shot there onto Peekaboo, but the Earthen Wall Totem is there to answer. Sturge now thrown into the clone by Tuna. They're trying to get aggressive onto Peekaboo, and Peekaboo could be in some trouble. The swap comes out there from WizK. They do still have Trinket. They do still have Link, though, on Sturge, so they have another save here, and I'm not sure that Kearney does have the same. Peekaboo, though, again, into a clone. Tuna doing a really good job being very disruptive on this, but a nice static field totem from Absturge, pulling them back off of Peekaboo, trying to get him away, but the Step Kidney comes in, and Peekaboo is getting rocked. He's stacked on top. They're trying to get the Link. The cheap shot comes in on the Trinket. They do get the Link down, but it's a clone following that up. The gouge now over onto Calvish, and just like that, DUKAMIFIED have forced out all the cooldowns. It's a blind, though, on a Kearney. Peekaboo, they're trying to stop him from getting a sap, and they do. It's a great gouge from Calvish that breaks up the CC chain, but is it going to be enough? The grip onto the cheap shot. Is there something to follow there? Cheap shot now over onto Kearney. The root coming through onto Calvish. Calvish throwing that kidney there over onto Sturge, and now the step, the cheap shot coming in on Peekaboo. They're trying to finish him off once again. He's dangerously low. He's at about 20% HP. Sturge has nothing left in the tank, it seems. The Earthen Wall Totem is just barely enough with the Riptides coming through. Peekaboo will stabilize, and it's a full Psychic Scream over onto Kearney. There's no trinket available for him. Calvish has got to get out of there, but they're in hot pursuit, and Calvish has no time left in this game. He's going to fall in a back and forth game number 1. Golden Guardians will strike first blood.
Oh my, I can't believe how close that was. I was thinking, the DUKAMIFIED are just getting run over, and there's going to be no chance for them. And then suddenly out of nowhere, they've forced every single cooldown, almost killed Peekaboo, and made the Golden Guardians sweat in game number 1. And it's really surprising to see DUKAMIFIED start with this composition, because this is something that wasn't really working for Liquid, the Moonkin Rogue. It's possible the Discipline Priest gives it a little bit more of an edge in this type of matchup in terms of damage output over the Evoker, but I can't imagine it's so much more than the Evoker maybe in terms of damage.
Is just like all the defenses you can rotate through, multiple PSs, the barrier and stuff. Like maybe that's the thought, that they like have enough goes to stop the subtlety rogue goes.
Yeah, I mean, you can also trade the paint subs in the middle of it, whereas the Evoker's like only 2 goes really. Your Trinket is a go and your Communion is a go, whereas Priest is a Trinket and a go, and then 2 paint subs, and then it's rotated back for your Trinket
Barrier, swap.
at that point. So you get a lot more stops with a Priest healer in a matchup like this, but it looks really unstable too at the same time. This is the moment where they were so close to killing Peekaboo. He vanishes at like 1% health. With Crimson Vial healing him up, and then WizKid is just owning Kearney. He's just CCing Kearney and killing Calvish while Peekaboo's huddling around a corner hoping he can live, and WizKid is just killing Calvish. Like, he literally sold him. Like, Peekaboo kidneys him, but I swear WizKid just soloed Calvish at the end of the game and CC'd Kearney by himself with Peekaboo behind the pillar. So WizKid definitely carrying here in game number 1. It's getting higher too on Tuesday, I think.
Oh, okay. That's good.
Whiskey's gonna be pumping.
Yeah, I mean, he already did like 9 million basically. Second highest was what, like 6.5 from the Moonkin, and the rogues are both 3.5. It's like sometimes it just feels like the sub rogue is just an extra spell for the Shadow Priest. You know, like it's just another button on his bar. He's just like, go Peekaboo, do kidney shot. You know, like it just sends him out there.
It's like Bob from Overwatch.
Down. Yeah. WizKid's just ass catch him.
I choose you, Peekaboo. Use kidney shot.
Peekaboo,
Smoke bomb.
Kidney shot.
It's super effective.
Finish them. They've got no trinket. Blind.
Calvish faints.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is a really fun game though. Even way earlier, it was like, how close was Calvish to dying on that earlier go? Like when he got the duel off, he had cheat death proc, and he had PS on him at the same time, and he was still at like 1% HP, right? Was ridiculously close in that moment. So definitely a really close back and forth game. You know, Golden Guards almost got an instant win. The Peekaboo goes to 1%. Like, just back and forth. Incredibly close game. So I don't think there's any reason that DUKAMIFIED have to swap it up, but it'll be a pretty fun one to see if they can take some games.
Yeah, I mean, they must be worried that the Rogue Mage Priest isn't going to work, even though they watched in Europe, like Echo just 3-0'd that composition, the Shadow Priest Rogue Shaman. So it must be that the Golden Guardians are like an entirely different plateau or level to any other Shadow Priest Rogue, or else I would have assumed that DUKAMIFIED would lead with the same type of exchange. The start of the game looked really bad for them, but as it moved on and on, it actually started looking better and better. So I'm not against them doing either line here, switching comp or staying the same.
Yeah. I mean, it's a tough choice, right? But like that game was so close. I feel like it's hard to just dip out of a comp after one game when it's really, really close like that, because you have to feel like, oh, come on, he had 1% HP, right? Like surely we just got unlucky. So I do think it's tough to want to swap after one, but we'll see. I mean, it was the blind, so maybe that wasn't even the comp that they like wanted. Might not have even been the matchup potentially that they were wanting. But of course, Golden Guardians normally just run this, so I feel like it's not really that surprising to see what the comp is going to be coming out. So it is just going to be running it back, same comp as last time here from DUKAMIFIED. They're just going to try to tighten it up, see if they can play it a little bit more clean than they did in that game number 1. But Tuna did a really good job. I like this more, I think, than the RMP. I was talking about the difference in utility between Shadow Priest and Mage. Moonkins obviously bring, I think, a lot more to the table as far as that goes.
Yeah, I mean, the support, the off healing, the clones to kind of preemptively stop a go. Only difficulty could be is if you're getting targeted down a lot by the Shaman. Grounding and Shear can be difficult tools to deal with as the balance druid, and that's kind of like the 1v1 that's going on in the game is Absterge versus Tuna. How much can he block the casts of Tuna, and how much can Tuna sneak by? DUKAMIFIED, if they can kind of clean up their opener and make it look a little bit less sketchy than it did, so they can play more aggressively, I think, earlier in the game, then there's obviously possibilities. Seems like both teams' main target focus is Rogue. I think Shadow Priest is going to be really tough to kill. I think Golden Guardians could swap to Boomkin, though, especially on a big map like this. If he's just out in the open or getting too aggressive, you can kill him if you catch him out of bear form. So DUKAMIFIED kind of have two targets that are possible options, whereas Golden Guardians, it really kind of only feels like there's one. Peekaboo and a stun is like the main condition.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it'll be really interesting, and that's one of the difficulties sometimes when you are playing against RPS, but really any sub rogue team that has a lot of cross CC, is that sometimes you are forced to trinket and just to basically save your teammates, right? Like you're not actually being targeted whatsoever, and that can happen to Moonkin. If it is Calvish that's in a lot of trouble, like a Psychic Stream goes in over on Tuna, there's a CC over on Kearney, all of a sudden Tuna has to trinket. Now he has no trinket, and he opens himself up to being that target, right? It can be something that you have to be really, really careful about. Even if you haven't been touched the entire game, if you have to use that trinket defensively to save a teammate, you all of a sudden really have to watch where you're standing, because it could be kidney, smoke bomb, lights out. And that is something that both teams definitely are going to have to really be careful with, especially that Moonkin, though, because obviously Shadow Priest, even if you're getting stunned up, you're still going to have that disperse and stuff available, even if you don't have that trinket. So we'll see what they can get done here. You definitely want to have a really strong opener here from DUKAMIFIED. Both teams, I think, have the ability to win this series based on that first game. Golden Guardians did look like they were out ahead early, but then all of a sudden, it's cooldown after cooldown after cooldown going through really quick. They got swap, and then the immediate next skinny shot, they got trinket link. They did really get a lot of cooldowns very, very quickly.
Yeah, DUKAMIFIED, not a lot of time on air here for season 2, but the 3-0 I believe was against Liquid yesterday. So Liquid's in the lower bracket, probably won a little bit of revenge here. I would only imagine that they've prepped something to deal with DUKAMIFIED, as it would be anticipated that they would have to face them, whether it was in the final, obviously, or in the lower brackets. So they're raring for that rematch. DUKAMIFIED are still sold, though, that the Boomkin's going to be a better choice for them in this matchup overall. At least they're going to commit to it for another game. The only thing that's surprising to me is that Tuna, he's been a Resto Druid for a really long time. I want to say years. He was healing Thugonomics, I believe, last season. So to see him come on this roster and be a balanced druid, making it now and fighting the Golden Guardians, the best Shadow Priest Rogue Shaman in the world, I feel like I can safely say that. It can be really stressful. Boomkin is one of those classes where you can min-max so much, and if you're in your head at all against who you're fighting, and you're not looking for every single possible opportunity, like a clone on a trinket or a clone on a disperse or a pre-clone on a go, and maximizing your damage at the same time. That's not a bad win rate at all right there. I mean, it's 13-1 on broadcast, but it's more like 24-1 or something off broadcast.
I mean, me personally, I would have simply just not lost that one game and kept the perfect 100%, but they're out there, they're giving it their best shot. What can you say? I'm just kidding. They're obviously smurfing AWC. 93% win rate against pro teams. Turns out it's pretty good. Golden Guardian's been smurfing, but yeah, I agree. I mean, I think the thing is, when you're swapping to a new spec or a new comp or whatever, it can be really difficult when you're playing in these high pressure moments as well, right? Because you don't have that same muscle memory built up and kind of that same level of comfort that I think people can have to really play comfortable in a really, really intense moment. And you kind of talked about the battle between the Resto Druid and the balance, or rather the Restoration Shaman and the Balance Druid here, because it's there's no one else to eat shears really from Sturge, right? It's just going to be Tuna that's getting sheared every single time. And if you continually are getting interrupted and you're continually getting sheared and grounded and you're actually losing that battle, you really start to lose momentum. You fall further and further behind, right? Either you're losing damage, you're spending too much time cloning, or you're not being able to get those clones out because you're getting chain interrupted. So we're going to have to see a really good performance here from Tuna. He did have a good one in game number 1, but they're going to open up onto WizK here immediately. Kearney just playing max range. But there's the step blind, the kidney shot coming in onto Calvish. They're trying to get in position to follow this up. There's the fear over onto Tuna, the silence onto Kearney. Calvish is feared off as well, but they're going to swap it up over onto Tuna. They're pressuring the Moonkin here. The static field totem comes through, but there's the step kidney from Calvish onto the back of Peekaboo, and WizK is going to get cheap shot up as well. The Earthen Wall is there, though. Sturge trades out the cooldowns to answer. Now a cheap shot coming down. They're onto Sturge. MD's coming through from Kearney, trying to keep his team offensive. Calvish, though, is dismantled, and he's got to run. He's trying to get out of there. Peekaboo, though, is hot on his heels. There's a gouge coming out on Kearney, and as the dismantle ends from him, the kidney shot comes in immediately. Cheap shot there to follow it up onto Kearney. The Hex coming through. Spiritwalker's Grace Hex lands onto Kearney. It is just short, but the fear comes through onto both of them right after it. Silence now onto the trinket, or rather the will there coming through from Kearney, and WizK is just trying to get aggressive here, trying to continue to punish this rogue. Earthenwall Totem again traded out, but now potentially the pressure could swap around because there's a clone onto Sturge. Can they find a go onto Peekaboo? They really need to, but it's Peekaboo out in the middle of the map. He gets a kidney onto Kearney off of that after the kick, and it's Calvish potentially still being pressured here, has to take the PS.
Oh, they swap off the paint suppression. They go after Tuna. Heart of the Wilds. He bark skins, and a big heal comes through from Kearney in the nick of time. Now Peekaboo taking some damage here, but not having to use any major cooldowns. They sit through with their medallion still intact. They're switching some pressure onto Whiskey. Desperate Prayer. So powerful. Whiskey is just going to soak that hit with a massive heal and not even have to disperse. Peekaboo steps over to Kearney again, looking for a gouge, looking for a kidney, I would imagine, out of this, but doesn't go for it just right away. Maybe he's hoping it would drop combat or something. He's going to go for the kidney now. Calvish pre-cloaks the cheap shot, anticipating it, but he's still dead. Is he actually straight up still dead? He has to trinket Void Shift, even despite the pre-cloak. Kearney's mind controlled at low health. Whiskey's dotting him up just as a potential target. Tuna is rotting down. Kearney is really struggling. Peekaboo pre-cloaking as well here as Absurge is caught into a Cyclone, trying to face towards, keeping the pressure up on a Tuna, forcing him into bear form. Kearney still hasn't topped himself. Calvish gets gripped back to the pillar. Peekaboo in pursuit, looking for crowd control, gets dismantled and won't find a kidney shot. He's rooted as well. Tuna's trying to heal himself in the corner. WizK is absolutely tearing all of them apart. They're so separated right now. Kearney's out in the open. That could be bad news for him. He gets gripped into a fear. Nice combo by Absturge and WizK, and they're going for the kill here. Calvish shadowy duels defensively to avoid the attack, but they're just immediately going to go into Tuna with the cheap shots. Kearney's in the kidney. It might be a triple kill if Kearney isn't careful. He's got barrier, but he's crowd controlled for one more second. Rapture powered shields. Is that going to be enough? Powered shield after powered shield to keep Calvish just in the fight here. Another big shield comes through. Peekaboo still has trinket, but no cloak. We've got Void Shift, but no trinket on WizK. We got Trinket Link, so Absurge, I think, needs to be the one that makes a save here in the next couple of seconds. If WizK gets crowd control, Peekaboo trinkets out of the kidney shot immediately. Triple fear reversal. Kidney shot, no trinket. Can he get the cheap shot? He gets the cheap shot. Is Calvish going to go down? He vanishes. Kearney is silenced and waiting for that to finish. Radiance comes through. God. Kearney's trying to heal. I can't believe how back and forth this is.
And Peekaboo's in trouble now. There's the gouge over on a Sturge. They have a kidney shot for Peekaboo. He's down dangerously low. Another cheap shot to follow it up. The Link has to get dropped. And just like that, they work through the cooldowns here. But the Static Field Totem coming down, trying to turn it around, trying to lock Calvish in place there. As WizK was into the clone, the Pendant's now coming out, being able to finally top Calvish off. But Tuna is still getting low. Psychic Stream used there onto Wiz, but it looks like it's a Tremor Totem to actually knock him out there from Absturge. Calvish now trying to retreat. Peekaboo looking for the kidney shot. He's going to land it. And Calvish, that could be it right here, right now. There's the pain suppression coming through, as well as the grip. The cheap shot, though, over on a Tuna. Tuna is still really low. Everyone is being pressured here by the Golden Guardians. WizK is just keeping that pressure rolling non-stop. But it is Tuna locking out WizK with that beam. And you can see the mind control now from Kearney is actually being channeled out. Peekaboo really just trying to stay to the back of this Moonkin, try to finish him off, because Kearney is completely tapped pretty much on mana at this point. They've got to find a kill like right here, right now, if they're going to do it ever. Kearney running away, trying to find a Drake, but it's Calvish again into that kidney shot, and it looks like this could be the end of the game. The cheap shot there to follow the step away defensively back to his Moonkin, but he's going to get pulled in by this Static Field Totem, and it's Tuna now, down about 20% HP, and Peekaboo is right on the back of him, and I think this is going to be it. The blind is full onto Calvish. He can't get out, and WizK is chasing down Kearney. There's the Psychic Scream, and that's going to do it. Golden Guardians moving to 2-0 in the series. Kearney kept him going for a really long time, but they were not able to get enough pressure rolling. They were not able to get through the cooldowns. And at the end of the day, Kearney was just tapped. It was a mana game from Absurge, and he was way ahead.
Yeah, I mean, this game looked the worst of them all. It's like you're not trading evenly on goes, you're losing on mana, you're losing on pressure. There's almost the only thing you're winning is like maybe a one shot randomly, but even that, I think Trinket Link was still available and Trinket Void Shift, so even that win condition option wasn't really on the table for them here in game number 2. WizK's pressure is just way too high throughout this, like right here in this moment where everybody is dead. Like you could even kill Kearney honestly if you wanted to. I think at this point they blind him low, like he barely keeps his team alive. It's just a struggle for him, whereas Absurge seems to kind of be chilling in the back. They still had Trinket Link through this whole game, and WizK's Trinket's coming up, so you can Trinket Void Shift. And
I think they did Link at one point, but like they definitely didn't get Surge's Trinket. I mean, it was a tough one. It was definitely a tough one, because I think right here was the Link right after this cheap shot. Yeah, so they did get Link right there, but still, like as you say, but at the end of the game, this is WizK having swapped Trinket, and Trinket was still available for Sturge. They do get through the NS, they do get through the Link, they got some cooldowns, but yeah, I mean, I'm fully agreed with you. This one felt very one-sided, and it just felt like Kearney was permanently behind, almost from the word go. Like he's insta having to drop PSs, and the problem was Calvish was getting rocked so hard that he's constantly behind on healing Calvish, and Tuna's just dying to dots. Like Kearney was just really, really struggling, And I don't know, man. Like there's a lot of purges coming down. There's a lot of pressure coming down, nonstop CC, and they're just kind of like rotating that CC around and rotating the pressure around really effectively. So Kearney could never stabilize.
I mean, here healer's feared, rogue is sapped. Like it's pretty game over at that point. So they're definitely putting up a fight, considering this is like the debut of Tuna. Like he's keeping up close to Wizkay throughout this in terms of overall pressure, but it just seems like they're not going to be able to win in the late game for sure with this comp. And usually when you're not the team that wins in a late game in a tournament, is usually you're the team that doesn't win. I don't think that this is necessarily any different in this case. I think the team that's better in dampening usually is going to end up winning. And right now, the Golden Guardians composition looks to be a little bit better, even despite the larger map. So they may just change back to RMP to see how well it could go for them.
Yeah, I'll have to see. I mean, potentially they could try some different specs, or maybe they try Holy Priest. I don't know. I don't really know, but I definitely agree. It wasn't really working. And the thing is, it's like you're saying about tournament play, that it's often going to come down to dampening, because the teams just don't really make that big enough mistakes often to die early, right? And that's kind of like how it is, right? You have to kind of mess up your defensives or make some sort of an error. These teams really do have it kind of scripted out so well that it's very difficult to win the games early on, right? You generally do have to go until they're out of mana, until they're completely out of defensives, or until dampening ramps up and you can't really keep up with that pressure. But both teams in game number 1 almost did get really early kills, so it is definitely possible. Golden Guardians wasting no time, just instantly locking in same comp. They're not going to be changing up, I think, really for anything, unless they start chain losing maybe in the grand finals. Then maybe they would consider changing something up. But they are looking incredibly strong, and no one really has shown that they have an answer to this in NA so far. But I know Waz was talking about DUKAMIFIED, wanted to see the RMP. Ben, I think, was excited to see the RMP. I think it may be time to try to move back to something different, right? See if the RMP can really make a difference. But I don't know. I think they're really going to be hurting on utility. Like the setups obviously could be potentially easier, like polymorphs and rings, and being able to have maybe more like consistently you can kind of have burst to go. But I think it's going to be tough without any utility, because they're getting maybe just crammed.
Maybe Nick isn't here. I mean, this is just like a random thought, but like we've seen some teams not have their members able to play. One team had to forfeit, so maybe it's possible. They're taking their time to lock this in, which makes me think that it isn't, and they want to consider another option. It seems like the Moonkin Rogue and the Mage Rogue are going to be their two main choices to make in this. And I want to see the Rogue Mage just to see what it's like, because DUKAMIFIED are going to be one of the best rogue mages to try and set an example against the Golden Guardians, to see what's possible in that matchup. It probably still has the same problem where you run out of steam like the Moonkin Rogue. It's just a matter of whether or not it has a higher chance to win before you run out of steam. And maybe it doesn't. I mean, maybe it doesn't. Maybe Moonkin Rogue actually does have a higher chance to win before that point is hit. But if the Golden Guardians just play good defense, it seems like they'll win.
Yeah, it definitely does seem that way. It's hard to know, right? I feel like Fire Mage has more kind of like consistently powerful goes, whereas Moonkin is more playing around, kind of like 3-minute cooldowns and whatnot, right? And kind of these longer cooldowns that are really where you can rock them. Waz obviously was talking after they won about how main reason that Moonkin is so strong is basically Incarn in dampening is unhealable. So you're kind of having to wait a little bit longer for that, but we'll see if they could make something happen. RMP obviously has been good for a long time, but it's not going to be that. It is just running back, same comp here once again. Moonkin, Sub-Rogue, Disc Priest, so not even changing it up to Holy or anything like that. We'll have to see, because now they need to reverse sweep to be able to try to pull this one back. And also, if they don't have RMP available, that's what they use to beat Liquid 3-0, right, in the upper bracket. So that could be problematic for them in the lower bracket as well.
Have to wait and see if that's the case here. Golden Guardians are looking good to just close it out 3-0, looking like they might even only drop one map between two cups against the Super One-Shot Frogs with how things have been going. DUKAMIFIED are just sold on this Balanced Druid Rogue. And I mean, they've been looking threatening, just not getting to like checkmate. They've taken a couple of important pieces throughout these games, but not enough to actually win a game just yet. So maybe this is just a warm-up, 2 games now, getting some reps against them. Maybe they figured out something game to game that they could change that could make the difference here for game number 3, give them an opportunity at a comeback, but they have to win 3 in a row against a team that's only lost 1 map. That's a tall order.
Yeah.
I'm not making a safe bet on that at the moment. I would like to see what is possible from them though, and this is going to probably be the closest that they can come here in game number 3.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe you can make some adjustments as far as the gearing goes. Try to get a little bit more mana efficient. Change up some talents, change up some gear. Maybe try to be able to last a little bit longer here. But Resto Shamans are pretty hard to beat as far as mana goes. I will say. I feel like Resto Shamans rarely lose to mana. They seem to be able to maintain pretty well with healing streams and riptides and so on. So we are having match point here for Golden Guardians and DUKAMIFIED. They're going to need a reverse sweep. We'll see if they can start it now. The sap going to be there onto Absurge. They're opening up onto WizK immediately. Cheap shot over onto him. Peekaboo going to be able to go in, gets a blind out of stealth onto Kearney. Now the cheap shot over onto Tuna. They're going to try to get it going onto him. We have the kidney shot to follow that up out of the blind there onto the healer. Do they have more WizK CC? Yes, they do. There's the silence over onto Kearney. Tuna in some trouble, but you can see even defensive mind controls coming out there. Kearney now is free. The dismantle's over onto Calvish. Cheap shot now onto him. The Earthen Wall totem is down, keeping Golden Guardian safe. And Absurge is just chasing after Kearney here. Actually going to even Thunderstorm him away and then trying to throw down the Static Field totem to keep him away from his team. WizK, though, going to get beamed up. The kidney shot does come down. The MD now on there to Sturge to keep him safe. Double Psychic Scream, though, across both the DPS and the kidney shot onto Kearney. Calvish in a lot of trouble right now. Do they have the follow-up CC? They do. There's the cheap shot. There's the third cheap shot. The Shadowy Duel, the silence, everything getting thrown in onto Kearney. Calvish has gotten around the corner, but can they get back to him as WizK is going to be into the clone? Now it's the pressure being turned onto Tuna. He's trying to actually get that bash clone over onto Absurge, but he's going to get kicked by Peekaboo, and that's going to shut down the pressure that they were trying to build. As Peekaboo again coming back to Kearney. There's the gouge. Will the stun be there to follow? A nice counter gouge, though, from Calvish will break up the crowd control.
Into a Cyclone, gets Mass Dispelled by WizK. Calvish still the main target. Stun locks by Peekaboo as they look to engage. Can they take him down here? Full Fear secured. Kearney gets silenced on his will. They're really trying to force Cloak of Shadows. Tuna's just dying to dots as well. They switch to him. They force a Bark Skid, looking for a double kill. Kearney is struggling. Radiance heals, trying to spam up Flash Heal and get his team back in the fight, but Peekaboo's in stealth, waiting to maybe even kick him from stealth. He goes for a gouge. Is he going to go for the kidney? Calvish pre-kidneys him to stop that CC chain onto Kearney, and they're setting up on WizK. Triple crowd control. They need to force dispersion here, and they do. And they've been focusing the Shadow Priest a lot more. They Cyclone WizK low on the dispersion, preventing the immediate recovery. But now Tuna gets cheap shot, no skin, no trinket. Kearney's in a blind for one more moment. Silence now. Is it going to trinket Void Shift? Tuna gets a big heal from Renewal, knocking Peekaboo away. Peekaboo steps back in to reconnect. There's a Psyfiend. They have to kill that Psyfiend as soon as possible. Calvish is rooted. They drop the Psyfiend. Kidney shot on Absurge is setting up on WizK, looking to force the Trinket Spirit Link totem. Can they get it here or the Void Shift? They want one of those cooldowns to be forced in this push, and they get the Trinket Link. And the DUKAMIFIED are showing a lot of potential in game 3.
Yeah, they're looking really good here. Got to give credit to Calvish as well, who has been shutting down those CC chains onto Kearney. When Peekaboo steps over into Kearney on for a gouge, he's there for a counter gouge or a counter kidney. Peekaboo now, though, getting the kidney over onto him. Calvish not in place to actually break up this one, but the clone is there from Tuna, again keeping him safe, but the silence comes through, and they can follow with the kidney onto that. WizK, though, in some trouble. Calvish actually going to trinket out offensively here. Could this be a mistake? We'll see. The Earthen Wall totem is down to try to keep Golden Guardian safe, and the mind control coming out from WizK defensively. Psychic Scream comes in across Calvish and Tuna. They're both out of it now, though. Peekaboo on the back of Tuna, but here comes Calvish, and this could spell trouble for Golden Guardians, but they're trying to pull Calvish behind the pillar. This is risky going back there, but he wants to chase. He wants to keep this pressure rolling, but if he gets stunned, it could be problematic. He's down to 50% almost immediately. There's the Step Kidney and the Static Field totem over on a Kearney, and Kearney again is struggling with the mana here. They need to keep the pressure rolling. The Kidney is there on Absurge. The clone to follow it up, and there's the Trinket swap from WizK onto Peekaboo, but he's still incredibly low. Is there anything to heal him up? There's no NS, there's no Link, there's no Earthen Wall, but the Flash Heals come through, the Riptides come through, and it looks like Absurge has kept him up. PS now over onto Calvish, but they are almost tapped completely. Golden Guardians just need to stabilize and keep this pressure rolling, and the game, the series, it's going to be theirs. Cheap shot onto Peekaboo. He gets out of it, though, nothing to follow it up. Tuna down still, down to about 20% HP. Kearney trying his best to top them with the penance, but it's just not doing enough work. Calvish is still low at this point, but in goes the Wild Charge. He gets that clone over on a Surge. Could this be the push they need? The Typhoon to come out, trying to peel for himself. The Life Swap has come through from Kearney. He's silenced off it. Calvish is going to cloak, but Calvish is out of time in this one. There's the kidney, followed up by the cheap shot. Evasion coming through. He's trying to get away, but Kearney just has nothing, and Peekaboo knows it. He's closing in on them. There's that fear off the Dispel, and Tuna is going to go down. Golden Guardians are going to sweep DUKAMIFIED and make their way to the grand finals in back-to-back cups.
They were so close at that one point in the game, but the problem with going to Shadow Priest is it's just an infinite rotation. After that final push where they got so close, the dispersion was back. And then after that, Absurge's Trinket would be back, and you have like one go where you can win, and if you don't win in that window, you run out of time. You're literally playing for one moment in the game, and they couldn't secure enough damage to be able to win it there in that game, but it was definitely their best overall, it seemed. Golden Guardians, they're sitting comfortable in the grand finals. They're going to wait for their opponent. It's Liquid versus DUKAMIFIED, a rematch, and you see those moments. Like, this was after the point, I think, and Whiskey has Dispersion. It's really easy to survive a go. When you have Dispersion as a Shadow Priest, you're not worried at all, which means you can play really aggressive and do what Whiskey is doing, which is just a truck ton of damage and just stay on top of your opponents and maximize your Mind Flay insanities and really focus on your sanity generation and just pump out really big numbers. Like, he's just free casting at the moment. He gets interrupted for a moment, but even now, like, they blind WizK, which is a little weird. Maybe they were trying to set up on Peekaboo right there, or they're just desperate because Kearney Zoom. I'm not sure. But you just can't win at this point. Like, what, you're gonna, even if you force Dispersion, Trinket's coming up for Upsurge, and with Peekaboo still has Trinket to peel on a go as well. You just can't come back from this point. You needed to win like the two setups before we hit this point. They try and go for it again with a kidney shot with Peekaboo being low, but Tuna gets knocked on his clone, and that's one of the irritating additions to Resto Shaman in Dragonflight as a boomkin, because I've had that happen to me where you stun the Shaman and you think you can clone, but if you're in melee range, you get thunderstormed, and then you can't get the clone, and he can shear and ground you again after that. So you got to like be out of range of thunderstorm, but close enough to bash, or whatever, if your partner is stunning, and you got to calculate that all the time when you're going for CC on a Shaman.
Yeah. I mean, it is really difficult, right? And Surge is also using the static field totem so well. Like, he is so annoying with that, where he's snapping people to WizK. Like, at times he's snapping Kearney to WizK for a free fear with the static field totem and things like that. You know, even pulling Tuna away to awkward spots. You can defend himself with the static field totem. He can defend himself with the shears with the clone, or from the clones with the grounding as well. So it's really, really difficult. I will say, I thought that DUKAMIFIED played this game really well, right? Like, I wonder how this series would look if they actually just swapped to a different healer, a healer that can last more on the mana. Because Calvish and Tuna, I thought, played a really good series, especially in that final game. Calvish was doing a really good job, and as was Tuna, I've actually disrupting some of the CC chains onto Kearney, because I think in the first two, Golden Guardians were really just ruining Kearney's life. It would be gouge into kidney, into like a cheap shot, into like silence, fear, etc. But they were doing a better job of making sure that when Peekaboo would go for a step kidney or Peekaboo would go for a step gouge, there was something there. There was going to be a clone coming in to break up the gouge to the kidney, or there was going to be a gouge coming in from Calvish to break that up. And I think that's really, really important to be able to get those globals off. But it was just straight up a mana war, right? And it was not a close one, because Golden Guardians, I don't think Upsurge was ever like below even like half mana when the Disc Priest was completely tapped.
Definitely. Well, DUKAMIFIED, like Sid already mentioned, we are going to be seeing them drop down to that lower bracket in a lower final, and it is going to be a rematch against Team Liquid. We can take a look at it here at the bracket for North America. We can also see Golden Guardians sitting up there in the grand finals, just waiting for an opponent from this next up series. So winner will be moving on to play them in that grand final. So it could be potentially a rematch here, but we'll have to wait and see after we get through this first series, DUKAMIFIED and Liquid. I mean, last time we saw them playing against each other, it was pretty one-sided, Azael. What do you think it's going to take for Team Liquid to maybe do a little bit better this time around?
Yeah, I mean, I know that Liquid weren't happy after that series. That was where they brought out the Holy Priest. I know Sidu tweeted out that he thought they had really bad picks, so maybe thought they had a bad read on what was actually going to be a good matchup for them. I know that, they used Holy Priest to kind of qualify to top 8, and they did well with that. But when they used Holy Priest against them, they did not really do a good job. This was, I think, the second series. This was after they won a series, I think maybe against Luminosity. I'm not sure, but I know he tweeted out that a rough series for us, bad picks, and weren't prepared enough. Another rematch versus LG coming up. So that was what he tweeted out, right after they lost to DUKAMIFIED. So I'm expecting that they're going to play different comps. I'm expecting that they won't bring out that Holy Priest. It might just be, sub Moonkin Evoker. That seems to be their kind of like main go-to comp. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that comp into what we just have seen from DUKAMIFIED, whether they play RMP or whether they mirror it. I think Liquid, need to be confident, because that seems to be the comp that is by far the strongest for them.
Yeah, we will have to see, but we're going to go to a break first before we do find out who moves on to the grand finals, who gets knocked out, and we'll finish the day in third. Up next, DUKAMIFIED versus Team Liquid. Welcome back. We are in the Cup 2 North American lower finals. Winner here moves on to the grand finals. Loser is going to finish the day in third. It's DUKAMIFIED versus Team Liquid.
Liquid going to be coming
Here
out
we
with
go.
Moonkin, Evoker, and Sub Rogue. So changing up from the last time they played, they did lose 3-0 to DUKAMIFIED last time, but they were playing 2 games of Holy Priest, Ellie, and Moonkin before they swapped to RPS for that last game. So different comps coming out, but Sidu in trouble already into the cheap shot. The triple fear comes across. Sidu isolated by himself. He doesn't even trinket though. Another cheap shot to come out, but it looks like he's going to be fine. Now swapping the pressure over on a SamIam, but there's a bomb from Trill. It's dropped onto Calvish, who's taking a lot of pressure. The barrier though comes down in response. CS now on to Sam. Another sheep coming out onto Sidu. They're trying to keep this pressure going onto Trill, who is really unfazed. He's just pushing forward in the middle of the map, but now he's going to get Blast Wave knocked back, and he's right back to Calvish. And you can see Nick is just teeing off on him. Kearney as well, getting a lot of pressure down, but there is that PS still available. Calvish still taking a lot of damage, but they haven't used any of those big defensive cooldowns. Now there's a kitty shot over on a Kearney. There's a bash over on a Calvish. Is there going to be anything to follow it up? Can they force anything? Doesn't look like it is. I think he's just going to vanish out, and Calvish should be fine.
Yeah, Calvish looking to make a play here. Who can he find the stun on? Looks like SamIam gets caught. He's behind the pillar. Oh no! Devastation. He's forced to trade out his trinket. Does manage to hold on, but a bit of a positional error there by Liquid. That was really well done by DUKAMIFIED, getting that kitty shot onto SamIam while he was out of position. Stuns now out onto Sidu, onto Trill, trying to just deny the setup. Calvish down to 50% health. Is going to be vanishing out, hiding behind the pillar right now. Nick still in the midfield, trying to get some damage rolling. Got a full fear, potential Ring of Frost. No, it gets denied. Can he find the polymorph? No, Sidu deep breaths it. Nicely done there by Sidu to avoid that mage crowd control, but still, Nick is fishing for the polymorphs. He manages to find it. Do they have a setup? Big damage here onto SamIam. Is there any follow-up onto Sidu? There is. Calvish comes in with the cheap shot, but we have a counter cheap shot here onto Nick to try to slow him down just a little bit. Looks like Liquid will be able to hold on, but it's just so back and forth. Both rogues doing a good job trying to deny each other's setups. Let's see if Calvish can avoid this next one.
Yeah, Calvish could be that next target. You can see the clones trying to come out there. Clone does land on a Nick, but it's going to be MD'd off by Kearney. This one, though, not having that response this time around. You can see Calvish, though, trying to push forward onto Sidu. He gets the kidney onto Sidu. There's the step cheap shot onto SamIam. They're trying to go crazy onto him, and it's going to be the trinket force there by Sidu. He comes in for the rescue, but he gets gouged on it. So Sam is still in trouble. Nick is pumping. There's a sheep. It's going to be the last one now, landing on a Sidu, and the CC should end now. You can see the beam comes in on that final polymorph from Nick, but the CC chain had already ended onto Sidu, so I didn't really get that much done. The clone, though, is out onto Kearney. They're trying to get the pressure onto Calvish. They have forced the cloak. They have forced the trinket from Calvish, and they got the last PS there from Kearney. So it's really just trinket life swap available at this point. Nice defensive clone there onto Calvish. Now they're turning the pressure around onto Nick. Kearney starting to fall behind just as he did in that last series. This is where the Death Priests really start to struggle, but they're trying to get that damage going on to Sam. Sam is the barks in. He's into the bear, but it might not even be enough. Sidu is stuck in a sheep, the heart of the wild, trying to keep him tanky enough, trying to survive there. That last sheep does expire. Can Sidu actually be able to top him back off? He's going to be able to do it. Sam just barely surviving, and Calvish now getting rocked. Trill getting rocked. They're going to force a cloak out of Trill there as Calvish steps back in. It's a full cheap shot onto Sidu. Do they have anything to follow it up? It does not look like it. Sam's still sitting low, but the Spirit Bloom going to connect, and Sidu going to be able to pick his team back up. And now Kearney is on the run here, trying to pull back to that pillar, trying to stay away because he knows they're running out of those cooldowns. But the bomb comes in. There's no barrier this time. Now the barrier comes through, but it's not going to be enough. Calvish down to 1%. He just barely survives the smoke bomb. The swap comes through from Kearney. Against all the odds, he keeps him alive.
Yeah, what a beautiful play there. Calvish barely holding on through the barrier, through the life swap as well. Kitty shot now into Sidu. Is there any follow-up? Crowd control. Trill just getting absolutely smoked and deleted. Goodbye, Trill. And dude, these games are so stressful. I mean, anyone could just be stunned and deleted at any moment. Both these rogues just like trying to play out of their minds in order to avoid being stun locked. And this is just so tough. I mean, these healers definitely sweating in this one. DUKAMIFIED will pull out ahead, but just barely. I mean, right before they were able to get the kill, Calvish survives at 1% health through the powered barrier. So this one is about as close as it can get, but DUKAMIFIED takes an early lead in the series.
Yeah, that was incredibly close. And it looked like Kearney almost missed the barrier, to be honest, on that smoke bomb. I think he got Calvish with the very edge of it. So had he been just a slight bit more off with it, it would have been potentially, a game-ending mistake. But yeah, Sam down to like, what was that, 5% at most? Sam also survived a later go. I think it was this go where he has like Heart of the Wild up, but Sidu gets CC'd. He's cheap shot. There's Barks in, Heart of the Wild, gets into Bear, and is barely able to survive here. I mean, look at his health there for a long time. One heal landed from Sidu right before he got put into the sheep, but the CC chain was so long, it just felt like there wasn't quite enough to finish him off. Trill was able to come in with those peels. Calvish at the same time got really, really low. And then again, I think this was that kind of almost that final stage where we saw Calvish out of the clone getting swapped to and almost gets deleted here. I think this is right when the bomb was coming. Let's see. Yeah, there's the kidney. There's the bomb. Let's look at the power barrier. Because it looked okay. No, never mind. It didn't actually miss. I think I was maybe seeing it from the other angle. It looked a little bit different, but he hits the barrier. But Kearney had to trinket, had to swap. Barely able to survive through that smoke bomb. Was down to about 1% HP before the swap came through.
This kill Trill through. They have a kidney shot on Sidu. Let's look at this damage because I don't even know if Sidu gets crowd controlled out of this. He just has nothing to really respond at that point.
I mean, look
at
Nick's
if he had
damage.
a rescue off. Down. It's just a crazy amount of damage. He gets 100 there in the
Nick
cheap
did
shot.
More than all of Liquid combined.
Yeah, that's the thing. You can free cast on that Fire Mage, and you're just sitting in the open. You're literally just a turret. It's like playing tower defense or something like that. You have that added benefit of having that tower in the middle of the map just blasting you if you're ever in the open.
Sam are just these little shitty NPCs just walking through the middle of the map, and there's just a tower just pew pew pew, just blasting at them.
That's kind of how it works. I mean,
Yeah.
if you can't pressure Nick in the match, then he's gonna have a field day, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. So, a lot of damage, a lot of burst. They were able to just take him down with just a quick little cheap shot onto Sidu. So, we'll see. We're going to be going to a smaller map, and that hopefully makes it a little bit easier for them to actually stay on top of Nick. But I actually don't think the mage will be the main target in this match. It is possible, but I think it's really, really unlikely.
I mean, they weren't really going on mage at all in the last one, right? It basically seemed like it was going on the rogue, start to finish. So, do you think that they like should/can even go on the mage? Because it feels difficult to chase the mage through a sub rogue, right? Like I think that's the scary part to me is that if you're trying to go on the fire mage with your sub rogue, he's overextending, and then all of a sudden you're getting kidneyed a mile away from Sidu, and the fire mage then can just be like pulling Sidu in really bad places by just kiting back, right? Because if the fire mage kites back, back behind his pillar, and Sam and Trill are going to chase, well, then guess where Sidu is? Sidu's in the very center of the map, and then all of a sudden the disc race can be playing on top of him, and so on. So I think things can get really, really difficult in those situations. So, like, I don't know, can they even do that?
Probably not. I feel like the only time you're really going to be able to take the mage down is if you get a good tip the scales fire breath. So CD would have to be very extended too. Like that's one of the problems is they don't really have a great offensive dispel.
Yeah.
And if you don't have that offensive purge from like a shadow priest or a shaman, for example, which is likely why Nick did not play the mage in against the RPS, you have a lot of free reign with your alter time. It's a very powerful defensive cooldown. And the only way they're really going to be able to strip that is going to be that tip the scales fire breath. So not necessarily the most consistent strategy. It is a possibility, but I still feel like the main kill target in this match is going to be Calvish on that rogue. But rogues are not easy to take down either, especially when you have barely any CC onto Kearney. He's just playing max range. He's a gnome, so he can get out of your root solar beam. It's both teams just trying to basically kill with smoke bomb, shadowy duel, and then through healing.
Yeah. It is definitely tough. It'll be interesting. I'm curious. It's like, so in the previous series, clearly they thought that it was going to be like Holy Priest would make the difference when they played them last time. So Cedar brought that out in the first two games. I wonder if there is, some sort of potential for him to just change the healer and keep the Moonkin and Rogue in there. Like if that would make any difference. You're talking about having an offensive dispel, potentially something that, could help with that. Because we saw in the last series, it's like when they were playing against RPS, they just lost on mana, right? So here it is. They're just going to play RPS. So they're going to try to play what Golden Guardians just did. Golden Guardians did just beat them with this, and they look pretty comfortable doing it. So now we get kind of that direct comparison. Can Liquid match what DUKAMIFIED actually brought out, or rather what Golden Guardians brought out against DUKAMIFIED in that upper bracket, because they made it look pretty good. They made it look pretty controlled. There were moments where DUKAMIFIED definitely got them really close. You think back to that first game, Peekaboo was at like 1% health, so DUKAMIFIED almost had kills, but the Golden Guardians smoked them on mana, right? So if they can last and if they can play those defensive wells, I think Liquid should definitely win on mana. The question is just like, if you mess up a little bit, how is it going to look? And obviously this is the Fire Mage instead of the Moonkin comp that we saw in the last time, so it is obviously different. But Liquid, trying to take a page out of Golden Guardians' book.
Actually did see this even yesterday. I think this is the series these two teams did play, and Liquid kind of brought this in as a desperation tactic. And we'll see if they have it a little bit more practiced. I think DUKAMIFIED did win the last time they ended up playing, but I feel like Liquid, they definitely have an opportunity here. I like this line of play. Hopefully they got some solid war games and practice in with Samayam on the Shadow Priest. I don't often see him playing it. For the most part, when I'm tuning into their practice, it is a lot of that Moonkin. So
yeah,
we'll see if he has the Shadow Priest prepared. We know Sidu is a pretty good shaman. He's been playing it for a little bit of time, so should be more than prepared for this matchup. But I like the small map. I like the RPS. Let's see if Liquid can kind of emulate the success that the Golden Guardians have been finding in that upper bracket in the finals, waiting to see who their opponent will be, or if DUKAMIFIED is going to get the rematch that they desperately want.
Yeah, it's going to be a really exciting one. I do think this is actually the matchup they had in the final game of the previous series they played against them. I think this is what they played in game 3, actually. So it was RPS versus this Mage Rogue Priest. So we will see if Liquid can do a little bit better than last time, if they can potentially force them into even playing the same comp that DUKAMIFIED wanted to play against Golden Guardians, or if that was just because it was Golden Guardians. Calvish, though, going straight in. He gets the immediate sap onto Sidu. There's the cheap shot onto Samayam, and look at Nick free casting, and Samayam's health is just going bye-bye. Has to go into the fade. There's the defensive fear coming out. Now Trill going to be swapped over onto. There's the cheap shot. Trill is just gone! Oh my god, almost instantly dying there, as this mage damage is just looking insane, almost killing Sam, and then almost deleting Trill right off the back of it. They get the trinket, they get the evasion, they get the cloak, everything already gone from Trill, and Liquid have got to get offensive now. They've got to be able to try to force something. You can't allow DUKAMIFIED to get another setup like that, or it could just be lights out. There's the static field totem coming down from Sidu, trying to hold them in place, but it's Trill back behind the pillar into the kidney shot. He's taking a lot of damage here. There's the cheap shot to follow. Sam is trying to push in, looks for the triple fury, does find it, and Kearney's going to be sitting through this. There's the PS out onto Calvish. Can they get anything more off it? There's no CC to follow, so Calvish should be okay. He has used the cloak, though, and Kearney had to use his will, so he has no trinket for 20 seconds. If they can actually get that CC down onto him, potentially they can continue this push.
Yeah, let's see what they can do. Kidney shot now. Calvish going to shadow step over and get the double cheap shot onto Sidu, onto Samayam. Trills is getting soloed by the Priest and the Fire Mage. He's in trouble. Might have to trade out the Vanish, greeting it just a little bit, and going down to 10% health will vanish out to safety, but he's just dying. Ignite is killing him. I mean, this is a nightmare situation. Sidu doesn't want to have to trinket. It looks like a nice massive spell will come in from Samayam, dispelling the Ignite as well as the Polymorph, allowing Sidu to top him off, but a very close call there on Trill. Calvish trades out his trinket. Not going to have that available. Another kidney shot here onto Trill as they're looking for another setup there, just killing him outright once again. Void Shift comes in. This is just absolutely crazy. DUKAMIFIED is just lethal setup after lethal setup. Liquid has managed to hold on, but how much longer can they keep this up?
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult. They need to be, locking down this mage somewhat, but they just haven't been able to do it. They do force the cloak, though, from Calvish. They're trying to turn it around onto him. He pre-cloaked that, but it is the bomb. There's the Link coming down from Sidu. They both get knocked out of it immediately, and the Link has been killed off, and now Sidu could be in trouble. He's into the kidney shot. There's the cheap shot on Trill. I think this could be it. The PS is there offensively. They're trying to keep Calvish in onto Trill. Trill does survive for now, though. He's pulling back to Sidu, and Sidu looking like he may be able to top him back off as the cloak and the evasion are both used. Then Trill is able to interrupt that Ring of Frost, so Sidu out of that CC and potentially can keep his team topped off and on the push. In comes Sam. He gets the double fear. It's a triple fear, in fact, and they're turning around on Nick. Nick's in a lot of trouble. There's a kidney shot. There's a cheap shot. And there is the life swap coming out from Kearney, but Calvish is dead at the same time. Kearney is dead at the same time. Can they get the kill? Yes. The death comes through, and down goes Calvish, and Liquid survive the setup that looked like it would have spelled their doom. They survive. They force the cooldowns. They turn it around, almost killing Nick, forcing out the life swap, then being able to get that turned around onto Calvish and knocking him down. What a comeback in the final moments of that game from Liquid. This looked like it was going to be a 2-0 for DUKAMIFIED.
He certainly did, but they managed to play it calm, cool, collected. Samayam had some really clutch moments with Master Spells, with Void Shifts, with mind controls on Calvish on a potentially game-winning setup. So I feel like Sam really stepped up in a big way here for Liquid. All three of them did a great job, and playing that RPS have managed to tie up this series. And I kind of wonder if this is just what they're going to be running with for the rest of this series. And are we going to be seeing RPS mirrors in the final between Liquid and the Golden Guardians? Because that would be quite remarkable.
I mean, it would, but I don't think anyone's going to be betting against Golden Guardians if you're going to mirror them at RPS, right? Like, it's really hard, you know, if you feel like that is the answer here. And Trill, look at this. Was that like 5%, 1% HP? He was dying to the Ignite, as you said, you know, back behind that pillar, dying to that Fire Mage dot, but the MD came through from Sam, you know, both dispelling off the dot and actually dispelling off that sheep at the same time. Again, Trill, you know, got incredibly low here. There were so many moments where they got really low. I have to credit Sam, though, for a lot of these turnarounds. Sam got some really good fears, you know, double fears, triple fears, where he's pushing it on top, and that was allowing them to kind of swing things around. This go also could have been Calvish dead before that, you know, on the smoke bomb go, but he actually pre-cloaked the go. So he cloaked before he got kidney bombed, and that kept him alive. Then it looked like Liquid had nothing left, and on that go, you called it out, and I agreed with you, that Trill was just dead. Like, that was it, right? After he pre-cloaked the go on the bomb, you thought the turnaround was going to be a kill here onto Trill, and these are these final moments where Kearney's just falling so far behind. Look at the lightning lasso completely screwing over Kearney there. You know, they got Nick incredibly low, and then Nick is around the pillar from his priest rather, and so Kearney gets there, gets the life swap, but Sidu immediately gets the lightning lasso, and then all of a sudden your rogue is dead, your mage is dead, you're dead, and you just have nothing left because the rogue and the mage were running for their lives, so no one could actually interrupt that lightning lasso, which was really clutch in those final moments.
Yeah, definitely. You can see damage is ramping up there for the side of Liquid at the end of that game. Relatively one-sided near at the end, but just huge worst for both these teams available. It's just such an unstable matchup when you have Subtlety Rogue versus Subtlety Rogue. It's one of the best things at killing a rogue is another rogue, so you just have like lethal damage threatening the entire game. DUKAMIFIED, they're actually not. This is interesting to me because DUKAMIFIED, although they did not want to play RMP into the Golden Guardians, they're going to stick with this composition, not go with their kind of counter comp of that Moonkin for this game. It's
so interesting because there's multiple ways that you could take this, right? Like one way is they're just like, yeah, Liquid isn't Golden Guardians. We don't need to play that comp against you guys, right? Like, you guys are easy. And then there's the other take of them saying, you know what, our counter comp or our answer Golden Guardians didn't work. So we want to run this against them in the finals, even if we get there. So we need to practice this matchup, right? So there's two different kind of approaches or ways to take it. But it's always hard to know, right? Because if they play this against Liquid and then make it to the finals and just swap back off of it, it's kind of like, we could just beat you with whatever we want.
Yeah, but I'm kind of thinking it's the latter. I feel like DUKAMIFIED kind of realized the Moonkin comp probably isn't going to end up winning them this tournament.
Yeah.
So they need to figure out something, and this is just could be warm-up games for them. If they can beat Liquid in a series, potentially they'll be warmed up enough to take down Golden Guardians. That remains to be seen, but I think for Liquid, they kind of have to prove themselves with this RPS. It's obviously a good composition. There's no doubt about that. Just how much have they practiced? How much have they prepared? And if they can take down DUKAMIFIED, I think that would be a really good step in the right direction. And honestly, the fact that they now have this composition under their belt, I feel like it plays to a lot of their strengths, right? Like, Phil's already practicing the sub-rogue. Sidu getting to play Shaman, I think, is just a massive win in general. Obviously a veteran. And then Sam, he's kind of been like the flex wizard for quite some time. I feel like he can kind of just play anything. You know, we saw him on Mage primarily. He ended up winning BlizzCon on Moonkin. We saw him in the finals last year playing Warlock. I mean, at this point, he can play all the casters. I have complete faith in Sam. So if he can like really dial in the Shadow Priest and practice it a lot, I feel like this is really good for Liquid.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a really, really strong comp. I always just feel like, though, it's to me, Sub-Rogue is just so hard. Like, if Sub-Rogue has not been your main for forever, I think it's really, really hard to match like a Sub-Rogue main type player. Like to match a Peekaboo or a Waz at that, I think at the highest level is incredibly difficult because the class has so many options, right? Like, there's not a clear way to play the game. There's like 1,000 different ways you could play it at any moment. And I think that's what makes it really fun to watch. Obviously, very, very frustrating when people are really good at it as well, because it feels like they have all the options and you're just trying to respond to them the whole time. But I think that is the big difficulty, is that if you don't have like thousands and thousands and thousands of games on it, you're not going to know what like the exact right thing is to do at every moment. And I think that's going to be the challenge for Trill of trying to really master this class that I think has so much to it. When it's not like he's been like a sub rogue main. I think as far as I know, this is the first expansion really where he's playing like a lot of sub rogue.
I think so. He played a tremendous amount of outlaw rogue. He was one of the first people to kind of get on the outlaw train before it really became popular. Sam I am as well. Played double outlaw rogue in Shadowlands. I feel like Trill's played a decent amount at this point. You are right though. It's just one of those specializations where you do have so many options. You really can just go after anyone. You just have so much. You have such a high threat of lethality throughout the match. Lots of crowd control, lots of defense. So definitely a really high skill cap on that subtlety rogue. And going up against someone like Calvish who has a ton of practice, or Waz, or your Peekaboo. These guys that play it all the time. It's definitely not an easy thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and that is the benefit of, when the meta just hits right for your team and you're playing the comp, the specs that you've been playing for years and years and years, you're going to get that advantage, right? No one's going to favor a Demo Lock who's role swapping against Chen. No one's going to favor someone who's role swapping, on a sub rogue against Peekaboo or Waz or whatever. So that is always that difficulty. If you want to be a role swap team, a counter comp type team, then you are going to be behind sometimes when these people have been sticking to the same class, the same comp for years and years and years. Do get hit like perfectly on the meta, and everything is working for them. And I think it's one of those times for Golden Guardians, and we'll see if DUKAMIFIED, if it's going to be one of those times for them, as it is the RMP here once again. Liquid narrowly took game number 2. Let's see exactly what they can get done. Sam charging right on in. He's going to get sapped. Is Sidu going to get sapped? Yes, he is. And now they're opening up onto Sam. There's the cheap shot. The fireball's coming out here from Nick. Trill's trying to get in, but he's opening very late at this point. Now they're trying to get it turned around here. You can see the cheap shot over onto Kearney. Cheap shot onto Calvish. They have anything to follow it up. Psychic Horror comes out onto Kearney, and Calvish taking a lot of damage there, but it is the Earthen Wall Totem used first by Sidu to try to shut down this pressure. Nick, though, in the back is just pumping away, and Trill's health seems to be melting. It's just burning him down. Now the Polymorph's coming out. The Ring of Fire going to get dropped down as well, as he's trying to play a little bit of defense here for Calvish, who's on the run.
Definitely going to be playing a little bit safe right now. Nick is just taking such a defensive positioning, just sitting back, looking for Polymorphs onto Trill, looking to set him up. A big kidney shot here onto Calvish, though. This is a scary situation. We have a Hex on Nick. He's trying desperately to get into the smoke bomb, but fortunately not going to be able to really help him. Now cheap shots on Nick. They're just going after the mage, really taxing Kearney here, forcing him to heal. A little bit of a setup onto Trill, but it looks like he's able to shrug that one off. A full Ring of Frost, though, maybe a little bit of potential. Trill's just going to be sitting on a Sea-Doo. The damage, it looks like it has subsided. Nick's not going to be able to really connect too much more. Liquid survives the setup, and now they're going to be looking to get aggressive, but Calvish gets caught into a kidney shot. Big damage. I think that's a Void Shift coming in from Kearney to keep him alive, and they might just outright kill him through it. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's the PS and the Void Shift all used at the same time, and Kearney uses Trinket as well. So if Sam can get a push here onto Kearney, it could be dangerous for DUKAMIFIED. Kearney's got to play very far, but there's the step blind onto Kearney. No Trinket for this. Can they sap off it? Let's see. Nice Dragon's Breath, though, to break it up, but it's not timed perfectly. The sap is there from Kearney, and now it's just going to be up to Sam. He's going to go on a solo mission. They're going to try to turn it around onto Kearney, though. Cheap shot onto both Kearney and Calvish is in trouble here. Kearney is in trouble here. He PS's himself. He's trying to pull away, but Calvish could now be the target. He gets those big atonement shields out. Nick is getting topped off. Calvish trying to push back in here, but Calvish still has no Trinket. He has no cloak. He's really got very few tools available. They're trying to use those tools they do have to go aggressive, though, as Sam is the one taking that pressure now. He has no Disperse. He does have his swap available, but we'll see if they can make anything happen. Kidney over on a CD. Sam is in trouble, but it's Calvish who's potentially going to go down here. He's hitting about 5%. He's at 1%. He catches a heal. He barely survives. Trill, though, cloaked offensive there. So is there now a window for DUKAMIFIED to try to punish this? The gouge is going to land onto Trill. The cheap shot comes through onto Nick. There's the block coming down. It's going to get emptied by Sam. Sam wants to keep the pressure rolling, and Nick may be the one who falls. Kearney's got almost nothing left in the tank here. There's the kidney shot over onto Trill. This could be the last opportunity to try to make something happen. Nick is going to blink in. He wants to go offensive. There's the cheap shot over onto Sea-Doo. It's going to be followed up by the sheep. Do they have an MD? They don't, but Sam is pumping out those heals, and Trill is now getting back onto Nick here. Remember, he used the cloak offensive, and now he's used the evasion as well. There comes the kidney shot. It's an earthen wall thrown down by Sea-Doo. The psychic screen comes in onto Kearney, but he's going to get out of it immediately. Calvish, though, stepping back to his priest. There's the silence, the psychic horror coming through, and Calvish might just go down, but the kidney shot comes back up. The PS is almost available here in 20 seconds as well, and Calvish is trying to make something happen, but can he actually do it for very much longer? The static field totem is going to pull Kearney right back in on top of Trill, and Trill could potentially get some cross CC here to try to seal the deal, but Calvish is going to get the clean vanish. He's getting away here. He's buying Kearney some time, but Kearney is completely topped, and Sidu's going to knock Calvish out of stealth there with the Thunderstorm. He's going to knock him back, and now the blind comes through onto Kearney. Does Trill have the sap to follow it up? Let's see, but there's the kidney shot over onto Calvish. Calvish going to trigger that immediately, throws down the dismantle onto Trill, and he's trying to get a go onto Trill. Trill's stuck into that cheap shot. He might just get sent here by Nick. Nick's trying to get that finish, but he can't quite do it. He's going to get sheared by Sidu. The Hex, though, is going to get hit by the Dragon's Breath, and it's Calvish that's down incredibly low. The PS has come back up, but it's not going to be enough as Trill's going to finish him, but can it be the cross kill? The cheat death is procced. Trill's trying to survive. There's the defensive psychic core coming through from Sam, but the kill is secured. It's a 2v2. It's Nick and Kearney versus Sam and Sidu, and Sam is incredibly low.
I feel like Sam and Sidu, they got this. Nick has no ice block. He's in trouble. That's going to be the altar time. It gets dispelled off. Cauterized. He's burning down. And Kearney's caught into a fear. They close it out. A good push there by Liquid at the end, but that's as close as it gets going into that 2v2. And Liquid going to be happy to pick up a win there for game number 3. They are on match point now, essentially eliminating DUKAMIFIED from this tournament, proving me wrong in my prediction. Let's see if they can do it. I mean, that was extremely close. Lots of moments in the game where Trill could have potentially gone down, but I feel like Liquid in this one, it seems like they're getting more and more comfortable with their offense. Wanted to highlight Sidu. He was doing such a good job with not only the totems to kind of drag Kearney out into the open, so he was very susceptible to crowd control, but he's also doing a really good job landing consistent hexes on the Nick. Like right now, you can see that static field totem. Sorry, Kearney, you're not going to be getting back to the pillar.
Yeah.
And that just allows so much time for them to, blast Calvish, force out his vanish, slowly getting the cooldowns out of the way. You have a full blind on Kearney right now. It's just these consistent setups coming in from Liquid that make it really difficult for Kearney. And at the end of it all, I mean, Kearney's just completely tapped on mana. The pressure was too high.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same result that ended up happening for him against Golden Guardians, where they have all these close windows where they're almost getting kills. I mean, both the last two games, they were incredibly close to actually finishing off Trill, to almost killing him. But at the end of the day, they couldn't quite do it. And I agree. I think Sidu has had some really good plays on the Shaman here. I know he's not really much of a fan of Shaman. He thinks the rest of Shaman aren't that good. It seems like he's way more keen to play, Evoker and some of the other healers. But, he definitely does hit different sometimes when he's playing that Resto Shaman. In that previous game, really, really clutch knocks and getting that lightning lasso to finish it off. In this one, definitely doing a good job landing some of those clutch shears, finding some moments with the static field totem that I think we've seen Surge do a really good job with, because it can be so disruptive. It's so difficult. And look at the difference between last game and this game. Or was it first game where Nick did more damage than Liquid combined? This game, Sam outdamaged Nick. So
actually, the last two games, Sam IM has outdamaged Nick. So
there you go.
I think I wanted to call that out because, I mean, we're talking a lot about the Fire Mage damage, and it is quite nice, but Sam IM is coming in. He's at least matching the damage of Nick.
Yeah.
In the last two games, he's actually beaten him, and then he also has a lot of added utility. He's bringing in the Void Shift, he's bringing in the Mass Dispels, he's bringing in tons of instant crowd control for the setups. It's just looking good. Shadow Priest is pretty strong right now.
True.
And Shadow Priest looking good. See if they can continue the success. I feel like as I see this matchup play out more and more, I do feel like I am favoring the RPS.
Me too.
Like I don't know. Like I'm not convinced. Like DUKAMIFIED, maybe they could win this series, like with some really, really clutch kills, but I feel like if they had to go play against the Golden Guardians, I'm not really favoring them, and that's probably one of the reasons why they didn't lock it in. So I think Liquid, they have a really good answer here.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. It was like what we talked about even before the Golden Guardian series, when we were expecting DUKAMIFIED to run RMP. I was saying how I favor RPS because, it's like, I think Mage in the right space can outdamage the Shadow Priest, but it's about the utility, right? And I think that's why we're seeing so many Shadow Priests, so many Moonkins. It's not just that they have the offense, they really have the defense. And Shadow Priest definitely has a lot more utility than that Fire Mage, and that really is, I think, what sets them apart in some ways. So we will see exactly what they can get done here. Are they going to change it up? It does not look like they are. I was expecting that they might have tried the Moonkin here, to be honest. Very clearly, this is just what they think is going to be the better answer now. Back to back, they're going up against these RPSs, and it feels like DUKAMIFIED did not trust their answer they had against Golden Guardians to use here against Liquid, because it didn't work out against Golden Guardians. So we'll see if they can get a win here. I mean, these games have got to be frustrating for them, because it just feels like time and time and time again, their opponents are living with like 1% HP. They're incredibly close to finishing off kills, but not really being able to really kind of hammer it home and get the final little bit of damage.
Yeah, Maldraxxus Coliseum going to be a really large map. So DUKAMIFIED, they're going with one of the largest possible choices that they have. And I think that's just because they want that space, right? Like, the closer SamIam is to Kearney, the closer SamIam is to just winning the game outright. If he can actually get there for the Psychic Cores and the Fears, that's when the game becomes really unstable. So for the side of the RMP, you actually want to be as passive as possible. Like, as the Fire Mage, you want to be sitting back. As Discipline Priest, you want to be sitting back. It's going to be Calvish basically doing everything in the game. He's the one that's got to get like the cheap shots on everyone, the gouges on everyone, the stuns on everyone to try to actually just set them up. And Nick, as well as Kearney, are just going to be doing as much damage as they can, trying to rotate through the defensives to help Calvish when he's inevitably caught in stuns. But they want to try to just create as much space as they possibly can.
Yeah, absolutely. Keeping Nick, that turret in max range, looking to tee off. That's exactly what you're talking about in that game number one. They want to keep him safe. They want to keep him separated from Sea-Doo, so he's not getting sheared, so he's not getting interrupted, and so he's not getting targeted, because we have seen him at times, towards the later stages of these games, when he gets separated from the team, he can go down incredibly fast. Fire Mages are very, very squishy, but it is going to be potentially the final game of the series. Maybe the final game of the tournament for DUKAMIFIED, unless they can turn this one around. There's the sap over onto Sea-Doo. They're going to open it up onto Sam. Big damage coming in on Sam already, and he's going to have to disperse, but it's very late. The Kidney there coming in onto Sea-Doo. Can they get a second cooldown? That would be huge if they could force something else. The Kidney, nothing going to follow it up, but Sam might just go down. Interrupted. He's got to get some sort of a link or something down in on him. Now the Ascendance comes out from Sea-Doo, but the Trinket came out as well. The NS, everything forced there. That is a massive opener from DUKAMIFIED. They throw that sheep in onto Sam. It's going to get spelled. The second one gets broken, but there's the Kidney shot onto Trill. Trill's in trouble now, as Nick is teeing off, and Trill has got to get back behind this pillar. The healing tide is there, but it might not be enough. Down about 1% HP through the earthen wall. Now Liquid's going to try to turn around. They're getting aggressive. The PS is already out onto Calvish. There's the Kidney. There's the cheap shot. The smoke bomb comes down, but I don't know about that one, Trill, because the PS was already pre-cast. I don't think the smoke bomb's going to get anything for them at all.
Yeah, good knock there by Nick. Trill just really limited on mobility right now. He's actually just going to vanish out, so looking like he wants to get in a position to set up his team once again. SamIam going for potential mass dispel, but not able to find it. He's getting denied. Can he actually land it? He gets kicked. That means he can cast on Shadow, though, potentially get some VTs up. Empiric Embrace not available, but Sea-Doo tops him off, and now it's going to be up to Liquid to get aggressive. They get the kidney shot onto Calvish, cheap shot onto Kearney. Can they close out the game? Calvish in a world of pain, but he does manage to get back to a pillar, and now Trill is a little bit overextended. I want to see Liquid try to close the distance on this map a little bit. I feel like they're feeling a bit scared right now. They want to just pull back, try to deny the setups, but you just allow Nick and Kearney to sit back. They're going to get a lot of damage off, and Trill is really feeling that as he gets taken down. That is so unfortunate. I mean, let's be honest. Sea-Doo, the Spirit Link came in a little bit late there. SamIam, he had the Void Shift. I feel like Liquid could have extended that game for a little while longer.
I mean, Sea-Doo got caught in the Ring of Frost. I'm not sure if it was set up for it, but he got ringed around the pillar there at that final moment. And I don't know if Sam was cross-CC'd, but Sea-Doo had no trinket, and he was in the Ring of Frost, so I don't know if there was anything he could have done to avoid it or to try to really change what happened there. But it was just, the beginning was so good for DUKAMIFIED, and this is really kind of set everything in motion. Is they just crushed Sam so hard. Sam didn't want to have to disperse, and then he gets locked, so we can't void shift. So Sea-Doo then has to come out with the trinket, and I think this is that final moment, or no, we're not quite there yet. This is just a little bit after it. Is Trill then, the follow-up damage onto him got him down about 5%. Look at that. Then he hits 1%. The cloak comes out, so they were just getting through so many cooldowns there incredibly quickly at the beginning of the game. And yeah, I just really want to see that final push, as Nick was kind of just going crazy in the middle of the map on the Fire Mage, this time destroying the damage. So let's see, the ring comes through. There's cheap shot. I think it was cheap shot into ring potentially. Yeah, cheap shot and then ring. Nothing Sea-Doo could do here. Like he has no trinket. Someone's got to be able to stop that ring. Sam does have the void shift though, and he's not CC.
Shift him.
So that is I think a Sam mistake potentially. Did Sidu get out in time where he could have linked him? It was hard to tell. It was like, because sometimes Link takes a split second to actually distribute, right? The health. So I don't know if he used the global before he linked, because Sidu got it at the end there. It looked like he was alive for a split second before Trill died. So I'm not sure if he like came out Riptide and then linked, or if he could have just come out and link. But either way, definitely a bit of a throw at the end from Liquid. Because as you say, even if Sidu couldn't do anything, it should have been a shift. Like, it should have been a void shift, a swap for sure.
I mean, do you feel like Liquid is playing these too passively? Like, I feel like DUKAMIFIED, they had a really good opener, and maybe they scared Liquid a little bit in this matchup. We are going to be going to a small map, so they're going to be able to basically force the pace, but I feel like they should have tried to make this map a little bit smaller and try to maybe like push in, play a little bit more aggressively in the match. It seems like if they're sitting back, they're really playing into the favor of what DUKAMIFIED wants to do here.
I mean, I think this one's tough because the opener was so bad for them, right? That when the opener was that bad, then I think I can understand why you want to just like sit back a little bit. You're hoping for cooldowns to come back up. Because did Sam cancel his disperse? Like, is that why the opener was so rough? Because he dispersed at like 10%, got a heal, and then looked like he came out of his disperse and then almost died. But I'm not sure.
I don't think he canceled. I think he just did it at 10%.
Yeah, he did it at 10%, but I thought he then got a heal and then came out of it. I'm not actually 100% sure on that. Maybe like Super, or if he's here, or AR, or someone could actually check for us and let us know. But that's what it seemed like, because he seemed to be still continuously taking damage. But either way, I mean, they got disperse and then he got interrupted, so he couldn't swap. And then Sidu had to trinket and Ascendance, and it was like they just had to use too much in the opener, you know? And I think when you have to use double, triple defensives immediately, and then they got Cloak and Evasion from Trill, I believe, as well, right after that. So it was like they were so far on the back foot. It does feel like the pushing in is really good, I agree. But at the same time, they also just win on mana. So like I can understand thinking that, hey, if we just rotate our defensives properly and we stay back, we just should kind of win by default.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of that initial pressure, too, can come down from the Fire Mage. If you're actually able to, like, load up damage on a target, like if you get your Combustion and you're just loading up Pyros, you're building that Ignite damage over time effect higher and higher and higher. So probably just kill through the Dispersion healing at that point if it's a high enough. So that may have been where, like, a lot of that opening pressure actually came from onto Sam. But we'll see. I feel like Liquid, they've selected the right map. They've got the right composition. They just have to execute here, because I feel like this is a matchup that they should probably win. We'll see if they can do it here against DUKAMIFIED on this small map. It is not an easy thing to do. DUKAMIFIED very experienced on this Rogue Mage Priest. They have come to play. Obviously, both these teams want their chance at the finals. This is the second cup, so starting to pick up those points and solidify your lead is going to be really important for both of these rosters.
Yep, absolutely. Here's the opener. Cheap shot going to be on to Sam after the sap there onto Sidu, but he's behind the pillar, so nothing happens, and the Psychic Scream comes through. They're going to use this to swap over onto Calvish. Calvish gets feared back behind the box. He triggers into a cheap shot. Out of that cheap shot, now he's going to be dismantled, stepping back there to Nick, trying to stay safe, as Kearney's going to look to get him top back off, but no huge opener from either side just yet. Trill now, though, caught into that kidney shot, and look at Nick just teeing off. He's letting it rip onto the back of Trill here, but it's Calvish who's still taking a ton of damage from Sam. Sam trying to turn this pressure around. They have already gotten the cloak and the evasion out of Calvish, which is really bad. There's the Psychic Core over onto Kearney. PS comes out as the kidney shot is there onto Calvish, who has no trinket. He may be forced to vanish out, but for now it looks like he's okay. The interrupt comes in onto Sam. The CS was good there from Nick. Nice Thunderstorm from Sidu. Going to be able to knock Calvish off, but he's going to be put into the sheep. The big fear comes through from Sam, catching Kearney and Calvish. The MD comes out onto the end of the sheep, so Sam going to be able to keep Sidu out of that, and Sidu holds onto the trinket. That is big. The will on the other side was used from Kearney, and now he's into that kidney shot. He doesn't actually have a trinket right now. They have any follow-up CC for this. Calvish pulling back, but they're now going to try to turn it around onto Trill, who's into the kidney shot. You can see that Void Volley, though, coming through from Sam, trying to keep them offensive, and they're doing what you wanted then. They're trying to push in more aggressive. Sam is trying to play on top of Kearney and Nick.
Yeah, it is looking good so far. Calvish into cheap shot with a silence on Kearney. He's forced to trade out the pain suppression. Beautiful gouge there by Trill as they continue the train, continue the damage. Calvish is going to vanish out on top of that pain suppression, so just burning through these defensive cooldowns. Got a cheap shot onto Sidu. Calvish gets knocked away. That was so nicely done there by Sidu. That's going to completely protect Trill. This setup has been wasted by DUKAMIFIED, and a lot of that is because of Sidu making plays on that Shaman with that Thunderstorm. And we have a totem as well going to be used. He gets sniped off there right away. Nicely done there by Nick, I do believe. Looks like there will be a defensive ring of fire saying, I dare you to come into this ring of fire. Not going to be too scary, but Kearney is able to get that double fear onto Sam and Trill. Unfortunately, they're not able to do too much. Sidu just gets a beautiful Tremor Totem, and now they are looking for a setup. Let's see who they can find the damage on. Doesn't look like they're actually able to find anything. We have a poly on Sam-I-Am, kidney shot on Trill. Trill could be in some trouble. Big damage coming in this cheap shot. Cheap shot onto Sidu. What are they going to do? Void shift. Sam-I-Am not going to be messing around this game. Just trades it out early, and I like that play.
Yeah, but it was a really good setup earlier from Nick. Nick actually, blast wave Sam back off around the corner and then was able to get full sheeps on him out of LOS of Sidu, and now everything's going to get swapped around here. The barrier comes down. Sam is low. Calvish is in a lot of trouble, though. He's into the kidney shot. The smoke bomb has been thrown down as well, but Sam is low. Sidu is actually into the kidney, and now a cheap shot over on a Trill. The link comes down, but everyone is just dying. Sidu's got a lot of work to do to pick them back up. We'll see if he can do it. He's going to get kicked, though, and I think that's it. Sam is going to go down, and Liquid, just like that, is going to get eliminated here by DUKAMIFIED 3-2. They cannot be happy about how this one ended. The Liquid felt like they had the series in their favor, but back-to-back games, it just did not work out for them in those final moments. And this push from DUKAMIFIED just wipes them out.
That was just... If you're a Fire Mage, that is the absolute dream. I'm pretty sure he had Power Infusion, Dark Archangel. He was just sitting back, and that's why everyone was dead. He was just ripping Pyro after Pyro. Phoenix Flames after Phoenix Flames. They're all grouped up behind the pillar.
Look at this,
Ignite
though.
is
Look at that
spreading. They go for the triple kill. Like, I can't wait to see it. I mean, Nick just went absolutely berserk the final moments of that match. This is not it. They have a good setup here onto Trill. It's a little bit after this, I do believe. They managed to find it. But yeah, Nick just sits back with Kearney. This is the moment. I believe he does have the combustion available. He goes for the fireball. Here's all the damage. You can just see Pyro after Pyro after Pyro. Pyro, and every one of those pyros is building up the ignite, and all of those ignites, as soon as Sam-I-Am runs into his team, that's just going to spread to everyone. And you can see, look at their health. Everyone is just rotting down. It's like 3 sets of Affliction Warlock dots on everybody, just triple killing the entire team. Spirit Link Totem doesn't do anything. The only way they live here is if Sam-I-Am somehow gets like a Mass Dispel on the ignite dot. But other than that, I mean, the damage is just completely overwhelming. There's really not too much that Sidu's going to be able to do, and that was just the perfect storm there for DUKAMIFIED. And unfortunately for Liquid, the RPS isn't going to work for them. I like the fact that they brought it in, though. They made the series extremely close, and I think this is a really good step for them in the right direction for the future cups.
To me, this play right here is where the game started to swing, though. When he gets that blast wave and actually gets the sheep on Sam, they lost all their pressure. Like, look how separated they all start to get. Because Sam is getting sheeped around the corner. Sidu can't even get there for a full dispel, so he actually sits that full. Trill gets really low. Sam has to use the swap right there. It's like everything started to go bad because they all got split up so heavily by Nick, and then they come off of this, and it's how you broke it down, right? Like, he's just going crazy. Healing. This is, by the way, Healing Tide is down right now. Sam disperses and they use Link all at once, and then they die. So it's pretty rough, right? And
maybe Fire, Ignite.
Yeah, like, and maybe, as you say, Sam needed to, like, maybe he shouldn't have dispersed, and he actually should have just tried to MD, right? Maybe that's actually the correct play. That's potentially the only thing that could have saved them, because they used every defensive cooldown back to back to back to back, and oh my god,
I want to see
14 million damage. That's like as much as not just Liquid combined. That's as much as everyone in the game basically combined.
Yeah, I want to see the death log of Sam-I-Am. If we could see the death log of Sam-I-Am or Trill or anyone, I would really like to see what that ignite was ticking for, because I feel like it was gotta be big at that point with how that played out. But that was just a crazy amount of pressure.
Yeah. I mean, that was nuts, right? I think really well played by DUKAMIFIED, though. This looked like a series that was going to be going Liquid's way. They took 2 games early. They were at match point, back-to-back games. The last one, they're going to be really frustrated with, because I do think, there was a lot of ways they could have survived that previous game. They had swap. They had, the ability to potentially maybe link a little bit earlier or whatever. This one is a tough one. Maybe it's just a situation where they needed to recognize that, hey, you have to MD this off, or maybe Sam shouldn't actually run in, right? Because if him running to the team is what spread it, then maybe he needed to actually stay out away from his team and just disperse, and maybe that would have been enough to then keep him okay. But as soon as the ignites actually spread to everyone, it's just like that was kind of the end. It felt like
big damn.
It definitely did some big damn.
Yeah, big damn indeed. But also, I mean, You guys kind of already said it, but considering where they ended up last time these two teams played against each other, Liquid definitely made a pretty big turnaround there. So maybe if we see these two teams face against each other in Cup 3, they'll have it figured out. Either way, DUKAMIFIED, very good performance by them. They are going to now be moving forward here to play against Golden Guardians in the grand finals. So that's going to be yet another rematch for today. Last time we saw these teams playing against each other, it was a 3-0, but real quick, we can look at that breakdown that you wanted, Azael.
Okay, here's the death log. It doesn't even ignite tick for 21k, 21k.
Wasn't as mighty as I thought. Got to be bigger before that.
Yeah.
Like it tapers off after the combustion, but
it's a lot of rogue damage to be on. That's actually like the finishing kill, right? There's 50k of this. That was non-crit. There's, some melees coming through, Lingering Shadow, etc. Fire Blast for 33k. Not that crazy, but I mean, it definitely, you could see the whole team dying all at once through Healing Tide and Link. So clearly there was a lot of AoE damage coming down, and that is not the sub-rogue that's AoEing them. So, so it must have been Ignite.
Yeah, most definitely. All right. Well, I mean, either way, like I was saying, we will be moving here forward to the grand finals, which is a rematch. So it's Golden Guardians and DUKAMIFIED. And this was a 3-0 when Golden Guardians faced them in the upper finals. So we are going to soon find out if DUKAMIFIED have something figured out here for the second go around. We can take a look at the bracket, how we ended up here. Here's that series that we just saw conclude. So Liquid played a number of series through that lower bracket, almost made it out in that last series against DUKAMIFIED. Really, really close there, but unfortunately did get knocked out. They will be finishing the day in third, and they sent DUKAMIFIED back up to Golden Guardians, Ben.
Yep, they're going to get their rematch, and I have a funny feeling we're going to see the match that we actually wanted. Yeah, I was upstairs, was on my laptop, watching on the big screen Golden Guardians versus DUKAMIFIED, and I was very disappointed that they locked in the Moonkin. I'm not going to lie. I wanted to see RMP versus RPS.
Smoothie, no mage. What's the big idea?
Yeah, exactly. I was all comfy, ready to watch, and there was no mage, so I'm hoping for the finals. It is going to be that classic matchup. It is going to be what we just saw. Rogue Mage Priest versus the RPS. That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, I think you're going to get it. I think there's no way they run it back after the previous series against Golden Guardians, right? They got to try something different. But, whether or not it'll work, I think that's a different question, because Liquid obviously not nearly as experienced as an RPS as Golden Guardians is. And that was really close, right? Like, I felt like that was Golden Guardians series to lose, and they just couldn't quite, close it out. They couldn't quite play it just well enough to be able to win that series. So Golden Guardians, I think, is going to be a bit of a different beast. It's going to be a really difficult challenge for DUKAMIFIED.
Yeah, definitely. And they've been proving to be a challenge for basically everyone in NA so far, having basically only dropped one map the entire season as of now. So we'll see if DUKAMIFIED is the team to do it. Either way, we're going to have to head to a break before we find out. But coming up next, grand finals for NA Cup 2, Golden Guardians versus DUKAMIFIED in just a bit. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are about to conclude the North American Cup number 2. We are in the grand finals, and it is also a rematch against Golden Guardians versus DUKAMIFIED, Supatis.
Yeah, I mean, DUKAMIFIED, like that was close against Liquid, and that's an alt composition for them. So going in against the Golden Guardians, who are mains at this comp, maybe they just run it down as Rogue Mage Priest. They're warmed up. They won. Maybe they can pull off some miracles. I mean, the damage that Nick was doing in that last game in particular was pretty remarkable. It almost reminded me of like Volkazar back in Cataclysm against Sea-Doo, just like melting the whole team with a combustion or something at that moment in time. Definitely had some fire flashbacks for that moment. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them do that. And then if it doesn't work, maybe they switch things around, because honestly, I mean, the Moonkin Rogue was looking okay in that final game in the previous series.
Yeah, certainly will. This is going to be a pretty significant blind pick as well between these two teams. I know, Ven, you were kind of talking about it just a little bit before we headed into the break. What compositions were you hoping for from either side here?
I want to see Golden Guardians at their best. I want to be seeing them play that RPS, and I want to see DUKAMIFIED at their best playing that RMP, and it's exactly what I wanted in the upper finals. We didn't get to see it then, but we get to see it now. DUKAMIFIED is warmed up from their series versus Liquid. I made short work of them, and now they're going to be going up against the Golden Guardians here in the finals. Can they do it? This is definitely going to be their most difficult opponent yet.
All right, Golden Guardians looking to get their back-to-back cup title in cup number 2. Absterge sapped an immediate opener onto WizK, blasting him down. Is he ready for the hits? Dipping dangerously low. Looks like a trinket and a phase shift will enable him to survive this assault. But getting the Shadow Priest trinket is important because that accesses Void Shift to save a teammate. So definitely a great start here for DUKAMIFIED.
Yeah, let's see if they can push the pace. Nick and Kearney trying to position away. We talked about this. It's exactly what they want. Beautiful static field totem there by Absterge, utilizing some of that Shaman utility. See what they can get done. They get a cheap shot onto Nick. Are they actually just going after Nick? We have a kitty shot on Kearney. WizK in a position to get a fear. Can he get it? Calvish taking a ton of damage. Is forced to trade out his trinket. A beautiful setup there by the Golden Guardians. And they get a lot of cooldowns. Calvish with no trinket and only one of Vanish left. Is certainly going to be an open target here.
All right, let's see if they can set it up here and finish the match so early on. Peekaboo is just gunning forward. Absterge is supporting him, and WizK is starting to make his way in as well. Nick is on the run, blinking back behind the pillar, but he left his teammates behind. Gouge on Kearney. Peekaboo looking to set up for more crowd control. Kidney shot. Calvish shadow steps into a shadowy duel to avoid the attack here, but Peekaboo has found him. Cheap shot lands. He pre-cloaks it for a moment, but now they're switching their attention to Nick, and oh my goodness, he almost got soloed by WizK right there. Cauterize going to trigger. He's burning down. They're trying to force Ice Block from him as well. They're not finding it. Absterge and a polymorph. Peekaboo taking a little bit of damage, but not really too threatening just yet. Maybe now with a full blind. Peekaboo is actually just getting aggressive despite the full blind on Absterge. We see a fear on Calvish. They've gripped Nick in with that lightning totem, but he's on the run with the Frost Nova and dismantle. Peekaboo can't connect. They're going to lightning lasso Kearney for a moment, try and stagger his recovery as Nick is so low. He doesn't have that safety net of Cauterize. WizK is just laying in. Every mind play is so threatening from him. It seems like Calvish and Peekaboo both on the pillar at the moment looking for a re-stealth. Kidney shot on WizK. They're making a swap to the Shadow Priest here, just trying to maximize their damage a bit and try and keep them on the back foot, but they don't really get anything out of this swap to WizK, just a desperate prayer. They're trying to force more from him by just continuing to attack him, but now Peekaboo has time to get into stealth. He steps over, he gets knocked away for a moment. He needs to be able to connect here. He got Void Tendril rooted by Kearney. He pre-Void Tendrils the blind. Peekaboo can't connect in that route. Now he goes for the kidney shot. Nick alter times. They're going to purge that off immediately. Nick is this is an ice block. And a massive spell maybe? WizK in position, not going for it, just dotting up.
Killing everybody.
Oh my god, just kill everyone. Just tab over to Calvish and knock him down like a domino. Just flick him over with a finger. Oh my god.
Like I said, I love watching Peekaboo's camera when they win because it's just like when they have a dominant performance like that, it's just all smiles. He's super happy with what's going on. Golden Guardians, that's a clean game number 1. I mean, that just looks one-sided. I'm just gonna say it. It looks super solid there. I like the fact that they went after Nick a lot in the matchup. Gave basically 2 open targets. It does a few things. I feel like going after Nick not only knocks off his flame cannon and pressures him quite a bit, doesn't allow him to free cast as much, but it also kind of forces Calvish's hand, right? Like he can't, if Calvish is the only target in the match, then it's a lot easier for him to kind of just hit and then run and be like very safe while doing that. But if Calvish does a hit and then runs away and he's left Nick in the open, then Nick's just outright dead. So it just allows them to have multiple targets that they can go after, multiple options. WizK absolutely popped off here in this game. And it is just, you could see by the pressure in the match.
Just look at the damage that comes out. Like, we're all eyes on Nick right now because he's half health. Like, he's going to be the main target, right? They're going to go on the mage. They get ice block, and then Calvish is like a bug on their arm. They just look at him and flick him off with a finger, and he just dies immediately. He's in stealth right now. No, he's killing the Fiend. He gets rooted, cheap shot, and just KO'd. Oh, that knockback pushed Kearney behind the pillar. He was silenced anyways, but Absters was gonna lightning lasso him as well. Just complete offense here from the Golden Guardians, man. They're just totally shutting DUKAMIFIED down. There's gonna be no shenanigans found in this matchup for them. I mean, all they got was WizK's trinket here in game one. That is not good. They didn't force a dispersion, didn't force a rogue trinket, didn't force a shaman trinket, and they couldn't last long at all. This is a really big threat for them. I can understand now after seeing this why they wanted to play the Moonkin Rogue in the last lobby. At least it got them a little bit more time in the game than this composition did. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see some kind of maybe some stranger picks from them maybe for the remainder of the series to just try and throw different comps at this to find something that works.
Yeah, I really don't know what they're going to do. This is just brutal. And that's the thing. Golden Guardians, I feel like they've been waiting for their moment. Like finally their comp is like really, really good, right? Like that S tier comp. You got Absturge, Peekaboo, and WizK. These guys have been playing this composition together for such a long time. When the comp isn't that good, you know, the haters will come in and criticize them and say, well, why are you guys only playing RPS? Why don't you guys play other compositions? You know, and they do, to their credit. They do play lots of other things as well, but finally they can play this main comp, and you know they can kind of silence the haters and really put on a show for us.
Right, Ashermane's Fall, big map, trying to get a little bit more space, isolate a target, makes sense for RMP or Boomkin Rogue. Is there any chance of like maybe a Boomkin Mage, like just something different in a matchup like this? I can't feel like Boomkin Mage would be good. I feel like Boomkin and Mage are both pretty easy to kill. And it can be tough to get damage out against a shaman, but I'm literally
not feeling wizard
out
setups. The only wizard setup that I could possibly see working is a Demo Warlock. Demo Warlock is the only wizard I believe that can beat a sub rogue. That's the only thing. I mean, have we seen anything else? It's always the Demo locks, right? You're not playing a Demo lock. So. It's like the only way to beat a rogue right now is a Demo Warlock or a rogue. I mean,
in DUKAMIFIED, I don't think they have a lot of comps. Like they've got Holy Priest and Disc Priest. I don't think Holy Priest is good in this matchup because you have like no tools to deal with bomb and no tools to deal with Shadowy Duel. Like you just said, don't have any AoE healing. So those two are just like you get Priest Trinket and it's over because there's nothing left. At least with Discipline, you can Radiance through the bomb and you can Barrier as well. There's mechanics you can do there. And I'm not sure if the mana is even that much better than Disc, so switching that doesn't... Yeah, they're going to throw random comps. It's random comp time for DUKAMIFIED here. Fury, Warrior, Beast Mastery, Hunter. They're just like, okay, these classes, normally it's tough for a Shadow Priest to deal with, so I guess we'll try this and just run down a bunch of damage onto the Shadow Priest. I've been playing my Fury Warrior recently, and I get tilted fighting Shadow Priest, though. It's not like it used to be. Like, you don't just run the Shadow Priest down. They're just like a wall, so... I don't see this working. I could see theoretically, yeah, I could see theoretically why they would like want to at least attempt this, because you know classically it has been tough for Shadow Priest to deal with this type of damage. But with how tanky they are right now, I'm doubting it.
I feel like this is gonna be a quick game.
Yeah,
and
this is the fastest game of the day, probably. I mean, if they win, it's probably immediately, or if they lose, it's immediately.
Yeah, maybe DUKAMIFIED can run in and get pressure, but I kind of agree. Shadow Priests, they're not like they used to be. They are very durable right now. Like they're a difficult target to take down, especially if they can actually sit in an Earthern and you have a sub rogue, you know, peeling for you with stuns, as well as dismantles. And not only that, if you're on the back foot, you're especially hard to take them down. So if they can force Calvish and Nick to play defensive in this match, which they more than likely will be able to, it's going to be tough. But I feel like DUKAMIFIED, they're mixing it up, right? Like they're trying something new, kind of like what you wanted. I don't know if the RMP is going to win. Like I don't think an RMP is gonna beat Golden Guardians in a series. At least I'm not like I haven't seen it yet.
Echo. We need Echo versus Golden Guardians.
Maybe Echo could do it. It's possible, but DUKAMIFIED. I think there's a reason now why we're seeing why they played the Moonkin, and yeah, it's because it's pretty one-sided matchup. But Golden Guardians, how do you think they're going to do against this?
I mean, you just survive the first trap, which you've got Dispersion, Rogue Peels, like Trinket Link if you really need to. So you're probably not going to die on the first trap. After that, you can just kill whatever you want. I just feel like literally you probably kill the Priest too if you really wanted to.
Priest isn't going to move their character.
Yeah, it's so much crowd control. There's no output. Fury Warrior's a little bit maybe tougher to kill with the self-healing. Hunter can feign death to dots, but honestly, it's just like a buffet right now for the Golden Guardians. It's just like, what do we feel like tasting right now? A little bit of Hunter, puts a little bit of salt and pepper on the Warrior. Like, they can just pick whichever target they want and just kind of chew in. And yeah, that's kind of how I'm expecting this. But I also think it's that we need to see some experimentation. Like, there's got to be something, man. It used to be Warriors. It used to be Death Knights that were really difficult for the Golden Guardians. So maybe there's some combination of those classes that hasn't really been experimented enough with, because it's not necessarily that good on the ladder, that could answer this.
I think one of the really tough things about this composition too, like if I was Kearney, I would be horrified because you don't have any of the support that a hybrid would offer you, right? Like, you're not going to have a mage that can actually decurse you. So now there's all of a sudden a threat of full hexes. You're not going to be able to get like a shaman to tremor you. You don't have a shadow priest to mass dispel you. Like, you don't have help. You're just, I feel like he's going to be CC'd the entire game. But I guess the hope for DUKAMIFIED is the Fury Warrior and the Beast Mastery Hunter, they're going to be bringing enough offense and maybe just raw durability. The problem is, like, I feel like they're going to get no healing. Even though they're both really durable, they're just not going to get healed in this match.
Yeah. The healing output is definitely going to be low here on this side. There's no alter time to reset things. Hunters are really flimsy at the moment in comparison to basically all the best classes. So even I feel like Hunters are like the #1 class to die through their shield wall. Like, I think it's called Survival of the Fittest. I haven't played a Hunter in a while, but it's like a 40% damage reduction, and I swear it doesn't even feel like it's active most of the time when you have it. And even Roar of Sacrifice does not nearly feel as impactful as it used to as far as like removing critical strikes. So they could set up on the Hunter, stun, bomb, get Trinket, and then stun, duel, and win the game maybe. And I'm sure Peekaboo is more than ready for this, even though it seems like a random comp. Like, I'm sure they know how to play around setting up a kill target despite any sort of weird composition coming their way. So this is going to be tough. DUKAMIFIED, they're trying to experiment. They're trying to field out something a little different here because their main compositions have just not looked good whatsoever in the Golden Guardians. Honestly, who has looked good into them? The Super One-Shot Frogs won one game, and it was as Demo Ellie, I think, on Empyrean, like a really big map. So if you don't have a Demo lock, it's kind of like good luck beating the Golden Guardians, I think, in a series like this. They're going to try with a Beast Mastery Hunter. They're running the Basilisk, and, against the Shadow Priest, it can't move very fast. Maybe that Basilisk gets in there, it starts chomping away, does a little bit too much damage. Maybe they get an early kill with something like that. Calvish, how aggressive is he going to play? Like, as a warrior, it's annoying against a rogue because if you get stunned and trinket it, you're going to get disarmed on your cooldowns, or you get disarmed on your cooldowns, you trinket into a stun. You don't really have a good option. Your cooldowns get crowd controlled pretty easily, as far as the rogue is concerned. So if Calvish can somehow find and connect those cooldowns, but it can definitely be threatening.
Let's see what they can do. Golden Guardians going to be getting very aggressive here, and I feel like DUKAMIFIED, this is one of those situations where their best defense is going to be a good offense, because if they fall behind, this game could just be over. We have a full sap right now on Kearney. Calvish going to be playing defense, getting the intimidating shout here onto Peekaboo, trying to slow him down with the disarm, popping all of his cooldowns now, getting aggressive here, but he gets dismantled immediately. Kearney's still on his mount. It's been 20 seconds and he's just stuck on his mount. He's out of the kidney shot into a full fear, into a silence. Calvish still has not got healed. Finally, Kearney's going to be able to connect some heals, but Peekaboo is just all over him. Now finding a gouge. Absurge using his totem to bring Calvish out of line of sight, but it looks like Calvish has weathered the storm. Did a lot of crowd control on Kearney, but somehow DUKAMIFIED has actually survived.
All right, let's see if they can hold on a little bit. Peekaboo, no trinket. Maybe he's a good swap target. Decent pressure on WizK, forcing the dismantle, scatter, trap. Oh, he grips the trap. Oh, it still lands anyways. Doesn't really matter. It's going to break immediately to the AoE damage of the barb shot there. They're actually looking a lot more stable than I anticipated. I thought there would be more pressure than this against them. Pre-barrier on the kidney shot, but they're swapping on Calvish outside of it. He doesn't have in-range regen into a full fear from WizK. Massive pressure. Kearney trinkets into a full hex. And I think he is going to be jumping out of this game in a moment because Calvish is dying through Void Shift. He rallies at the last second, but there's still a gouge for a moment. Pain suppression comes through, and Calvish stays alive for this push. They got Absurge's trinket, but they need to get dispersion. Can they get that? I think you have to make a Stormbolt swap to the Rogue at this point if you want to win the game. You're just so far behind on cooldowns. Static Field pulls Calvish behind the pillar away from WizK for a moment to allow him to free cast as well. Really love that Static Field usage. Kidney shot on a Kearney. Calvish leaps over. He's got to run though. He's into a cheap shot. This could be it for him. Everybody is crowd controlled in game number 2. A hex out of the fear for good measure. He goes for a defensive fear, but doesn't look like Peekaboo was hit. They scatter shot him at 1%, and somehow he's not dead. Victory Rush Heal comes in at the last second. Pain suppression's through, and I can't believe it. Calvish pulls off a miracle and stays alive in this moment. Unbelievable.
Yeah, but he's on the run and now having to play defensive, a full kidney shot. No, Kearney. He just wants to play. He pays his subscription like everybody else, but unfortunately, he was just taken out of this game. And that's a problem, right? You don't have any of the utility that a hybrid's going to bring to help keep you out of crowd control. So he's going to be eating every hex, every stun, every gouge, every kidney, every interrupt imaginable. And that's just tough. Did we feel like they even had pressure in this match, or were they kind of just waiting to lose?
I mean, they got Absurge's trinket, which is honestly more than they got with the RMP. I mean, if we're just doing like count of cooldowns, this actually was a better game. They got a trinket from every player on the team, which is more than they got in the first game. But it seems like Calvish just can't maintain the type of uptime that he needs. Dismantle just totally ruins your damage. It gets pulled away, so WizK can free cast to reload his dots onto multiple targets. And then right at this moment, like Calvish leaps away to try and not get stunned. But he gets caught, and he gets like the most insane victory rush at 1%. He gets a double fear, and then he spell reflect victory rush at 1%. Disarm, pain, victory rush, little heal. Even that is not that great of a heal, and he's still dying through pain suppression. He gets a wreck proc, I think, here. Or it actually goes to the Dragon Roar avatar, but he actually gets gripped away on his cooldowns because Kearney just can't heal him, and that's really tragic. He was actually getting pressure on WizK, but because he's just dead, he actually can't stay in, and now WizK can free cast because there's nothing on top of him, and they're able to finish him. But, I mean, offensively, that was a better comp than RMP. I'm gonna be real. Like, they at least forced some cooldowns from them. Now, if they could find, maybe it's not a priest healer that could keep this comp more stable. Maybe they could win with this.
Yeah, Golden Guardians obviously feeling very confident. When you're the one that has the composition that's winning, you're gonna be feeling really good. For DUKAMIFIED, they locked this in again. I'm really not sure. It's tough. Maybe I mean, you are right. They had a lot of pressure at the end. Calvish had all of his cooldowns rotating back up. He might have been able to actually get aggressive. And if he didn't get gripped away, Peekaboo might not have been able to actually finish him off while also getting the kidney shot on Kearney. So that might have been a mistake, that life grip at the end, because you really just put yourself in a position where it's easy for Peekaboo to not only do damage, but crowd control too when you're together. So they are going to a large map. So the last time they picked a large map, it was Ashamane's. They locked in, the Hunter Warrior like we just saw. Are they going to do it again, or are they going to mix it up? You think a Resto Druid? Nah, Resto Druid, no way, right?
Oh, they have Tuna, yeah, but I don't think a Druid. I'm thinking it's like, what even would it be? What healer can even avoid enough crowd control that this would work for them?
I don't think any.
And still have good output. Like Shaman maybe is difficult to CC, but I don't think it has the output that's required to be able to heal through this. Like Holy Priest is maybe it has the throughput. You get extra instant CC for cross. The Kearney Holy Priest Hunter Warrior might work for them. I mean, I'm reaching at straws at this point, right? Like I'm sure DUKAMIFIED are also reaching at straws, trying to like theory craft a possible option here. It's just Shadow Priest and Rogue just so tanky, and even in the past there used to be comps that could kill Resto Shaman. It feels like now there's nothing that can kill a Shaman either. So you just have 3 targets that's like there's no comp that really
used to be like Cleaves, right? Like Cleaves were the anti-RPS.
You used to just run down the Shaman with Windwalker DK or run down the Shadow Priest, but now they're all so tanky. You can't do that. You have to like have a burst comp that can 100-0 the Rogue, it seems like, in a stun lock is the only way to be able to get a win. I guess Lock Shaman Druid did dampen them long enough. Do they have a caster comp? Do they have a demo lock? Is anybody alting a demo lock on their team?
The only thing I've seen that convinces me, there's only two things that can beat a sub rogue so far that I've seen in this tournament meta, and it is one, a demo warlock, or two, another sub rogue. So to me, that's the only convincing options that they have. Let's see if they. All right, well, they're going to go with one of the options, which is Calvish on the sub rogue. So this is what we saw in the upper bracket finals. It wasn't. Was it close?
It was getting better. It was definitely better than the RMP, and probably better than the Warrior Hunter. So like this just might be their best option. Pray for some big crits, nice clean setups on isolating Peekaboo, and hope for the best here. But winning 4 games with it, I feel like that might be out of the cards. But the fact that DUKAMIFIED even got here, I mean, Luminosity Gaming are out. Like they didn't even get to the top 4. They beat Liquid twice. Like DUKAMIFIED.
I was right with my prediction, by the way. I just remember that.
Oh, yeah. Hey, it's not over yet. What if DUKAMIFIED? Okay, there's no way.
Well, I'm saying at least for the finals. I don't know who's going to win. DUKAMIFIED definitely is not out of it yet. I'm not saying that, but DUKAMIFIED actually made it into the top 2. All right, let's go.
Okay, here. Let's see if we're jumping into this right away. Tuna's been doing a good job on the Boomkin, though, in these games, like keeping up with the Shadow Priest. Mind you, I don't think that he's really been a target. Usually your damage starts to suffer when you're the target of the sub-rogue, where you're constantly stuck in bear trying to anticipate damage, and you're stunned for most of the game and not able to attack. But keeping up with WizK, at least within spitting distance of him in most of these games. So there's possibilities here, but they have to win fast. And again, in a tournament setting, you don't want to be the team that has to win fast, because if the other team just never dies, you're going to lose. And Golden Guardians are looking pretty impenetrable at the moment in terms of defense. So Calvish is running the full one-shot. He's got Shadowy Duel. Doesn't look like he's running Smoke Bomb unless we don't show Smoke Bomb on the UI anymore. I'd be a bit surprised to not run that. I feel like it would be a decent tool. Tuna running the Heart of the Wild for that extra armor and frenzied regen charge against the Rogue. I think it's been good for most of the Moonkins in this tournament to flex to that talent for this type of matchup. Kearney's got a lot of cooldowns to get through the setups, but he doesn't have a good mana bar, so they can live a bunch of setups, and if they can't find a kill window in that window of time, probably like 4 to 5 minutes max, Golden Guardians are going to move to match point, and they're just charging in right away to get combat, but they don't get it. They get a stab on Absturge. They open with a cheap shot on WizK, and Calvish is just getting combo points, it looks like, but he gets intercepted. Solar Beam on WizK, he can't help. Calvish is just getting destroyed at the moment as Power Word Shields come in desperately from Kearney. Now they're switching their attention to what looks like Tuna, but Pikachu is actually on the back foot. Cloak of Shadows has to trade for him. Pre-cloaks the cheap shot. Absturge is still cloned. Cloak of Shadows is now down. Can they finish him? Healing Tide Totem going to be chucked over here by Absturge as he moves it away from his opponents. Actually, they just killed it really fast, I think, right there. His Healing Tide Totem not going to get a huge amount of value. Peekaboo is charging in recklessly right now. He gets feared by Kearney. Cyclone far away. They're setting up damage on WizK, but they've got Peekaboo kind of out in a corner if they want to switch to him. Calvish, in the meantime, needs to get ready for this attack. Peekaboo gets rooted in midfield for a moment, but walks into a kidney. He gets gripped on the kidney shot by Kearney, posting him really far away from the attack. They switch their attention to Tuna. Calvish intercepts, stuns Peekaboo, denying the damage onto Tuna. Tuna is now free. Is he going to be able to find the crowd control? Need to see a Cyclone here on the Absturge if they are going to have an opportunity for a win. Peekaboo gets dismantled on the blind, so he can't sap it. Really good peeling here from Calvish to break that CC chain. He's been doing a good job to break up that CC. Now going for the blind on the Absturge. Pressure on WizK. Peekaboo is in position and ready for this. He step kicks the clone, so the cheap shot instead. I'm not sure if they can drop him in a cheap shot. Absturge is free now, looking to wrap around the corner. Barrier comes in for Calvish so that he can stay aggressive, and Kearney's trying to keep max distance from Peekaboo. He doesn't want to be anywhere near those gouges of the cheap shots, but he can't outrange the silence of WizK. WizK's even attacking him. WizK knows they win this on mana, so he's just attacking the best target, the softest target. He fakes the Solar Beam. WizK is going to go crazy with damage in a moment, I think.
Ooh, he gets Cyclone, though. Beautiful time Cyclone there by Tuna, slowing down WizK's damage. Let's see if they can continue the chain. Big kidney shot here onto Calvish, though. Can they just drop a Master Spell coming in? And that will free Absurge from the Cyclone, I do believe. But we have cheap shots coming in from Calvish. They're looking for a counter assault. Can they take down WizK? Earthen Wall Totem drops. Absurge deflects the attack with his defense. And now it's going to be Calvish on the run. Silence on Kearney. He's down to 40% mana, but I don't think it's going to come down to that. A beautiful double for your Calvish, still in a lot of trouble. But a Cyclone from Tuna comes in once again. Gouge into Cyclone on Peekaboo. Right now, DUKAMIFIED is doing what they can to survive, but it is all offense here for the Golden Guardians, but they're looking to reverse the pressure. Decent damage here on Peekaboo. WizK rotting down as well. Can they get the dispersion out of the way at the same time? Kearney is getting low. Big Void Eruption here. WizK looking to get crazy, but it gets interrupted. I see done there by Calvish, slowing down the damage. Kidney shot on Absurge. It's just a continuous go for both of these teams. Either one of them could fall. I mean, look at Kearney. He's getting incredibly low. Peekaboo is also rotting down. I don't even know how Kearney is dead at this point. Like, who's even attacking him? A big kidney shot. Interrupt on from Absurge into a kidney shot. Cyclone comes in from Peekaboo, but he's going to be getting out of that one. Looking to remain aggressive, but Kearney easily holds on with that pain suppression.
Really good peels there from Tuna, but now he's getting set up on everyone. Is cheap shot by Peekaboo. Kearney, what are you going to do? He void shifts over, but Tuna is just outright dead. Absurge is looking to finish him. He's at 1% and will go down to the Shadower Death of WizK. And despite their offense looking good in this game, look at what's still left for them. They still have to get, well, they got WizK's Trinket now, but they would have still had to get WizK's Trinket Void Shift and the Trinket Link from Absurge. Peekaboo has a vanish in his back pocket if he needs to survive. They're still really far away from getting a kill, and they're hitting that enrage timer. Like, they're getting to the 4 or 5 minute mark where the priest is going to be out of mana. So, I mean, this is their best performing comp. This seems like the highest likelihood that they could win a game, but if Golden Guardians are on point, I don't see it happening.
I mean, this game is just so back and forth. I mean, yeah, 2 sub-rogues in the game. Like, everyone really is under constant threat. And I mean, just look at WizK's damage. What is even killing Kearney? He's just hovering 50% health, rotting down, like barely able to hold on. Yeah, there's a really nice interrupt there. So he's got VT and Shadowed Pain just dying. It's interrupted into a kidney shot, immediate pain suppression, also good peels from Tuna. One of the only reasons why he was able to survive that setup, but just slowly burning through the cooldowns. Now they're going after Tuna. Kearney, 0 defensive cooldowns left. He actually uses the Void Shift, and they just kill him through the Void Shift. I think they did. So just really, really tough. WizK in position to land the Fear. He does have the Will of Forsaken, but he's met with the Silence. So just another great setup here. WizK on that Shadow Priest is just, he's devastating. Like, it's just an absolute menace. His damage, his crowd control, his ability to like peel for his team and keep them alive. He's definitely an all-star player for this roster.
Yeah, really good game here from the Golden Guardians. Just they're ready to play. They're ready for this meta. They've been waiting. I don't know how many years they've been waiting. I think it was BFA that Absurge said in the interview last week that they won a tournament because he got an interview in that many years since BFA. They've been waiting for this moment. They stayed loyal to the comp, right? You got to stay loyal, and it's starting to pay out for them here in the cup stage so far because they're just looking like absolute monsters. All 3 of them doing damage to Tuna right here. And you could not anticipate. WizK goes for crowd control while Absurge does damage, and Peekaboo sits in a kidney while his team wins the game for him. Again, like the Pokemon scenario, Peekaboo, I choose you, use kidney shot, and WizK is just ready to farm. So we're moving to match point. This now means that they do need to win 4 games in a row. They tried the RMP, that looked miserable. They tried the Hunter Warrior, it showed maybe potential but not stable enough. And then this comp, it's just a short leash. Like, it's got potential, but it's such a short leash. And there's just so many cooldowns and layers you got to break through against the Golden Guardians with too little time, I feel like.
What are they going to do? They tried the Rogue Mage Priest. They tried the Warrior Hunter. Golden Guardians just lock in. 1 composition. They played 1 comp the last 2 cups, and it has looked really good. No one has been able to really figure out an answer. And I think that's going to be the main question. Like, are the changes that are coming on Tuesday going to be enough to maybe swing the matchup in some other team's favors, or are they just going to have to figure out how to deal with this composition and what really can? I mean, that remains to be seen, I think, at this point. But DUKAMIFIED, we're going back to Maldraxxus Coliseum, see what they're actually going to be locking in. Out of the comps we've seen so far, I feel like the Moonkin Subrogue is probably their best bet. They haven't been winning with it, but at least they've been getting pressure in the match, a decent amount of pressure. It just seems really, really tough.
They can hold them off. They can't win, but they can at least hold them off. here, or they just try something completely different. What about like Rogue Hunter? Is there any chance of that working at all for them with what we saw? Like they tried Hunter or Warrior, but rogues are harder to kill at least. It might buy them a little bit more time, and the rogue can peel for the hunter.
The Resto
maybe a
Druid be good?
combination of those. I don't know why, but I don't like the sound of Resto. Okay, they're going to try Shadow Play. They're just ripping out something that's completely different. And I mean,
I think this is actually a good comp.
The comp was good in Europe. It was definitely looking strong in Europe. Like it got Admirals Esports a lot of wins against Echo in their series in the upper finals. So I can't blame them for trying this. On paper, this seems to be like one of the best comps for this type of matchup. But I've never seen Tuna not heal before today. And then he played Boomkin, and I've never seen him play Shadow Priest. I don't think I've ever seen Nick play Warlock. And Kearney is the Druid instead of Tuna, which is also odd to me because I would have thought they got Tuna on the team to be the Druid, but he's not the Druid. So this is like Omega triple alt into Golden Guardians. 10 years of training in high gravity when the meta is against them, and now the meta is in their favor, so they're taking the weighted clothing off and they're fully powered up. I mean, I guess you got to try something brash, but this is really bold to do, I think, against the Golden Guardians with the reputation they have on this composition.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we saw Golden Guardians. The one game that they did lose was a large map against the Super Frogs, playing a Demonology Warlock composition. So DUKAMIFIED kind of taking a page from that. I feel like this composition to me makes a lot of sense. I'm not convinced entirely that they'll win, but I feel like if they play this composition well, they definitely have a fair shot in the matchup. It's really difficult when you are playing alts like this and you're playing against a team like the Golden Guardians. They're just so polished in terms of their offense and their defense. You literally can't afford to make any mistakes, and if you do, you will be destroyed basically. So we're gonna have to see DUKAMIFIED have a really good game. I like the composition. I like the fact that they're mixing it up. I like the map. Just can they execute is going to be the question.
Yeah, they're fighting Ultra Instinct, Golden Guardians, years of experience. Can they do it with this composition? Triple alt territory. Peekaboo gets a sap onto Nick. Looks like they want to open on Tuna, but Peekaboo actually gets feared on his opener. Not a great start here for the Golden Guardians. Looks like a massive spell from WizK removes that fear, but now he's axe tossed on his go and not really finding a lot of damage. Static field pulling Tuna, not too far out of position here either. You see an Ursul's Vortex on Peekaboo trying to hit that Shadow Step. He baits it, moves away, and now swaps over to Nick. Blind onto Kearney, setting up damage. Nick gets gripped back into the middle of the map. They don't get the sap, but they're going for the cheap shot. Are they going to switch to Kearney here in the cheap shot? Doesn't look like it. Going for a gouge out of it. Looking to reconnect on Nick. Now they're just interrupting him and then moving immediately over onto Tuna. But with Desperate Prayer and Vampiric Embrace, I don't think that they're going to be killing Tuna in this position. He gates back to the pillar. They force Trinket and Cloak of Shadows in this position on a Pigu, which is great. But now a Kidney Shot Smoke Bomb, I think that's going to be a dispersion. You think you pre-Iron Bark, but even Iron Bark doesn't seem to be enough to hold them off. They've got a Fell Lord on the ground, just taking full EU tech in this situation to try and protect Tuna, but they've just swapped away from the Fell Lord. They're attacking Nick instead. Kearney's trying to reposition, but he's too close. They need to spread out here. Axe toss into Bash on Peekaboo. Into a coil. Excellent setup onto Peekaboo right now. Unbelievable. He dispels him and he vanishes away, and Peekaboo will stay alive, but despite being triple alt in this situation, that setup was clean.
Yeah, definitely looking good, but Tuna might just fall. There's the dispersion. Can they push through? Kearney getting soloed right now in the meantime, using that Tranquility to survive, but if they can get a setup here on a Kearney, he could be in a lot of trouble. Peekaboo is there. He's looking for the stun. Can he find it? In the meantime, Tuna's just getting soloed by WizK. Kearney is forced to make the trade. He uses his Trinket. No Tranquility, no Trinket going to be available. He does have that Bark Skin if they do decide to swap to him later, but I'm mostly afraid for Tuna here. I mean, he has the Void Shift, but he dies in stuns. He's not really going to have access to that as a defensive. WizK right now just going for a few offensive dispels. That reactive resin going to be paying dividends there for Kearney, slowing down the dispels just a little bit. But Peekaboo, he's got sprint up. What is he going to do? Can he actually find the restart? They are one setup potentially away from winning this cup number 2. Can they do it? They get the 4-0 over DUKAMIFIED, or can DUKAMIFIED find a win? There's a full blind on Kearney. Is there any follow-up? It doesn't look like it. Oh, there's the kidney shot. Peekaboo manages to find it. Tuna's in a lot of trouble. He's stun locked, and he gets dropped. Peekaboo very excited. You can see the clapping, the cheering. Golden Guardians undefeated here in the finals. They've only lost a single round. These last 2 cups. They are looking unbeatable in NA.
Yeah, almost untouchable, man. I bet they really wish they didn't lose that game and they could say they were clean 2 cups in a row going into third. I guess they're starting their streak again after that loss, right? How many wins in a row are they since then? What is the number of that? 3 in the last series, plus 1 is 4, plus 4 here is 8. So 8-0 since the drop game. And they're trying to do like the 42-0 challenge, you know, on Twitch right now in the AWC with the cups or something. I'd be really curious to see if they can keep the streak going. This is such an impressive showing for them in debut. DUKAMIFIED, I mean, this composition, I don't even know with the changes coming in to demo lock if it even is worth their time to invest into this specifically. But if it isn't, then what else is? I think there are mana nerfs coming to Shaman. Maybe if we get an interview set up here, we can ask like what they think about the mana changes. Because if the Shaman is zooming at the same rate as the Priest, then like the Boomkin Rogue matchup might actually be all right for DUKAMIFIED.
It's definitely possible, but we can see here the final moments of the match. Right now, Kearney has absolutely nothing, and at Golden Guardians, they know their win condition. They're so calculated when it comes to this. Peekaboo is able to get, I believe, a Shadow Step blind, so he manages to get over to Kearney, out of the silence, gets the Shadow Step blind, he gets Vortex back, but out of this, I believe he's able to get the sap, so he trinkets out, he gets the kidney shot onto Kearney. Tuna does what he can, but finally into the cheap shot. I feel like maybe you really want to nitpick. Maybe he should have just preemptively used his Void Shift, something like that. But it's just really hard to make those judgment calls. Obviously, Golden Guardians are just so sharp on this comp. They've been warming up all day long. It is not easy. I mean, it's just... I think it's one thing that's really underlooked, or underappreciated, underlooked, when it comes to changing your class, is you really have to get into a different mindset, right? Like Tuna going from the Moonkin to the Shadow Priest, Kearney going from playing, the Priest to now a Restoration Druid, Nick going from playing, what did he play? He played Mage, he played Hunter, and now he's a Demonology Warlock. In the meantime, you have Golden Guardians. They're just absolutely playing at 100% on their mains, and DUKAMIFIED are kind of just playing a step behind because of having to constantly change their classes.
Yeah, I mean, how often is the Golden Guardians in those shoes though, where they're the ones that are like trying to change their composition to the meta? So it's definitely time, I think, for the meta to be a little bit in their favor here, and everybody else is gonna have to adjust. But oh my God, 9.1 million damage! It's over 9 million. Oh my God, dude! Just oh my God! Like when you look at the end of the game, like you're just like almost embarrassed, like. Oh my God, dude, he's just dwarfing everybody. I mean, like, Tuna's almost barely out damaging Peekaboo. And then, like, this is so rough, dude. Oh my God, WizK is going to be insane on Tuesday. Oh my God.
That mountain of damage you can see coming in from the Golden Guardians. Just enormous. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see what happens with some of these changes coming Tuesday. Our teams like Echo and Golden Guardians, are they going to be threatened at all? Or are they going to kind of continue their dominance? Like, are we going to see Luminosity Gaming battle it back? We're really not used to they didn't make it to a Sunday. I mean, look at this bracket. They got eliminated by Liquid. They got sent down to the lower bracket by the Golden Guardians. These are normally teams they do extremely well into. So Luminosity Gaming, they are not a team you can count out. I mean, you would be absolutely foolish to assume that Luminosity Gaming isn't going back to the drawing board. They're not coming up with some sort of diabolical plan to try to win, because this team has been so dominant in North America. Cannot count them out. I'm really curious to see what they bring for Cup number 3.
Just look at this bracket. Luminosity Gaming couldn't beat Golden Guardians. Super One-Shot Frogs couldn't beat Golden Guardians more than one map. DUKAMIFIED couldn't beat them with 2 shots. Liquid couldn't beat them last week. Like... Dude, is there anybody that can beat them? They're up 240 points. Their first position here. Super Frogs got to tie Luminosity Gaming at the end of this tournament with their placing, so they're feeling really good to try and steal that spot from them. And right now they can sense weakness. It's all about just jumping at the throat of Luminosity Gaming as quickly as possible and trying to get their spot in that top 3. DUKAMIFIED climbed up a lot here with their top 2 finish. Lost and Leeway, I mean, they didn't even make broadcast, and they're still in a 3-way tie for 6, so not so bad for them moving into week 3. And then other teams like Shuffle Police, who made it into the top 8 in the first one, didn't make it in. They might have a comeback. Unitas is a team that I'm really waiting for them to kind of turn up. Like, this is Chaz, this is Thugonomics. Like, they got big names on their roster and they're not even getting into the top 8. So moving into next week, after all the changes come through, is this going to be a team that can threaten and challenge and mix it up in North America?
Yeah, also, if you compare the standings for North America versus EU, seems like the NA side is getting very top heavy. Golden Guardians certainly has a bit of a lead to their second place compared to Echo and their second place, but we'll have to see how that shapes up at the end of the first 4 cups. But that being said, we do have an interview with, I believe, Peekaboo joining us now. Can you hear us?
Yo, hello. Can you guys hear me?
Hello. We can. How you doing?
All right. Good. What's going on? Feeling great. Finally. Haven't won in years. And I've won more in
That's not true. It was last week.
than I have in 5 years, so that's great.
Yeah, that was going to be my first question for you. This is basically the best season I have ever seen the Move have. I mean, what has that been like for you, for your team?
Honestly, I don't know. I've not felt what it's like to win or be this competitive in so long. And now I think all the other teams too are also very surprised, because it's like, usually this is just not how it's been for so long. So I think the team's just playing a lot more, and I think they're having a lot more fun with the game. And I think it definitely shows in their gameplay. They're like, even just the way they're talking and feeling, they're like super positive and like super willing to try to work on things and figure things out. So it's super nice having like a good team environment.
Yeah, so it sounds like the team has kind of changed the philosophy of how they're approaching competition a bit. Did I get that right?
Yeah, and they're just playing a lot more ladder and just trying to, pay more attention to what's going on. I think it's because everyone just believes that like we can do a lot better now. So it's just a lot more motivation, and kind of that purpose and stuff has been restored. And it's fun. It's fun to see. It's cool to see everyone playing and practicing and like having fun again, like way back in the day.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. So I know Ven, Sid, you guys were kind of curious about what Peekaboo thinks of some of the upcoming changes that we're going to be seeing on Tuesday.
Yeah, specifically,
I mean,
I was just gonna say the main question I had was just for like resto shamans. Like the mana changes are the ones that seem the most like, I don't know if it's going to matter or if it's going to just be shamans are ooming instantly type of deal.
Yeah, I've played a bit of Resto Shaman myself in Solo Shuffle, pretty high rated on it. So with my expertise on that class, I'd have to say they might go they might not. That we might have to switch to another healer. I see the sub-rogue nerfs. I mean, I don't know if we'll see any sub-rogues after Tuesday. I mean, hopefully, it's still viable and we can, make things happen on that class. But if we do have to play other healers, luckily, Carl has been playing everything. So that's very good.
You guys are feeling like pretty prepared. I know RPS, when it is good, you guys look extremely good at it, as we were seeing these last 2 weeks. But you feel like if the meta does shift, that you guys are going to be prepared for that as well?
Yeah, I think we're definitely more prepared now than we have been in the past, certainly. And the team is very proactive now in these changes. They're like actually talking about the nodes and theory crafting things. And we have all the classes. It's so easy to gear up and level all the alts now, because I think before it was also difficult to play the ladder because of that gearing disparity, but now that's kind of gone, so you can really hop on something and just start throwing games at it and try to learn it.
Cool. All right. Well, I mean, you guys are halfway through, so you guys are in first place in terms of standings. But like, I'm hopefully you're not feeling like too set in that, right? You're still going to be moving forward, working towards cup 3 and 4.
Oh yeah. No, yeah, these have been just blessings of tournaments. Great brackets, great composition. It's super nice to be able to play something that I've played like my whole life, and seeing all these other teams have to try to adapt to beat us instead of us having to try to adapt to beat them playing, their mains. So it's exciting. It's definitely exciting, and yeah, we're looking forward to more changes in the future, and hopefully we can keep it going.
Cool. All right, and we talked to Waz earlier, and he was having some PC troubles. You got any advice to him from an NA player?
Sheesh, PC troubles. Yeah, I don't have a lot of knowledge on computers. I'd say to maybe buy some new parts. Hit up Echo. Say, hey, Echo. I'm your star player here. I'm winning all these tournaments. Let's get some product my way. Something like that. That might be good. Brand new setup would be good.
Yeah. All right. We'll let him know straight from you. Ven, Sid, do you guys have any more questions before we let Peekaboo go?
No, just congratulations. It's awesome to see your team be so successful. Always a good vibe. So yeah, I'm really happy for you guys.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much. Awesome day.
Yeah. You want say anything else before we head out?
Shout out to all the fans out there and all the haters, all the members of the Move, the Golden Guardians, everyone. Blizzard, all you guys taking all this time to do this. Seriously, super, super fun. And if we can bring back BlizzCon tournament, that would be great too. So that's in the air. But overall, thank you guys again. Awesome day.
Yeah, thank you so much. Congrats once again, and we're looking forward to seeing you guys in Cup 3. Oh man. Okay. That was that was Peekaboo from Golden Guardians. We can see his standings right here. 240 points. That is a significant gap between first and second place. So they are in a very, very solid spot. But like he was saying, they're definitely going to not let their guard down moving forward. So that is going to conclude both NA and EU. That means we are halfway through the first 4 cups, halfway through any chances to get points. So we've got Echo in first place for EU and NA in first place for, or Golden Guardians in first place for NA. We can take a look. $400,000 in prizing. We can see here Cup 3 coming up next week. Cup 4 is that last chance. And that AWC Gauntlet is their only, if they don't make it in that top 3 Super Ts, is their last chance to make it into the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, the top 3 for those that are in range for it seems like that's that battle, and then everything else is like the bottom 4 to get into the gauntlet. There's like a big cluster of teams in both of those areas. So if you're in that bottom 4, you're just either looking for a really deep run, but I don't know how likely that is, especially with the way the meta has been going for a lot of those teams. You're just trying to be at the top of the gauntlet, trying to be 4th and trying to be the final boss and limit the number of games you need to play.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be some tough competition coming up here. So we will keep you guys posted as we go along. And also signups are open for 3 and 4 until July 2nd. So definitely get in there, grab some friends, grab some of your friends and sign up. You can get that smoldering banner of the aspects. You can see it right there. Get access to the tournament realm as well, which I feel like is reward enough. I mean, it's got to be really fun, Ven, if you're and kind of just experiment with whatever specs you want. You get to make your build absolutely perfect. There's no box RNG.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. It's really nice to just log on, try to min-max your gear, test different things out. I feel like that's really the nice thing. Potentially this good secondary stats that you can use. But other than that, just signing up, having some fun. Like you said, you can earn the smoldering banner of the aspects. So if you want to play against some of your WoW PvP heroes, maybe have a shot against them. It's definitely a good time.
Yeah. Or PvE as well. I know, there's some competition coming up down the line over there on that side of things. MDI, great push. If you want to get some of your friends there, signups should be coming along for that as well. So that being said, thank you everyone so much for tuning in. Thank you to all the players and competitors today as well. We will be back for next week for Cup number 3 here at the same place, twitch.tv/Warcraft or youtube.com/Warcraft as well. If you want to go check out either of those streams, you can also check us out on Twitter, twitter.com/WoW Esports. So thank you so much, everyone. We'll be here same time, same place, 10 a.m. Pacific or 7 p.m. CEST. See you soon.